Cough cough. Beneath a sky dimmed to near darkness, the stench of burning ashes and torn flesh overpowered even the thick scent of blood. Ahead, stretching endlessly into the horizon, beyond mountains of corpses and seas of blood, innumerable enemy troops surged forward like an unceasing tide, seemingly infinite. Su-Ran could no longer remember how long he had been fighting. His army, those who had sworn unwavering loyalty to him, had long since turned into bloody soil, fallen in this war against deities. His consciousness was growing hazy. The shattered remnant of his sword slowly slipped from his hand. As he collapsed, ruin and devastation filled Su-Ran's vision. At the edge of the lightless sky stood only the towering silhouettes of gods and unknown beings. A symbol of endless despair. Scanning. Verifying identity information. Identity verification successful. Game launch countdown. 57 seconds. 56. 55. 54. Su-Ran jolted awake. The suffocating taste of blood still lingered in his mouth. The ceaseless sounds of slaughter still echoed in his mind. Yet the voice in his ears felt strangely familiar. This is... Server opening? Su-Ran's pupils constricted sharply. At this moment, he was inside an eternal game pod. Only tens of seconds remained until server launch. He hadn't guessed wrong. He had been reborn. 49, 48, 47. The countdown continued. Just like in his previous life, the entire world erupted into frenzy upon witnessing this moment. Exalted status. Everything they ever desired. Infinite life. The possibility of dominating all races and ruling over myriad worlds. All of these were enough to trigger an unprecedented upheaval on Blue Planet. They firmly believed that their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would arrive in mere seconds. No one knew what price humanity had truly paid for eternal disasters and crises hidden everywhere. The final apocalyptic war instigated by gods. Betrayal and decay leading to the annihilation of the Allied forces. And confronting terrifying entities far more dreadful than gods. Incarnations of destruction itself. Staring at the dwindling countdown, Su-Ran's gaze gradually hardened. This time, not only would he face that beam of annihilation capable of shattering dimensions, but he would also seize every possible advantage, until he became the absolute sovereign standing above all others. 3, 2, 1. Countdown ended. Welcome to the eternal world. Amid the prompt, Su-Ran began creating his character. Please choose a suitable nickname for yourself. Chosen one. Please select your race. Human. Please select your profession. Apprentice mage. With those words, Su-Ran gently closed his eyes. If nothing went wrong, he would soon appear in the beginner village. Randomly assigning talent, please wait. Just as he thought, the system voice sounded again. A sense of familiarity rose within him. Indeed. Just like last time, the random assignment of factions and starter villages begins. The corner of his mouth curled slightly upward. I wonder which faction I'll be randomly assigned to this lifetime. The Empire of Dawnlight would be better. While thinking, he suddenly opened his eyes. Wait. Random talents? According to his memories before reincarnation, he had never heard of anything like random talents. Random talent assignment successful. You have obtained the forbidden talent, 10,000-fold reward. Entering the game. There was no time to react. A flash of blinding light swept over, and everything before Su-Ran's eyes shattered. In its place stretched endless white. The biting wind from the frost peak of oblivion seemed never to tire. The vast, boundless sky held only dullness and silence, except for the wind and the noisy voices of players. These two mingled together, breaking the frozen land's stillness. Bro, wanna team up? Any mage seniors wanna form a fixed party? Granny, why'd you pick a tank warrior just like me? Glancing around, the snow-covered plaza of the beginner village teemed with players of every class. Frost Empire. Beginner village number 1165. Su-Ran frowned slightly. The Frost Empire, known among past life players as a hellish difficulty starting point. Here, the land was perpetually frozen. The environment was harsh. Crises lurked everywhere. Not only were living resources scarce, but the monsters here were far stronger than those in other regions. The only consolation was that the rewards for defeating them were relatively more generous. Su-Ran hadn't expected it. Even at the very beginning, so many variables had already emerged. Suddenly, he recalled that mysterious forbidden talent. Perhaps due to his reincarnation, he seemed to have gained a unique opportunity that no other player possessed. Let's hope this one-of-a-kind talent gives me enough advantage early on. Otherwise, this truly is a hell mode start. A chill ran through Su-Ran's heart. He turned his gaze toward his talent panel. 10,000-fold reward. Type, talent. Quality, forbidden. Effect, 10,000-fold reward. When receiving any reward, a special effect activates, amplifying the reward by 10,000 times. Description, born from the unknown and the arcane, capable of making all creation tremble. From memories of his previous life, Su-Ran clearly remembered one thing. No player could ever obtain talents. Ordinary players could only rely on racial traits tied to their chosen race. For example, in blacksmithing, dwarves usually had an edge over other races. Increased strength was a benefit exclusive to orcs, and so on. These were merely bloodline abilities corresponding to the player's selected race. Su-Ran was no exception. As a human, he naturally possessed advantages in learning skills and improving proficiency. Unique. Forbidden talent. Su-Ran's expression shifted with emotion. 10,000-fold reward. It meant every single reward he received would be multiplied 10,000-fold. Even if the reward was just a single copper coin, it would become something miraculous, instantly increased to 10,000 copper coins. However, there was one critical thing he needed to clarify first. Did this forbidden talent amplify the value of the reward itself, or only the quantity? The difference between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. With that thought, Suran looked toward the center of the plaza. Not far ahead, the novice village scout knight captain was busily distributing beginner gift packs. Stingy. A basic starter weapon, a piece of beginner cloth armor. Seriously calling this a beginner grand gift pack. Makes sense though. The cloth armor is fine. They didn't make us fight monsters naked, at least. A few minutes later, Suran finally squeezed his way into the center of the crowd. Amid a chorus of complaints and groans from surrounding players, he claimed his own reward. Silently staring at the beginner grand gift pack lying in his inventory, Suran's eye sharpened. Beginner gift packs opened randomly. What you got was purely down to luck. What lay inside would be revealed in the next moment. At this instant, Suran chose to open the beginner grand gift pack immediately. Notice, opening beginner grand gift pack. Accompanied by a pleasant chime, brilliant light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been amplified 10,000-fold. Chapter 2, Epic Equipment. Scarlet gold quality. Gazing at the familiar brilliant glow, Suran felt a wave of delight wash over him. At this moment, even the surrounding players wailing in despair seemed somehow more endearing. In the game Eternal, equipment was divided into different tiers: iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, purple gold, scarlet gold, legendary, epic, and divine tier. Each tier had its corresponding visual hue. Who could have imagined that from a beginner's pack, which normally only dispensed starter sets, would emerge a piece of scarlet gold grade equipment? Instantly, excitement flickered in Suran's eyes. After all, this was just the reward drawn from the beginner's gift package. And next came the effect of the 10,000-fold amplification. Just as he was thinking this, a notification sound rang out again. Tips: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from scarlet gold to epic. Tips: you have obtained an epic grade equipment, the Book of Death Sacrifice. Epic. Only Suran knew exactly what this piece of equipment meant. If it had merely been scarlet gold grade, ordinary players might still acquire similar gear during mid-game progression. But items of legendary, epic, or divine quality were dreams beyond reach, unattainable for most. Suppressing his rising excitement, Suran fixed his gaze upon the equipment. He was eager to see just how terrifying its stats truly were. The Book of Death Sacrifice. Quality: epic. Type: equipment. Slot: accessory. Required level: no level requirement. Required class: mage. Effect 1. Blessing from Death. Increases your intelligence by 200. Takes effect upon equipping. Effect 2. Prayer from Death. Increases your magical attack power by 70%. Takes effect upon equipping. Unique passive skill: Death Sacrifice. Each time you kill an enemy, sacrifice their essence to restore 20% of your own mana and health. Current stage: Stage 1. Advancement requirement: sacrifice 1,000 monsters no lower in level than yourself. Upon completion, the equipment advances to Stage 2, reducing the cooldown of the unique passive skill, Death Sacrifice, and enhancing all effects. Description: the gaze of death looks down, choking the throat of life. The moment he saw this equipment, Suran's heart pounded uncontrollably. The result of the 10,000-fold reward, a transformation so profound it could be called revolutionary. 200 intelligence. 75% increase in magical attack power. Killing enemies not only restored significant amounts of health and mana, but also accumulated sacrificial counts, making the equipment grow stronger over time. Most absurd of all, it was an auxiliary item. It didn't occupy a standard equipment slot. This alone proved just how rare this epic grade equipment truly was. Thinking this, he immediately equipped it without hesitation. Then, Suran turned directly toward his character status panel. Chosen 1. Level 1. Race: human. Class: apprentice mage. Faction: Frost Empire. HP: 300. MP: 6,300. Physical attack: 18. Magical attack: 735. Strength: 9. Intelligence: 210. Constitution: 10. Agility: 9. Physical defense: 0. Magical defense: 0. Skills: not yet learned. Talent: 10,000-fold reward. Equipment: the Book of Death Sacrifice, Beginner's Staff. Seeing this, Suran's eyes sparkled with brilliance. 210 intelligence. A staggering 735 magical attack power. After equipping it, his stats had skyrocketed beyond imagination. Now then, time to move quickly. Muttering to himself, Suran strode directly toward the beginner class instructor. If he remembered correctly, every player could learn one starter skill at the beginning of the game. A few minutes later, tip: you have mastered the basic Ian book, LV1 Ice Blade technique. Tip: unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has received 10,000-fold amplification. Tip: you have obtained an advanced skill, LV1 Arctic Storm. In an instant, amidst a dazzling burst of light, a new skill appeared in his skill bar. Arctic Storm. Level: LV1. Type: advanced skill. Effect: by channeling your own magical power, you cause ice magic elements to resonate, creating a highly destructive storm of ice blades that deals massive damage to enemies within the designated area. Each ice blade deals 100% of your magical attack power. Lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 40 seconds. Consumes 1,000 MP. Damn. The power of this skill could only be described as excessive. An endless barrage of ice blades swept forward. Each strike carried a 110% magical attack bonus. 5 seconds was more than enough to unleash unimaginable devastation. After all, even the basic level, Fireball, only had a 120% magical attack multiplier. The only drawback of this skill, its mana cost was rather high, but that was hardly an issue for Su Ran. Closing his skill panel, Su Ran pondered briefly before heading straight toward the church. If he remembered correctly, players could obtain a beneficial buff by praying inside the church. Clearly, this also fell under the category of rewards, and should therefore trigger his 10,000-fold reward ability. In less than a moment, Su Ran arrived at the chapel in the beginner village, and as soon as he stepped inside, a voice echoed from afar. "Noble adventurer, would you care to pray to the Frost Goddess and receive the blessing of the divine?" Within the Frost Empire, shrines enshrine statues of the deity who governs snow and frost. Through prayer, one could receive her blessing. Su Ran looked up to see a nun dressed in white robes gazing at him. Seeing her, Su Ran politely nodded, then began praying with solemn focus. Less than a minute passed, when a system notification suddenly rang out. Tip: due to your devout prayer, you have received the blessing of the frost deity, Frost Mending. Tip: unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been amplified 10,000-fold. Frost Mending. Su Ran knew its exact effect. When injured in a frost-affected environment, ice elements temporarily seal wounds, allowing them to heal slowly over time. Not quite as effective as life-based buffs, but still decent. He just wondered how powerful it would become after a 10,000-fold amplification. Tip: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your received buff has been upgraded from ordinary temporary buff to permanent rare buff. Tip: you have obtained the permanent buff, Blessing of the Frost. Chapter 3, Blizzard of Absolute Ice. As the prompt tone sounded, the ambient ice elements surged toward him in an instant, transforming into a dazzling cascade of white glowing particles that rained down from above. Before a group of wide-eyed nuns, the vast icy mist gradually dissipated. A complex, mysterious mark quietly appeared on Su Ran's palm. Permanent buff. Su Ran immediately checked the status effect to see its details. Favored by ice. Type: rare buff. Duration: permanent. Effect: under the blessing of the frost deity, the bearer becomes immune to all negative effects caused by cold. Additionally, gains continuous mana regeneration. Colder environments increase the recovery rate. Description: the blessing of a deity. Su Ran had initially been concerned about the high mana cost of Blizzard of Absolute Ice. Now, with this permanent buff, not only could he avoid running out of mana entirely, but he could unleash relentless, full-powered barrages without restraint. Mana could be spent recklessly. Moreover, this buff allowed him to thrive in freezing environments. Truly, the favor of a god was terrifying. Not bad, Su Ran murmured. Leaving the church under the reverent gazes of numerous nuns, he departed. There were essentially no more resources left to exploit in the starter village. It was time to begin leveling up. He couldn't wait to see just how much damage he could now deal. With that thought, Su Ran dashed straight toward the wilderness beyond the village. Outside the newbie village, a large crowd of players had gathered. Anyone forming a party? Need a healer. 4 is equal to 1. I'm a mage. Invite me if you need mages. Server top warrior, can carry 5. Just 10 copper coins. Interested? Come here. Glancing briefly at the players clustered around, Su Ran shook his head and quickly stepped into the mist-covered wilds. Alert! You have left the newbie village. Alert! You discovered the edge area of Frostwind Ravine. After leaving the village, he went straight ahead, heading directly for the monster spawn zone. Everywhere along the way teemed with masses of players. All of them huddled around level 1 monster spawn points, camping, competing for kills, arguing, fighting, grouping up. This familiar scene stirred old memories within Su Ran. Without further hesitation, he pressed onward toward his destination. It took him only a few minutes to reach the level 5 monster spawn zone. Alert! You discovered the frozen tomb. Wool. One howl after another echoed through the air, seemingly asserting dominance over the territory. Despite its name suggesting a tomb, this place was actually home to level 5 ice wolves. Ice wolves were pack hunters. Even the slightest disturbance would cause the entire pack to surge forth. Therefore, for current players, this area was unquestionably a deadly danger zone. Equipping the beginner's staff provided upon server launch, Su Ran continued advancing deeper into the tomb. Soon, he spotted a group of ice wolves aimlessly wandering about. His eyes locked onto one particular wolf. The next moment, the enemy's stat panel slowly materialized. Ice Wolf. Level 5. Race, Frost Troll Clan. Type, Bronze Elite Monster. HP, 800 of 800. Attack, 41. Physical Defense, 20. Magic Defense, 15. Skills, Ice Blade Pounce Bite. Description, an ice wolf dwelling in the frozen tomb. Seeing the ice wolf stats, Su Ran immediately raised his staff and unleashed Blizzard of Absolute Ice. In an instant, ice elements in the air converged violently, forming countless razor-sharp ice blades in quick succession. The killing chill of frost surged forward relentlessly. Whoosh! Amidst the roaring blizzard, a slaughter like a violent snowstorm began in full force. Minus 704. Minus 703. Minus 697. Minus 704. Minus 701. Horrifying damage numbers floated above the wolves' heads one after another. To other players, these ice wolves were deadly creatures, but to Su Ran, they shattered on contact. Countless palm-sized ice spikes, carrying biting cold, slammed viciously into the wolves' bodies. One by one, their mournful cries faded as dozens of ice wolves collapsed lifelessly into the snowy frost. Alert! You killed level 5 ice wolf. Due to killing a higher level monster, you gain 120% bonus experience. Alert! Unique forbidden talent activated. Your reward has been amplified by 10,000 times. Alert! Your level increased to level 2. Gained 3 free attribute points. Alert! Your level increased to level 3. Gained 3 free attribute points. Alert! With the 10,000-fold reward multiplier in effect, Su Ran's level skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had leapt all the way to level 5. Su Ran. He had anticipated that the 10,000-fold bonus would apply to experience gain. But even so, when it actually happened, his heart still pounded wildly. He clearly remembered. In his previous life, the first player to reach level 10 and meet the class advancement requirement had received a special reward. At that thought, Su Ran tightened his grip on the staff. Without hesitation, he continued using the Blizzard of Absolute Ice skill to farm the ice wolves. Under the terrifying storm of ice, countless ice wolves were instantly annihilated. And then, system notifications began popping up one after another. Alert! You killed level 3 monster ice wolf. Due to killing a lower-level monster, the experience gain will be reduced. Alert! Unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been amplified by 10,000 times. Alert! Your level increased to level 6. Gained 3 free attribute points. Alert! Your level increased to level 7. Gained 3 free attribute points. Alert! Your level increased to level 10. Gained 3 free attribute points. Alert! Please proceed to the main city as soon as possible to complete your class advancement. Almost instantaneously, Su Ran's level had reached level 10. Even though his level far exceeded that of the level 3 ice wolves, under the 10,000-fold reward boost, he still accumulated a massive amount of experience. Level 10. Achieved. The moment Su Ran spoke, a dazzling golden light burst forth. For the first time since server launch, a world announcement appeared. World announcement. Congratulations to the Chosen One from Frostvale Empire's Newbie Village 1165, becoming the first player to reach level 10 and receiving the Heavenly Dow reward. World announcement. Congratulations. Not only that, the forbidden talent quietly activated at this moment as well. Alert! As you have received the Heavenly Dow reward, please choose one type of reward from equipment, items, skills, or other categories. Alert! Unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been amplified by 10,000 times. 3 consecutive world announcements stirred a tempest across the tranquil surface of the game world. Countless players, upon seeing this, immediately erupted into furious curses. They had been scrambling for monsters and grinding since the server opened, striving to gain every possible advantage. Yet even now, only a handful had managed to reach level 2. Chapter 4, Trial Dungeon. Everyone was baffled. How on earth had this player named Chosen One managed to level up to 10 in just over half an hour since the server launch? To put it simply, the appearance of this world announcement shattered countless players' composure on the spot. Many had already marked Chosen One as a key target for close observation. In an instant, the entire player base became turbulent with undercurrents. Meanwhile, Su Ran stood there in deep thought, staring at the reward options before him. Equipment, items, or skills. He had to choose one category from these 3, and would then randomly receive a corresponding reward. Drawing upon his memories from his previous life, Su Ran pondered for a moment before deciding on the special equipment he needed. Items and skills could still be obtained through various means later on, but during the early stages, equipment was often extremely rare. Notice, 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Dark Gold to Legendary. Notice, you have obtained the Legendary Special Equipment, Fong of the Frost Ancient Dragon. At the very instant he saw the notification, a magnificent, earth-shaking image immediately sprang into Su Ran's mind. Frost Ancient Dragon. A legendary creature hidden within the Frost Empire, it had long dwelled atop the forgotten frozen peak. Legend had it that, in a single fit of rage, it once blew a demigod into icy dust. Across the entire Eternal Continent, it was considered one of the most terrifying apex beings. Its Fong must undoubtedly possess incredibly powerful effects. Fong of the Frost Ancient Dragon. Type, Special Equipment. Quality, Legendary. Active effect, when activated, the wielder unleashes the power of the Fong, causing a target to suffer fra, throwing them into a chaotic state for a duration dependent on the target's strength. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Passive effect, the dragon's majesty grants the wielder resistance against mental control, mind reading, charm spells, and similar effects. There is also a chance to trigger fear backlash onto the caster, with effectiveness varying based on the level difference between parties. Description, bearing the aura of an ancient dragon, you gain favor with the dragon race. Exactly as he'd expected. The effect of this special equipment was nothing short of terrifying. The active ability provided a stable and powerful crowd control skill. The passive greatly enhanced his mental resistance. With that in mind, Su Ran closed the interface and glanced toward his inventory. Just moments ago, he'd picked up the loot dropped by the Ice Wolf, 36 copper coins. Even though the drop rate was pitifully low, thanks to the 10,000x reward amplification, he had gained a full 36 gold coins. In the early game, that amounted to a small fortune. Right now, his early game plan was completely set. Next, he needed to head to the main city and complete the class advancement quest as soon as possible. With that thought, Su Ran turned and quickly ran back toward the beginner village. Several minutes later, Su Ran arrived smoothly at the beginner village. Upon arrival, he immediately made his way to the teleportation circle located in the village. This teleportation circle allowed any player who reached level 10 to freely teleport to the main city. And right now, Su Ran met exactly that requirement. Without hesitation, Su Ran stepped onto the teleportation circle leading to the main city. A flash of white light surged, and Su Ran's figure instantly vanished from the platform. You have discovered a new area, Frostbound City. Without wasting time, Su Ran rushed straight toward the location of the class instructor. Moments later, adventurer, Are you certain you wish to begin your class trial? Asked the elder clad in a mage's robe, eyeing Su Ran intently. After reaching level 10, a player's first class advancement required completing a trial dungeon. Only upon clearing it could they obtain the class advancement certificate. Depending on the difficulty of the dungeon, players might even have a chance to obtain a hidden or special version of the class advancement certificate. At this moment, Su Ran nodded and said, "Please start it for me." The magic mentor nodded, waved his hand grandly, and a massive magical array appeared before Su Ran. Then, a series of selection options floated into view before Su Ran. Please select Trial Dungeon difficulty. 1. Iron rank. 2. Bronze rank. 3. Silver rank. 4. Gold rank. 10. Mythic rank. Seeing these choices, Su Ran didn't hesitate. He selected the highest difficulty, Mythic rank. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of the magic mentor, Su Ran stepped into the teleportation array. Notice, you have entered the class advancement trial dungeon. Notice, current difficulty set to Mythic rank. Proceed with caution. The instant the notice appeared, Su Ran found himself standing inside a dark, gloomy cavern. An extreme cold permeated the air, covering the entire cave in ancient, thousand-year-old ice. Any ordinary player stepping in here would immediately fall into slowed movement and frostbite. But under the effect of the permanent buff, Blessing of Frost, Su Ran was completely unfazed by the surrounding cold. He walked as if on flat ground, and he looked ahead. What came into view was a humanoid creature lying at the end of the cave, its towering form several meters tall, clad in frost armor and wielding an icy blade. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, it seemed to have sensed the presence of a living being. The colossal figure sniffed the air, slowly awakening from its slumber. And then, its attribute panel gradually appeared before Su Ran. Frost Troll Lord Cain. Level, 15. Race, Frost Troll Clan. Type, Legendary Boss. Health, 50,000/50,000. Attack, 1,500. Physical Defense, 400. Magic Defense, 350. Skills, Powerful Strike, Frost Protection, Frost Spear, Troll Crush. Description, a chieftain of the Frost Troll Clan who crushes the skulls of anyone who dares disturb his rest. Frost Trolls, a level 15 legendary boss. Truly a source of dread for every player. Staring at the massive figure before him wielding an icy greatsword, Su Ran tightened his grip on his staff. Taking advantage of the fact that the Frost Troll Lord had not yet fully awakened, he began channeling a spell. Without hesitation. From the very first move, Su Ran unleashed a high-tier area of effect skill, Glacial Storm. 1,000 mana vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming abundance of ice elements flooded in from all around. 1, 2, 3. Countless ice blades emerged around the boss. An aura of frostbitten death filled the air. Glacial Storm. Whoosh. The sky darkened as a blizzard of razor-sharp ice blades descended with unstoppable force, like a raging snowstorm, engulfing the Frost Troll Lord entirely. -554. -549. -551. -544. After leveling up to 10, Su Ran had allocated all his free stat points into intelligence. Even though the boss possessed a formidable 350 magic resistance, he still dealt astonishingly high damage. Moreover, the boss's massive size, once an advantage, now became a fatal weakness. This allowed every single ice blade from Glacial Storm to strike true. For a moment, a dense cluster of damage numbers floated above its head. Continuous and unrelenting. 5 seconds later, the boss's original 50,000 health had dropped to just over 10,000. Boom. Enraged beyond control, the Frost Troll Lord swung its icy greatsword with full force towards Su Ran. But the next instant, it froze in place. An overwhelming aura erupted from the fang of the Frost Ancient Dragon, radiating immense pressure. Active effect activated. Intimidation. Then, the Frost Troll Lord fell into endless confusion. When it finally regained clarity, its crimson eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. Glacial Storm crashed down once again. Boom. Even a legendary boss could no longer withstand such devastating damage. With a thunderous roar, its heavy body slammed hard onto the ground. Notice, you have successfully slain the level 15 legendary boss, Frost Troll Lord, completing this class trial dungeon. Notice, because you selected Mythic difficulty, you will receive a Mythic rank class advancement certificate. Notice, 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Mythic rank class advancement certificate to Eternal Unique rank class advancement certificate. Chapter 5 Eternal Mage. Tip. You have obtained a unique tier class change voucher. Since you meet the requirements, do you wish to change class to Eternal Mage? Eternal. Unique. Su Ran's heart trembled with shock. Clearly, he had still underestimated just how generous the 10,000-fold reward truly was. Confirm class change. What exactly being an Eternal Mage meant. He understood it better than anyone else. The moment he spoke, countless brilliant lights poured down from above. Mysterious and profound runes of arcane essence, and magical fluctuations as deep as the ocean, emerged from his body. Tip. Class change successful. You have now acquired the unique eternal profession, Eternal Mage. Tip. Congratulations, player the chosen one, on completing your first class advancement. Your level cap has been raised to level 30. Upon reaching level 30, a second class advancement quest will unlock. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Ran's gaze shimmered with excitement. After the class change, his attributes had undergone changes beyond imagination. The chosen one. Level 10. Race, human. Class, first class Eternal Mage. Affiliation, Frost Empire. HP, 1,200. MP, 13,000. Physical attack, 58. Magic attack, 1820. Strength, 29. Intelligence, 260. Constitution, 30. Agility, 29. Physical defense, 50. Magic defense, 50. Critical rate, 20%. Skills, Glacial Storm, Eternal Arcanum, Law Affinity. Talent, 10,000-fold reward. Equipment, Book of Death Sacrifice, Novice's Staff, Fawn of the Ancient Frost Dragon. HP, MP, Magic Attack, Intelligence, and Critical Rate, all now featured exclusive bonuses from the unique Eternal Profession, with all free attribute points allocated into Intelligence, plus fixed stat increases from leveling up. The transformation in Su Ran's stats after becoming an Eternal Mage could only be described as earth-shattering. In addition, he had gained 2 exclusive skills. Eternal Arcanum. Type, exclusive skill for Eternal Mage. Effect, after mastery, skill cooldown reduction increases by 40%, casting speed increases by 50%, and mana regeneration increases by 50%. Seeing this skill, Su Ran was utterly stunned. No wonder this was a unique class at the Eternal tier. Not only did the passive, Eternal Arcanum, improve his cooldown reduction, greatly increasing the frequency of skill usage, it also dramatically boosted his casting speed. And he received a 50% bonus to MP regeneration. This enhancement alone would turn his firepower into a nightmare for countless players. Thinking this, Su Ran turned his attention to the other skill. Law Affinity. Type, exclusive skill for Eternal Mage. Effect, after mastery, greatly enhances elemental affinity. When casting skills, resonates with corresponding laws, allowing partial bypass of target's defense. If Eternal Arcanum, improve the frequency of his skill usage. Then Law Affinity, drastically raised his damage ceiling. Piercing. Having lived 2 lives, Su Ran naturally understood just how rare piercing attributes were. Piercing and cooldown reduction. Both were stats every player dreamed of but could rarely obtain. Even in the late game, extremely rare gear might not carry such affixes. That alone proved just how terrifying this skill truly was. Looking over his absolutely explosive stats, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. After the class change, his level cap had increased. Once he reached level 30, a secondary class advancement quest would unlock. And once that advancement was complete, his power would snowball into something even more terrifying. Therefore, he must take advantage of his precious prior life experience while other players were still weak, and set that snowball rolling now. The main city. Thinking this, Su Ran paused briefly before suddenly remembering something. In his previous life, there had been a player who got unbelievably lucky and picked up an S-rank unique quest. The quest trigger location? The Mercenary Guild in the main city. Mercenary Guild. Su Ran tightened his grip on his staff and strode forward without looking back. Before long, he arrived with practiced ease. Su Ran arrived at his destination. Tip, you have discovered the Mercenary Guild. The moment he stepped inside, Su Ran spotted an NPC wearing ginger light armor. That graceful and stunning figure was extremely familiar to him. Sylvia, the Storm Greatsword. In his previous life, she had been the Grand Master of the Mercenary Guild. But now, at the start of the server, she was merely a receptionist for the guild. Seeing Su Ran, Sylvia gave him a sweet smile. Respected adventurer, would you like to join the Mercenary Guild and begin your journey of adventure? Su Ran nodded politely. Yes, I would like to become a mercenary. Soon. With Sylvia's enthusiastic assistance, he successfully registered as a mercenary. Tip, congratulations, player the chosen one, on joining the Mercenary Guild. Mercenary tasks are now available. Please check the details. As the notification appeared, a large list of text instantly surfaced in the Mercenary Guild's task board. Bounty, Old Lady Oni's Hairpin. Commission, a water crisis at the blacksmith shop. Commission, the Troubled Alchemist. Bounty, Lost Dog Notice. Recruitment, exploration at the edge of Trant Jungle. These were all tasks that could be taken from the Mercenary Guild. Task difficulty and reward value range from S rank down to A, B, and so on, all the way to the simplest F rank. Typically, tasks below C rank mostly rewarded copper coins, potions, food, and similar items. At best, with luck, one might receive low-tier equipment. To obtain skill books, rare items, pets, or precious materials, one had to undertake higher rarity quests. The rewards for S-rank tasks were the most generous. Only Su Ran knew that hidden among these tasks was an S-rank quest. After about a minute, he sifted through the numerous tasks and finally located the S-rank rarity quest. Tip, do you wish to accept the unique quest, Investigate the Burial Grounds? Su Ran hadn't expected Investigate the Burial Grounds to be a unique quest. This also meant that once he accepted it, this S-rank quest would never appear again. Realizing this, he immediately chose to accept. Chapter 6, The Slumbering Skeletons. Tip, you have accepted the unique quest, Investigate the Land of Buried Bones. Please proceed to the area known as the Land of Buried Bones for investigation. Quest accepted successfully. Su Ran did not pause, immediately heading south toward the city's outskirts. Whoa. With every step Su Ran took, a chilling, mournful wind from the Land of Buried Bones blew against him, carrying the stench unique to the dead. Scattered bones littered the ground, adding an eerie atmosphere to the surroundings. Even the sky appeared unusually dim at this moment. Tip, you have discovered the Land of Buried Bones. Tip, this is a high-risk zone. Proceed with caution. The Land of Buried Bones. A perilous region located in the southern suburbs of the main city, full of hidden dangers. No one knew exactly how many undead creatures lurked within. Everywhere he looked was a landscape of bleached white bones. The moment Su Ran stepped into the Land of Buried Bones, a prompt quietly appeared. Tip, your presence has disturbed the slumbering skeletons. The deceased are about to awaken. Prepare for battle. Click, click, click. The scattered bones on the ground began to twitch and stir. The sleeping dead had awakened. Corrupted skeleton warrior. Level, 15. Race, undead. Type, bronze rank corrupted elite monster. HP, 3,500. Attack, 189. Physical defense, 75. Magic defense, 180. Skills, swift chain cuts, embrace of death, stunning strike. Description, a skeletal creature wandering the land of buried bones, harboring an irreconcilable hatred toward the living. Skeleton monsters. The instant Su-Ran saw the monster's stats, he readied himself for combat. In his previous life, he dealt with such skeletal creatures more times than he could count. High magic resistance. That nauseating stun control skill that tormented countless melee players. And on top of that, swift chain cuts, a burst damage ability. Even ranged class players, if careless, could be ambushed and instantly killed. For these reasons, the land of buried bones became a nightmare among early game players. But Su-Ran felt no fear. He quickly counted them. Exactly 5 corrupted skeleton warriors had awakened, not more, not less. With masterful movement technique, Su-Ran instantly aggro-pulled and kite all the monsters into a tight cluster. Then he began channeling his skill. Blizzard of Eternal Ice, activate. Ever since his class promotion into an Eternal Mage, Su-Ran's casting speed had dramatically improved. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, countless icy blades materialized around the corrupted skeleton warriors, radiating bone-chilling cold. Each razor-sharp icicle slammed violently into the monsters' bodies. Minus 1912. Minus 1924. Minus 3,868. Minus 1908. Minus 1913. When ice met bone, countless elemental shards erupted violently. A storm of devastating damage numbers floated above the corrupted skeleton warriors. Dense and continuous. In an instant, all 5 monsters were wiped out. Tip, you have slain a level 15 monster, corrupted skeleton warrior. Due to defeating a higher level enemy, you gain 120% bonus experience. Tip, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your rewards have been amplified 10,000-fold. Tip, your level has increased to 11. You've gained 6 stat points. Tip, the talent effect activated, 2 levels gained at once. No wonder it's a unique Eternal Tier special class. Su-Ran noticed that after his class changed to Eternal Mage, the free attribute points granted per level up had doubled. Moreover, he obtained a silver rank piece of equipment. Tip, you picked up an exquisite warlock robe. Tip, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been amplified 10,000-fold. Tip, you have obtained the radiant robe of wisdom. 10,000-fold reward activated. This silver rank robe transformed instantly into a purple gold tier item. Radiant robe of wisdom. Required level, 10. Quality, purple gold. Type, armor. Slot, upper body. Required class, magic-based. HP plus 1,000. MP plus 1,500. Intellect, plus 32. Physical defense, plus 109. Magic defense, plus 102. Durability. Armor skill, Wisdom's Insight. Activate this armor's active skill to select one of your own skills, increasing its damage by 50% for 3 seconds. Description. Inspired by the wisdom of Archmage Ords, this robe empowers its wielder to dominate the battlefield. No wonder it was something capable of letting its wielder dominate the battlefield. This piece of equipment not only provided substantial stat boosts, increasing Su-Ran's intellect to 304 points, but also came with a skill that was nothing short of terrifying. Select one skill. Increase its damage by 50%. Though it lasted only 3 seconds, combined with his class passive, Eternal Arcanum, that accelerated skill casting speed, he could unleash several abilities within that window. This meant he could achieve incredible burst damage in a short time, provided his mana pool kept up. Just as he was thinking this, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from ahead. Su-Ran looked up, and his pupils instantly shrank. There, slowly approaching, was a skeletal creature shrouded entirely in a haze of deathly gray mist. Without hesitation, Su-Ran activated Detect. Corrupted Bone Overlord. Level, 15. Race, Undead. Type, Silver Rank Corrupted Boss. HP, 14,000. Attack, 413. Physical Defense, 254. Magic Defense, 309. Skills, Death Aura. Embrace of Death. Bloodthirsty Rampage. Description. The commanding skeletal being wandering the land of buried bones, sworn to turn all living things into corpses. The moment Su-Ran saw the Corrupted Bone Overlord stats, he acted immediately. Time to grind. With the profile of a silver rank corrupted boss, the Corrupted Bone Overlord had a massive maximum HP of 14,000. For most players, that number alone would be utterly daunting. But Su-Ran didn't care. As long as he himself had fun clearing it, that was enough. Without delay, he continuously channeled Blizzard of Eternal Ice, his mana dropping like water being pumped out. Boom, 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 boom. Amid howling cold winds, waves of Blizzard of Eternal Ice swiftly descended over a 30-meter radius. Minus 3,012. Minus 2,925. Minus 3,060. Minus 2,998. Minus 3,021. Wisdom's Insight damage boost activated. The Blizzard of Eternal Ice delivered absolutely terrifying damage figures. After one explosive barrage, the Corrupted Bone Overlord let out one final shriek before its body crashed lifelessly to the ground. Tip. You have slain the level 15 silver rank boss, Corrupted Bone Overlord. Due to defeating a higher level boss, you gain 120% bonus experience. Tip. Unique forbidden talent triggered. Your rewards have been amplified 10,000-fold. Tip. Your level has increased to 13. You've gained 6 stat points. Tip. Defeating the boss brought rich rewards. Su Ran's level skyrocketed straight to 15. At the same time, world announcements thundered across the skies, leaving countless players stunned and speechless. World announcement. Congratulations to the Chosen One for securing the first kill on the boss, Corrupted Bone Overlord, and earning a heavenly Dao reward. World announcement. Congratulations. As the world announcements echoed, Su Ran had already picked up the boss drop. The 10,000-fold reward multiplier triggered once again. This time, he obtained a skill book. Tip. Unique forbidden talent triggered. Your rewards have been amplified 10,000-fold. Tip. You have obtained the advanced skill, LV1 Frost Barrier. After learning the skill, Su Ran immediately turned his gaze toward the heavenly Dao reward brought by the world announcement. Chapter 7 Alitoya's Eye of Truth. As the first kill reward for a Silver Tier boss, the quality was naturally not going to be mediocre. Once again, the celestial reward system offered multiple options. Equipment, items, or skills. Thinking of this, Su Ran decided to first check the specific effects of the skill Frost Shield. Then he would decide whether to choose a skill as his reward. Frost Shield. Level, LV1. Type, High Tier Skill. Primary effect. By channeling his own magical energy, the user resonates with ice elemental forces, summoning a shield composed of 3 frost spears. This shield absorbs damage up to 40% of the user's maximum HP, lasts for 30 seconds, has a cooldown of 60 seconds, and consumes 1,500 MP. Secondary effect. While Frost Shield is active, the user may voluntarily release the accumulated frost energy from the shield, dealing heavy damage to surrounding enemies. Each frost spear deals 120% of the user's magic attack power and applies a slowing effect. Note, enemies struck by all 3 frost spears will be frozen for 6 seconds. Su Ran couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The skill, Frost Shield, granted through a 10,000-fold reward, not only provided a powerful defensive barrier, but also served as a devastating offensive technique. 3 consecutive attacks. Each frost spear dealt 150% magic damage, plus slow and freeze effects. This skill was practically perfect. Looks like I'll have to choose between equipment and items after all. After pondering for a moment, Su Ran chose equipment. Notification, you have selected equipment as your celestial reward. Dispensing now. Notification, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Dark Gold to Legendary. Notification, you have obtained the legendary equipment, Alitoya's Eye of Truth. Alitoya's Eye of Truth. Type, Equipment. Slot, Pendant. Quality, Legendary. Plus 30% maximum HP. Plus 50% dark resistance. Active effect. Activating the power of this equipment grants the wearer true sight, allowing them to see through all disguises within a 500-meter radius and lock onto enemy positions precisely. Passive effect. When the wearer enters the Hall of the Abyss, Alitoya's trial will be triggered, granting the ability to learn a forbidden spell. Description. The eyes of Alitoya, piercing through all illusions. Truly befitting of a legendary grade item. At the sight of the reward, Su Ran felt a surge of satisfaction ripple through him. Alitoya, the legendary Vision said to rule over the evil Abyss faction, was known for an unparalleled mastery of arcane arts. Plus 30% health and plus 50% resistance to dark elemental damage. For Su Ran, this piece of equipment was even more valuable than some epic grade gear. Because, aside from the true sight ability, which allowed vision through invisibility and disguise, he could also learn a forbidden curse. He could barely imagine how terrifying such a forbidden spell would become under the effect of a 10,000-fold amplification. The Hall of the Abyss. Lifting his gaze toward the distant horizon, fierce battle intent flickered in Su Ran's eyes. Time was running short. He had to get there before anyone else and claim everything he could find. Eye of Truth, activate. In an instant, Su Ran's vision transformed. Sky, earth, everything around him seemed to lose its color in a flash. Notification, hostile monsters detected. Lock onto their positions. Lock on. The moment he spoke. 1, 2. Every living creature within a 500-meter radius appeared as distinct blood-red silhouettes in his vision, blatantly visible. Time to level up. From then on, the burial grounds became a bloody and brutally elegant slaughterhouse. Under the precise tracking of the true sight, every skeletal creature buried beneath the soil was frozen into icy fragments by his spells. Notification, you killed level 15 monster, Corrupted Bone Warrior. Notification, you killed level 15 monster, Corrupted Bone Mage. Notification, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your rewards have received a 10,000-fold amplification. Notification, you killed level 15 monster. Notification. Under the devastating combined attacks of Frost Shield and Glacial Storm, wave after wave of bone creatures collapsed at Su Ran's feet. Notification, your level has increased to 16. Gain 6 stat points to. Notification. Due to his level exceeding that of the monsters, experience gains suffered from diminishing returns. By the time he reached level 17, even with the 10,000-fold amplification, the experience gained was minimal. Thank goodness the quest is completed. Notification, you have killed 100 bone creatures. The completion conditions for the quest, investigate the burial grounds, have been met. Next, he just needed to return to the mercenary guild to claim the reward for this unique quest. Next, Su Ran began looting the corpses. The generous rewards for monster kills caused his gold count to skyrocket. At the same time, he also gathered some equipment and potions. This time, however, his luck wasn't particularly great. These pieces of equipment corresponded to several classes: warrior, knight, priest, rogue, and hunter. Still, their value was quite substantial. After collecting the drops, Su Ran did not return to the main city. Based on memories from his previous life, Su Ran remembered that there was another hidden dungeon within the burial grounds, and it seemed to be nearby. A few minutes later, Su Ran came to a stop and looked ahead. Under the effect of Alitoya's Eye of Truth, he had discovered enemies concealed within the shadows. Burning Undead Knight. Level, 15. Race, Undead. Type, Gold Tier Boss. Health, 18,000. Attack Power, 517. Physical Defense, 291. Magic Defense, 345. Skills, War Stomp, Death Charge, Flame Shield. Description, an undead knight guarding a mysterious dungeon, riding its beloved warhorse to crush enemies beneath its hooves. A gold-tier guardian boss, rare and precious beyond measure. No hesitation. Before the burning undead knight could mount its horse, Su Ran struck first. Glacial Storm activated. Bone-chilling gales roared in. Countless ice elements churned violently, forming a swirling storm of ice blades like an ominous cloud. An endless barrage of ice blades descended with unstoppable force, one after another, all crashing down upon the burning undead knight and its beloved steed. Notification, you have discovered an unknown dungeon. Notification, you have disturbed the slumbering guardian boss, the burning undead knight. Prepare for battle. Notification, defeating the guardian boss will unlock this hidden dungeon. Only now did the notification sounds arrive, late as ever. But by then, the glacial storm had already landed. Boom. The massive burning undead knight was instantly stunned. Crack, crack, crack. Finish him while he's down. Once again, frost gathered and converged, forming 3 frost spears orbiting around Su Ran. He weaved through the eerie, decaying burial grounds, continuously swinging his staff. Mana was spent without restraint, lavishly consumed. Under the effects of numerous buffs, terrifying damage numbers kept erupting across the screen. Minus 3012. Minus 2814. Minus 2960. Minus 3015. Minus 3002. His movements were flawlessly smooth, combined with an impenetrable shield, paired with devastating, overwhelming damage output, delivering a perfectly satisfying sense of skill execution. A few seconds later, the snow and wind dissipated. The skies began to clear. The once monstrous boss, whose health bar had towered at 18,000 points, was now completely emptied. Kill confirmed. World announcement. Congratulations to the Chosen One for securing the first kill on the Guardian boss, Burning Undead Knight, and receiving Heavenly Dow rewards. World announcement. Congratulations. What the hell? This is insane. How many announcements has this guy triggered since launch? All of them are from this bastard. Brother Chosen One, interested in joining the Night Rain Guild Alliance? I'll have our guild leader contact you directly. Big brother, look at me. Mature voice, plus black stockings. Inspection welcome. Attachment, video.mp4. Senior, still taking underlings? Another world announcement flashed across the screen. Unlike before, the moment this announcement appeared, players across the world were thrown into shock. Some were stunned. Some groveled in admiration. Others completely lost it, launching into furious rants. Numerous major factions immediately reacted, sending high-ranking officials to contact Su Ran while secretly investigating his background. In an instant, hidden currents surged beneath the surface. Notification, you have successfully defeated the Guardian boss. Enter the dungeon. In stark contrast to the chaos unfolding in the global chat, the burial grounds remained utterly silent. Ignoring countless friend requests, Su Ran calmly gazed at the gradually materializing dungeon entrance and selected Confirm. Chapter 8. Tampering with the Chips of Fate. The dungeon gate was activating. Taking this opportunity, Su Ran quickly picked up the dropped items on the ground. Notification, you have obtained the skill book, Death Charge. Notification, unique eternal tier talent, 10,000-fold amplification triggered. Pity it's a knight's skill book. Su Ran felt somewhat disappointed. But this was within his expectations. After all, drops couldn't always perfectly match spellcaster classes. Otherwise, how would other class players survive? Next, he claimed his reward from the Heavenly Dow system. This time, he still chose equipment as the reward type. Notification, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Dark Gold to Legendary. Notification, you have obtained the Legendary equipment, Chip of Fate. Chip of Fate, the mythic upgrade item from my past life. Instantly, excitement flashed in Su Ran's eyes. Chip of Fate. Type, Special Equipment. Quality, Legendary. Unique effect. Activating the fate power within the equipment grants a 30% chance to enter the Blessed by Fortune state, a 10% chance to enter the Cursed by Misfortune state, and a 60% chance for nothing to occur. Description, a true warrior dares to tamper with the Chips of Fate. The moment he saw it was special equipment, he exclaimed that he'd struck gold. The Chip of Fate was an extremely rare, Fate-type special equipment, with a 30% chance to gain the beneficial, Blessed by Fortune effect, which greatly increased one's luck value. Actions such as attacking, enhancing, forging, or interacting, all fell under its influence. In his previous life, there was a player named Liliu. She earned the title of God of Enhancement solely by leveraging, Blessed by Fortune, to upgrade a legendary weapon to plus 19, a feat considered absurdly miraculous. As for Cursed by Misfortune, with a mere 10% activation chance, if someone suffered that every time, they'd truly be possessed by bad luck. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted Su Ran's thoughts. The dungeon had activated. Su Ran felt his vision blur. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot. Notification, you have entered the hidden dungeon, Crypt of the Fallen. Warning, this dungeon is a purple gold tier equipment dungeon. Prepare for battle. Darkness. Decay. Thick aura of death. As the notification faded, Su Ran found himself inside a dim, lightless crypt. Equipment dungeon. Su Ran glanced around, muttering to himself. In the game Eternal, Dungeons were divided into many types. For example, experience dungeons. Self-explanatory. Players would gain substantial experience upon defeating monsters or clearing the dungeon. Similarly, there were material dungeons, equipment dungeons, item dungeons, and gold dungeons, among others. Each provided corresponding rewards. And the Crypt of the Fallen was an equipment dungeon that dropped full sets of purple gold quality gear. But to Su-Ran, there was something even more valuable here. Successfully clearing it would grant him the first clear reward. The Set Advancement Stone, an item capable of directly upgrading a purple gold set into a legendary set. Thinking of this, Su-Ran turned his gaze toward the depths of the crypt. Following his line of sight, an ancient-looking palace came into view first. Under the shroud of black mist formed by swirling death energy, the palace appeared eerie and sinister. The air was filled with silence, save for two towering statues wielding longbows, standing guard at the palace entrance. If it were anyone else, they might have fallen for it. Su-Ran didn't rush forward recklessly. Instead, he prepared for combat. Under the effect of Aratoa's true eye, the seemingly lifeless statues began emitting glaring crimson light. Guardian of the Fallen. Level, 20. Race, Undead. Type, Purple Gold Elite Monster. Health, 8,000. Attack, 508. Physical Defense, 392. Magical Defense, 386. Skills, Armor-Piercing Arrow, Dizzying Shot, Arrow of Deathly Decay. Description, the Guardian of the Fallen eternally carries out their final order before death, to kill any and all intruders. Huh. Seeing the monster's stats, Su-Ran couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. No wonder these were elite monsters from a hidden dungeon. Only the HP seemed slightly lower. Everything else, the attack power, the skills, the Guardian of the Fallen, could easily go head-to-head with an ordinary boss. Especially their defense. For most other players, even breaking through that defense would be a struggle. Truly ridiculous. But Su-Ran didn't care how other players cleared dungeons. He had long been itching for a fight, craving combat. Activate Ice Shield. Glacial Storm. Release. The moment he spoke, bone-chilling gales erupted around him. 3 sharp, ice-blue spears swirled beside his body, radiating intense cold. Countless ice elements surged and twisted in the air, forming a terrifying blizzard that sent shivers down one's spine. The Guardian of the Fallen possessed defense that felt utterly hopeless. That was both its strength and its weakness. As long as he destroyed the stone plates covering its body before it fully awakened, that damn defense would be shattered. Boom. Everything happened in an instant. The countless ice blades formed by the glacial storm crashed down with thunderous speed and force. Crash, crash, crash. The razor-sharp ice blades instantly sliced into the ancient statues. Crack, crack. The glacial storm unleashed horrifying destructive power. In less than 2 seconds, the thick stone layers covering the monster's body shattered completely, broken to pieces. Notification, you have successfully destroyed the Guardian of the Fallen's defense, but you have also awakened the enemy. Prepare for battle. Kill. Drawing their bows, the 2 Guardians of the Fallen furiously unleashed their attacks, in unison. Yet Su-Ran remained utterly calm. With the stones shattered, the Guardian of the Fallen's defense value dropped straight to 0. This was precisely the perfect moment to strike. Damage boost activate. Su-Ran calmly raised his hand and launched another glacial storm. Minus 4,612. Minus 4,615. Minus 4,618. This time, under the 50% effect of his equipment skill, Wisdom Inspiration, each ice blade dealt devastating damage. In the blink of an eye, these 2 purple gold elite monsters collapsed, slain on the spot. Notification, you have killed a level 20 purple gold elite monster, Guardian of the Fallen. Due to defeating a boss above your level, you gain 120% experience bonus. Notification, you have killed. Without hesitation, Su-Ran immediately activated the unique effect of the Chip of Fate. Notification, you have successfully triggered the special effect of Chip of Fate, blessed by fortune. As the notification rang out, 2 brilliant rays of light appeared. There was no doubt about it. These were the distinctive glimmers unique to purple gold tier gear. Notification, you have obtained the Deathfall Greatsword. Notification, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from purple gold to legendary. Notification, you have obtained the Death Decay Greatsword. The first purple gold piece was a warrior's weapon. Strong stats. Pity it's not a legendary staff. Shaking his head, Su-Ran tossed the legendary staff into his backpack. Then, his fingertip brushed against the nearby shimmer of purple gold light. The next moment, a delightful chime sounded. Notification, you have obtained the Deathfall Gauntlets. Notification, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from purple gold to legendary. Notification, you have obtained the legendary set piece, Gauntlets of the Elegy. At this sight, his heart leapt wildly. It dropped. The 10,000-fold amplification had yielded a legendary set piece for casters, the Gauntlets of the Elegy. Chapter 9, The Elegy Poem Set. The Elegy Poem. A look of Shinwite crossed Su-Ran's face. With both the 10,000-fold amplification and Fate Chip taking effect simultaneously, he had actually obtained an ultimate piece of equipment. Elegy Poem Gauntlets. Required level, 20. Required class, Mage. Quality, Legendary. Type, Armor. Slot, Hands. HP plus 2,900. Intellect, plus 100. Physical Defense plus 229. Magical Defense plus 232. Cast Speed plus 40%. Durability. Set Skill. Hand of Lament. Summons a giant spectral hand that binds the target enemy and deals massive damage, lasting 8 seconds. Note, while bound, the enemy loses 10% of their mana per second. Description. a poem from life itself, singing the mournful elegy of the dying. Elegy poem set effects. 1 piece. Ignore 10% of enemy defense. 3 pieces, plus 15% resistance to all elemental attributes. 5 pieces, reduce crowd control duration by 25%. 7 pieces, sing the elegy poem, 30% chance to deal double damage. Su-Ran noticed something. The elegy poem set perfectly corresponded to all 7 armor slots. In Eternity, player armor consisted of 7 pieces: helmet, chestplate, gauntlets, shoulder guards, belt, leggings, and boots. In addition, wearable accessories included 2 rings, a necklace, and a bracelet, plus weapons, cloaks, and auxiliary equipment. Overall, the set effects were absolutely top tier. Not only did it include defense penetration, attribute resistance, and reduced crowd control time, but completing the full 7-piece set granted a 30% chance for double damage. It was simply absurd. Unfortunately, Su-Ran was still only level 18. He couldn't equip it yet. But Su-Ran lifted his gaze toward the ancient bronze palace gates, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Very soon I'll qualify. As soon as he spoke, the palace doors covered in mysterious inscriptions emitted a deep, rumbling sound. Boom, boom. As the massive gates slowly opened, the interior of the palace came into full view. Looking deeper into the grand hall, apart from the majestic throne shrouded in darkness at the far end, 2 rows of solemn, towering statues stood on either side. Magnificent, exquisite, breathtaking. The entire palace resembled a flawless work of art. Yet amidst this splendor and luxury, there wasn't a trace of life. Only an oppressive, nearly tangible aura of death permeated the air. Without hesitation, Su-Ran repeated his previous tactic and launched a frost storm. Target: all statues within the palace. Boom. A blizzard surged forward, shattering every inch of stone from the statues' surfaces. Their defense dropped to 0 instantly. Tips: you have awakened the slumbering fallen guard. Enemy is about to awaken. Prepare for combat. Tips: you have awakened the slumbering. In an instant, the grand stone statues lining the palace began to tremble and creak. Savage crimson eyes and heavy, razor-sharp great swords all turned in unison, toward one single direction. Fallen guards. Unlike the fallen sentinels he fought earlier, these warrior elites wielding massive blades were also purple-gold elite monsters, but their stats were roughly 20% higher. It seemed they had been enhanced by some mysterious force. I will crush your skull, drain your marrow. From the throne at the end of the hall came a voice so hideous it was unbearable, like a demon whispering in the dark. Boss. Su-Ran remained calm. It looked like he'd have to eliminate these fallen guards first before facing the true boss. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Exactly 28 towering figures charged straight towards Su-Ran. Wielding their great swords, they let out guttural roars. Intruder. Die. Facing the oncoming horde, Su-Ran activated his legendary gear, Fong of the Ancient Frost Dragon. Active effect: dread presence of the Ancient Frost Dragon. In an instant, an utterly terrifying, soul-chilling aura descended. Dragon's dread presence. All statues caught within its radius froze as if time itself had paused. Every single one plunged into a state of confusion. Seize the moment. Su-Ran unleashed everything. Frost Shield, activate. Wisdom Awakening, activate. Fate Chip, activate. 10,000 ice blades materialized in an instant. The onslaught from the area of effect spell Froststorm descended now. At this moment, Su-Ran had leveled up to 18. Even though he was still limited by level restriction, he couldn't yet equip the Elegy Poem gauntlets. But the free stat points and fixed growth from leveling up had skyrocketed his intellect to 400. Correspondingly, his magic attack had climbed to 2,800. Froststorm successfully cast. Thousands of ice blades mixed with bone-piercing cold winds surged forward like a tragic blizzard, crashing down upon the monsters with unstoppable force. Minus 4,619. Minus 9,224. Minus 9,218. Minus 4,613. Minus 9,220. A dense wave of damage numbers erupted simultaneously above the heads of the fallen guards. Because Su-Ran had activated the legendary equipment Fate Chip, Fortune's favor took effect. Most of these damage values were critical hits. Boom, boom, boom. From within a radius of dozens of meters came agonized screams emitted by the fallen guards. Su-Ran stood at the edge of the Froststorm, staff in hand, executing every single monster attempting resistance, without exception. Several seconds later, the fallen guards were completely annihilated. Tips: you have killed the level 20 purple gold elite monster, Fallen Guard. Because you defeated a boss above your level, you receive a 120% experience bonus. Tips: you have killed. The endless stream of kill notifications continued popping up relentlessly. Blinding golden rays burst forth from Su-Ran's body. Tips: unique forbidden talent triggered. Your rewards have been amplified 10,000-fold. Tips: your level has increased to 19. You have gained 6 free attribute points. Tips: your level 20 12, level 21 to 12, 22, 23, level 24 to 12. Under the effect of the unique talent 10,000-fold reward, his level had skyrocketed directly to 24. But this was only the beginning. The 10,000-fold rewards from loot drops were still waiting for him. Quite impressive magical fluctuations. From the end of the palace, the boss's hideous whisper echoed once more. Too bad. You'll soon become a corpse beneath my blade. Noisy. The effect of Fortune's favor was about to expire. Su-Ran had no time for idle chatter. Right before the shadow seated upon that grand throne, he swiftly began looting the corpses with practiced ease. As for what the boss said, completely ignored. Loot, loot, 10,000-fold reward takes effect. Obtained, Elegy Poem Robe. 10,000-fold reward takes effect. Obtained, Elegy Poem Boots. 10,000-fold reward takes effect. With each motion of Su Ran's, all 21 pieces of purple gold equipment dropped from the bodies now radiated the distinctive glow unique to legendary items. Chapter 10, Misfortune's Favor? Level Surge. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from purple gold tier to legendary tier. Notice, you have obtained a legendary set item, Elegy Morning Armor. As the final notification sound faded away, all the dropped items on the ground were gathered by Su Ran. Thanks to Fortune's favor, this drop was at least twice as abundant as normal. Su Ran thought inwardly, amazed. Wow. Who would have imagined he'd actually acquire 21 legendary grade equipment pieces in one go? Among them, Elegy Morning, Elegy Wish, Elegy Whisper, Elegy Prayer, and others corresponded respectively to classes like Warrior, Knight, Archer, Priest, and Rogue. This time, Su Ran's luck had exploded. A total of 5 pieces of the Elegy Poem Mage set had dropped, covering the head, shoulders, belt, legs, and boots. The physical and magical defense bonuses these pieces provided were roughly similar in value, all hovering around 230 points. Combined, the 5 items offered a total of 1,146 physical defense and 1,152 magical defense. In addition, each individual piece granted extra bonuses. Elegy Poem Hood increases maximum mana by 3,000 and intelligence by 100. Elegy Poem Shoulders increases maximum HP by 2,000 and critical hit rate by 25%. Elegy Poem Belt increases inventory slots by 80. Elegy Poem Leggings increases maximum HP by 2,000 and mana regeneration speed by 45%. Elegy Poem Boots increases maximum HP by 2,000 and movement speed by 50%. All things considered, this was absolutely terrifying. At this point, only the robe was missing to complete the full 7-piece set. After glancing at his current level, Su Ran immediately equipped all 5 items one by one. Instantly, his stats underwent an earth-shattering transformation. With the 30% bonus to HP from Aratoya's True Eye, combined with the fixed stat growth from leveling up and the legendary set effects, his health surged past the 20,000 mark, reaching 20,228. Not only that, his offensive stats skyrocketed as well. 636 intelligence, 4,452 magical attack power. This was the power bestowed by the legendary set. Truly peerless. Right now, his attribute sheet could rival some bosses around level 30. Of course, if facing higher level, more powerful entities, his strength still fell far short. After all, this was still the very early phase of the game's launch. But against same-level bosses, he felt absolutely no fear. With that thought, Su Ran turned his gaze toward the deepest part of the palace. Unnoticed until now, the shadow-cloaked figure seated upon the throne had risen from its towering seat. Thud, thud, step by heavy step. The being descended from the throne. You insignificant human who dares disturb the dying. It growled, slowly drawing a massive sword wreathed in ashen black flames. Prepare thyself for slaughter. Seeing the towering boss approach, Su Ran cast a Jinchop spell. The Dying, Commander of the Phantom Legion. Level, 30. Race, Undead. Type, Legendary Boss. HP, 58,000. Attack, 1,619. Physical Defense, 1,294. Magical Defense, 1,307. Skills, Phantom Blade, Life Drain, Undead Guard, Dying Blade Storm. Description: as the commander of the Phantom Legion, the Dying is obsessed with resurrecting the once-lost Phantom Legion erased from history. Su Ran hadn't expected the Dying to be a legendary boss. For most ordinary players, seeing such overwhelmingly terrifying stats on a legendary boss would have been enough to make them wet their pants. But Su Ran remained perfectly calm. 58,000 HP? Just trash, really. No sooner had Su Ran finished speaking than the boss reached him. Now, the distance between them was less than 3 meters. Boom. This time, the boss didn't waste words. It raised its flame-engulfed greatsword and brought it crashing down fiercely. Without hesitation, Su Ran charged straight into the attack. Any other new player's raid team would have retreated immediately to avoid direct confrontation. But he saw this as a perfect opportunity. High shields. Extreme resistance to both damage types. Plus over 20,000 HP. Given his current stats, while he couldn't compare with epic or mythic tier bosses when facing higher level, more advanced enemies. But against this level 30 legendary boss, he didn't even need to move. Time to stand and tank. Elegy Hand, activate. Su Ran muttered under his breath. A colossal hand, darkening the sky, materialized behind the boss and clenched with devastating force. Minus 12,514. With a 300% magical attack bonus, the damage shattered the 10,000 threshold. But that wasn't what mattered. Su Ran was more focused on the bind, effect now glowing above the boss's head. Glacial Storm, ready. Taking advantage of the moment, he activated the gear skill, Inspiration of Wisdom. Next skill, 50% increased damage. Then, Su Ran triggered the unique effect of the legendary equipment, Fate's Wager. The ridiculous happened. Notice, triggered 10% chance. You have gained the special effect, Misfortune's Favor. No big deal. Critical hits were merely a bonus. For real damage, it all came down to Glacial Storm. In an instant, Su Ran completed the skill channeling. Faced with this blizzard composed of countless icy blades, the boss instinctively sensed impending doom. It struggled to break free, desperate to tear this human to shreds before the storm struck. But no matter how violently it thrashed, it remained trapped. That mere 3-meter gap now felt like an uncrossable abyss. The boss couldn't land a single hit on Su Ran. All it could do was rage helplessly. Soon, the terrifying, glacial storm loomed overhead and crashed down at a 45-degree angle. Boom. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of slicing ice, massive damage numbers erupted one after another. Minus 5,892. Minus 5,914. Minus 6,078. Minus 12,014. Minus 6,010. As expected, misfortune's favor granted him only one critical hit. But it made no difference. Damage output alone was enough to overwhelm and kill the boss. Boom. Seconds later, the Phantom Legion commander let out a pained shriek, its massive body collapsing in bougon defiance. From beginning to end, this feared commander of the Phantom Legion, dreaded by countless players, had been nothing more than a toy. Notice, you have slain the legendary boss, the dying commander of the Phantom Legion. Notice, 10,000-fold reward triggered. Your level has increased to 25, gaining 6 free stat points. Notice, your level has increased to 26, gaining 6 free stat points. Notice, your level. 10,000-fold reward activated. Su Ran's level began skyrocketing. Level 26, level 27, level 28. By the time the notification ceased, his level had soared all the way to 30. Chapter 11, 7-piece set bonus activation. Notice, your current level has reached the maximum, and you are temporarily unable to gain experience points. So I've already hit level 30? Seriously crazy. Even as he said this, a satisfied smile spread across Su Ran's face. After all, this was an equipment dungeon. Under the effect of his talent, 10,000-fold reward, the experience bonus alone had skyrocketed his level straight to 30. Then, just how rich would the other drops be? Gathering his thoughts, Su Ran turned his gaze toward the corpse of the fallen boss on the ground. Destiny chip. Activate. The moment the words left his mouth, the wheel of fate was gently set into motion. As expected, the system prompt followed immediately. Notice, triggered 30% chance. You have obtained a special effect, favored by luck. Lucky this time. With favored by luck secured, Su Ran wasted no time and began looting the body. As he picked up each item, dazzling and radiant lights emerged once again. Notice, you have obtained the bow of the fallen. Notice, you have obtained the robe of the fallen. Notice, you have obtained a set advancement stone. The instant the drops appeared, 10,000-fold reward activated. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your rewards has been upgraded from auric purple to legendary. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification. Notice, you have obtained the Deathwither longbow. Notice, you have obtained the robe of elegy. The robe of elegy. Seeing the brilliant legendary glow inside his inventory, Su Ran muttered that it hadn't been easy. The final piece of the elegy set had finally dropped. Notice, you have collected all parts of the elegy set. Would you like to equip this set and activate the 7-piece set bonus? Not yet. Su Ran wasn't someone who rushed things recklessly. Successfully completing the elegy set was merely a prelude, a sweet appetizer. The real excitement came next. Another prompt. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Notice, you have obtained a set advancement stone. As expected, 10,000-fold reward never failed to deliver. The first clear reward from defeating the final boss, this set advancement stone, had actually been upgraded to epic quality. This meant only one thing. Once activated, the elegy set would directly evolve into an epic quality set. And best of all, no cost whatsoever. Notice, would you like to use the set advancement stone to advance the elegy set? Confirm. Su Ran made his decision without hesitation. Notice, advancement successful. You have obtained the infinite elegy set. In an instant, the legendary brilliance, spoken of only in myths, flooded every corner of the vast palace. Advancement complete. Epic ascension. Suppressing the wild joy surging within him, Su Ran shifted his gaze to the robe in his hand. Infinite elegy robe. Required level, 20. Required class, mage. Quality, epic. Type, armor. Slot, upper garment. Plus 4,000 HP. Plus 200 intelligence. Plus 429 physical defense. Plus 432 magic defense. Durability, indestructible. Equip skill, endless morning. Activates the power imbued within the gear, causing enemies in a designated area to enter a special state. Endless morning. During this time, enemies cannot move or attack, and all attributes are reduced by 30%, lasting 5 seconds. Description, a poem born of life, singing the elegy of the dying. HSS. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Su Ran was still utterly stunned by the power of an epic tier item. Damn, the stat bonuses of these 7 pieces had literally doubled. But that wasn't even the most exciting part. When the elegy set evolved into an epic set, its set effects underwent a monumental transformation. 1 piece. Increases your defense by 20%. 3 pieces. Increases attribute resistance by 25%. 5 pieces. Reduces crowd control duration by 40%. 7 pieces. Play the Sigh of Elegy. Your next attack has a 30% chance to deal a defense ignoring, 1-hit kill effect. Ignore defense. 1-hit kill. This was the power of an epic tier set. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately unequipped his shining wisdom robe and tossed it straight into his inventory. The 50% damage boost from the equip skill, Wisdom Inspiration, was indeed tempting. But compared to the terrifying bonuses of an epic tier set, it was frankly underwhelming. Notice, you have equipped the Infinite Elegy Poem Robe, meeting the set requirements. 7-piece set effect successfully activated. The moment Su Ran finished equipping the gear, the long silent world announcement suddenly blared out again. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chosen 1 for unlocking an epic tier set, becoming the first player in the world to obtain epic grade equipment, and and receiving an enhanced reward. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chosen One for successfully 3 consecutive world announcements blindsided every player across the globe. Since server launch, the previously ignored global equipment leaderboard instantly drew countless players' attention. As they opened the rankings, shock filled their screens. At the top, only Su Ran's name appeared. Countless other players didn't even qualify to be listed. In an instant, the entire world chat exploded into chaos. Holy shit, getting an epic set this early? That's insane. But seriously? Don't you have any shame? Turn off that cheat already. Fuck you sideways. I've been playing fairly, yet all world announcements belong to this guy now. Chosen One is a friend of Night Rain Guild. Watch your words if you know what's good for you. Bro, did you see my last high-spec video? I've upgraded to white this time. Video attachment.mp4. Carry me, bro. Envy, admiration, outrage, and endless attempts at alliance building and plea writing. All eyes across the world were now locked onto Su Ran. Yet, unlike before, a few minutes later, numerous temporary private messages flooded in, revealing a shocking piece of news. Apparently, 7 out of the top 10 major factions had joined forces to form a special alliance. Some speculated it was specifically targeted at Su Ran to crush him during his vulnerable early stage. Upon hearing this, Su Ran didn't get angry. He almost laughed. This alliance, in his past life, was mockingly known as the fastest dissolving alliance in history. It lasted only 3 days before mutual distrust erupted among its members, ultimately collapsing into ruin. But the mention of Night Rain Guild caught his attention. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Night Rain Guild acted quietly but decisively. By being the first to push a massive wave of players to level 10, they dominated the Mercenary Guild reputation grind, gradually seizing full control of the Mercenary Guild, eventually rising as the most fearsome dominant force in the game. Chapter 12: The Legendary Inheritance of Martin. Mercenary Guild. At the mere thought, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In Eternal, the Mercenary Guild was an irreplaceable institution in every player's heart. After registering as a mercenary, players could earn Mercenary Guild experience by completing tasks, which allowed them to advance through mercenary ranks. Mercenaries were ranked from Iron Tier, Bronze Tier, Silver Tier, all the way up to Transcendent, Epic, and even Divine Tier. Different ranks granted access to special equipment of corresponding levels. The Mercenary Token. As a mercenary's rank increased, not only did the stat bonuses from the token grow stronger, but they also gained the right to form their own player-led mercenary companies. In his previous life, the Night Rain Guild had its members grind mercenary missions relentlessly, secretly establishing dozens of mercenary companies. As a result, they recruited countless players during the early stages of the game. Players who joined these companies, upon completing mercenary tasks, would contribute experience points toward their company's growth. Not only could this raise the company's level, but it also unlocked exclusive buffs. But one thing mattered most. The company took 10% of each member's mission rewards, enough to amass enormous profits. 10%. Rewards. A bold suspicion began forming in Su Ran's mind. Perhaps, this 10% cut could trigger the 10,000-fold reward. If so, he'd be striking gold. Without delay, Su Ran exited the instance dungeon first, then turned his attention to the world announcement. He hadn't forgotten. He still had an enhanced reward to claim. Tip: claim enhanced reward. One of the following categories will be randomly selected as your reward: enhancement, amplification, inlaying, or enchantment. There were 4 possible categories to choose from. Claim it. Without hesitation, Su Ran made his choice. Just go for it. With 10,000-fold reward active, any category would yield insane profit. The moment he spoke, a new notification appeared. Tip: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from dark gold to legendary. Tip: you have obtained the legendary enhancement material, Martin's family treasure. In an instant, a dazzling, radiant glow unique to legendary items appeared within his inventory. Martin's family treasure. Type: inlaid gemstone. Quality: legendary. Slot: weapon. Effect: grants death magic element to the weapon. Adds the active effect, Wither Life, which applies wither marks on enemies upon dealing damage, gradually weakening them. Description: a hereditary treasure from the Lich Archmage Martin, imbued with endless magical secrets. Excellent. With his past life experience, Su Ran instantly recognized the gem's immense value. Wither Life. Every time damage was dealt, it would stack weakening debuffs on enemies. Truly a boss-slaying masterpiece. Unfortunately, he currently lacked a suitable weapon, so he put the idea on hold for now. Shortly after, Su Ran arrived at the main city. Tip: you have entered Frostbound City. The moment he stepped through the gates, another world announcement flashed across the screen. World announcement. Congratulations to player Baiju for becoming the second player to reach level 10, earning a gold tier reward. Before this message faded, several more announcements followed in rapid succession. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yiyu for becoming the third player to reach level 10, earning a silver tier reward. World announcement. Congratulations to player. One world announcement after another flooded in. As time passed, players began flooding into the main city in large numbers. Witnessing this, countless players were moved to tears. Damn it, finally no more Chosen One announcements. Long live Guild Leader Baiju. Guild Leader Yiyu is awesome. Stay low-key, just basic ops, no flexing. Across the world channel, major factions shook off their earlier gloom and stood tall with pride. Yet at this moment, Su Ran had already returned to the Mercenary Guild. You, Iron Tier Mercenary. How may I assist you? Submit a quest. Under the astonished gaze of Hill, Su Ran submitted the S-rank unique quest, Investigate the Burial Grounds. Instantly, multiple beams of light burst forth. Tip: you have received a reward, Bard Staff. Tip: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Crimson Gold to Legendary. Tip. You have received a reward. Whisper of the World Tree. A weapon. A brilliant radiance suddenly flared to life. A solemn and artistically crafted staff appeared in Su-Ran's hands, exuding a heavy, profound aura of mystery. Whisper of the World Tree. Required level, 30. Required class, mage. Quality, legendary. Type, staff. Slot, weapon. Intelligence plus 200. Physical attack plus 219. Magic attack plus 401. Health recovery rate plus 50%. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Movement speed plus 20%. Durability, indestructible. Equip skill, Blessing of the World Tree. Activate the hidden power within the staff to enter a special state. Blessing of the World Tree. Grants immunity to all lethal damage for 10 seconds. 10-minute cooldown. Special effect. The wielder earns the reverence of the elven race. Description. A branch taken from the World Tree by the Elf Queen, imbued not only with mystical power, but inscribed with the Queen's whispered words. The moment Su-Ran saw this staff, boundless joy surged through his heart. Truly worthy of being a legendary item. Not only was it made from the World Tree itself, but it also had deep ties to the legendary Elf Queen. Just the special effect, earns the reverence of the elven race alone, was enough to make it an exceptional treasure among legendary gear. Not to mention the tremendous stat boosts, and especially the equipment skill that granted 10 seconds of immunity to fatal damage. It was absurdly overpowered. Finally got a weapon. Su-Ran suppressed his excitement, and turned his attention to his mercenary rank. The rewards weren't over yet. Mercenary experience could also trigger the 10,000-fold reward. Sure enough, the system prompt arrived right on schedule. At this moment, his 10,000-fold reward talent activated once more. Tip. Congratulations on completing the S-rank unique quest. Experience reward is being distributed. Tip. 10,000-fold amplification successful. Your received experience has been increased. Tip. You have gained 100,000 points of mercenary experience. Tip. You have gained mercenary experience. In an instant, an unimaginably vast amount of mercenary guild experience poured towards Su-Ran. Tip. Your mercenary rank has advanced to bronze tier. Tip. Your mercenary rank has advanced to silver tier. Tip. Your mercenary. One beam of golden light after another showered down without restraint. As the notifications continued to flash, the massive amount of mercenary experience from this S-rank unique quest caused Su-Ran's mercenary rank to skyrocket. Chapter 13. Emptying the inventory. Notice. Your mercenary rank has been upgraded to Crimson Gold. Notice. You have obtained a special equipment, mercenary token. As the notification tones faded, the dull iron tier mercenary badge on Su-Ran's body was instantly replaced by a dazzling brilliance. Inside his backpack, a new item appeared, a token shimmering with crimson gold light. Mercenary token. Type, special equipment. Quality, Crimson Gold tier. Equipment attributes, increases physical and magical defense by 20%, increases critical hit rate by 10%. Special effect, upon creating a mercenary guild, grants access to an exclusive Crimson Gold tier mercenary territory. Description, as a Crimson Gold tier mercenary, this token symbolizes the holder's status. After glancing at the stat bonuses, Su-Ran tossed the old iron tier mercenary token, offering only +5 to both defenses, into his inventory without hesitation. There was simply no comparison between the two. Notice, equip special equipment, mercenary token. Notice, equip weapon, Whisper of the World Tree. Confirm. Su-Ran equipped both the token and the weapon immediately. Currently, his level had risen to 30. The base stat gains from leveling up, combined with all free attribute points allocated into intelligence, alongside the enhanced epic tier elegy poem set bonus, had pushed his stats to terrifying levels. Health, 28,600. Intelligence, 1,544. His magical attack power was absurd. With 75% increased attack damage, it skyrocketed to 11,509. That meant, even a simple fireball spell, without landing a critical hit, could deal over 10,000 points of damage. In the early stages of the game, this was nothing short of monstrous. Good. Su-Ran glanced at his character sheet and nodded in satisfaction. It was a shame, though. His level had already reached the current cap. To avoid wasting any more experience, he needed to complete his class promotion as soon as possible. With that thought, Su-Ran turned his attention to the quest log. Upon reaching level 30, his second class advancement quest had quietly unlocked. Notice, second class advancement quest unlocked. Accept. Warning. Due to your class being an eternal tier unique class, this quest difficulty will be raised to Hellfire rank. Hellfire rank? Su-Ran welcomed it wholeheartedly. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Ordinary class change quests posed almost no challenge. But likewise, they offered negligible stat bonuses. Without further hesitation, he selected Accept. Notice, you have accepted the second class trial quest. The quest, Lost Eternal Kingdom, has been unlocked. View details for more information. At this sight, Su-Ran's pupils abruptly contracted. If he remembered correctly, this all-too-familiar Eternal Kingdom was likely connected to the main storyline of Phase 1 in the game. Lost Eternal Kingdom. Type, Class Trial Quest. Difficulty, Hellfire rank. Objective, travel to the Slumbering Forest and collect the quest items, Silent Nightshade, and Skull of Bone Dragon Barzel. Just as I thought, Su-Ran murmured to himself, already certain of the answer. In his previous life, the items used to activate the main storyline quest were precisely the Silent Nightshade and the Skull of Bone Dragon Barzel, both found within the Slumbering Forest. So indeed, there was a deep connection. Perfect. Su-Ran had already set his next plan in motion. But before that, there was one crucial matter to attend to. Players could form a mercenary guild once they reached silver tier rank, though the recruitment cap was limited to 1,000 members. As rank increased, so too did the maximum number of recruits. Yet Su Ran remained calm. At Crimson Gold tier, the mercenary guild could recruit up to 50,000 members. More than enough. As time passed, vast numbers of players continued pouring into the main city. Now was the perfect opportunity. Because he could draw 10% of the quest rewards from every guild member's mercenary missions, and under the effect of a 10,000-fold bonus multiplier, the profits he would gain would be absolutely staggering. No delay, Su Ran quickly submitted the application to create a guild. Notice, player meets requirements to establish a Crimson Gold tier mercenary guild. Guild successfully created. Notice, please name your mercenary guild with a legendary title. Chosen one. The moment Su Ran spoke, brilliant golden light flashed across the screen. A world announcement blared into every player's ears. World announcement. Congratulations to player chosen one for becoming the first player to establish a mercenary guild, receiving 500 world reputation points. World announcement. Congratulations to player chosen one for becoming. 3 more world announcements followed in rapid succession. The 4 characters, chosen one, once again became the hottest topic among countless players. Whoa, did a dog just create a mercenary guild? Accept me, accept me. I'm right here in Frostbound City, already heading to the mercenary guild. Holy shit, this is actually a Crimson Gold tier mercenary guild? With 50,000 slots. Boss chosen one, spare 1 spot. I'm 11 level conjuncture low shark. Warriors bleed more than periods. Nobody plays that trash. Congrats, brother chosen one. The words Crimson Gold tier mercenary guild completely stunned every player. For a moment, the world chat fell into utter silence. Even all the major factions remained collectively speechless. And just then, Su Ran made another move. Notice, would you like to spend 50,000 gold to issue the highest tier mercenary recruitment order? Currently, Su Ran had accumulated 80,000 gold coins. All thanks to the 10,000-fold reward. Confirm. Without hesitation, he issued the highest tier mercenary recruitment order. Target, all Chinese server players entering the main city. Notice, player Ying Guai has applied to join your mercenary guild. Notice, player AI Negushan Zhou has applied to join your mercenary guild. Notice, player. The moment the recruitment order appeared, the world channel erupted into chaos. Countless players, still in shock, made a new discovery. Even if they weren't in Frostbound City, they could still join the Chosen One mercenary guild through the recruitment order. In an instant, numerous players submitted applications to join. Among them were even some promising players from Su Ran's previous life. Approved. Facing the flood of applications, Su Ran approved every single one. He didn't worry at all about infiltrators from major factions. The reason was simple. The entire mercenary guild was, in essence, just a tool to generate 10,000-fold rewards for him. From now on, he only needed to sit back and reap the rewards. Next, Su Ran decided to earn some gold first. To grow stronger, he needed massive amounts of gold. There were many ways to make money. He chose the easiest one. A few minutes later, Su Ran left the mercenary guild and appeared in a small shop tucked away in a back alley. Unlike other shops, this special store sold only one type of item. Jars. Dusty mystery jar. Type. Item. Effect. Upon opening, grants a random item. Quality is entirely random. Choose carefully. Sales are final. No refunds or exchanges. Description. I used to be a gambling addict. Notice. Purchase this item. Confirm. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran emptied the shop's entire current stock, buying 100 dusty mystery jars in one go. Chapter 14. The Canister Explosion. Notice. Successfully purchased the sealed special canister. Current quantity held, 100. With the final purchase complete, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. These canisters were extremely expensive. The price for 100 of them totaled exactly 30,000 gold coins. Even in his past life, few players were willing to gamble like this. Because some players had actually calculated it. The odds of getting anything good from these canisters were simply too low. Most drops were just common items and a handful of gold coins. Even now, any player witnessing this scene would probably shout, "Boss, have you lost your mind?" In other words, this was a guaranteed loss. Yet Su Ran didn't seem concerned at all. In fact, he immediately opened one right on the spot. Notice, opening the sealed special canister. Notice, canister opened successfully. Reward obtained, tattered court longsword. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification activated. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from bronze to purple gold. Notice, you have obtained Radiant Guard Commander's Blade. Exactly as expected, a slight upward curve appeared at the corner of Su Ran's lips. Just this single-handed sword alone would send countless people scrambling to get their hands on it. Keep going. Su Ran found a quiet spot and activated the special effect of his legendary equipment, Fate's Wager. Notice, successfully triggered Fate's Wager's special effect, Fortune's Favor. After 2 attempts, Su Ran gained the beneficial buff, Fortune's Favor. Then, he pulled out another canister from his backpack. Notice, opening the sealed special canister. Notice, canister opened successfully. Reward obtained, 14 gold coins. As the notification appeared, 14 gold coins materialized in Su Ran's hand. Instantly, the 10,000-fold reward took effect. Hundreds of thousands of dazzling gold coins poured down before him with a jingling crash. 140,000 gold coins. Received. Continue. Without pausing, Su Ran began opening canisters frantically. Notice, opening the sealed special canister. Notice, canister opened successfully. Reward obtained, armor of fiery battle spirit. As canister after canister was opened, brilliant lights burst forth one after another. Under the 10,000-fold amplification, every randomly acquired item underwent a qualitative transformation. Dull gold cleric boots. Purple gold disposable consumables. Gold knight's lance. Legendary dark attribute ring. various rare Shanshan gems, and enhancement stones. With each canister cracked open, rewards of unimaginable value kept flooding in front of Su Ran. The amount of gold alone had already surged past 6 million due to the multiplier, and that number continued to climb. 7 million, 8 million, 10 million. By the time Su Ran reached his 99th canister, the total gold he'd received had already surpassed 10 million. His other gains were even harder to describe. Excluding gold, there were 55 pieces of equipment and items below crimson gold grade. Any single one of them, if thrown into the auction house, would spark immediate bidding wars. And the higher tier loot wasn't scarce either. He obtained 17 legendary items and 3 epic grade pieces. It was only a pity that these top tier equipments required far too high a level. Currently, Su Ran couldn't equip any of them. I hope the last canister holds a surprise. Muttering to himself, Su Ran opened the final canister. Notice, opening the sealed special canister. Suddenly, the unique radiance of an epic grade item flared into existence, illuminating Su Ran's face. Notification messages followed in rapid succession, each more exhilarating than the last. Notice, canister opened successfully. Reward obtained, Cloak of Light and Shadow Traces. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from epic to divine grade. Notice, you have obtained Cloak of Commanding Light and Darkness. Divine grade. Su Ran's heart pounded violently. Disbelief filled his eyes. The 10,000-fold amplification had taken an epic item and turned it directly into a divine artifact. Even in his previous life, he couldn't recall ever truly possessing a divine grade piece of equipment. After all, divine equipment was typically held by legendary or even mythical creatures. Players obtaining divine gear was exceedingly rare, and now, one lay right before him, suppressing the surge of excitement. Su Ran immediately inspected the divine grade cloak. Cloak of Commanding Light and Darkness. Required level, none. Required class, any class may equip. Quality, legendary. Type, special armor. Slot, cloak. Current growth stage, stage 1. Effect 1. Strength plus 200, intelligence plus 200, stamina plus 200, agility plus 200. Takes effect when equipped. Effect 2. In bright environments, increases evasion chance by 60%. In dark environments, ignores level differences and becomes undetectable by all creatures. Equip skill, Master of Light and Shadow. Activate the power within the equipment to enter the Master of Light and Shadow state for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note 1. While in the Master of Light and Shadow state, switching to light form enhances all skills with light sushing effects and grants immunity to light-based damage. Note 2. Switching to shadow form enhances all skills with shadow sushing effects and grants immunity to shadow-based damage. Advancement requirement. Slay 1,000 elite monsters not lower in level than yourself to advance the equipment to its second stage, increasing the duration and enhancement effects of Master of Light and Shadow, along with boosting attribute bonuses. Description: Light and darkness, eternally opposed. Incredible. Truly worthy of being a divine artifact. This is absurdly powerful. These were the only thoughts racing through Su Ran's mind as he gazed at the equipment. This growable divine item was already providing a 200-point bonus to all 4 core attributes at just its first stage. If it advanced to the second stage, the improvements would likely go far beyond mere doubling. But what truly defied belief was the equip skill, Master of Light and Shadow. It seemed to be a special status skill. In other words, a transformation ability sought after by countless players. Once activated, this state would transform him into an overwhelmingly powerful existence, dramatically enhancing every one of his skills. And best of all, he could switch between 2 distinct forms. It was terrifying. At the same time, Su Ran felt profoundly relieved that this growable legendary piece had no level requirement. Otherwise, if it had been restricted to a higher level, he might have had to wait until the end of time before ever equipping it. Notice, equipment won successfully. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately equipped the divine artifact. Instantly, light and shadow intertwined and twisted around each other. Mysterious, profound, an aura both chilling and awe-inspiring. The cloak, woven from strands of light and darkness, slowly floated behind Su Ran, shrouded in a hazy mist as if veiled in primordial chaos. It added an even deeper layer of mystery to his presence. Not only that, after equipping the cloak of shadowed light and darkness, Su Ran exuded a unique aura with every movement. With another 200 points added across all 4 core attributes, his stats surged once again. At present, his HP reached a staggering 39,000 points, and his intelligence soared to 1,744. As expected, his magical attack power had also climbed dramatically, now reaching 12,909. But even this wasn't the end. Su Ran glanced at his backpack, filled to the brim with dazzling rare items. Aside from equipment, there were also various enhancement materials. Among them, 5 equipment enhancement stones, all of legendary dark gold quality. Enhancement stone. Type, enhancement material. Quality, silver grade. Effect, can be used to upgrade equipment. Upgrade success rate. Levels 1 to 6, 60%. Levels 6, 10, 30%. Levels 10 to 13, 5%. Special effect. During enhancement, there is a chance to trigger a special event, allowing multiple upgrade levels to be gained at once. As expected, even dark gold grade enhancement stones could only upgrade gear up to level 13. To progress further, higher quality stones would be required. But right now, forget dark gold stones. Even bronze quality ones were being auctioned at unimaginable prices. In addition, enhancing equipment consumed enormous amounts of gold. Currently, aside from Su Ran, no one else could afford it. Lost in thought, he made his way toward the blacksmith shop. As time passed, a flood of players poured into Icebound City. The entire main city bustled with energy and excitement. Even the entrance of the blacksmith shop was packed with onlookers. Suddenly, a loud voice rose from the crowd. Bronze tier necklace with a passive skill, enhancement +4. Anyone want this little top tier piece? Also, quick question, any merchants here offering guaranteed enhancement services? Following the sound, surprise flickered in Su Ran's eyes. Someone actually dared to offer guaranteed enhancement this early in the game? With enhancement stones so rare, didn't they fear going completely bankrupt? As he pondered, his gaze landed on the little gem displayed among the crowd. Gear pendant of the useless inventor. Required level, 20. Required class, none. Quality, bronze. Type, accessory. Slot, necklace. +3 intelligence. +2 stamina. Durability. Skill, useless modification. Activates the latent power within the pendant, allowing the last performed action to be repeated between 1 to 10 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Note, each repetition consumes an additional 10% of the user's HP, cannot activate when HP reaches 1. Description, no invention is truly useless. Only owners who don't know how to use them. Haha, useless modification? What trash. Why not just dump this thing in the vendor shop already? You can't say that. Maybe some poor soul out there will actually buy it. Repeating an action once costs 10% HP. What if it triggers 10 repetitions? You trying to wish death upon your buyer, or what? The comment sparked immediate laughter throughout the crowd. The seller's face darkened with embarrassment. Harsh as those words were, they weren't entirely wrong. Repeating the last action. That could mean casting a skill twice during combat, which sounded decent. But if it triggered 10 repeats? You'd be dead for sure. Others kept mocking. But in Su Ran's eyes, excitement flickered. He knew this piece far too well. Though it looked like a worthless bronze-level junk item, in the previous timeline, it was actually quite famous. Repeat the last action? It didn't just apply to using skills. Actions like enhancing, upgrading, or gem embedding were included too. And, when the special effect triggered, it didn't consume any extra materials. This item truly deserved the title of top tier. Boss, I'll take this piece. Without hesitation, Su Ran declared his intent to buy. Hearing this, the jeering players all frowned. Seriously? Someone's actually buying this. Is this guy just asking to get scammed? At that moment, everyone turned in unison to look at Su Ran. The next second, everyone gaped in shock. What the hell? The shine from this guy's gear could blind someone. Look at his cloak. That's definitely legendary. No, wait. It's epic grade gear. Isn't this the chosen one, boss? Leader, I just joined your guild. Please take me grinding. The luxurious gear on Su Ran's body, almost too dazzling to look at, along with the cloak exuding an aura of intertwined light and shadow, completely stunned every player present. At the same time, it left them all deeply puzzled. Who would believe that the chosen one, dressed in such extravagant equipment, would come here to buy a piece of bronze tier junk? 3 gold coins for a loss. I'll sell it for that, okay? Just as everyone was baffled, the vendor selling the item cautiously spoke up. No haggling took place. Su Ran bought the item outright for just 3 gold coins. Notice, you have successfully equipped gear pendant of the useless inventor. Transaction complete. Su Ran immediately equipped it, then began preparing for enhancement. 1, 2, 3. One after another, enhancement stones were neatly placed in order. Then he removed his staff and placed it onto the enhancement workbench. Notice, consume enhancement stone to enhance the weapon World Tree's Whisper. Seeing this scene, many players gathered closer. The brilliant glow and mysterious aura clearly indicated this staff was no ordinary weapon. At the very least, it was a legendary grade item. Under countless envious and covetous gazes, Su Ran turned his attention toward his divine artifact, Cloak of Shadowed Light and Darkness. A legendary weapon? That was merely a warm-up. The real show was yet to come. With that thought, he activated the special effect of the legendary equipment Fate's Gambit. Fortune's favor activated. Enhancement commenced. Notice, enhancing equipment. As the dark gold enhancement stone slowly dissolved, a faint glow gradually covered the surface of the staff. Only about 2 or 3 seconds passed, when the notification sounded again. Notice, enhancement successful. Notice, your equipment enhancement level increased by +1. Now, before the notification had even fully faded, Su Ran activated the equipment skill, useless modification. Notice, special effect triggered. You will repeat your last action 9 times. Suddenly, Su Ran's HP plummeted rapidly. Before the +1 enhancement effect had vanished, wave after wave of dazzling light followed in quick succession. Enhancement +2 success. Enhancement +3 success. Enhancement +4. Fortune's favor remained active. All 9 consecutive enhancements. Success. Notice, enhancement successful. Notice, your equipment enhancement level increased by +10. As the notification rang in his ears, World Tree's Whisper burst forth with radiant brilliance, turning the dim evening-lit blacksmith shop into a place as bright as day. Damn! The surrounding crowd collectively sucked in their breath. Every player froze in shock. What the hell? He only enhanced once. Why is his gear glowing like that? No kidding. We're all stuck with bronze and silver garbage. But he's already wielding legendary gear. No, something's off. At this moment, some sharp-eyed players noticed something unusual. To confirm their suspicions, they quickly cast a detection spell. The next second, the result appeared. Though the spell failed to reveal detailed information about the equipment, one detail stood out glaringly. World Tree's Whisper enhancement level. +10. Chapter 16 The Blessing of the World Tree. Staring blankly at the dazzling glow of +10 enhancement, many players felt a wave of disbelief rise in their hearts. Bro, was that just now? The special effect of that trash piece of gear? After a long silence, someone tentatively spoke up, but more players turned their attention to Su Ran's health bar. A sudden 90% drop in HP. This had to be the effect of the gear's pendant of the useless inventor. In an instant, every player present was screaming furiously in their minds. Why didn't I act sooner? Just 3 gold coins, and I could have obtained this life-changing item. Soon enough, news about the special effect of the gear's pendant of the useless inventor spread throughout the global chat channel. But then came the unfortunate truth. This item was a reward from a Class C unique quest. Only one existed in the world. Regret. Agony. Every player present now looked at Su Ran with complicated emotions. At this moment, he took off another piece of equipment. Enhancing a legendary staff had only been his first test. Now his true target was a divine artifact, the Cloak of Commanding Light and Shadow. In Eternal, one rule never changed. The stat boost from enhancement increased steadily with each upgrade level. After being enhanced to +10, the Whisper of the World tree saw a significant change in its attributes. First, intelligence bonus rose from 200 to 300. Second, magic attack bonus climbed from 401 to 602. Overall, stats improved by roughly 50%. Quite impressive. Downing several healing potions, Su Ran restored his HP to full. Then he activated the special effect of Fate Chip, gaining the buff, Fortune's Favor. Everything was ready. Enhancement resumed. Tips. Enhancing equipment. The prompt sounded as the dark gold quality enhancement stone slowly dissolved. Tips. Enhancement successful. Tips. Your equipment enhancement level +1. At the very moment the enhancement light began to dim, Su Ran once again activated the skill of the Gears Pendant of the Useless Inventor. Tips. Special effect triggered. You will repeat your last action, repeated 3 times. This time, he clearly wasn't as lucky as before, but it was expected. As his HP plummeted by 30%, a shimmer of +4 enhancement appeared on the surface of the Cloak of Commanding Light and Shadow. Witnessing this scene, all the onlookers were stunned. Since when did enhancing gear become so easy? The shopkeeper who sold the Gears Pendant of the Useless Inventor turned pale and flushed in turns. But the deal was done. He could only stand there silently, watching Su Ran continue enhancing. Wasn't this essentially a form of NTR? Tips. Enhancing equipment. Su Ran consumed another enhancement stone and continued upgrading. When he successfully reached +5 on the Cloak of Commanding Light and Shadow, useless modification triggered again. Tips. Special effect triggered. You will repeat your last action, repeated 1 time. This time, only 1 repeat was granted, and the enhancement failed. Glancing at his remaining 2 enhancement stone, Su Ran remained completely calm, his hands never hesitating. This was enhancement. To even have this success rate was already pretty good. Besides, the higher the gear quality, the lower the chance of successful enhancement, especially for legendary divine artifacts. Tips. Enhancing equipment. Su Ran used another enhancement stone. Useless modification triggered. He gained 2 repeat chances. Tips. Enhancement successful. Tips. Your equipment enhancement level is now +7. Finally reached +7. Looking at the divine artifact in his hand, Su Ran used his final enhancement stone. All or nothing in this one attempt. HP fully restored. Su Ran proceeded with the enhancement. Tips. Enhancement failed. The moment the failure message appeared, Su Ran immediately activated useless modification. Instantly, a radiant glow enveloped the cloak woven from light and shadow, emitting a brilliant, awe-inspiring pillar of light. Tips. Special effect triggered. You will repeat your last action, repeated 10 times. 10 times. Staring at the cascading splendor of light, Su Ran's mind snapped alert. Each additional repetition would deduct 10% of his maximum HP. 10 times. That meant he would instantly die, but Su Ran was prepared. Facing his rapidly plummeting health bar, he activated the legendary staff's equipment skill. The mysterious power contained within, Whisper of the World tree, surged outward, swiftly spreading around him. A faint silhouette of the World tree quietly emerged. Equipment skill, Blessing of the World tree. Lasts for 10 seconds. During this time, the wielder becomes completely immune to all lethal damage. Tips. Enhancement successful. Tips. Your equipment enhancement level is now +8. Tips. Enhancement failed. Tips. Enhancement successful. Tips. Your equipment enhancement level is now +9. Tips. Without consuming a single item, Su Ran initiated a 10-fold consecutive enhancement. The enhancement level of the Cloak of Commanding Light and Shadow began soaring at an astonishing rate. +10, +11, +12. Perhaps due to the previous failures, after reaching +10, not a single failure occurred. Enhancement continued relentlessly, finally stabilizing at enhancement level +15. The radiant glow from +15 enhancement was dazzling and magnificent, enough to mesmerize countless players. Damn, how is such a move even possible? Witnessing this scene, every player on site stood there dumbfounded. A few seconds later, the players slowly regained their senses. At that moment, one thought echoed in their minds. They absolutely had to see how terrifying the stats of a +15 enhanced item could be. Huh, where'd he go? Just then, the players noticed something was off. The chosen one who had just achieved +15 enhancement had quietly left the blacksmith shop without anyone noticing. Tips. You have left Frostbound City. Tips. You have discovered Desolate Plains. A few minutes later, Su Ran had already exited the main city to report the current level cap and complete his second-class advancement. He needed to head toward Slumbering Forest to collect the quest items Silent Withered Orchid and Skull of Bone Dragon Basil. The area before him, littered with bones and gravestones, was the only path leading into the Slumbering Forest. If you remember correctly, the legendary creature, Bone Dragon Basil, should be dwelling at the border region between the Desolate Plains and the Slumbering Forest. Chapter 17, a full-blown monster sea strategy. The ranks of monsters and bosses are usually categorized as black iron, silver, gold, and so on. Legendary creatures, however, are different, more like a title, and it's not limited solely to monsters or bosses. Many famous NPCs also bear the legendary designation. In short, any being awarded the legendary status typically possesses an exceptionally unique ability. Basil. Su Ran thought for a moment. Based on his memories from his previous life, the special ability of Bone Dragon Basil should be related to controlling dark environments. It was something the current player community simply couldn't provoke. Not to mention, dragons possessed a terrifying innate trait. Immunity to magic damage. This single fact made countless mages absolutely furious. But Su Ran remained completely calm. With his divine cloak enhanced to +15, he now had the means to stand against legendary beings. Thinking this through, he turned his gaze toward his equipment tab. Su Ran was also somewhat curious. Just how astonishing would the stat boosts of a +15 enhanced divine artifact be? Shadow of Light and Darkness Mantle. Required level, none. Required class, any class. Quality, legendary. Type, special armor. Slot, cloak. Current growth stage, stage 1. Enhancement level, +15. Effect 1. Strength +200, Intelligence +200, Stamina +200, Agility +200. Takes effect upon equipping. Effect 2. When in bright environments, increases evasion chance by 60%. When in darkness, can ignore power differences and become undetectable by any creature. Equipment skill, Master of Light and Shadow, activates the hidden power within the equipment, allowing the user to enter the Master of Light and Shadow state for 30 seconds, with a 1-hour cooldown. Note 1. While in Master of Light and Shadow state, switching to Light form grants all skills additional light attribute reinforcement and immunity to light-based damage. Note 2. Switching to Dark form grants all skills additional dark attribute reinforcement and immunity to dark-based damage. Advancement requirement. Slay 1,000 elite monsters not below your own level. Upon fulfillment, the equipment advances to its second stage, increasing the duration and strength of Master of Light and Shadow, along with additional stat bonuses. +15 enhancement special effect. Divine Might Overflowing. While wearing this equipment, inflicts a contempt effect on monsters up to 15 levels higher than yourself. Grants a chance to turn attacks into true damage. Description: Light and darkness, eternally opposed. Su Ran. So this is what happens after enhancing a divine artifact. If powerful was too mild a word, then unimaginable wasn't even enough. First, the stats. Thanks to the +15 enhancement, each of the 4 core attributes was directly boosted to 350 points. His overall strength had increased once again. Health, 46,800 points. Intelligence, 1,894 points. Magical attack had soared to 13,959, on the verge of breaking the 14,000 mark. And that was only part of it. The most absurd aspect was the special effect granted by the +15 enhancement. Divine Might Overflowing. Inflicts contempt on enemies, with a chance to deal true damage. Ignores defense. Ignores resistance. Ignores damage immunity. Legendary beings often possess despair-inducing defenses, damage mitigation, and elemental resistances. Even the dragon race's magic immunity could now be outright ignored. This single effect alone proved just how invaluable a +15 enhancement truly was. Notice, you have disturbed the slumbering dead. Prepare for combat. Notice, you have disturbed. Just as he was pondering, the battle alert suddenly rang out. Currently, Su Ran was deep within the desolate plains. This region was filled everywhere with endless graveyards and broken tombstones. The hidden monsters here were all violent, bloodthirsty spirits. Suffering Plague Mercenary. Level, 28. Race, Undead. Type, Silver Tier Elite. Health, 13,000. Attack, 454. Physical Defense, 390. Magic Defense, 518. Skills, Suffering Drain. Call of Grievous Soul. Toxic Plague. Description: a wandering undead spirit of the desolate plains, driven by a single desire, to inflict death and suffering upon every living being that passes by. As a faint rustling sound approached, several dark red spectral figures emerged ahead. Thick grayish-green mist. Twisted, anguished faces. An overwhelming aura of decay radiating from their bodies. The undead monsters known as Suffering Plague Mercenary were rapidly rushing towards Su Ran. Strike! Su Ran swiftly raised his staff. After a brief channel, he launched Icy Storm directly at the ground beneath the approaching foes. Boom! In an instant, countless ice blades formed from boundless frost elemental magic erupted into a deadly blizzard, raining down with lethal precision. And simultaneously, inflicting terrifying, gut-wrenching damage. -14,982. -14,997. -15,354. -15,013. By now, Su Ran's stats had undergone a complete transformation. Instant annihilation, like sweeping away rotten wood. The overwhelming damage from Icy Storm instantly wiped out all the spectral undead before him. Notice, you have killed a Silver Tier Elite, Suffering Plague Mercenary. Notice, you have killed. Since Su Ran hadn't yet broken through the level cap, he wouldn't be able to gain the 100,000-fold bonus experience for now, but he could still claim every other reward these monsters dropped. Amplified by the 100,000-fold bonus multiplier, a dazzling shower of glowing gold coins and equipment spilled onto the ground. Good. Su Ran didn't pick them up. He paused, lowering his weapon, and gazed ahead. Not far away, another group of Suffering Plague Mercenary had been drawn in by aggro, around 15 or so in total. At some point, a thick grayish-green mist had begun swirling around their bodies. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly make out additional monster figures concealed within. If I recall correctly, they're about to start summoning vengeful spirits. With memories from his previous life, Su Ran was well familiar with the abilities of most monsters. As a Silver Tier Elite, Suffering Plague Mercenary possessed a particularly effective skill, Call of Grievous Soul. It allowed them to continuously summon vengeful spirits, a textbook example of a monster swarm tactic. To counter it, one needed to quickly eliminate the Suffering Plague Mercenary before they summoned too many. Yet Su Ran remained completely calm. The reason he had stopped here to farm was precisely for these summoned vengeful spirits. Aside from his divine cloak, he also owned a growable epic tier piece of equipment, the Book of Death Sacrifice. So long as 1,000 ordinary monster souls were sacrificed, it could advance to its second stage. And now, as time passed, dozens of vengeful spirit forms had already appeared nearby. It's time to reap. Su Ran lifted his staff once more, eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at the massive horde of summoned spirits. Chapter 18 Instant Kill. With Su Ran's currently terrifying magical attack power, if he were to face these summoned ordinary monsters directly, even a single fireball spell could instantly kill them. But he still chose the most satisfying method, the one that felt best. The high-level area of effect skill, Blizzard of Absolute Ice. After a brief cast time, countless ice elemental magic particles rushed toward him from all directions. A blizzard composed of infinite razor-sharp ice blades quietly took shape. And so, the slaughter began. Boom. As the storm of freezing ice blades descended, the summoned vengeful spirits appeared exceptionally frail. Minus 14,985. Minus 14,971. Minus 15,007. Minus 15,354. Minus 15,026. Notification. You have killed a summoned monster, vengeful spirit. Notification. You have sacrificed the soul of the vengeful spirit. The Book of Death's sacrifice current stat count is now 97/1000. Notification. You have sacrificed. The blizzard of absolute ice raged across the battlefield. Every vengeful spirit caught in the skill was turned into piles of icy fragments. Witnessing this scene, the cruel and bloodthirsty plague mercenaries of suffering grew furious, launching coordinated attacks on Su Ran without hesitation. Thick plague fog spread throughout the entire area. These elite monsters had begun dealing massive damage. Yet in terms of level, HP, or defense, Su Ran far surpassed ordinary monsters. Coupled with the damage reduction bonus from his epic set poem of Endless Lamentation, the damage dealt by the plague mercenaries of suffering barely reached double digits. Minus 78. Minus 75. Minus 82. For a moment, an absurd yet comical scene unfolded in this area. 1, 2, 3. Amid the dense plague mist, Su Ran completely ignored the monster's attacks, relentlessly mowing down the vengeful spirits they summoned with his spells. The sacrifice stacks on the Book of Death's sacrifice surged rapidly. Sometime later, just as Su Ran was thoroughly enjoying himself while farming vengeful spirits, a player cautiously approached this dangerous zone. This damn silly quest requires going to such a perilous place. This is ridiculous. The speaking player was named Yeyu Huijin, Night Rain Ashes. He was an assassin. Though complaining, a hint of concealed excitement flickered in his eyes. Half an hour ago, under orders from his guild, Yeyu Huijin successfully established a mercenary squad. Not only that, he had accepted a Class A mission offering substantial rewards. The mission content was extremely dangerous for average players. He had to venture into the barren plains and gather scattered deadly night blooms found here. After circling the area extensively, Night Rain Ashes finally collected 20 deadly night blooms. Enough to meet the mission requirements. Time to retreat. Clutching the last collected deadly night bloom, Night Rain Ashes suddenly froze. There seemed to be movement ahead. Following the sound with his gaze, he saw beneath a thick layer of grayish-green plague mist, a lone player shrugging off monster attacks while furiously farming enemies. This guy is a cash-rich player. Upon identifying Su Ran's class, Night Rain Ashes stood there stunned. Since when had mages become capable of tanking monster attacks and farming like this? After observing closely for several seconds, Night Rain Ashes grew increasingly alarmed. No dodging, no kiting, spells haphazardly thrown everywhere. Yet despite this, monster after monster collapsed at his feet. This is just too absurd. While thinking, Night Rain Ashes activated his assassin-exclusive skill, Shadow Concealment. Someone's here. Just as he vanished from sight, several other figures appeared in the distance. It looked like a small player team. People from Yumeng? Night Rain Ashes couldn't help but feel slightly disheartened. He originally planned to sneak past quietly and possibly loot some gear. But now, that would be difficult. Unlike the low-key Night Rain Guild, Yumeng Guild players believed only in the power of money. Most of them were wealthy spenders. Thus, despite their small numbers, they ranked among the top 10 forces in the Chinese server. Given Yumeng's nature, they'll definitely kill for loot. Perfect opportunity. Seeing this, Night Rain Ashes suddenly conceived a bold idea. Once the two sides clashed, valuable items would inevitably drop. He could stay invisible, move close, and wait for the perfect moment to snatch the loot. Without delay, as the Yumeng squad drew near, Night Rain Ashes quietly followed behind. Sure enough, the arrival of the Yumeng members immediately caught Su Ran's attention. An air of tension slowly filled the atmosphere. Seeing this, Night Rain Ashes felt a surge of inner delight. Time to cash in. But just as he prepared to seize the opportunity and snatch some loot, what happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. The Yumeng players had barely approached, when the mage who had been tanking monster attacks suddenly stopped his assault. Not only did they not fight, they even seemed as if they were about to conduct a trade. No way. Night Rain Ash's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Su Ran, who had been keeping his back turned the entire time, suddenly turned around directly toward him. With a single raise of his hand, he cast Blizzard of Absolute Ice. Boom. As countless ice blades rained down, Night Rain Ashes, still in stealth, didn't even have time to utter a sound. He was instantly sent back to the resurrection point. Notification. You have killed player Night Rain Ashes. Infamy +1. Notification. Excessive infamy will attract city guards manhunt. Be cautious. Ignoring the notifications, Su Ran casually launched another Blizzard of Absolute Ice. A sky-darkening blizzard quickly enveloped the heads of the plague mercenaries of suffering. As terrifying damage numbers erupted, these silver-rank elite monsters one by one burst into white light, perishing within the storm of infinite ice blades. Notification. You have killed silver-rank elite monster, plague mercenary of suffering. Notification. You have sacrificed the soul of the plague mercenary of suffering. The Book of Death sacrifice current stat count is now 1000. Finally, the stacks on the Book of Death sacrifice had reached the full 1000 layers. This epic-grade evolving equipment had finally advanced to its second stage. Notification: Equipment: The Book of Death Sacrifice meets the requirements for Stage 2 Evolution. Evolve now. Determined. Making the decision, Su-Ran walked straight toward the corpses on the ground. When night rain ashes reappeared nearby, clutching a pale white night blooming flower, Su-Ran had already seen through his intentions. Death Night Bloom. If he remembered correctly, this was the base material for synthesizing the rare resource Silent Umbral Night Bloom. And if he was lucky enough, perhaps under the amplification of his 10,000-fold reward bonus, it could directly evolve into Silent Umbral Night Bloom. Acquire. Without hesitation, Su-Ran immediately looted all the flowers into his inventory. Sure enough, his 10,000-fold reward talent successfully triggered. A total of 20 Silent Umbral Night Blooms, exactly enough to fulfill part of his class promotion quest requirement. Chapter 19, The Lurking Shadow. Deadly Silent Night Blooming Series obtained. Now, all Su-Ran needed was the Skull of Bone Dragon Basar to fulfill the mission requirements. However, he hadn't expected that even rewards from killing players could trigger a 10,000-fold reward multiplier. Not bad. This revelation sparked a flicker of interest in PvP for Su-Ran. At this thought, his gaze instinctively fell upon the few players from the Yamen Guild. Lo, the players shivered inexplicably as they met his eyes. Still, Su-Ran had no intention of attacking. Compared to loot drops, he valued more the potential trade with Yamen. Unlike the Yu Guild, Yamen Guild, though small in size, ranked among the top 10 forces from the previous era, every single member a wealthy powerhouse. Their demand for top-tier equipment far surpassed that of any major faction. Most importantly, the Yamen Guild had always maintained absolute neutrality. They never involved themselves in conflicts between other factions. In other words, these people only cared about watching the staggering damage numbers they dealt while grinding monsters. Currently, Su-Ran's inventory was packed full of various equipment. Thanks to the 10,000-fold bonus, he would obtain even more gear in the future. To him, much of it was junk, but to other players, every piece was considered elite. He could easily exchange a single piece of silver-tier equipment for abundant resources useful to himself. A decision formed in Su-Ran's mind. He decided to first offload some of the useless gear he had, converting them into items that could drastically enhance his strength, as well as materials and resources currently inexpensive but destined to skyrocket in value later. Thus, once the timing was right, he would dominate the prices across the entire server's auction houses and black markets, and kickstart the snowball effect. With this in mind, Su-Ran turned toward the few Yamen players. Chosen one expert. How about our trade? Spoken by a female warrior clad in white armor. Her name was Yu Liu. All these girls used Yu as a prefix in their names. They were likely all high-ranking managers within the Yamen Guild. Their gear was also exceptionally refined, on an entirely different level compared to ordinary players. Yet before Su-Ran, their brilliance faded, after witnessing him effortlessly one-shot night rain ashes. They couldn't help but feel uneasy. But then, a dazzling glow appeared. 14 pieces of silver-tier equipment lay before them. Only now did Yu Liu and the others realize one thing. How could someone wielding an epic tier set waste time playing games with them? 2 minutes later, both parties reached a preliminary agreement. 14 pieces of silver-quality equipment would be exchanged for 1,000 common-grade orbs and 3,000 moonlight stones. First, the orbs. During the early days after launch, defeating monsters had a chance to drop common orbs. Currently, only Su-Ran knew the true function of the orbs. Once reaching level 30 and completing the second-class advancement, players could synthesize low-quality orbs into rarer ones. Then, by embedding these orbs into equipment, they could add various special effects to the gear. These orbs were undoubtedly precious strategic resources. As for the moonlight stones, they were essential materials for equipment enhancement. Upon reaching level 30, the enhancement system would unlock. At that point, this previously insignificant material would surge to absurd prices, while equipment would steadily depreciate with increasing levels. These two items would only grow more sought after. After completing the trade, Su-Ran continued deeper into the unknown. The leader of Yamen Guild, Yu Yiming, was gathering all required resources for trade. By the time he returned to the main city, everything should be ready. I need to hurry. Su-Ran decided to complete his second-class advancement quest before the trade, because only then would the moonlight stones and orbs truly come into play. Lost in thought, his figure gradually vanished into the gray mist. Notice, you have left the desolate plains. Notice, you have discovered a new area, the forest of slumbering sleep. 10 minutes later, Su-Ran slowly came to a stop. Not far ahead, a sea of dark gray mist enveloped countless black, withered giant trees. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. These lifeless giants together formed a terrifying, jagged ocean of black. Something feels off. After walking a few more minutes, Su-Ran's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the map, then carefully surveyed his surroundings once again. He clearly remembered that not far ahead should be the territory where the legendary boss bone dragon Basar resided. Yet now, there wasn't the slightest sign of any monster activity. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Could it be? Has this bone dragon left here for some reason? Su-Ran's expression grew serious. Unlike ordinary monsters, legendary creatures often possessed higher intelligence. Though they usually had fixed territories where they lingered, sometimes they would temporarily leave. No. Another possibility flashed through Su-Ran's mind. Had this legendary boss somehow sensed his arrival in advance? True sight. Before stepping into the monster's domain, Su-Ran activated Artoya's True Eye. Instantly, all colors around him faded away. In the distant monochrome world, one towering blood-red figure stood out sharply. Basar. Su-Ran's eyes narrowed abruptly. So the legendary boss really was hiding, silently waiting for him, the prey, to walk right into its trap. Truly cautious and cunning, Su-Ran tightened his grip on the staff in his hand and steadily advanced forward step by step. As he drew closer, the boss's information panel slowly appeared before his eyes. Wicked Wings, Bone Dragon Basar. Level, 30. Race, Bone Dragon. Type, Legendary Boss. HP, 400,715/500,000. Attack power, Physical Defense. Magical Defense. Skills, Gap in Strength 2 Great. Reconnaissance unable to reveal details. Description, a legendary creature dwelling in the forest of slumbering sleep, severely wounded for unknown reasons, yet still capable of instilling endless fear in all who encounter it. At this moment, the bone dragon was concealed within a deep pit. Even though rotting branches and fallen leaves covered it layer upon layer, Su Ran could still see its magnificent body nearly 100 meters long through the true sight. For reasons unknown, this bone dragon appeared to have been attacked. Its health had dropped drastically, leaving only around 400,000 remaining. But to anyone else, that number remained an astronomical figure. SSSSH. As Su Ran's footsteps drew nearer, a pair of green eyes, each as large as millstones, slowly opened and turned toward his direction. Chapter 20. The Uninvited Guest. Sensing the gaze of Bone Dragon Basar, Su Ran continued to pretend he was unaware. As he stepped forward, he subtly tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. Due to the enormous power gap, this scout skill couldn't reveal the boss's abilities. But relying on memories from his past life, he still clearly recalled every detail about Bone Dragon Basar. Dragon's Roar. Let out a furious roar. Deals massive area of effect damage to all nearby targets and inflicts a stun effect. Dragon Slap. Swings its giant claws. Inflicts heavy damage to targets within the selected area. And other high damage skills like Death Decay Breath and Fallen Heaven Strike, each capable of instantly killing any player. Most annoying of all was its special ability as a legendary creature. Lag. A passive skill. Causes surrounding targets to enter a lag state, dramatically increasing their skill cooldown times. A normal 10-second cooldown could be stretched into 10 whole minutes. Absolutely terrifying. Su Ran had a rough guess in mind. The first skill Bone Dragon Basar would use should be Dragon's Roar, that indiscriminate AoE attack. So he had to strike first. Sure enough, the moment Su Ran entered the boss's attack range, soil and branches were violently thrown into the sky. Bone Dragon Basar opened its hideous, blood-soaked maw. The dragon's roar was about to engulf every inch of land around it. Yet Su Ran remained completely calm. He had already retrieved his equipment from his bag, Frost Ancient Dragon's Fong. Active effect, when activated by the holder, unleashes an intimidation effect on the target, causing a chaotic state for a duration depending on the target's strength. 5-minute cooldown. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately triggered the active effect of this item. Instantly, a magnificent and awe-inspiring spectral form of an ancient frost dragon rose behind him. The overwhelming aura of an ancient dragon surged toward the gaping maw of Bone Dragon Basar with unstoppable force. Roar. Accompanied by a pained dragon's cry, Bone Dragon Basar's skill was interrupted mid-cast. Then, it fell into a chaotic state, unable to move. Clearly, even among legends, there are differences. Glancing at the status bar above the boss, the chaos effect would last for 4 seconds. More than enough time to unleash a burst. In a flash, Su Ran quickly applied buffs to himself. Frost Shield activated. Fate's Gambit engaged. Then, full offensive mode. Thousands of sharp ice blades from Glacial Storm slowly coalesced in midair. The immense spell casting speed granted by his epic set made this blizzard arrive without warning. Boom, boom, boom. Blade after blade, saturated with pure ice magic, continuously sliced into Bone Dragon Basar's body. Piles of white bone fragments scattered down like snowfall. Minus 7,851. Minus 7,922. Minus 15,844. Minus 15,354. Minus 7,826. In an instant, rows upon rows of damage numbers densely floated above Bone Dragon Basar's head. Legendary creatures really were as terrifying as rumors suggested. High defense values, damage reduction rates, and overwhelming tier suppression, all combined to mitigate huge amounts of damage. For most other players, they'd barely scratched the surface. But Su Ran was different. Thanks to his high penetration stat and chance-triggered true damage, he managed to deal a truly terrifying amount of damage. A few seconds later, the storm ceased. Bone Dragon Basar's health bar had already dropped significantly. One single glacial storm had cost the boss over 90,000 HP. Insolent, ignorant, pathetic human. Roaring deafeningly, Bone Dragon Basar broke free from the chaotic state. When had it ever suffered such humiliation, it would tear this puny human into pieces. Whoosh! With a howling gale, Bone Dragon Basar's colossal claw slammed down onto the area where Su Ran stood. Rumble! The earth groaned heavily as countless cracks rapidly spread outward. A crater over 10 meters in diameter formed instantly, but Su Ran seemed to have anticipated it. He had already dodged the devastating blow with precise movement. TCH, troublesome indeed. Glancing at his skills, Su Ran felt a bit speechless. Legendary creatures really were strong. Under the passive effect of lag, skills he'd used, like Glacial Storm, now had cooldown stretched to a ridiculous 8 minutes. Absolutely absurd. Looks like I'll need to figure out a way to get more damage-dealing skills. As he thought to himself, Su Ran began stalling for time. Once he endured the duration of the lag, passive effect, he could unleash everything and force this legendary creature down with sheer damage output. In that moment, within the thick gray mists of the forest of slumber, an astonishing display of evasive maneuvering unfolded. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests had arrived at the area where Su Ran had previously been grinding wrathful spirits. We're here. President, it's right here. Yu Huijian, the same player Su Ran had one-shot earlier, pointed at the faint footprints still lingering on the ground. So his target is the high-level monster zone. After a brief silence, a deep, raspy voice sounded beside him. Had Su Ran been present, he would have instantly recognized its owner. the guild leader of Yeyu Guild. This player, who had remained patient in Su Ran's past life before eventually becoming a dominant overlord, quickly made a decision. All members use speed potions. While the target is still marked red, follow the footprints. Eliminate this chosen one. In an instant, tens of thousands of elite players from Yeyu Guild poured into the desolate plains. At the same moment, guild leader Yeyu led his core team directly towards Su Ran's location. Boom. Just as Su Ran dodged Bone Dragon Basar's Fallen Heaven strike, a notification suddenly rang in his ears. It was a private message from Yu Luoyu. They had added each other as friends earlier for trading purposes. Su Ran still clearly remembered how excited the wealthy female player had been at the time. Why was she contacting him now? Could there be an issue with their trade? Thinking this, Su Ran glanced at his friend list. Yu Luoyu. Chosen one big brother, a massive force from Yeyu Guild has mobilized. They seem to be heading your way. Yu Luoyu. Our guild leader is coming with backup to protect you. Hang in there. Yeyu. Why would he go out of his way to find me? Seeing the message, Su Ran couldn't help but feel puzzled. In this lifetime, hadn't he yet developed any conflict with Yeyu Guild? After several seconds passed, he suddenly remembered something. The thief he casually killed earlier, his name was something like Yeyu Huijian. Just as this thought arose, Su Ran turned his gaze to his status bar. With time passing, the legendary creature's special effect, lag, had finally disappeared completely. This time, at last, it was his turn to attack. Thump, thump, thump. Facing the approaching footsteps of Bone Dragon Basar, Su Ran immediately launched a glacial storm. Chapter 21, From Indignation to Outrage. Roar. Perhaps sensing the agitated ice elemental energy in the air, the Bone Dragon Basal immediately raised its wings alertly. Countless ice blades were slowly taking shape. As if reminded of some painful memory, Basal instantly flapped its wings and soared upward. Rumble, rumble. Its massive shadow blotted out the sky, smashing through towering trees as it ascended, kicking up endless clouds of dirt and splintered wood. But Su Ran was faster. Before the Bone Dragon could even gain altitude, Extreme Ice Storm slammed him into its underbelly. Massive damage numbers flickered into view once again. Minus 8,467. Minus 8,572. Minus 17,208. Minus 15,354. Minus 15,354. Weak point attack. This time, Extreme Ice Storm dealt even higher damage than before. Basil's health plummeted instantly, now down to only half of its HP. Yet at the same moment, its counterattack arrived before Su Ran in the blink of an eye. Boom. Heavenfall strike. Diving downward at extreme speed, dealing massive damage to the target. Rumble. Just after finishing his skill cast, Su Ran. A deafening explosion rang out as he was violently slammed into the ground. Yet above his head floated two words that filled any dragon with despair. Dodge. A look of shock and fury flashed across Basil's eyes. Without hesitation, it raised its gigantic claw and smashed downward. Boom. After the strike, the word dodge appeared once again above Su Ran's head. Boom. Another strike. Still just dodge, in bold letters. This was the special effect triggered by equipping the divine grade item, Cloak of Light and Shadow Sovereignty. Effect 2. Increases dodge chance by 60% in bright environments. In darkness, renders the wearer undetectable by all creatures regardless of level difference. Right now, it happened to be daytime. The additional 60% dodge chance allowed Su Ran to completely endure 3 devastating attacks. Not a single point of health lost. Rustle, rustle. At the same moment, a dense chorus of footsteps rang out. Over 1,000 players from the Night Rain Guild appeared not far away. Holy shit, this is fucking ridiculous. They had just witnessed the scene and stood wide-eyed in disbelief. Even the guild leader, Night Rain, froze in place momentarily. 3 consecutive dodges? He must have used some kind of special item. The instant this thought arose, every player in the Night Rain Guild burned with desire. Epic tier sets. Legendary weapons. This chosen one was covered head to toe in top tier gear. And who knew? How many treasures were hidden in his inventory? Just one drop would make them rich beyond measure. Go. While he's flagged red, focus fire and take him down. Maybe we can strip every last piece of equipment off him. Steal the boss. Loot the gear. Before Night Rain could even issue orders, his guild members had already lost control. With loud cries, they charged wildly towards Su Ran's location. Eyes bloodshot. Arrows flew. Magic spells erupted. Warriors rushed forward. Knights charged. An endless barrage of skills bloomed like dazzling fireworks. Meanwhile, Basil didn't stop either. Its body radiated a deep crimson glow, and a unique status icon appeared above its head. Rage. Immune to all damage during this state. Attack power greatly increased. Immune to all crowd control effects. Duration, 3 minutes. Now in raging state, Basil furiously swung its massive claws, attempting to tear the human mage before it into shreds. Faced with this situation, Su Ran reacted instantly. Thanks to the high-speed bonus from his epic tier set, he expertly evaded every incoming skill. Thus unfolded an utterly absurd scene in the slumbering forest. Thousands of players, a sky-darkening bone dragon, all now chasing a single figure. Pure sword mount, a mage wearing movement speed gear. He's benefiting from an epic set. Someone put a slow debuff on him. I'll fuck your stars, you damn nuisance. In no time, the entire area was filled with curses and shouts. Yet no matter how enraged they became, they couldn't land a single hit on Su Ran. All they got was dust. In fact, quite a few players along the way were crushed into paste under Basil's feet, sending them straight back to their respawn points. Gradually, except for healers and a few ranged classes, most of the Night Rain Guild players were now concentrated within a few hundred meters. Su Ran glanced at the boss. As time passed, the rage status had completely faded, and now, many players began entertaining other thoughts. They intended to seize the boss as well, but they underestimated Su Ran, and at the same time, they vastly underestimated the unpredictable power of the Bone Dragon Basil. -1, -1, -1. Damage immune. -1. -1. Thanks to his extremely high damage reduction rate and defense value, their attacks were practically useless. Aside from damage immunity and misses, the vast majority of players could only deal 1 point of force damage. Scum. Those wretched insects again. The bone dragon Basil's intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary beings. The human mage who dared threaten its life was already audacious enough. But now these weaklings had the nerve to attack too? At the thought, a surge of irritation welled up inside it. Boom. Without hesitation, Basil raised its massive claw and brought it crashing down. Target. Exactly the group of players charging forward most recklessly below. Rumble, rumble. Accompanied by the impact of Dragon's Slap, a continuous stream of damage numbers erupted above the frontline players' heads. A flash of white light swept across. Hundreds of players were instantly wiped out. Witnessing this scene, many remaining players were left utterly stunned. So, this boss was actually this terrifying. While they stood there in shock, Su Ran came to a sudden stop. The bone dragon Basil's rage state had ended. Now, his true assault would finally begin. Buzz. With a deep, resonant hum, the ambient loose light elemental magic surged violently. In what felt like an instant, the entire area plunged into absolute silence and darkness. All light elemental energy surged toward him like a tidal wave, completely converging. Su Ran's figure vanished. In his place stood a being resembling a deity descending upon the mortal world. The artifact skill of the divine grade item, Cloak of Light and Shadow Sovereignty. Command of Light and Darkness. Activated now. Command of Light and Darkness. Activates the hidden power within the equipped item, entering the Command of Light and Darkness state. During this state, all skills receive additional light elemental enhancement, and the user becomes immune to all light elemental damage. Extreme Ice Storm. A low command rang out. With a mere gesture, Su Ran summoned Extreme Ice Storm. However, this time it was not a storm of countless ice blades. Instead, it was a colossal tempest, born from the fusion of endless light and frost, amplified by Command of Light and Darkness. The radius of Extreme Ice Storm now spanned hundreds of meters. Therefore, Su Ran's goal was no longer merely killing the bone dragon Basil. He meant to leave no survivor within this entire area. Chapter 22, The Nightmare That Pronounced Death. At this moment, Yu instinctively glanced up at the sky. In the pitch-black darkness, countless ice blades converged into a storm that blotted out the heavens. Damn it! Yu's heart felt as if crushed by a giant hand, pounding wildly. Then, he roared loudly. All members, retreat. Leave this area now. Move. Notice, your skill Glacial Storm has received special enhancement from Lightform, gaining splash damage effect. Notice, casting range increased by 3 times. Before the players could react, an enormous iceblade storm arrived in an instant. -15,014. -14,998. -15,127. -30,102. -15,144. Everywhere the glacial storm swept through was filled with frigid ice blades imbued with light energy. Each second brought waves of crimson damage numbers. White flashes of death flickered continuously. All affected players had no time to react whatsoever. Whether they were low-health casters like mages and priests, assassins, or ranged hunters, frontline warriors and knights, none were spared. All instantly slain. **T. What the hell is going on? Why did all the frontline players just melt away? Fall back. Get out of this zone. The surviving players nearby finally realized something was terribly wrong. Before Glacial Storm, even the tankiest frontliners were as fragile as paper. Just enduring a single slash of an ice blade had become an impossible dream. Notice, you have killed player will want free ride. Notice, you have killed player grandpa at no match for me. Notice, you have killed player Yu loneliness. Notice, the moment Glacial Storm formed, hundreds of kill announcements flooded in, leaving no time for escape. As the sky filled with raging ice blades, only countless corpses remained behind. Empowered by the unique state of Master of Light and Shadow, Glacial Storm unleashed terrifying devastation. Except for some healers and archers standing at the very edges, over 1,000 players were completely wiped out. Not only that, but the boss's health was plummeting rapidly too, dropping from around 200,000 down straight to just 70,000. Good. Finally can grind the boss in peace. Without hesitation, Su Ran raised his staff high and began channeling another Glacial Storm. Not far away, a female knight radiant like an orchid in a secluded valley approached swiftly, leading over 100 female players wearing the Dream Shade Guild insignia. They had just arrived in time to witness this scene. This, so dazzling, that glowing figure, is that the chosen one? What kind of skill is that? Instantly clears the whole map. Wah, are our paid credits fake money or what? Seeing the ground littered with corpses, the Dream Shade Guild's paying players all felt their scalps tingling. They had worked so hard grinding monsters to level up, paid real money to buy gold from third-party services, scoured the world to collect top-tier gear, and yet, after spending so much effort building near-perfect equipment, they couldn't even deal 1% of that person's damage? This was beyond absurd. For a moment, this entire group felt utterly devastated, but soon enough, their fighting spirit reignited. Even their guild leader, Yi Meng, clenched her delicate fist tightly. We simply haven't spent enough. Revise future plans. Invest massive resources to purchase gear directly from the Chosen One. But right now, we must protect our VIP client first. With that said, Yi Meng directed her guild members straight into the battlefield. They didn't attack the boss, nor did they attempt to steal the kill. Instead, they formed a circle, shielding Su Ran directly behind them. Witnessing this, the remaining members of Yi Yu's guild broke into furious curses. Though Dreamshade wasn't large in number, every single one of them was a big spender. Their equipment, bought at premium prices, gave them strength enough to overpower hundreds of ordinary players. Retreat. Pull out now and regroup with the main force. Seeing even their own guild leader had been instantly killed, the remaining members of Yiyu's guild felt completely demoralized. They decided to withdraw first, then return later with reinforcements to deal with this so-called chosen one. Wait! You guys look quickly. Just as they were about to leave, all Yiyu's guild members turned toward the boss. Boom! While the unique state of Master of Light and Shadow had yet to dissipate, Su Ran launched another glacial storm. The storm, formed from countless ice blades, shot straight at the bone dragon Basar at a 45-degree angle. Roar! Amidst the explosive crackle of ice and light elements, the bone dragon Basar let out an ear-splitting cry of agony. At the same time, its health plummeted rapidly. 50,000, 40,000, 30,000. Witnessing this scene, the remaining players from Yiyu's guild turned red-eyed. Only one thought burned in their minds. Like hell. So what if it's just one life? Let's gamble. Before the Chosen One's skills go on cooldown, let's snatch his damn boss. In an instant, hundreds of range players from Yiyu's guild charged directly toward the boss. As they sprinted forward, they began casting their skills frantically. At the same moment, Yimeng glanced at Su Ran's expression, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if realizing something. She immediately issued an all-guild command. Fall back now. The Chosen One is about to strike. Upon receiving the order, the female players of Yimeng guild reacted swiftly and instantly turned to flee. Haha, those girls are already scared stiff. What's so-called big spender? Weak mentality. Come find me someday. I'll give you private coaching. As they ran, the players from Yiyu's guild still couldn't resist trash-talking, but above their heads, a dazzling radiance began to shimmer. Huh, what the hell? Why did the sky suddenly get so bright? Players from Yiyu's guild looked up in unison, only to gasp sharply in horror. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal hand-shaped phantom, vast enough to blot out the sky, had appeared above their heads. This was the equipment skill provided by the epic-grade gauntlets. Soro's hand summons a giant spectral hand that binds the target enemy and deals massive damage. Boom. Before anyone could react, the phantom slammed down upon them with overwhelming force. Minus 41,877. Minus 41,254. Minus 41,058. Minus 41,697. Unlike Glacial Storm, Soro's hand only dealt a single burst of damage. But the damage multiplier was a staggering 300%. Such terrifying numbers meant not a single player could survive the impact. Instantly, they were all wiped out. At the same moment, the Glacial Storm, crashing down upon the bone dragon Basar, slowly dissipated. Boom. With a thunderous, earth-shaking roar, the legendary beast collapsed heavily onto the ground. Its once seemingly endless health bar was now completely empty. Notice, you have successfully slain the legendary boss, Bone Dragon Basar. Notice, because you achieved the first kill on a legendary creature, you have earned the title, Arbiter of Legends. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Crimson Gold to Epic. Notice, you have obtained the title, Nightmare that pronounces death. Chapter 23. The wind rises as storm approaches the tower. Notice, due to obtaining a new title, the title system has been unlocked. Excellent. Su Ran felt a surge of exhilaration. He had anticipated that slaying a legendary monster would come with a title reward, but he hadn't expected this. Under the amplification of 10,000-fold rewards, this title had actually been upgraded to epic quality. Dream of Death's Proclamation. Type, title, requirement, no restrictions on equipping. Quality, epic. Effect 1. Death Proclamation, marks a target with a death insignia. When the target's HP drops below 5%, an instant execution effect is guaranteed, killing it in one strike. Effect 2. Nightmare of Death. When killing a target, there is a chance to trigger a special reward, learning one skill previously mastered by the target. Description. The dream who proclaims death ensures not even corpses are spared. Seeing this title, Su Ran couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Titles usually offered no stat bonuses, but often came with unique special effects. An epic tier title truly delivered. Not only did it grant the wielder a guaranteed execution effect, but also a chance to steal a skill from defeated enemies. Absolutely terrifying. Combined together, the synergy was far greater than just 1 plus 1. Notice, title equipped successfully. Dream of Death's Proclamation is now active. With the title equipped, Su Ran turned his attention back to the boss. If he wasn't mistaken, the quest item, Skull of Bone Dragon Basar, should have dropped as well. Sure enough, the next moment, a notification chimed. Notice, you have obtained the quest item, Skull of Bone Dragon Basar. Notice, requirements for the class advancement trial quest Lost Eternal Kingdom have been fulfilled. Please return to the main city to complete the quest. Upon seeing this, Su Ran slowly let out a breath of relief. Although the quest item itself didn't trigger the 10,000-fold reward, completing the quest conditions still counted. All that remained was to return to the main city and submit the quest. Then he'd break past level 30 and complete his second class advancement. Just as he was thinking this, another world announcement blared across the screen. Brilliant golden light instantly flashed before every player's eyes. World announcement. Congratulations to player Taiying Xuanzhen for achieving the first kill of the legendary boss, Bone Dragon Basar. His heroic deeds shall be forever recorded in the epic annals of the Eternal Tower. World announcement. Congratulations to player Taiying Xuanzhen for earning the rewards. Treasure map, 200 gold coins. World announcement. Congratulations to player. 2 world announcements in total, each repeating 3 times. The dazzling light was so intense it brought tears to the eyes of countless players. What the hell? What's a legendary boss? Damn, are the rewards from this first kill really that insane? Just asking, what's the epic annals of the Eternal Tower? Never heard of it. It's just a hollow title. Not worth as much as a single bronze piece of gear. Instantly, the world chat exploded. Countless players were completely baffled. Legendary boss. Eternal Tower. Epic annals. They had never heard of these terms. But for the major factions, the more mysterious something was, the more wary they became. The moment the world announcement appeared, the entire China server began to stir with hidden currents. Holy Light City, Toxic Mist Swamp. Keep a close eye on Tang Xuanzhen's movements. His growth speed is too fast. We need to put a brake on him. Ao Shui, guild leader of the second largest faction in the China server, thrust his spear through an elite monster before turning toward a senior guild member. Don't even think about recruiting him. He pulled his radiant spear from the corpse, calm and composed. He'll never accept a subordinate role. Inya City, Altar Tomb. Jun Xie, leader of the fourth largest faction in the China server, gazed at the world announcement with a faint smile. Heard Tang Xuanzhen formed a mercenary group? Now that's someone worth watching. As he spoke, a gleam of excitement slowly lit up Jun Xie's eyes. What an interesting man. Almost simultaneously, just like these two factions, numerous other large powers were now restless. Some sought to build a relationship with Su Ran. Others plotted to suppress his rise. The entire China server had fallen into a state of tense anticipation, like wind filling the tower before a storm. Meanwhile, Su Ran was sorting through his spoils, looking extremely pleased. Completing the first kill of a legendary boss had granted him immense rewards, and once again triggered the 10,000-fold reward. The purple gold quality treasure map had been amplified 10,000-fold into a legendary treasure map. As long as he found the treasure location, he would be able to dig up a legendary great chest. Not only that, under the effect of the 10,000-fold reward, he also obtained a full 2 million gold coins. Currently, he could say without humility, no individual or faction in the entire game was wealthier than him. Reinforcement, amplification, gemstone embedding. Once his level broke past 30, all of these could be achieved simply by spending money. But even this was just an appetizer. The real highlight was yet to come. By completing the first kill, his heroic deeds would now be recorded in the epic chapters of the Eternal Tower. This meant he could now unlock the Eternal Tower trial. Upon completing the challenge, he would obtain at least a legendary quality pet, and if the 10,000-fold reward triggered, he might even directly acquire a divine pet. Congratulations, Boss Tianxian. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Just as he was thinking, Yu Yiming's delicate, pleasing voice interrupted Su Ran's train of thought. After agreeing to meet later in the main city for trade, she led her guild members away from the area. As for the scattered loot left on the ground, not a single female member of Yumeng guild touched any of it. Su Ran wasn't surprised. This was exactly why, in his previous life, he had always traded with Yumeng guild. They never coveted what belonged to others. If they wanted something, simple, just buy it. However, before leaving, Yu Yiming reminded Su Ran to cleanse his evil value before returning to the main city, or else he'd be ambushed by city guards. But what she didn't know was, Su Ran's evil value had already reached a terrifying degree. Notice, your evil value exceeds 2,000 points. The leader of the main city enforcers has been alerted. Prepare yourself for arrest. Notice, your evil value. Due to the extremely high evil value, Su Ran's name was now pitch black, like ink. In the game Eternal, as evil value accumulated, penalties upon death became increasingly severe. Evil value below 100 points, red name status. Upon death, player drops 3 levels and loses 3 to 6 items. Evil value between 100 to 300 points, wanted status. Targeted by the main city guard unit. Death results in a 5-level drop and loss of 70% of inventory. Evil value exceeding 500 points, hunted status. The Enforcer Commander, terrifyingly powerful, especially in late game, will begin an endless pursuit. Upon death during this state, all equipped items and gold will be lost. Only by reducing evil value below 100 points can the pursuit end. Otherwise, the Enforcer Commander will continue hunting relentlessly. Yet, Su Ran showed no sign of panic. Instead, he calmly put away his staff. Time passed. Unknowingly, the sky had completely darkened. The other effect of his divine tier equipment, Cape of Commanding Light and Shadow, was about to activate. Chapter 24, The Looting Feast from a 1,000-fold Reward. After the players from Yumeng Guild left, the area once again sank into utter silence. At that very moment, night fell perfectly. Ambiguous darkness filled every inch of this land. Then, streaks of shadowy light gradually emanated from the cloak of mastering light and shadow, swirling faintly around. Like a whisper of shade, it quietly concealed Su Ran's figure. Now, even if some unfathomable mythical creature appeared here, it probably wouldn't detect Su Ran's presence. Because this was the unique effect of the divine artifact, Cloak of Mastering Light and Shadow. Effect 2. In bright environments, dodge chance increases by 60%. In dark environments, completely immune to detection from all creatures regardless of strength difference. Perhaps only gods who transcended life's limits could resist this effect. Time to loot. Staring at the scattered drops on the ground, he happily walked toward the boss corpse. Fate Token. Su Ran immediately activated the legendary item's special ability, hoping to draw Fortune's favor. Unfortunately, nothing happened this time. Notice, triggered 60% chance. This random outcome is, nothing happened. He waited for several minutes. The cooldown of Fate Token finally ended. Draw again. This time, Lady Luck smiled upon Su Ran. Notice, triggered 30% chance. You have obtained the special status, Fortune's favor. Right now, buffed with luck, Su Ran decisively began looting. Notice, you obtained, Violet Gold Mount Crystal, Bone Dragon. As the notification sounded, a crystal clear Mount Gem silently appeared in Su Ran's palm. A mount. Incredulity surged within him. He never expected that Fortune's favor would be so powerful, directly granting an extremely rare Mount Crystal. But, even more exciting rewards were yet to come. The 1,000-fold reward had successfully triggered. The quality of this Mount Crystal instantly skyrocketed. Notice, 1,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Violet Gold to Legendary. Notice, you obtained Legendary Mount Crystal, Ancient Wraith Dragon. Huge profit. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately checked the detailed information of this Mount Crystal. Legendary Mount Crystal, Ancient Wraith Dragon. Type, Mount Crystal. Status, undeclared. Effect, seek a Mount Tamer in the main city and gather declaration materials to obtain a Mount Hatchling of corresponding quality. Declaration materials, 1.2 million gold coins, 30,000 purified crystals. Note, this mount belongs to the Ancient Wraith Dragon lineage. Has a chance to gain mutation traits, possibly revealing a hidden type mount. Description, the Ancient Wraith Dragons are said to have vanished long ago into the flow of time. Damn, Su Ran couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The tier, the species, the potential, all of it was enough to leave anyone awestruck. In Eternal, mounts weren't just the most loyal companions to players, they dramatically boosted combat power. Additionally, they granted significant speed bonuses. With enough luck, obtaining a flying mount could give players the freedom to soar across terrain and rule the skies. Su Ran clearly remembered how, in his previous life, even a silver-tier Grey Eagle sold for as much as 400,000 renminbi. Higher-tier mounts like griffins or wyverns went for astronomical prices. As for dragons, even the most ordinary bone dragon was considered non-negotiable, never for sale. And now, standing right before him, was a legendary tier ancient dragon mount. Perfect, but I need to collect purified crystals as soon as possible. Different mounts required different declaration costs and materials. The materials needed to declare the ancient Wraith Dragon were quite expensive. Not only did it require 1.2 million gold coins, but also a full 30,000 purified crystals. The former wasn't an issue. Currently, Su Ran had no shortage of money. But the latter? He'd need to go on a massive purchasing spree. Purified crystals were essential for mount declarations. They could only be dropped by killing the Decay Believer, mobs in the level 20 monster spawn zone, the Tama Monastery. At present, players didn't even know what purified crystals were used for. Their market price was pitifully low. Su Ran immediately made his decision. He planned to quietly buy up every single purified crystal available on the market. Once he achieved monopoly control, anyone else wanting to declare a mount later would have to buy them back from him at a steep premium. As for the cost of acquiring those purified crystals, Su Ran glanced around. The ground was littered with the death drops of players. At first glance, these players' equipment consisted of nothing but trash tier items of black iron and bronze quality. But in Su Ran's eyes, things were different. He had already confirmed it earlier. The thousandfold reward. This unique eternal rank talent could turn even junk into treasure. Even a mere black ring grade item could become an extremely coveted G-Fiend to other players. Start looting. This was a visual feast. With each loot action, those previously dull and lifeless items on the ground now began radiating brilliant light. Loot. Notice, you obtained equipment. Rusted Guardsman's Spear. Notice, thousandfold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from black iron to gold. Notice, you obtained equipment. Shining Imperial Guard Spear. Just as expected, thousandfold reward triggered once again. Garbage that was originally just black ring grade had instantly become a gold tier weapon. Su Ran understood one thing. Aside from himself, the players from Yumeng Guild were probably the ones most willing to spend money. Their gear was already among the very best in the player community. Yet even so, their guild leader, Yu Yimeng, were only gold tier equipment. No set bonuses at all, just mismatched pieces. This spoke volumes about how absurdly low Eternal's drop rates truly were. Keep going. Like a phantom, Su Ran remained hidden in darkness, swiftly looting everything in sight. Loot, loot, loot. Thousandfold reward triggered. Obtained. Robe of Wisdom Protection. Thousandfold reward triggered. Obtained. Advanced Healing Potion. Thousandfold reward triggered. Obtained. Cruel Executioner's Greatsword. At this moment, with every loot action Su Ran performed, piece after piece of equipment and other drops poured into his inventory. Thousandfold reward kept triggering again and again. Those once dull dropped items were now undergoing a fundamental transformation. Notice, you obtained special skill book, Molten Fireball. Skill book? Seeing this notification, Su Ran couldn't help but feel stunned. As a special skill, Molten Fireball could only be obtained through killing monsters, and even then, the drop rate was pathetically low. To everyone, it was an incredibly precious item. He never imagined that someone could resist learning this intermediate skill, but for him, this was absolutely great news. Under the effect of thousandfold reward, even a basic skill like Ice Blades could be amplified into the advanced skill, Glacial Storm. By the same logic, the quality of this intermediate level special skill would undoubtedly surpass even advanced tier. Chapter 25, Main Quest triggered. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. The next second, the 10,000-fold reward was successfully triggered. Tips: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of the reward you have obtained has been upgraded from basic to master tier. Tips: you have obtained a special AoE skill book, Meteor Feast. Just as he suspected, under the effect of the 10,000-fold reward, this skill had actually surpassed even the advanced tier. Master tier. Su Ran silently repeated the name of the skill in his heart. His star-like eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the game Eternal, skills were also divided into different tiers. Besides basic, intermediate, and advanced skills, there were master tier and forbidden tier skills as well. To master a master tier skill, players had to complete their class's ultimate certification and become a grand magus. As for the rumored forbidden tier skills, they required extremely harsh conditions and unbelievably rare fortune. This alone proved how valuable Meteor Feast truly was. Tips: you have mastered a new skill. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately learned the skill. The next moment, a complex and esoteric mark appeared directly in his skill bar. Meteor Feast. Type: master tier skill. Effect: through incantation, continuously draw upon ambient magical energy and resonate with fire elements to create a feast of falling meteors, dealing massive area damage to enemies within a designated zone. Each meteor summon deals 300% magic attack damage. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Note: during the duration, you may manually adjust the impact location of the meteors. Description: when meteors fall, all things perish. A master tier skill indeed lived up to its reputation. During the 10-second duration, each meteor dealt 300% of magic attack damage, which meant, as long as he cast quickly enough, he could summon more meteors. Excellent. Su Ran nodded inwardly. This skill could even be called a growing skill. He realized that as his level increased, the benefits brought by the 10,000-fold reward became increasingly terrifying. In his previous life, to obtain rewards of this magnitude, he would have needed to defeat at least an 80-level legendary boss. Tips: you have obtained equipment, Shattered Bone Necklace. Tips: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of the reward you have obtained has been upgraded from Bronze tier to Dark Gold tier. Tips: you have obtained equipment, Hateful Bone Chain Necklace. Afterwards, Su Ran spent nearly 10 minutes collecting every single drop from the ground. Thankfully, the additional inventory capacity provided by the Poem of Endless Lament belt prevented his backpack from overflowing. Throughout the looting process, the 10,000-fold reward remained active, amplifying every drop to an astonishing level. After a rough count, he had acquired 367 pieces of Dark Gold tier equipment, 814 pieces of Gold tier equipment, and 965 bottles of high-grade recovery potions. In addition, there were various miscellaneous items and junk gear. One sweep, and Su Ran had already filled his pockets to the brim. He couldn't even imagine how many resources these items could fetch. Even the wealthy Dreamshade Guild wouldn't be able to purchase all these items in one go. But Su Ran wasn't worried at all. If he remembered correctly, there was a perfect fencing spot within Frostbound City. Moreover, all items required for his class change quest had now been collected. The time was ripe. Return to city immediately. Withdraw. The moment the words left his lips, Su Ran's figure vanished into the darkness. Forsaken Forest once again returned to its original state, leaving behind only silence. Tips: you have entered Frostbound City. 10 minutes later, Su Ran passed through the magnificent and towering city gates, returning to the main city. Along the way, nothing unusual occurred. He encountered no obstacles whatsoever. The reinforcements from Night Rain Guild seemed to have completely disappeared. Su Ran didn't even see a few of their members grinding levels. As expected, Su Ran had anticipated this. Night Rain was cunning. Having missed their strike, they chose to bide their time. Most likely, they were secretly gathering strength, waiting for the right moment to make their move. Su Ran didn't care. Against absolute power, all underhanded tricks were futile. Right now, many large factions probably saw him as prey. But what they didn't realize was, weren't they just as much as prey? After all, just the fact that 10,000-fold reward could activate upon picking up player drops ensured he'd profit handsomely. Tips: you have entered the first floor of the Mages Association. Tips: you have entered the second floor of the Mages Association. Tips: you have entered. Not long after, Su Ran arrived at the Mages Association. Unlike ordinary players' class change quests, the Lost Eternal Kingdom trial quest would trigger the first main storyline mission since server launch. Therefore, he had to go to the 5th floor of the Mages Association and find Grand Magus Velistra. Only then could he submit the quest. Soon, Su Ran found Grand Magus Velistra. Even though he had seen her multiple times in his previous life, he was still stunned by Velistra's breathtaking beauty. Unfortunately, Su Ran wasn't interested in flirting right now. Only growing stronger mattered. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to submit the quest. The next second, a series of prompts sounded. Tips: quest Lost Eternal Kingdom submitted successfully. Tips: you have completed your second Jihad advancement, becoming an Eternal Mage. Tips: your current level cap has increased to level 60. Tips: you have learned a new skill. A flurry of notifications poured in rapidly. With this second Jihad advancement, a mysterious and profound aura quietly surrounded Su Ran. Perhaps, this radiance represented eternity itself. Just as Su Ran was about to check the new skill he'd acquired, his vision was suddenly swallowed by dazzling golden light. As Radiant Tuamong erupted across the sky, world announcements thundered into every player's ears once again. World announcement. Congratulations to player Taiying Xuancerin for becoming the first player to achieve second Jihad advancement, receiving heavenly Dao rewards. World announcement. Congratulations to player Taiying Xuancerin. 3 consecutive world announcements blared out, causing immense frustration among countless players, who began crying and cursing aloud. That's unfair. I'm only freaking level 14, and this guy already has his second class change. Boss Tianxian, please carry us mere mortals. I star you. Can you stop rubbing it in? Just as everyone was drowning in envy and resentment, the world announcement sounded once more. This time, the protagonist of the announcement was still Su Ran, but the content was something no player had ever expected. World announcement. Congratulations to player Taiying Xuancerin for successfully triggering the first ever main storyline since server launch. All players are encouraged to work together and assist Taiying Xuancerin in unlocking the main story expansion. Chapter 26, The Return, Mass Transactions. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxian Jiran. The world announcement kept repeating, yet the entire Chinese server had fallen into utter silence. Even the global chat channel seemed to have been paused, with no one speaking for a long time. About 10 seconds passed. Only then did many players begin to react. Damn it, why doesn't heaven open its eyes and give all the benefits to someone else? I'm having a heart attack, let me catch my breath. Second class promotion, triggering the main storyline quest. I admit I'm green with envy. Laughable. Now he even gets help unlocking the main story expansion? Guys, aren't you rushing to cause trouble in Frostbound City? I'm an elementary school student. Can you give me a legendary item? In an instant, the entire Chinese server erupted into chaos. Numerous players rushed toward the teleportation array leading to Frostbound City, even though it cost 1 gold coin per use. Major factions, 2. Began stirring with hidden intentions. Both the prospect of secondary class advancement and the activation of the main quest line filled every major power with deep unease. Most factions, independently yet simultaneously, arrived at the same decision. No matter what, they had to get involved in the main storyline quest, and if that proved impossible, then they would destroy this storyline altogether. Thus, every major force across the Chinese server began mobilizing. In no time, the grand teleportation plaza of Frostbound City was packed with players arriving from other capital cities. It became nothing short of a spectacle. At this moment, Su Ran had already left the Mage Association. Looking upon the bustling streets of Frostbound City, he couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected it, but the moment he triggered the main quest, he had already predicted the upcoming moves of all major factions. They would surely target him. They might even team up to sabotage his progress on the main quest. Yet he remained completely calm. His memories from a past life, combined with the overwhelming power granted by the 10,000-fold reward multiplier, gave him unwavering confidence. If he flinched now, he might as well just smash his head against a wall and end it all. Walking slowly toward the southern district, Su Ran glanced at his quest log. The Lost Kingdom's Return. Type: Main Quest. Difficulty: Unknown. Current stage: Investigation. Objective: Bone Dragon Basar, located within the Forest of Slumber, appears to have suffered an attack by an unknown creature. Travel to Mar Town, situated east of the Forest of Slumber, to investigate. Rumor has it the town has also endured similar assaults. Note: you must reach the location within 6 hours to proceed with this phase. Description: Virus detected traces of the Lost Kingdom within the skull of Bone Dragon Basar. Perhaps they never truly perished in the flow of history. They are about to return. The Lost Kingdom. This was no stranger to Su Ran. He clearly remembered. In his previous life, this main storyline quest only activated during the mid-game. Because it involved the Lost Kingdom, it triggered an unprecedented monster siege event. Players who participated suffered devastating casualties. Even Frostbound City, known as the city that never falls, had nearly been reduced to ruins. So it really is going to be challenging. As he spoke, Su Ran turned his gaze to his skill panel. After completing the class trial quest, his profession had changed to Eternal Mage. Not only had his level cap increased to 60, but he had also unlocked new skills. They were Eternal Leap, Order Stasis, and Eternal Judgment Chain. Unexpectedly, all newly acquired skills were active abilities. Eternal Leap. Type: Exclusive skill of the Eternal Mage. Effect: Activating this skill allows synchronization with space, instantly leaping a certain distance in a chosen direction. During the leap, the user cannot be targeted and is immune to all damage. Cooldown: 1 minute. Mana cost: 10%. Note: the cooldown can be bypassed by overdrawing leap uses. Each additional use doubles the mana cost. Leap. Ordinary caster classes typically gained a movement skill much later in the game. Flash Step. But Su Ran never imagined his movement ability would be a targeting immune, damage-ignoring leap. Overdrawing charges, mana cost doubles. Su Ran calculated briefly. Given his astonishing mana regeneration rate, he could consecutively perform up to 6 leaps without interruption. This meant his mobility would surpass anything imaginable. Good, very good. In high spirits, Su Ran turned to the other two skills. Order Stasis. Effect: when activated, this skill causes everything within a 200-meter radius to fall into a state of stasis. The user remains completely unaffected. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Eternal Judgment Chain. Type: Exclusive skill of the Eternal Mage. Effect: by chanting, summon judgment-infused shackles that deal massive damage to a designated target and apply the binding effect. Cooldown: 25 seconds. Mana cost: 2,000. Damn, these two skills truly exceeded Su Ran's expectations. The first was a control ability bordering on terrifying. Although it drained an enormous amount of mana, the sheer fact that it could freeze everything within a 200-meter radius demonstrated its overwhelming power. The last skill was equally absurd. Casting Eternal Judgment Chain would directly bind an enemy. Granted, it was a single target ability, but with a staggering 500% damage multiplier. It was clear that Eternal Judgment Chain was a god-tier skill for soloing bosses. These were the very foundations upon which he would complete the main storyline. He glanced at the time. The first phase of the main quest had a 6-hour time limit. Time is tight. Su Ran made up his mind. He intended to use this short window to drastically boost his strength once more. A few minutes later, he arrived at his destination with practiced ease. Notice, you have discovered Tatalina's small shop. The moment he stepped inside, Su Ran saw a small, adorable figure lazily lying on the counter, playing with a little cat. The shelves behind her were nearly empty, with only a few healing potions scattered here and there. It all looked utterly ordinary. Hello there, mysterious mage. The special effect from the legendary cloak allowed Su Ran, shrouded in darkness, to evade detection by all living beings. Thus, he could enter any shop freely, without worrying about accumulating criminal points. Good evening, Tatalina. Su Ran smiled toward the petite and charming Tatalina, then pulled out a large pile of equipment from his backpack. Clatter, clatter. As the gear piled onto the counter, the previously dim shop suddenly became as bright as daylight. Chapter 27. Extra discount for the first fencing. This massive pile of equipment totaled over 1,000 pieces. Su Ran had no intention of selling all of it to the Dream Shadow Guild. It wasn't because they lacked the funds. It was about demand. What Su Ran wanted wasn't gold coins. He sought more resources, materials and items that would skyrocket in value later on. Clearly, Dream Shadow Guild couldn't offer that right now. So from the very beginning, Su Ran had already made corresponding plans. With Dream Shadow, he'd only sell a small portion of the loot, in exchange for large amounts of resources. As for the rest, he'd dump everything straight to NPCs. Talina's little shop. In his past life, it was recognized by everyone as the ultimate place to fence stolen goods. Trade items for items. Fair prices. Absolute secrecy. An adorably soft lowly shopkeeper. These were all advantages of Talina's shop. But what Su Ran valued most was the range of resources available for exchange. As the most famous fencing spot in the previous era, players could trade for almost anything they desired at Talina's shop. Weapons, gear, potions, recipes, enhancement stones, items, materials, you name it. As long as you offered something of equal value, the deal went through. And if you were exceptionally lucky, you might even snag rare treasures like pets or mounts. Soon enough, Su Ran finished compiling his trading list. One instant massacre of over 1,000 players had netted him 367 dark gold tier pieces of equipment and 814 high tier golden ones. On top of that, there were 965 vials of advanced recovery potions. All these incredibly valuable items were now neatly laid out across the counter. Any player who saw this scene would be utterly dumbstruck. Splendid gear, rare potions, all piled up into a miniature mountain. Their radiant glow instantly illuminated every corner of the shop. Shortly after, suppressing her astonishment, Talina assessed their worth and presented her exchange list. Notification: this transaction marks the first ever trade between Talina's shop and a player. An additional discount has been granted. 70% off. 1,500 tier 1 orbs. 675 silver grade enhancement stones. And 56,000 units of purified crystals. Under such favorable conditions, Talina's trade offer seemed exceptionally generous. Among them, tier 1 orbs could only drop from monsters level 40 or above, an extremely rare strategic resource. Su Ran conservatively estimated that tier 1 orbs were currently worth nearly 100 times more than common grade ones. Once players broke past the level 30 cap, the synthesis system would unlock. At that point, whether it was orbs, enhancement stones, or augmenting items, all could have their quality upgraded via the synthesis system. Earlier, the trade list with Yu Yimeng included basic grade orbs and moonstones, a total of 1,000 pieces, combined with the 1,500 tier 1 orbs from Talina. But even then, the quantity still felt insufficient for him. After all, his set gear was of epic quality. If he embedded low-quality orbs with trash attributes, he might as well throw the whole thing away. The same logic applied to the 675 silver grade enhancement stones. If the stones were too low in quality, there was actually a risk of the equipment shattering during enhancement. And once he got his hands on those 56,000 purified crystals, one of his goals would officially be complete. Next steps were simple. Synthesize higher grade orbs and enhancement stones, and appraise the legendary mount, the ancient phantom dragon. Glancing at the sky, there were about 6 hours left until dawn. Time should barely suffice. Without hesitation, he waved goodbye to the sweet, innocent Talina, then turned and strode toward the central district of the main city without looking back. The synthesis platform. As a public facility, it was usually located near the central plaza of the main city. About 10 minutes later, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Su Ran, cloaked as a shadowy figure, arrived at his destination. A few imposing, grand synthesis platforms stood alone at the southern side of the central square. Notification: you have activated the synthesis system and meet the requirements for using the platform. Notification: would you like to spend 30 gold coins to rent a basic synthesis platform? No, renting a platform wasn't cheap. The basic model cost 30 gold coins. The intermediate model cost 200 gold. The advanced model required 1,000 gold coins plus world reputation at the somewhat famous stage. As for the master rank synthesis platform, the requirements were even more absurd. Not only did it cost 10,000 gold coins per synthesis, but the world reputation also needed to reach the household name stage. For ordinary players, this was nothing short of an astronomical figure. In his previous life, Su Ran had always been thrifty. For low-value items with high success rates, he would use the basic synthesis platform. Only for precious treasures would he rent advanced platforms. As for the master rank synthesis platform, even in the late game, very few players managed to raise their reputation to the household name level. But now, things were different. With the 10,000-fold reward system in hand, Su Ran could confidently say that gold coins were currently the least of his concerns. As for reputation, no issue at all. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold reward, his status had already reached the highest tier. Notification: your reputation has reached the highest rank, worshipped by 10,000. You meet the requirements to rent the master rank synthesis platform. Rent now? Confirm. Notification: rental successful. The master rank synthesis platform's 20% bonus success rate is now active. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately selected the most expensive platform. A 20% success rate boost was more than enough proof that spending 10,000 gold coins was worth every penny. Begin synthesis. Everything was ready. Satisfied, Su Ran gave a slight nod and took out 10 common grade orbs from his bag. Before arriving at the platform, he had completed the prior trade with Yu Yimeng. A total of 1,000 common orbs and 3,000 moonstones, all now in his possession. Notification: spend 10,000 gold coins to initiate this synthesis. As the orbs were placed onto the platform, the prompt arrived as expected. According to the rules, a successful synthesis would grant him orbs of the next higher quality tier. Unlike enhancement stones, orbs actually shared many similarities with skills in terms of tiers. They were ranked as common, basic, intermediate, advanced, master, and ultimately divine, the highest grade. This was precisely why Su Ran had acquired such a large quantity of orbs. If given the chance, he even hoped to synthesize a single divine grade orb. Notification: spend 10,000 gold coins to initiate this synthesis. Lost in thought, the prompt rang out again. Seeing this, Su Ran still didn't rush. Before initiating the synthesis, he first activated the unique effect of his legendary equipment, Fate's Wager. After several attempts, he finally randomly drew the beneficial buff, Fortune's Favor. Phew. Next, he glanced at his talent, 10,000-fold reward. Then he took a deep breath. Whether a miracle would happen now depended entirely on the outcome of this synthesis. Synthesize. Ding. The 10 common orbs instantly melted away in a flash. Immediately afterward, a brilliant light flashed before him, An all-too-familiar notification quietly sounded in his ears, sending a sudden tremor through his heart. Notification, synthesis successful. Your items have been upgraded to basic orbs. Notification, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been multiplied 10,000-fold. Chapter 28, the unexpected 10,000-fold reward. At this scene, Su Ran's face displayed an expression of utter shock. It wasn't because the orb had successfully synthesized. Rather, it was due to the second notification. He never expected. He had actually triggered the unique forbidden talent. 10,000-fold reward. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from basic to advanced. Notice, you have obtained the item, Life Blessing Orb. An advanced orb. The gap between basic and advanced quality was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Because the success rate for synthesis was far too low, according to statistics gathered by players in his past life. Even with the bonus from a master-level synthesis table, the actual chance of upgrading a basic orb to intermediate was merely 3%. And from intermediate to advanced, only a pitiful 0.45%. With a lower-tier synthesis table, the success rate would be downright abysmal. But things were different for him. Luck's favor, combined with the effect of 10,000-fold reward, likely granted him an epic-level boost in success odds. Excellent. Realizing that 10,000-fold reward could apply to synthesis made Su Ran feel incredibly pleased. Continue. While the buff from Luck's favor had not yet expired, Su Ran took another 10 basic orbs from his bag and placed them onto the synthesis table. These were resources he'd just traded from Tarina, 1,500 in total. Perhaps, even if triggering 10,000-fold reward with a basic orb didn't directly elevate it to master quality, the success rate for synthesis would still vastly surpass that of ordinary attempts. Efficiency should increase dramatically. Notice, spend 10,000 gold to initiate this synthesis. Initiate. Instantly, a dazzling glow surged from the synthesis table. 20 basic orbs vanished simultaneously, replaced by a brilliant burst of light. Notice, synthesis successful. Your item has been synthesized into an intermediate orb. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has received a 10,000-fold amplification. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Notice, you have obtained the item, Blazing Edge Orb. Advanced rare? Su Ran's heart leapt with joy. His guess was right. Although the orb only rose from intermediate to advanced quality, under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, it underwent a transformation no one could have predicted. Rare. For a synthesized item, rarity was a special status. It meant the item possessed an additional rare effect. Such cases were even rarer than winning the lottery. Thinking this, Su Ran quickly examined the orb. Blazing Edge Orb. Type, orb. Slot requirement. Weapon of crimson gold grade or higher. Quality, advanced. Socket effect. Blazing, when socketed, grants fire element damage and increases fire-based attack damage. Extra rare effect. Edge, when socketed, grants a sharpness effect, causing enemies to bleed and become crippled for 30 seconds. Not bad. A hint of appreciation flashed in Su Ran's eyes. This orb wasn't suitable for casters or priests, ranged magic classes. But for melee physical damage dealers, it was nothing short of peerless. Good. A promising start. Pressing his advantage, Su Ran decided to keep synthesizing. Notice, synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. Boom. All 10 basic orbs vanished. Yet Su Ran didn't care in the slightest. Continue synthesizing. Notice, spend 10,000 gold to initiate this synthesis. As the prompt sounded, brilliant light once again shimmered across the synthesis table. Notice, synthesis successful. Your item has been synthesized into an intermediate orb. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has received a 10,000-fold amplification. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from intermediate to advanced rare. Notice, you have obtained the item, Spirit Burst Orb. This time, the synthesized orb perfectly suited magic-oriented classes. However, Su Ran didn't stop there. He immediately pulled out a large stack of basic orbs and began synthesizing wildly. Notice, synthesis successful. Your item has been synthesized into an intermediate orb. Notice, synthesis failed. Your synthesis materials have been destroyed. Notice, synthesis failed. Your synthesis materials have been destroyed. Notice, synthesis successful. Your item has been synthesized into an intermediate orb. Although the synthesis chance had dropped to a heartbreakingly low level, under the effect of Luck's favor, his success rate actually remained around 20%. This probability was simply against all odds. If other players saw this, they'd probably scream that ghosts were real. Synthesize. Synthesize. Continue synthesizing. As Su Ran acted, the number of orbs in his bag began to steadily increase. Almost all of them were advanced rare quality. 10,000-fold reward triggered. Obtained defense counter. 10,000-fold reward triggered. Obtained frost slow. 10,000-fold reward triggered. Obtained strength awakening. Not long after, all 1,000 basic orbs were completely consumed. Without pause, Su Ran took out another stack of 1,490 common quality orbs and fed them into the synthesis table. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Notice, you have obtained the item, Spirit Burst Orb. As the notification sounds gradually faded, all the common quality orbs had been transformed into advanced orbs. By consuming 1,000 basic orbs, he successfully obtained 210 advanced rare orbs. Su Ran's calculation was correct. The success rate was indeed around 20%. Meanwhile, the 1,500 common orbs yielded 442 advanced orbs. The success rate was slightly higher than with basic orbs, reaching approximately 30%. Su Ran hadn't expected the rate to be this high. Clearly, the money wasn't wasted. Both Luck's favor and the master-level synthesis table had proven their worth. Excellent. Su Ran was in high spirits. He decided to continue synthesizing. This time, he directly placed 10 advanced rare orbs onto the synthesis table. Orbs of advanced quality or higher could only advance to master or divine rank. If synthesis succeeded, even without triggering 10,000-fold reward, the orb would still ascend to master rank. But one thing left Su Ran somewhat uncertain. If 10,000-fold reward activated, could it push an already master rank orb even further into a higher tier? Chapter 29, Apocalypse and Judgment. Tip: spend 10,000 gold coins to initiate this synthesis. Synthesize. Without hesitation, Su Ran activated the synthesis platform. One thing he was absolutely certain of: the success rate for synthesizing high-rarity orbs would inevitably be far lower than that of basic orbs. To get a successful result, he'd likely need to try several times. So, overthinking wouldn't help. Just do it. As he made his move, a blinding light burst forth violently. But the very next second, the sound from the platform abruptly ceased. Tip: synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the notification rang out, all 10 high-rarity orbs shattered into pieces. Continue. Failure was expected. If synthesis were so easy, master tier orbs would already be common trash. To obtain the absolute best, one must be willing to spend without regret. Once again, he took out another 10 high-rarity orbs. Su Ran reactivated the synthesis platform. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, another failure. Without hesitation, Su Ran kept pulling orbs one by one from his inventory and placing them onto the synthesis platform. Then he initiated the synthesis ritual. Tip: synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. Tip: synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. Tip: synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. The failure notifications continued to chime. Yet all of this was within Su Ran's expectations. Like an unyielding machine, he kept loading orbs onto the platform. At the same time, due to the world announcement mentioning the main quest, countless players, lured by the rich rewards of the main storyline mission, arrived at Frostbound City via teleportation array. In no time, the entire capital city was flooded with people, just as they roamed around searching for traces of the Chosen One. The commotion coming from the synthesis platform gradually drew the attention of passing players. Whoa, who's doing non-stop synthesis over there? Just asking, what rarity does that blinding glow represent? You're really clueless. That unique radiance only appears on dark gold tier items. Nonsense, it's clearly high tier gear. Wait. Holy crap, the player who can even use a synthesis platform. Isn't there only one person in the entire server who can do that? These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Every player present exchanged glances. A single name instantly sprang into their minds. Whoa, it's the Chosen One. Even though Su Ran remained shrouded in shadow due to the special effect of Cape of Commanding Light and Shadow, his identity was quickly recognized. Only someone who had completed their second-class promotion could activate a synthesis platform, making it the most direct proof of identity. Upon recognizing him, many players began moving closer. Some were simply curious about what exactly he was synthesizing. Others, particularly younger female fans, pushed forward just to catch a glimpse. Was the Chosen One actually handsome? And still others harbored different intentions. Keep eyes on him. This is a safe zone. Report immediately once he leaves the city. Get the guild members ready to mobilize. The Chosen One has appeared. Notify the guild leader now. In an instant, Frostbound City became a cauldron of hidden currents. Numerous factions began springing into motion. More and more players poured into the central plaza of the capital. There was only one focal point: Su Ran, who was synthesizing orbs. Tip: spend 10,000 gold coins to initiate this synthesis. Pulling out another 10 high-rarity orbs, Su Ran ignored the ever-growing crowd and placed the orbs onto the synthesis platform. By now, he had already consumed 240 high-rarity orbs. The success rate was still 0%. The odds of upgrading high-tier orbs to master rank were pathetically low, yet he wasn't discouraged. Facing the prompt, he once again activated the special effect of Fate Token. Waiting until the status bar displayed the buff, Blessing of Luck. Only then did he proceed with the synthesis. Confirm. Buzz. As the word left his mouth, a dazzling, radiant light exploded outward. All 10 high-rarity orbs instantly vanished from the platform. In their place sat a single magnificent orb, pulsing with vast and awe-inspiring energy. At that moment, a melodious notification followed closely behind. Tip: synthesis successful. Your item has been synthesized into a master tier orb. Tip: unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been amplified by 10,000 times. Tip: 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from master tier to divine tier. Tip: you have obtained the item, Orb of Apocalypse and Judgment Light. The moment the notification rang out, a dazzling radiance beyond description suddenly erupted from the transmission platform. Boom. Leaving no time for anyone to react. A magnificent, towering pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. The aura emanating from it seemed to proclaim an apocalypse, as if passing judgment on all sins and punishments. What the, damn it, what insane gear did the Chosen One just get his hands on again? What the hell is this visual effect? My light spell isn't even half this bright. Lucky bastard. I'm done. I'm deleting my account. Bathed in the shimmering light rain cascading from the radiant column, countless players completely broke down. They had merely come out of curiosity, or hoping to tail Su Ran and steal the main quest. Yet now, they could only watch helplessly as he synthesized the absolute best of the best. What hurt the most was, they couldn't even identify the quality of this item. Seeing countless players utterly devastated, Su Ran had no time to pay them any mind. Even he hadn't expected it. The 10,000-fold reward multiplier truly turned the impossible into reality, allowing him to successfully synthesize a divine tier orb. At that thought, Su Ran's gaze naturally fell upon the orb. He wanted to see for himself what kind of attributes this divine tier orb possessed. Orb of Apocalypse and Judgment Light. Type: orb. Socket requirement: divine tier equipment. Quality, Divine. Socket Effect 1. Judgment, when socketed, grants the equipment a special effect. When dealing damage to enemies, there's a chance to trigger Judgment, putting the target into a judged state. Unable to act, defense reduced to 0. Duration varies based on target strength. Note 1. If the target belongs to an evil faction or is a red name player, there's a chance to trigger an instant kill event. Socket Effect 2. Apocalypse, when socketed, allows the user to actively unleash the power within the orb, releasing a devastating apocalypse. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note 2. Upon activation, Apocalypse deals indiscriminate damage to surrounding enemies and can alter terrain. Chapter 30. Undercurrents Stirring. Divine Grade Gemstone. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Chiron's heart still pounded wildly. A Divine Grade Gemstone. The first Divine Grade Gemstone in the entire server, and it had appeared so early in the game. Recalling his past life, it wasn't until the late stages of the game that some ultra-lucky player had managed to synthesize such a divine gem. At that time, its price had driven countless factions to despair. Indeed, even the top 10 large-scale guilds seemed unable to afford the astronomical cost of a Divine Grade Gemstone, because the effects of a Divine Grade Gem were simply too terrifying. Once embedded into a legendary artifact, it could bring about earth-shattering changes. And the Gem of Judgment and Cataclysmic Light that Chiron had just synthesized was the absolute pinnacle among Divine Grade Gems. Even among gods, there were distinctions. Judgment, Cataclysm. These two special effects represented fragments of a deity of Order's fundamental laws. Once activated, they could even overwhelm the law-based powers of lesser deities. Excellent. Chiron was thoroughly satisfied at this moment. This Divine Grade Gem possessed two special effects. The first was Judgment. Upon successful embedding, attacks would have a chance to trigger the Judgment effect. Target judged. Unable to act. Defense reduced to 0. When attacking players of evil alignment or red name players, there was even a chance to trigger an instant kill effect. Just this single special effect alone was enough to surpass epic tier equipment. But the most outrageous one was the second effect. Enchantment effect, Cataclysm. After embedding, the power within the gem could be actively unleashed, releasing a destructive Cataclysm with a cooldown of 1 hour. When Cataclysm was triggered, it would deal indiscriminate damage to surrounding enemies. Additionally, it could alter the terrain itself. An active effect. Even Chiron had never seen a gemstone before that carried an active ability. Once embedded, it would be as if he gained an additional skill of unimaginable destructive power. The terrifying potential of the Divine Grade Gem was now beginning to reveal itself. Perfect. Chiron glanced at his backpack. Previously, he had synthesized a total of 210 high-rarity gems and 442 high-grade gems. Counting this latest synthesis involving the Divine Grade Gem, he had used up 250 gems in total, 190 high-rarity gems, and 60 high-grade ones. Currently, he had 20 high-rarity gems and 382 high-grade gems remaining. Continue synthesizing. As he spoke, Chiron activated the special effect of Fate Token. Only after seeing Blessed by Luck appear on his status bar did he take out another 10 high-rarity gems and place them on the synthesis altar. Buzz. The synthesis platform emitted a deep, muffled sound once more, drawing the startled gazes of countless players across the area. What the hell? Why is he still synthesizing gems? Any big shot here who can tell us what tier this bastard's gems are? I seriously want to murder this guy and loot all his gear and gems. Just go to sleep, dude. With your bronze tier gear, you think you stand a chance. Having witnessed the actual process of a Divine Grade Gem synthesis firsthand, numerous players felt a wave of frustration and unease. Meanwhile, major factions began moving quietly behind the scenes. Mobilize. All elite members, gather at the edge of Solitude Plains. The Fiery Division headed east, we go north. All members of Liao Yuan Guild, drop whatever you're doing. Head to South Yilwan Valley for assembly. Unlike the crowd of spectators drawn by curiosity, the major factions were exceptionally sharp. Right now, they all realized the true value of this gem. At minimum, master tier quality. Perhaps even a Divine Grade Gem. Almost simultaneously, various powerful organizations based in Icebound City began formulating their next moves. While swiftly assembling their forces, they closely monitored Chiron's actions and the movements of other factions. The moment an opportunity arose, they would strike without hesitation. Facing something as valuable as a master tier, or even Divine Grade Gem, killing to seize it was the most rational choice. In an instant, Icebound City, outwardly bustling and lively, concealed endless undercurrents of lethal intent beneath its surface. Quite the clever scheme indeed. Ignoring the system prompt indicating synthesis failure, Chiron calmly took out another set of 10 high-grade gems and placed them directly onto the synthesis platform. Notice, spend 10,000 gold to initiate this synthesis. Confirm. Buzz. The synthesis platform whirred to life again. Brilliant light erupted, rapidly dispelling the darkness around it. Keen observational skills. Insider knowledge of the future trajectories of all major factions. And a divine tier gem whose sheer value could ignite greed in any heart. All these factors converged together. It was precisely these factors that led Su Ran to see through the deadly intentions secretly harbored by the major factions. If it had been any other player, they would certainly have been ambushed and killed the moment they left the city. But Su Ran didn't care in the slightest. So you want to lie and wait. Then keep waiting. Boom. As he thought this, another burst of dazzling light erupted. And right on cue, a melodious notification chimed. Notice, synthesis successful. Your item has been upgraded to Master Tier Gemstone. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been amplified 10,000-fold. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been elevated from Master Tier to Divine Tier. Notice, you have obtained the item, Gem of Guardian's Oath. As the notification sounded, countless players gasped sharply. Again, as the sound rang out, A gemstone radiating brilliant luster appeared atop the synthesis altar. The sight sent countless players into a frenzy, their eyes turning red, hearts pounding wildly. Only one thought remained in their minds. Charge forward and seize that gemstone by force. But everyone knew it was impossible. Just like equipment enhancement, activities such as synthesis, forging, crafting, or cooking were all protected by system mechanisms. The item couldn't be picked up, couldn't even be touched, and anyone who tried would instantly be slain by the lawkeeper commander. Faced with this situation, innumerable players could only scream in agony within their hearts. On the contrary, the major factions hastened their assembly without exception. Some of them had even stopped hiding. Players assigned by various guilds to keep watch simply stood directly beside Su Ran, another divine tier. Su Ran didn't immediately check the attributes of this divine gem. He continued synthesizing. Time was running out. Less than 2 hours remained before the deadline for the main quest. Not only did he need to reach Martown in time, but he also had to trigger the main quest event before dawn. Otherwise, the lawkeeper commander, level exceeding 100, would hunt him relentlessly until death. Lost in thought, Su Ran took out another 10 high-grade gemstones and placed them on the synthesis platform. Notice, spend 10,000 gold to initiate this synthesis. Confirm. Su Ran pushed his speed to the limit. One after another, gemstones were taken from his bag. With the synthesis altar roaring violently, streaks of radiant light flashed continuously. At this moment, 234 high-grade gemstones remained in Su Ran's backpack. He decided to leave not a single one behind. All of them would be synthesized. Chapter 31 Mount Taming Shop. According to the rules of the synthesis system, each time a synthesis ritual is initiated, the player must place 10 synthesis items. This meant one thing. With only 234 pearls remaining, Su Ran could perform synthesis 23 more times. Without hesitation, Su Ran skillfully took out the pearls and placed them onto the synthesis platform. His movements were smooth and fluid, almost artistic in their elegance. As he acted, a series of notification sounds continuously rang out. Notification, synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. Notification, synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. Notification, synthesis failed. Your materials have been destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Each shattering pearl marked another failure. Watching players on-site cringed in pain. Many major factions nearly burst into rage. In their eyes, these pearls were their own property. How could they allow him to waste them so recklessly? In an instant, numerous guild leaders observing in secret clutched their hearts in agony. Stop. Finally, someone lost patience. A player named Fenghuo Langyan attempted to halt Su Ran's profligate actions. Aren't you just wasting resources like this? I advise you. Before Fenghuo Langyan could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed Su Ran seemed to glance in his direction. Recalling the Tenjong of the Night Rain Guild earlier, he immediately sealed his mouth shut. Notification. Do you wish to consume 10,000 gold to initiate this synthesis? 10 high-quality pearls were now placed by Su Ran onto the synthesis platform. Confirm. Buzz. As the synthesis platform roared, brilliant light once again emerged. Notification. Synthesis successful. Your item has been synthesized into a master-grade pearl. Notification. Unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has received a 10,000-fold amplification. Notification. Amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from master grade to rare master grade. Notification. You have obtained the item, Shadow Flash Skytrace Pearl. Seeing this, Su Ran couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. Before him, the towering pillar of light rising from the platform differed in scale and magnitude from that of a divine-grade pearl. It wasn't as spectacular as when a divine-grade pearl was produced. Yet compared to a typical master-grade synthesis, it was far more magnificent and awe-inspiring. At this moment, Su Ran seemed to grasp a faint pattern. Unlike high-rarity pearls, the synthesis of high-grade pearls had a chance to produce divine-grade pearls, and simultaneously, it could also yield rare master-grade pearls. Realizing this, he turned his gaze toward the attributes of this pearl. If his guess was correct, this pearl should possess an exceptionally terrifying additional effect. Shadow Flash Skytrace Pearl. Type, Pearl. Socket requirement, legendary grade or higher armor. Quality, Master. Socket effect, Shadow Flash. After socketing, grants the armor the Shadow attribute, increasing movement speed by 50%. After moving continuously for 10 seconds, activates a dash effect, propelling forward over a short distance. Additional rare effect, Skystride. Upon socketing, activates the power contained within the pearl, placing the user in a skystriding state. During this state, the user remains in an invincible condition, immune to all forms of crowd control. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Legendary. Su Ran hadn't guessed wrong. Master-grade pearls could only be socketed into legendary-grade equipment. Divine-grade pearls required divine artifacts, and rare master-grade pearls corresponded precisely to epic-grade equipment, one tier below divine artifacts. This pearl not only granted a 50% movement speed boost, and added a passive dash ability, but also provided a special effect. Skystride. Not only could it allow him to remain airborne for a full 40 seconds, but during that time, he would maintain invincibility, immune to all control effects. Continue synthesizing. Next, Su Ran slowly used up all remaining high-grade pearls, performing synthesis after synthesis. Failure. Failure. Again, failure. Only when the final 10 pearls were gently placed upon the synthesis platform did a dazzling radiance emerge once more. Majestic, mysterious, entrancing enough to draw one's soul into its glow. A vast column of light, radiating the aura of a divine treasure, soared skyward from the platform, piercing the heavens. Notification, synthesis successful. Your item has been synthesized into a master-grade pearl. Notification, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has received a 10,000-fold amplification. Notification, amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from master grade to divine grade. Notification, you have obtained the item, Toxic Corrosive Mist Pearl. Finally, another success. Su-Ran never expected it. The very last synthesis had actually succeeded. Not only that, he had obtained a Divine Grade Pearl, Aura of Judgment Calamity Pearl, Vow of Protection Words Pearl, Toxic Corrosive Mist Pearl, Echo of Extreme Shadow Pearl, 3 Divine Grade Pearls, 1 Master Rare Pearl, and 4 High Grade Pearls. These were the spoils of this round of synthesis. Any single one of them would be enough to drive every player into frenzy. Even NPCs might be tempted to kill for such treasures. Fall back. Glancing at the time, Su-Ran stored all the pearls into his backpack, including the Vow of Protection Words Pearl and the Toxic Corrosive Mist Pearl. Time was running short. Before leaving the main city, there was still much to do. He could wait until he reached Mar Town to inspect the detailed attributes of the 2 Divine Grade Pearls. With that thought, Su-Ran swept his gaze around. He noticed most players were still dazed, yet countless eyes remained locked onto him. These were players sent by major factions, yet Su-Ran paid them no mind. Gripping his staff, he quietly pushed his way through the crowd toward the outskirts. As expected, the surveillance players immediately followed behind, and shadows hidden in the darkness relayed everything happening here to the large forces assembling outside the city. Still leveling up? Stop farming monsters. Go hunt him down. Upon learning that Su-Ran possessed 4 items through Divine Grade Pearls, these factions halted all ongoing activities. Now, they waited patiently, but what they didn't know was, Su-Ran hadn't even left the city. Instead, he was heading toward another shop. Notification, you have discovered a mount taming shop. Notification, since you have unlocked the mount system, you meet the requirements to enter the mount taming shop. Su-Ran took a single step forward. His figure instantly vanished at the entrance of the mount taming shop, leaving behind only a group of stunned surveillance players. Notification, level insufficient. Mount system not unlocked. Entry to mount taming shop denied. Warning, do not forcibly enter restricted areas. Consequences will be borne by yourself. Staring at the system message, these players were utterly speechless. Chapter 32, Ashen Wings, a screen-filling announcement. What's going on? Damn it, level 2 low. Mount system only unlocks after 2nd class promotion. Does this mean we lost him? Hey man, which guild are you from? Are you here to tail him too? Faced with the warning, no one dared to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The group of players who had followed in his wake could only choose to wait on the spot. At that moment, Su-Ran already held in his hand a Mount Crystal glowing with the luster of legendary quality. Legendary Mount Crystal, Ancient Phantom Dragon. Type, Mount Crystal. Status, awaiting identification. Effect, seek the Mount Tamer in the main city and gather identification materials to obtain a corresponding quality Mount Hatchling. Identification materials, 1.2 million gold coins, 30,000 purified crystals. Note, this mount belongs to the Ancient Phantom Dragon clan. There is a chance of mutation attributes appearing, potentially yielding a hidden type mount. Description, the legendary Ancient Phantom Dragon clan is said to have long vanished into the depths of history. This was the reward for defeating Bone Dragon Basar. Once identified, Su-Ran would definitely obtain an Ancient Dragon mount. Tip, confirm to consume required materials and gold to begin mount identification. Confirm. As soon as the words left Su-Ran's mouth, the 1.2 million gold coins and 30,000 purified crystals were instantly submitted to the Mount Tamer. Then, amidst the Mount Tamer's astonished expression, the identification began. Tip, identification results are entirely random. Range limited to the Ancient Phantom Dragon clan. As the notification sounded, a full 30,000 purified crystals nearly filled the entire Mount Tamer's shop, and slowly, they began to melt. Tip, identification in progress. Next, a scene Su-Ran was all too familiar with unfolded. As the purified crystals continuously dissolved, countless luminous motes imbued with mysterious energy gradually emerged. As if alive, these specks were slowly drawn toward the legendary Mount Crystal. Soon, the seal contained within the Mount Crystal began crumbling, inch by inch. The savage, violent aura within was being steadily purified. This was the ultimate function of the purified crystals. In the game Eternal, there were multiple ways to obtain mounts. 1. Directly conquer a mount. This method usually targeted bosses and monsters. It required not only sufficient strength, but also luck, opportunity, and knowledge of monster behavior. Mounts obtained through this method were generally weak. After all, any monster that could be forcibly subdued by a player couldn't possibly be that powerful. 2. Capture a mount. This required unlocking the secondary profession of Beast Tamer. By using capture items, players could catch pets or mounts. Mounts and pets obtained this way were mostly warhorses, decent cost performance options. But by mid to late game, they became common as dirt. 3. Obtain a Mount Crystal through drops. Different from other methods. Once a player acquired a Mount Crystal, they must use purified crystals to cleanse the hatchling inside of its resistance and ferocity. Only then would the mount acknowledge its master. But precisely because of this, mounts obtained this way always had 100% loyalty, never to betray. As for quality, it varied depending on the dropped Mount Crystal. Just as he was thinking this, a cracking sound quietly emerged from within the Mount Crystal. Sharp and clear. It worked. It seemed as though echoing Su-Ran's thoughts. The instant he spoke, more cracking sounds erupted, one after another, particularly eye-catching. Boom, boom, boom. With the final crack fading away, the savagery, resistance, and hostility once sealed inside the crystal vanished completely. Tip, purification complete. Your mount is awakening. Tip, do you wish to complete the mount bonding ritual? Faced with the prompt, Su-Ran felt a surge of excitement. This meant one thing. He was about to obtain the first mount in the entire world. And not just any mount. A legendary grade Ancient Phantom Dragon. Dragons were proud. Elves lived in seclusion. These two races respectively represented the rarest and most exceptional mounts and pets. In his past life, one might, with unimaginable luck, obtain an elf's pact. But without true power, No one could ever tame a dragon of this lineage to serve as their mount. Even Su Ran himself had only received this mount crystal after defeating the legendary creature, Bone Dragon Basar. And that was thanks entirely to the 10,000-fold reward bonus. Without this eternal unique level talent, he probably would have only obtained a plain stat Bone Dragon. Thinking of this, he activated Fate Chips. He waited until the buff effect, Luck's Favor, appeared before making his choice. Confirm. The moment Su Ran spoke, the mount crystal, already cracked, shattered completely. Amidst the showering fragments, a tiny figure no larger than a palm quietly rested in his hand. Tip. Identification successful. Tip. Special event triggered. Your mount has developed a mutation attribute. Tip. You have randomly obtained a hidden legendary quality mount hatchling. Ashen Wings, Ancient Phantom Dragon. A hidden mount. A surge of endless excitement welled up in Su Ran's heart. He had actually triggered a special event. Luck's Favor. Indeed, never failed to deliver. Perfect. Su Ran was just about to check the specific attributes of his legendary mount, when suddenly he stopped. Brilliant and familiar golden light abruptly shimmered before his eyes. This was the distinctive glow of a world announcement. Only then did he remember. As the first player to obtain a mount, he would receive a reward from Heavenly Tao. And, whenever someone acquired a mount of violet gold quality or higher, a world announcement would also be triggered. Not only would it unlock the world mount leaderboard, but it would also grant rewards related to mount items. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Xianji Ran for becoming the first player in the world to acquire a mount. Reward granted. The world mount leaderboard has been unlocked. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Xianji Ran for becoming the first player in the world to acquire a legendary grade mount. Reward granted. Mount Cultivation Stone, Mount Skill Book. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Xianji Ran for becoming the first player in the world to acquire a mount. Receiving. 2 world announcements were triggered in total. Each one flashed 3 times across every player's screen. In an instant, the dazzling and magnificent world announcements created a screen-filling effect. Witnessing this spectacle, all players fell into stunned silence simultaneously. At the same time, all major factions that had been waiting anxiously outside the main city finally broke down at once. *CKU. I've been waiting here all this time, and this bastard actually got a legendary mount. Just like a damn clown. Faced with the sudden appearance of the world mount leaderboard, more than a few players were so infuriated they burst into bitter laughter. Chapter 33, The Bizarre Random Skill. Mount, Legendary Quality. Seeing the world announcement flooding the screen, players from all major factions stared in shock. No one had expected it. After completing their second class advancement and breaking past level 30, a mount system would actually unlock. In an instant, the various factions that had been secretly lying in wait to ambush and steal treasures felt a sudden headache coming on. They had already received intelligence about over 1,000 players from the Night Rain Guild being instantly wiped out. Now, with the addition of a legendary mount, the Chosen One, already terrifyingly powerful, was about to become even more difficult to deal with. Just the speed advantage provided by the mount alone would be enough to plunge countless players into despair. For a moment, all those forces hiding outside the main city fell into deep thought. At the same time, Su Ran's expression was also filled with astonishment. His talent, 10,000-fold reward, had activated. The rewards from the world announcement were enhanced to an unimaginable degree. First came the Heavenly Tao reward. Notice, your Heavenly Tao reward is mount-related. Distribution in progress. Notice, you have obtained Mount Experience Crystal. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from epic to legendary. Notice, you have obtained the legendary item, Mount Experience Crystal. By this point, Su Ran's amazement was beyond description, and it wasn't without reason. Mount Experience Crystal was an extremely rare and valuable mount-related item. Although higher quality mounts required increasingly more experience to level up, even so, if one used an epic grade Mount Experience Crystal, a legendary mount's level would skyrocket. And now, thanks to the effect of 10,000-fold reward, the crystal's quality had been directly elevated to legendary. Its value could no longer be measured in mere currency. Not bad at all, Su Ran said, stroking the ancient ghost dragon resting in his palm, feeling immensely pleased. He knew this was only the beginning. 2 other rewards had also triggered his 10,000-fold reward talent. Notice, you have obtained a reward, Mount Cultivation Stone. Notice, you have obtained a reward, Mount Skill Scroll. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from epic to legendary. Notice, you have obtained a reward, Mount Cultivation Stone. Notice, you have obtained a reward, Mount Skill Scroll. In an instant, 2 more legendary quality items appeared in Su Ran's inventory. Mount Cultivation Stone. Type, Item. Quality, Legendary. Usage requirement, Mount. Effect. After use, the mount will undergo cultivation, randomly gaining a powerful enhancement of legendary tier effect. Mount Skill Scroll. Type, Item. Quality, Legendary. Usage requirement, Mount. Effect. Grants the mount a new skill of legendary quality. Reading the detailed information of these 2 items, Su Ran felt deeply satisfied. Truly worthy of the rewards brought by a world announcement. Truly worthy of the unique, once-in-eternity talent enhancement. Once used, these 2 items would surely bring about unimaginable changes. Use them. Notice, do you wish to consume the item, Mount Cultivation Stone, to strengthen your mount? Notice, do you wish to consume the item, Mount Skill Scroll, to grant your mount a new skill? Confirm. Without hesitation, Su Ran resolutely used both legendary items. Brilliant rays of light shimmered and swirled, enveloping the Ashen Wings, ancient ghost dragon. It was as if the creature was basking beneath a gentle shower of glowing rain. The little one rolled happily, looking cute and docile. But the very next moment, the entire mount stabling shop fell into utter silence. Golden griffins, gale wolves, swift boars, Phantom Shadow Steeds. These normally expensive creatures, all mounts temporarily kept here by NPCs. Among them were many rare and proud ones like the Golden Griffin. In fact, Su Ran even spotted a juvenile flying dragon. Yet at this very moment, an overwhelming draconic aura, thick and intense, seemed to seep into every corner of the room. Like an immense mountain pressing down, heavy enough to suffocate anyone beneath it. Without exception, every single mount began to tremble involuntarily. Notice, strengthening successful. Your mount has gained a speed-based enhancement. Please check the details. Hearing the notification, Su Ran's eyes lit up. Speed. This was the most fundamental attribute of any mount, bar none. And for the ancient ghost dragon lineage, speed held even greater significance than anything else. Therefore, the result from the mount cultivation stone could be described as nothing short of perfect. However, the random skill obtained through the mount skill scroll was somewhat strange. Notice, mastery achieved. Your mount has randomly acquired a new skill, Divine Revival. Seeing the message, even Su Ran was left dumbfounded. No matter how hard he thought, he never expected the Ashen Wings ancient ghost dragon to randomly obtain a skill with an opposing attribute. As far as he remembered, Divine Revival should be the exclusive core skill of Holy Hall Angels, something only rumored to exist. Who could have predicted that a Holy Element skill would appear on the body of an ancient ghost dragon? Divine Revival. Quality, unidentifiable. Type, mount skill. Effect, when activated by the mount, gathers light elemental magical energy in the surrounding area, dealing massive holy element damage to enemies within a designated range. 1 hour cooldown. Note, during activation, all allied targets within the area will be resurrected with full status restored. Holy crap. After reading the skill's effect and glancing at the little creature in his hand, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. As an ancient ghost dragon, the little one showed no signs of rejection toward the holy element skill. That was indeed fortunate. Next, he pulled out from his bag a crystal clear gem, the Mount Experience Crystal. Currently still in its juvenile form, the little one was only about the size of a palm. Being of the ancient dragon race, its body would naturally grow larger as it leveled up. A vague suspicion formed in Su Ran's mind. Feeding a legendary grade, Mount Experience Crystal, might trigger an unimaginable transformation. With that thought, he immediately used the Mount Experience Crystal. As the translucent crystal gradually dissolved, the little creature's body began to stretch at a terrifying rate. Meanwhile, outside the main city, where various factions had waited the entire night, a player suddenly wore an expression of sudden realization. Damn it, I finally know how to take down the Chosen One. Chapter 34, Permanent Buff, Ice's Silence. The player speaking was named Liao Yuan Baijan, the strategist of the Liao Yuan Guild, specifically responsible for advising the guild's upper echelon. If Su Ran had been present, he would have instantly recognized this person's identity. In his previous life, it wasn't until the mid-game that players unlocked the main quest expansion pack, Lost Kingdom. That battle, humans suffered a crushing defeat. It was precisely due to this man's reckless command that Frostbound Citadel, renowned as never melting, nearly fell. As a result, Liao Yuan Baijan became the target of endless hunts by countless players. According to the Night Rain brothers, the Chosen One wiped out over 1,000 of them with a single AoE skill. He suddenly mused, lowering the longbow in his hand and beginning a serious analysis. That means his evil value must definitely exceed 1,000 points. The movement speed of a legendary mount is indeed fast, no doubt about it. But we can use sheer numbers, forming a solid wall through brute force. He grew more excited as he spoke, sketching a sand table diagram on the ground. Yes, just like this. If he wants to leave the city, he'll have to attack us first. Then his red name status won't be concealable anymore. Based on calculations, his evil value will certainly trigger pursuit from the Enforcer Commander. Over a dozen minutes later, under Liao Yuan Baijan's persuasive speech, the various factions that had been waiting outside the city all night actually joined forces. Everyone, start organizing formations. You, take a 100-man squad over there. You, lead your group to the other side. Hurry up and get into position. As orders were issued one after another, the various factions began executing the plan to construct a human wall exactly as Liao Yuan Baijan envisioned. In fact, they had already begun discussing how to distribute the top-tier gear that would drop from Su Ran once he was killed. Unquestionably, this plan was extremely meticulous. Faced with such an encirclement, if it were Su Ran from just 10 minutes ago, he might truly have been helpless and forced to surrender. But now, it was a completely different story. Before the ancient phantom dragon, everything was insignificant. Notice, item, Mount EXP Crystal, used successfully. Notice, your mount has leveled up to level 1. Notice, your mount has leveled up to level 2. Notice, your mount. One after another, dazzling golden lights poured down as Ashen Wings, ancient phantom dragon, S level skyrocketed. Level 1, level 5, level 10, level 15. As the little guy's level rose continuously, its body expanded to over 10 meters in length, with a wingspan nearing 20 meters. Notice, your mount has leveled up to level 16. Notice, your mount has leveled up to level 17. The legendary grade, Mount EXP Crystal, granted an immense amount of experience. At this moment, the little creature's level continued to climb rapidly. To avoid damaging the mount taming shop, Su Ran decided to leave this place. The sky was the true domain where dragons roamed freely. Notice, you have left the mount taming shop. Whoosh! A violent gust erupted, roaring toward him. Su Ran leapt forward, landing steadily upon the broad back of his companion. Let's go, fly higher, Su Ran said. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ashen Wings, ancient phantom dragon, shot upward like a bolt from a bow, piercing the heavens. Notice, your mount has leveled up to level 20. Notice, your mount has leveled up to level 21. The notification sound still echoed in the air. Soaring above the clouds, Ashen Wings, ancient phantom dragon, gradually grew to 20 meters in length. Truly massive enough to blot out sun and moon. Even higher, mind-linked as they were, urged onward by Su Ran, the little dragon joyfully surged upward, as if it could pierce through the very sky itself. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters. As altitude increased, frost crystals formed all around Su Ran, glistening and pure. Yet thanks to the permanent buff, Ice's favor, he didn't freeze into an ice statue. Instead, his mana was continuously being restored. Under the favor of the ice deity, the bearer becomes immune to cold-related negative effects, while gaining constant mana regeneration. The colder the environment, the faster the recovery rate. This was the beneficial effect he obtained during the game's early launch phase. Now, Su Ran's goal was his second permanent buff. Unlike other major cities, Frozen City lies at the foot of Forgotten Peak of eternal winter, perpetually blanketed in snow and ice. According to clues from Chincha forum posts, floating 4,000 meters above Frozen City, there was a mysterious mark. Upon contact, it would grant a permanent buff. Not bad at all, just as he thought this. A piercingly cold wind, seemingly capable of freezing one's soul, rushed violently toward him. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to notice. A crystalline, snowflake-like mark hovered quietly not far ahead. Seeing this, Su Ran's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Buff acquired. The moment the words left his lips, his ancient phantom dragon, perfectly attuned to his will, surged forward toward the mark. Notice, by touching the forgotten frost scar, you have obtained a buff, Frost Withering. Exactly as expected, the intelligence was accurate. As the notification sounded, a permanent buff appeared. The next second, the thousandfold reward effect activated. This buff immediately underwent a qualitative transformation. Notice, thousandfold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from permanent rare buff to permanent exquisite tier buff. Notice, you have obtained the permanent exquisite tier buff, Ice's Annihilation. Another top tier permanent buff. Excellent. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to examine the new buff. Ice Annihilation. Type, exquisite tier buff. Duration, permanent. Effect, under the recognition of Frost Law, the bearer fills the area within 300 meters with Frost Aura. Every 3 seconds, enemies in range are inflicted with a slow effect, and have a chance to trigger the special effect, Annihilation, dealing massive damage equal to 10 times the caster's magic attack. Description, a blessing bestowed by the Law of Frost. Unlike Ice Favor, Ice Annihilation is a divine gift from Elemental Law itself. Its focus isn't on personal protection, but rather on ultimate ice elemental devastation, constant area-wide slowing, high damage attacks amplified tenfold. All of this stands as undeniable proof of the terrifying might of Ice Annihilation. Chapter 35. If the guild leader finds out, you're dead. It's time to move. Glancing at the time, Su Ran noted that only 51 minutes remained for the first stage of the main quest. He had to act quickly. He needed to reach Mar Town, located on the eastern side of the slumbering forest, before the countdown ended. Otherwise, the mission would fail outright. Let's go. Closing the quest interface, Su Ran issued the command to his little companion. As time passed, the massive amount of experience granted by the Mount Experience Crystal had been completely consumed. At this point, it was no longer appropriate to call the ancient ghost dragon little guy. Notice, your mount has leveled up to level 30. Notice, your mount has entered the growth stage and awakened a new bloodline skill. Level 30. After entering the growth stage, the creature's size had expanded to nearly 40 meters long. When its wings spread, they blotted out the sky like a suffocating shroud. Looking at its status panel, Su Ran couldn't help but feel deep respect for that legendary quality, Mount Experience Crystal. The rate of level progression was nothing short of terrifying. Ashen Wings, Ancient Ghost Dragon. Level, 30. Race, Dragon. Owner, Chosen One. Attribute, Death. Quality, Legendary. Current stage, Growth Stage. HP, 150,000. Physical attack, shared with owner's stats. Magical attack, shared with owner's stats. Defense, shared with owner's stats. Skills, Dragon's Awe, Shadow of the Death Phantom. Sacred Revival, Ashen Mist. Special trait, Ashen Wings. While soaring, spreading its wings will scatter endless ash over the path below, dealing damage to enemies along the way and inflicting a life-burning effect. No cooldown for this trait. Non-equipment, none. Evolution requirements. Relic of the Ancient Dragon, Withering, Ancient Dragon Crystal. Description, a unique individual from the lineage of the ancient ghost dragons, possessing the potential to evolve into an epic tier mount. Excellent. Seeing the updated stats, Su Ran was thoroughly satisfied. Just as expected. Aside from HP, mana, and speed, nearly all other attributes of this uniquely empowered ancient ghost dragon were shared with his own. For most players, this might not be ideal, but for Su Ran, it meant significantly higher potential. Moreover, all 4 skills were exceptionally powerful. Dragon's Awe emits the awe-inspiring pressure of an ancient dragon, stunning most creatures and increasing damage output. Shadow of the Death Phantom allows entry into a ghostly state, enabling movement through solid objects while boosting speed to its maximum. Ashen Mist, activated manually, creates a field of ashen mist in a designated area, causing a life-burning effect that drains targets' health. And then there was the special trait, Ashen Wings. This legendary Grey Dragon mount was even more fearsome than some epic tier mounts. What's more, this ancient ghost dragon still had the potential to evolve further. Move out. Destination, Mar Town. With a single command, the near 40-meter long ancient ghost dragon shot forward like a storm of ash veiling the sky, racing straight toward the city outskirts. Meanwhile, outside Icebound City, a wall formed entirely of players encircled the entire main city. Should anyone spot the Chosen One, this human wall would instantly close in, launching a coordinated ambush. But because of this setup, Other players trying to leave the city to grind monsters had to undergo strict inspections. In no time, the whole city descended into chaos. Yet, just as major factions continued their tense stakeouts, a strange mist composed of deathly ash soared silently above their heads. Weird, look at that dark cloud above. Why is it moving so fast? Almost simultaneously, a few players cried out in surprise. The waiting had been agonizing. Bored out of their minds, they happened to glance upward and noticed the odd, drifting ash cloud. You seeing things? What cloud? Eat more carrots if you're going blind at night. Lying about enemy sightings? If the guild leader finds out, he'll kill you. By the time they looked up again, the silhouette of the ancient ghost dragon had already vanished. Notice, you have discovered Mar Town. Howling wind screamed past, racing across the landscape. It took only a few minutes for Su Ran to arrive at his destination. Mar Town. This heavily fortified town lay on the eastern edge of the slumbering forest. The town was shaped like an inverted triangle, with steep cliffs on both sides. It perfectly led the path leading to Icebound City. Its strategic significance was immense. Su Ran clearly remembered that shortly after the Lost Kingdom expansion had launched, monsters had conquered this town, turning it into an excellent staging ground for invasion. Sure enough, they've appeared. Hovering in midair with wings blazing in grayish flames, the ancient ghost dragon provided Su Ran a perfect vantage point. Looking down, outside Mar Town, perpetually shrouded in darkness, several shadowy figures could be faintly seen lurking in concealment. NPCs. Without hesitation, Su Ran activated Aratoya's true sight. In an instant, the entire world turned into a lifeless gray. Within the bushes surrounding the town, several crimson figures stood out sharply. As his gaze settled, the attribute panels of these figures appeared before him. Howling Scout. Level 40. Type NPC. Faction. Dark Faction. Health. Mana. Attack power. Skills. Description. Once seeking to reach an eternal realm, erased from history after an unknown calamity, now returning in the form of the Lost Kingdom. It's them. Howling Scouts were common scout NPCs within the Dark Faction. Extremely powerful, capable of crushing ordinary second-class players. Under normal circumstances, Howling Scouts answered only to major city lords, typically serving as scouts or covert lookouts. But now, they were gathering intelligence for the Lost Kingdom. This was deeply suspicious. Seeing these figures, Su Ran's expression grew serious. One thing was certain. The appearance of the Howling Scouts meant one thing. The army of the Lost Kingdom would arrive at this town very soon. Then, let's eliminate them first. Su Ran made his decision. Killing monsters or completing quests could both trigger the talent, 10,000-fold reward. Even killing players could activate the 10,000-fold reward. Glancing down at the figures of those NPCs below, Su Ran fell into deep thought. Based on his past life experience, killing NPCs allowed looting their belongings. Moreover, depending on whether the two parties were hostile, it would either increase merit points or crime points. He really wanted to find out whether killing enemy NPCs could also trigger 10,000-fold reward. Chapter 36. Territory status changed. If even killing an NPC could trigger the 10,000x reward, then it meant he had just discovered another way to farm rewards. Let's go down. Lightly patting the scales of the ancient phantom dragon, Su Ran locked onto several figures hidden within the grass below. Not a single sound was made. The ancient phantom dragon flapped its wings and began descending slowly. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. As the altitude dropped, notification after notification chimed in. Notice, you have completed stage 1 of the main quest, The Lost Kingdom Rises Again. Quest progress has been updated. Please check for details. For Su Ran, completing the first stage had been simple enough. All he needed to do was arrive at Mal Town and locate traces of the enemy. But for other players, it would have been completely different. Without a flying mount, they'd have to travel here, sneak in, investigate, and finally discover something. All before completing stage 1. That difficulty level was nothing short of hellish. Stage 1 of the main quest is already completed? Seeing this, Su Ran immediately signaled the ancient phantom dragon to halt its descent. In an instant, the massive, majestic dragon hovered silently in midair, motionless. This kind of hovering ability was unique to the ancient phantom dragon. The wailing patrollers below would never imagine that above their very heads flew a dragon nearly 40 meters long. Even less could they fathom that one player had already marked them as prey. Glancing down at the wailing patrollers, Su Ran held back for now. Instead, he opened his quest log and began reviewing the updated task details. The Lost Kingdom Rises Again. Type: Main quest. Difficulty: Unknown. Current stage: Planning. Description: During your investigation in Mal Town, you unexpectedly encountered NPCs from the Dark Faction. For this stage, you have two choices. Choice 1. Strike first. Attempt to extract information from the wailing patrollers regarding the Dark Faction schemes involving the Lost Kingdom. Choice 2. Avoid direct confrontation. Return to Frostbound City and report your findings to Velistra. Note: your choice will alter the course of future events. Choose wisely. Introduction. Velistra sensed the aura of the Lost Kingdom within the skull of Bone Dragon Basar. Perhaps they never truly perished in history's tides. Perhaps they are about to rise again. Avoid direct confrontation. In his past life, the player had chosen exactly that path, avoidance. And because of that choice, Frostbound City faced a crisis unlike any before. Though that player successfully unlocked the main quest expansion, they were destined to miss out on everything that followed. If I remember correctly, after leaving here in the previous timeline, Maltown fell almost immediately, causing him to lose all subsequent rewards. As Su Ran reflected, his gaze drifted toward the distance. Outwardly, everything appeared calm. A peaceful summer night on the verge of dawn. But only Su Ran knew the truth. The dead from the Eternal Kingdom had already awakened, crawling from damp, shadowy abysses. They spread like a creeping tide, silent and unstoppable. In the past life, That player had made the wrong choice. Su-Ran would not repeat that mistake. Moreover, the location of this town was too ideal to abandon. He would never allow it to fall into the rotting hands of darkness. So he chose to strike first. Get ready to attack. The thought barely formed before the ancient phantom dragon responded instantly. Ash filled the air, drifting down in endless flakes. Within moments, a thick fog composed entirely of ash had gathered around them. From afar, the area appeared veiled beneath a dim, ominous cloud. Yet, just as Su-Ran was about to act, the figures below moved in unison. Hidden deep in darkness, they crept forward slowly. Following their line of sight, Su-Ran spotted a group of armored guards in polished armor, spears in hand, marching toward the gates of Mal Town. The town's defenses were decently constructed, but its garrison was pitiful. Clearly, Mal Town only housed 2 guard squads. Right now, it was time for shift rotation, which meant both squads would soon be leaving the town entirely. According to his memories from the previous life, one condition was required to seize control of towns, fortresses, or even capital cities. There must be no living guards remaining. Only then would the attacker gain the opportunity to capture the territory's core. The scene before him made Su-Ran pause his actions. It seems the storyline has truly changed. He remembered clearly. In his previous life, Mal Town should have been massacred at this moment. Every NPC, every guard, even the players grinding here, were all slaughtered by the army of the Lost Kingdom. But now, things were different. Clearly, these few, wailing patrollers, intended to seize the territory's core during the chaos, thus gaining direct control over Mal Town. As he was thinking, a pair of footsteps echoed, and a squad of guards marched in perfect unison out through the gates of Mal Town. They were beginning shift rotation. In that instant, the figures hidden deep in darkness immediately sprang into action. Treading upon moonlight, they moved like indistinct shadows, dashing forward at an astonishing speed. Too fast. Even Su-Ran was taken aback. Something was off. This speed was absolutely not normal for wailing patrollers. In barely a blink, they had already infiltrated Mal Town, moving with practiced ease. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, straight to the heart. The wailing patrollers locked onto the location of the territory core within just 7 seconds. Yet, Su-Ran still did not act. His expression remained calm as he silently observed everything unfolding inside the town. Intruder alert. At last, the guards realized the enemy had breached their defenses. They rushed back toward the town in panic. But it was too late. With a sharp, crisp sound, the territory hub of Mal Town shattered completely. At that very moment, a hand composed entirely of grotesque white bones tightly grasped the territory core. Regional announcement. Due to enemy assault, the territory's status has changed. Mal Town is no longer under Frostbound City's jurisdiction and has become a hostile zone. Regional announcement. Due to the regional announcements echoed continuously. At this stage, only one player had the qualifications to enter this area, Su-Ran, and only he knew what this announcement truly meant. Territory status changed, designated as a hostile zone, which meant one thing. Whoever managed to seize the territory core could claim this town as their own. Because at this moment, Mal Town had broken free from Central City control. Whoever reclaimed it would possess it as personal spoils. Chapter 37. The long overdue merit points reward. For most players right now, territory was still an unfamiliar and distant concept. But in Su-Ran's eyes, it was extremely important. From the very beginning, Su-Ran had planned to capture a territory. Yet no one could have predicted that completing the main quest would give him the opportunity to seize land far earlier than expected. In the game Eternity, territories were crucial strategic strongholds. As the game progressed, player-formed factions would gradually rise. Eventually, due to conflicts, story-driven events, and other factors, player factions could choose to initiate or join wars to conquer certain regions, thus claiming their own territory. Once a territory was established, functions such as taxation, trade, leasing, and merchant routes would unlock. All of these brought unimaginable wealth to players. Of course, territories came with different tiers. From outposts, villages, towns, fortresses, cities, all the way up to capital cities. The higher the tier, the more features became available. Likewise, the territorial area expanded accordingly. Geographical location also mattered greatly. Take Mar Town, for example, a small town controlling the vital pass to the capital city. In terms of value and future returns, it far surpassed other remote and isolated towns. This difference was somewhat like comparing school district housing to suburban real estate. Therefore, the moment the territory core appeared, Su-Ran had already prepared for battle. He must capture this town. Regional announcement. Due to attack on Mar Town, its status has changed. It is no longer under Frostbound City's jurisdiction and has become a hostile zone. The announcement still echoed through the air. Mar Town remained under occupation. 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, another notification sounded. Regional announcement. Mar Town has been fully captured. As a hostile force, you will be expelled and hunted. Respond accordingly. Now, at the exact moment the countdown concluded, the already dim sky turned pitch black. The ancient phantom dragon spread its wings, transforming into a massive shadow blotting out the heavens, then plunged downward at terrifying speed. Meanwhile, within the town, several wailing sentinels cautiously carried the territory core. Yet at that very instant, a flurry of ashes drifted down onto their skulls, sparking small fiery embers. Why is there ash? Feeling sharp pain and a sudden drain on their vitality, the wailing sentinels looked upward in alarm. Their withered, rotting faces twisted with confusion. Then, looming above them, a magnificent and awe-inspiring ancient dragon materialized like a phantom, so close it felt suffocating. Roar! A deafening roar exploded outward. The oppressive aura of the phantom ancient dragon instantly spread across the area. Boom, boom. Ashes rained down like a crimson storm, striking the ground with terrifying force. This was the effect of the ancient phantom dragon's special trait, Wings of Ash. When spreading its wings during flight, it scattered endless ash that dealt damage to enemies along its path, and inflicted a life-burning effect. Minus 12,929. Minus 13,014. Minus 12,781. Minus 12,935. Each falling speck of ash produced a damage number that sent chills down one's spine. Since mounts shared their owner's attack attributes, even as a passive ability, Wings of Ash dealt massive damage. In calculations, each ash particle inflicted damage equal to 100% of magical attack power. In mere moments, the Wailing Sentinels lost a huge chunk of their health. Enemy attack. Abnormally, the Wailing Sentinels did not wail or attempt to inflict mental damage on Su-Ran. Instead, they leaped high into the air, trying to land on the dragon's back. Roar. The ancient phantom dragon submitted only to Su-Ran. How could it allow such vermin to step on its body? With a vicious swipe of its monstrous claw, it slammed downward. Crash. The Wailing Sentinels were smashed straight into the ground. Minus 874. Minus 862. Minus 857. As a spellcaster, Su-Ran possessed almost no physical attack power. Thus, even when sharing his stats, the ancient phantom dragon only dealt pitiful 3-digit damage. But that didn't matter. Control and interruption were Su-Ran's true objectives. Without even realizing it, he had completed a long and obscure chant. Boom, boom, boom. Several chains inscribed with mysterious and intricate magical runes silently appeared in the sky. It seemed to happen in an instant. These chains, each nearly half a meter thick, vanished from their original positions. The next second, the chains plunged down and brutally pierced through the bodies of the Wailing Sentinels. Below, damage numbers instantly appeared. Minus 69,012. Minus 68,759. Minus 68,914. Minus 69,025. 13,959. Su-Ran's unique skill as an Eternal Archmage not only dealt terrifying damage, but also pinned the enemies firmly to the ground. Eternal Judgment Chains. By chanting, summon judgment-infused chains that deal massive damage to designated enemies. Additionally, applies the Entangle effect, lasting for 5 seconds. Although Eternal Judgment Chains only dealt a single instance of damage, the 500% bonus was more than enough to severely wound the Wailing Sentinels. Glacial Storm. With a calm command, Su-Ran finished casting the skill. Before these Dark Faction NPCs could break free from the restraints, a blizzard carrying countless razor-sharp ice blades suddenly descended. Rumble. As wave after wave of damage numbers flickered and vanished continuously. Notification. You have successfully killed NPC, Wailing Sentinel. Notification. You have successfully killed NPC, Wailing Sentinel. Notification. You have successfully. One full combo of skills, unleashed relentlessly. Those grotesque, horrifying figures were instantly obliterated from existence. Who would have thought? The Wailing Sentinels, once formidable enough to trouble even many third-class players in Su-Ran's previous life, were now blown into nothing but scraps? Notification. Because the target you killed was an enemy NPC, you have earned 10 merit points. Notification. Because the target you killed was. The merit points for eliminating hostile NPCs were awarded as expected. There were 4 Wailing Sentinels, in total, all level 40. Each kill granted 10 merit points, undeniably generous. Yet Su-Ran noticed something strange. The merit points he earned did not appear in his inventory as the system notification suggested. Seeing this, a glimmer of delight flashed across his eyes. There was only one possible explanation for this. The 10,000-fold reward multiplier had activated. Chapter 38. Confirmation of the theory. A total of 40 merit points. Enough to exchange for a single piece of gold rarity equipment from the merit shop. For any other player, this would probably be cause for instant excitement. After all, defeating enemy players only yields 1 point each. This was equivalent to eliminating 40 opponents in one go. But for Su-Ran, without being amplified by 10,000-fold reward, this reward wasn't even worth having. Just as he was thinking that, a notification chimed. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been multiplied 10,000-fold. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your reward has been multiplied 10,000-fold. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. As the notifications kept echoing, the 10,000-fold reward finally took effect. Notice, you have gained 100,000 merit points. Notice, you have gained 100,000 merit points. For NPCs in total granted him a staggering 400,000 merit points. Top-tier, crimson gold equipment, purple gold items, shadow gold mounts and pets. He didn't even need to open the merit shop. He already knew exactly what these points could buy. And once merit points exceed 500,000, players gain access to legendary rarity gear and items. However, obtaining epic rarity equipment typically required over 1 million merit points. Besides defeating enemy players, substantial merit points could also be earned through mission rewards. Su-Ran clearly remembered that in his previous life, one relentless player completed countless quests and eventually accumulated 1.2 million merit points, successfully acquiring an epic tier weapon. But Su-Ran didn't need to grind like that. Now, his theory had been confirmed. Defeating NPCs could also trigger 10,000-fold reward. This meant his rate of accumulating merit points would absolutely surpass all expectations. Land. On command, the ancient phantom dragon slowly descended to the ground. Without hesitation, Su-Ran grabbed the territory core lying on the ground. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Notice, no resisting life forms detected within the territory. Occupation conditions met. Occupying Martown. Regional announcement. Due to attacks on Martown, its territorial status has changed. It is now detached from Nightshade City's jurisdiction and becomes the private territory of player chosen 1. Regional announcement. Due to Nightshade City, Seeing the regional announcement, Su Ran frowned. The resurgence of the Lost Kingdom indeed had secret ties to the Dark Faction's covert schemes. Yet, something puzzling occurred. Even after eliminating these 4 Wailing Sentinels, no quest update related to the main storyline appeared. This meant the second phase of the main quest wasn't as simple as expected. The real crisis, it seemed, still lay ahead. But overthinking wouldn't help. Better to use the newly acquired merit points to boost his strength right away. With practiced ease, Su Ran opened the merit shop. Notice, spend 20,000 merit points to acquire item, Divine Equipment Socketing Tool. Notice, spend 8,000 merit points to acquire item, Epic Equipment Socketing Tool. Confirm. Notice, exchange successful. Having spent a total of 28,000 merit points, he finally obtained the tools needed to add gemstone sockets to Divine and Epic tier equipment. This wasn't because the shop was overcharging. Rather, both Divine grade and certain high-end Epic grade equipments shared a unique trait. Indestructible. Therefore, in order to socket a Divine item, Su Ran had no choice but to use special tools. That was precisely why he hadn't embedded any gems before. Blacksmith shops in cities could only add sockets to equipment below gold rarity. Anything higher had to be obtained through drops or exchanges. Notice, use item to add gemstone socket to equipment, Cloak of Commanding Light and Shadow. Confirm. As a flash of light shimmered, a new socket slot appeared on the surface of the Divine grade equipment. Immediately after, he took out 2 gems. First was a master rare quality gem. Gem of Supreme Shadow Step, through Void. Notice, socket successfully added. Equip gem. Confirm. The moment he spoke, an epically radiant gem became embedded into the surface of his Endless Dirge Poem Boots. This master rare gem possessed remarkably powerful effects. In addition to a 50% movement speed bonus, it also provides a 40-second mid-air hovering effect. During this time, the user gains unbreakable status and is immune to all forms of crowd control. Next, he used the Divine Grade Equipment Socketing Tool. A gemstone socket slot appeared on the surface of the Cloak of Commanding Light and Shadow. Su Ran still had 1 gem left in hand. It shimmered with the unique radiance of divine quality, dazzling and magnificent. Gem of Judgment Cataclysm Light. Actually, there were 3 gems in Su Ran's inventory. Besides the Gem of Judgment Cataclysm Light, there were also the Gem of Guardian Oath Words and the Gem of Venomous Corrosive Mist. All 3 were of divine quality. Su Ran needed to select the most suitable one from these 3 to complete the engravement on his divine artifact. On his way to Martown, he had examined the specific attributes of both the Gem of Guardian Oath Words and the Gem of Venomous Corrosive Mist. As expected, although all 3 gems were of divine rank, the properties Judgment and Cataclysm clearly matched the Cloak of Commanding Light and Shadow best. First, the first socket effect. Judgment. After embedding, the equipment gains a special effect. When dealing damage to enemies, there's a chance to trigger the Judgment effect, putting the target into a judged state. Unable to move, defense reduced to 0, with duration scaling based on the target's strength. And when the enemy is an evil-aligned NPC or a red name player, there's even a chance to instantly kill them outright. The second socket effect was even more outrageous. Cataclysm. After embedding, the power within the gem can be actively activated, unleashing a devastating cataclysm. When triggered, Cataclysm deals indiscriminate damage to surrounding enemies, and also possesses terrain-altering effects. No matter which form, light or shadow, either effect would achieve perfect synergy. Moreover, the deity of judgment was not an ordinary god. It stood among the supreme deities, ranked alongside the masters of light, darkness, death, and others. By this alone, its sheer terror was already proven. Embed. The moment Su Ran spoke, the radiant divine quality gem was embedded into the cloak woven from light and shadow. Boom. A brilliant, majestic pillar of light erupted into the sky, illuminating every corner of Martown. Chapter 39. The perfect way to advance the plot. What the hell? Damn it, look over there. Witnessing this scene, all the players who had lain in wait outside the main city to ambush Su Ran and seize his treasures were now utterly baffled. Following the distant gaze across the desolate plains, a magnificent, awe-inspiring pillar of light erupted from the east side of the sleeping forest, piercing straight into the sky. Seeing this, players from various major factions, who had waited through the entire night, instinctively rubbed their eyes at the same time. Confusion filled their eyes. Now that's strange. This light pillar looks familiar somehow. Yeah, I think I've seen this before too. Many players fell into deep thought. Suddenly, someone snapped awake. A chill ran down their spines. Don't tell me. This is that damn chosen one. Before the player could finish speaking, a world announcement pinged in everyone's ears. Completely unexpected, the dazzling visual effect of the announcement nearly blinded some players. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tying Shuanshern for successfully embedding a divine artifact and receiving the reward, Equipment Enhancement Stone. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tying Shuanshern for completing. 3 more announcements followed rapidly. The entire Chinese server instantly exploded. A divine artifact? Something so many people only dreamed of. And he actually completed its embedding? But what truly crushed everyone was that the world announcement rewarded him with an epic grade enhancement stone. Absolutely insane. After seeing the details, countless players gritted their teeth in frustration, hearts burning with jealousy. Yet the ones suffering the most right now were those large factions lying in ambush outside Icebound City. As they realized they'd been completely fooled, their faces turned dark. Some ranted furiously. When did he even leave the city? I don't know. I waited for him all night. All damn night. In an instant, their meticulously planned human wall tactic collapsed entirely. Keep chasing. Driven by the idea of, we're already here anyway, the poor saps who had squatted all night set off once again. Only this time, far fewer players remained involved. Meanwhile, in Martown, Su Ran had already completed the gemstone embedding. Tips. Successfully embedded legendary gemstone. Bathed in radiant, shimmering light rain, Su Ran turned to view the rewards brought by the world announcement. Tips. You have received the reward. Equipment Enhancement Stone. Tips. 10,000-fold amplification activated. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Epic to Divine Grade. Tips. You have received the reward. Equipment Enhancement Stone. Divine Grade. With the Enhancement Stone in hand, Su Ran was stunned. He hadn't expected the world announcement to grant an Epic Quality Enhancement Stone. Even less expected was that the 10,000-fold reward would upgrade it all the way to Divine Quality. This meant his Divine Grade equipment still had vast room for further enhancement. However, he'd need to return to the main city and use the blacksmith shop to strengthen this divine artifact. Right now, the most important thing was Martown. Thinking thus, Su Ran turned his gaze toward the territory core. Tips. Occupation countdown remaining 6 seconds. Tips. Occupation countdown remaining 5 seconds. As the countdown ticked down, the softly glowing core gradually inscribed itself with his presence. 3, 2, 1. Finally, the timer ended. This small town, strategically controlling the throat of the main city, now belonged entirely to him. Tips. You have successfully occupied Martown and acquired a new township-level territory. Tips. All permissions for Martown have been unlocked. Tips. You have unlocked the Martown building system. Tips. You have unlocked the Martown trade system. Tips. You have unlocked. Instantly, notification after notification began flooding his screen. Permissions for construction, taxation, trade, farming, population, all activated one after another. Just as the world chat quieted, it erupted again in everyone's ears. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tying Xuanzhern for becoming the first player to acquire territory, rewarded with Special Township Blueprint X1. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tying Xuanzhern for being the first. 3 more consecutive world announcements hit like a hammer, catching countless players completely off guard. Territory. Can you actually seize territory in this game? Numerous players stared in shock. To date, only a handful of players had discovered related clues by consulting in-game documents. What kind of question is that? As long as you can kill the guards, even the main city can be captured. Besides, according to the materials found in the library, increasing your noble rank also allows you to obtain fiefdoms. Under the guidance of several knowledgeable players, the entire world chat descended into an uproar. At this moment, everyone understood one thing clearly. As long as one was powerful enough, even the vast Frostbound Empire could be conquered piece by piece. Upon receiving this news, the major factions currently rushing toward Martown felt a sudden surge of excitement. Hurry up, pop speed potions, push to get there within half an hour. Avoid pulling aggro from any monsters on the way. Go. Almost simultaneously, the same idea flashed through their minds. While other regions belonged to established powers with deep backgrounds and affiliations, and thus were absolutely off limits, Martown was different. A few assassin players skilled in stealth had previously scouted the town. Its defenses were dilapidated, its guards few and weak. Moreover, Martown had neither background nor strength to speak of. In their eyes, it was nothing more than a helpless nobody. And so, they now had an additional objective. Seize the territory, Martown. Meanwhile, inside Martown, Su Ran wore a strangely contemplative expression. Just over 10 seconds ago, when he successfully occupied Martown and the world announcement triggered, the main storyline had changed accordingly. Tips. Since you have successfully occupied Martown, the content of Phase 2 of the main quest has changed. Please check carefully. Without hesitation, Su Ran opened his quest log. Quest objective. Having successfully seized Martown and uncovered Nightshade City as covert schemes, you have drawn the enemy's attention. Quest requirement. Ensure Martown does not fall within 5 hours, delaying the enemy's advance beyond the sleeping forest. Exactly as he had suspected. If he wanted to advance the plot in the most perfect way possible, capturing this town and standing firm against the enemy was the only path. To delay them for 5 hours? Don't underestimate me. Muttering to himself, Su Ran claimed the rewards from the world announcement. Special Township Blueprint. His unique Eternal Tier talent, 10,000-fold reward, seemed almost eager now, itching to take effect. Chapter 40. Can this actually trigger a reward? Notice, you have received a reward, Town-level territory special blueprint. Notice, the 10,000x amplification has succeeded. The quality of the reward you obtained has been upgraded from mythic to legendary. Notice, you have received a reward, Town-level territory special blueprint. Seeing this, Su Ran's heart skipped a beat. Who could have imagined? The reward brought by the world announcement was actually so generous. Under the effect of 10,000x reward, a mere mythic grade special blueprint had undergone a qualitative transformation. Town-level territory special blueprint. Type, template blueprint. Quality, legendary. Usage condition, town-level territory. Effect, upon use, randomly draws 1 legendary quality special territory blueprint. Description, 0.05% chance to additionally obtain a defensive structure, with quality no higher than crimson gold. Amazing. Staring at this template blueprint, Su Ran's excitement refused to subside. Based on memories from his previous life, if he wasn't mistaken, the value of a special territory blueprint far exceeded that of the territory itself. Once a player seized control of a territory, they automatically gained permission to construct and develop it. From there, players could build fortifications, territorial buildings, shops, and more. They could also recruit NPCs and guard soldiers. NPCs assisted players in managing the territory, initiating trade, and cultivating land. Guards were responsible for defending the territory, clearly indispensable. Currently, all defensive structures available for construction in Martown used basic templates. Their strength was genuinely mediocre. Facing a tidal wave of enemies, there would only be one outcome: shattered upon impact. Similarly, whether guards, buildings, or NPCs, everything was standard tier, just like the previous Martown. Only 4 wailing patrollers were needed to conquer it outright. but a territory special blueprint could provide unique guards, buildings, defenses, NPCs, and much more. In his past life, Su Ran had researched related materials. The blueprint used to construct Frostbound City was legendary tier, and even then, it was the lowest rank among legendary blueprints. Even so, Frostbound City was hailed as an everlasting, unfreezable capital city. Recalling this, Su Ran acted immediately. Mysterious and arcane inscriptions shimmered into existence, activating the special effect of Destiny Token. Shortly after, the buff, Blessing of Luck, appeared. Everything was ready. All that remained was the final step. Su Ran used the town-level territory special blueprint. Notice, are you sure you want to use this item to randomly draw a legendary tier template blueprint? Confirm. The moment he spoke, the blueprint in his hand transformed. Ruined. Dim. Cold. Oppressive darkness permeated every inch of the surrounding space. Notice, random blueprint draw successful. You have obtained the special blueprint, Dead Silent Night. However, it didn't end there. Under the effect of Blessing of Luck, several notification messages followed rapidly. Notice, triggered 0.05% chance. You have additionally obtained the defensive structure, Blazing Light Rapid Fire Tower. At this moment, his talent, 10,000x reward, activated once again. Brilliant light surged forth violently, instantly dispelling all surrounding darkness. Notice, 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Crimson Gold to Legendary. Notice, you have received a reward, Dawn Annihilation Colossal Tower. Damn, witnessing this, even Su Ran couldn't help but mutter, holy shit, Dawn Annihilation Colossal Tower, an epic tier defensive structure. To the current player community, this was nothing short of a dimension-shattering advantage. Not bad. Suppressing his excitement, Su Ran turned his attention to the newly acquired rewards. Dead Silent Night. Type, Template Blueprint. Quality, Legendary. Usage condition, Town-level territory. Effect, upon activation, the territory will adopt the Dead Silent Night Template Blueprint, unlocking special guards, special NPCs, special buildings, and more. Special attribute, Nocturnal Silence. All enemies attacked by the territory will have a chance to be inflicted with blindness or permanent blindness effects. Description, as the territory expands, corresponding blueprint levels will unlock. Dawn Annihilation Colossal Tower. Type, Defensive structure. Quality, Epic. Usage condition, Town-level territory. Effect, can be directly placed to construct an epic quality, Dawn Annihilation Colossal Arrow Tower, capable of automatically locking onto enemies within a 1,500-meter range and unleashing devastating attacks. Description, excellent find. This template wasn't just legendary in quality, it also possessed the special attribute, Nocturnal Shadow. It would make any invaders pay a terrible price. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately opened the construction system, then activated the blueprint. Instantly, a series of notification messages began flooding the screen. Notice, you have successfully activated the special blueprint, Dead Silent Night. Notice, you have unlocked special guards. Notice, you have unlocked special buildings. Notice, you have unlocked. As the notifications poured in, an overwhelming dark presence surged from the blueprint, spreading like endless night. In the blink of an eye, the entire Mare Town was completely shrouded in darkness. A series of deep black foundation stones began radiating outward, centered on Su Ran's location. Notice, residual buildings and defensive structures detected, decomposing now, under the transformation of the template blueprint. The town's old and dilapidated buildings and shops were rapidly flattened. In their place piled stacks of neatly arranged materials. As for the original NPCs, they had already fled without a trace. Begin construction. Time was tight. Su Ran decided to place the Dawn Annihilation Colossal Arrow Tower first, then build other defenses later. As for shops, that could wait. Right now, what he needed was overwhelming firepower coverage. Rumble, rumble. With a violent tremor, a towering, magnificent colossal arrow tower rose at the center of the town. An aura of destruction rolled forward like a storm. Something's off. At this moment, Su Ran suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked around, and quickly made a discovery. As shops, buildings, and defenses continued to decompose, the amount of materials piling up on the ground was growing at a terrifying speed. Notice, through decomposition, you have obtained building material, wood. Notice, through decomposition, you have obtained building material, stone. Notice, 10,000x amplification successful. The quantity of materials you received has increased by 10,000 times. Staring at the mountain-high piles of materials on the ground, Su Ran froze for a moment. He truly hadn't expected it. Even decomposing the existing buildings could trigger the 10,000x reward. Chapter 41, The Horn of Wailing Shadows. Soon, the decomposition was complete. Under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, construction materials nearly filled half of Mar Town. Originally, Su Ran had planned to contact lifestyle players and purchase a batch of resources. But now, things were different. The mountain of materials before him was more than enough for him to spend extravagantly. Begin construction. Su Ran immediately opened the recruitment panel. To construct a territory, he first needed to recruit a group of artisan NPCs. Taking this opportunity, Su Ran decided to fully staff all other necessary NPCs at once. Glancing at the recruitment panel, there were multiple types and varying rarities of NPCs available for hire, with prices ranging from dozens to tens of thousands of gold coins. Without hesitation, Su Ran directly selected the most expensive special NPCs. His goal was simple: do it right the first time. He would dot out with money if needed, build an iron fortress no matter what. Master level construction artisan, priced at 50,000 gold coins. Recruit. Master level blacksmith, priced at 80,000 gold coins. Recruit. Master level tailor, priced at 80,000 gold coins. Recruit. With each action, A stream of NPCs, each holding various tools, continuously appeared within the town. All of them, without exception, were master rank. Su-Ran had another reason for doing this. The NPCs he recruited would never charge him fees. Buildings such as crafting stations and forges followed the same rule. Unlike ordinary players, Su-Ran's demands for enhancement, forging, crafting, and gem insertion were even greater than those of many large factions combined. In total, the money he saved allowed him to recruit several times more NPCs than usual. A completely worthwhile investment. Good. Begin construction. After finishing recruitment, Su-Ran opened the construction interface. Eyeing the towering piles of supplies, he selected the highest quality blueprints available. With a sweeping gesture, he decisively began building. Wall of Nocturnal Protection. Construct. Tower of Dark Imprisonment Guardian Magic. Construct. Tower of Shadow Corrosion Magic. Construct. Nightfall Annihilation Rapid Arrow Tower. Construct. With each command from Su-Ran, the construction artisans went into a frenzy of building. Every defensive structure was uniformly of legendary quality. Notice, current defensive structure limit reached. Notice, current defensive structure limit reached. Without any restraint, he continued until the limit warnings finally rang out, prompting him to slowly cease his actions. Checking the time, Su-Ran nodded in satisfaction. It had only been a little over 10 minutes since he took control of this town. In such a short span, a fortress, exuding an aura of destructive darkness, had already replaced the previously dilapidated Mar town. This efficiency was truly commendable. Next, Su-Ran turned his gaze toward the corpses on the ground. Defeating hostile NPCs not only granted players merit points, but also allowed looting you from their bodies. Of course, unlike killing monsters, players couldn't benefit from every single NPC's corpse. Yet, this was still an opportunity to get rich. One Su-Ran would never pass up. Before the bodies could depawn, he immediately began searching them. Notice, you have picked up a reward, Bewitching Horn. Notice, you have picked up a reward, Mysterious Letter. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your acquired reward has been upgraded from epic to legendary. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Horn of the Wailing Shadows of Death. After thorough searching, brilliant light quickly spread across the area. Then, two items appeared in Su-Ran's hands. First was the Mysterious Letter, a quest item, unaffected by the 10,000-fold reward. No change there, but the Bewitching Horn was different. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold reward, its quality had been directly upgraded to legendary. Horn of the Wailing Shadows of Death. Type, item, quality, legendary. Usage requirement, none. Special effect, Wailing Shadows of Death. Activating this ability will temporarily revive all nearby dead corpses, turning them into controlled death shadows for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, command the dead. Master the shadows. It's actually this item. Su-Ran felt a surge of emotion. This item was famously known as a legendary war instrument in his previous life. It had only one special effect. Revive corpses. Dominate the deceased. Though the duration lasted merely 5 brief minutes. But if used at the right moment, it could even turn the tide of battle. Not bad. He put away the item. Su-Ran looked around once more. As time passed, defense structures continued to rise throughout the town. An oppressive, chilling presence gradually spread into the air. Next, it's time to recruit guards. The Legion of the Dead from Eternal Kingdom had already awakened. Crawling out from damp, shadowy abysses, they advanced like a relentless tide toward the town. Any other player would have fled long ago. But from the very beginning, Su-Ran had an incredibly daring idea in mind. Recruit an army of legendary rank guards. With Mar Town, which had activated the special blueprint, Silent Night of Death, he intended to stand his ground and block the advancing Legion of the Dead. If successful, the rewards would reach their highest possible tier. At minimum, he would obtain a divine-grade piece of equipment. No hesitation, Su-Ran opened the guard recruitment panel. The first figures to appear were the ordinary level 40 guards who had previously been on patrol. Thinking of something amusing, a quiet chuckle formed in Su-Ran's mind. Those two squads were probably almost back at the main city by now. As he mused, his eyes settled on the final option in the list. Storm Greatsword Warrior. A legendary tier NPC with growth potential, currently at level 45. In both combat capability and developmental ceiling, they represented the pinnacle of city guards. Begin recruitment. Generally speaking, a small-scale town territory could recruit up to 50 guards. But, Mar Town, enhanced by its unique template blueprint, had double that limit. Therefore, Su-Ran decided to go all the way. He would recruit 100 Storm Greatsword Warriors at once. Just as Su-Ran began recruiting guards, various factions finally arrived near Mar Town. Holy crap, look at this quick. Following the direction of the shouting player's gaze, every player present fell into stunned silence. Within Mar Town, shrouded beneath endless darkness, stood numerous grotesque and terrifying defense towers. This town, every inch of it radiated an overwhelming sense of dread, as if sensing the player's presence. In almost an instant, Dark Imprisonment Guardian Magic Tower, Darkness Corrosion Magic Tower, Nightfall Annihilation Rapid Arrow Tower. Every single defensive tower erected in Mar Town automatically locked onto the player's positions. Chapter 42, The Impenetrable Wall of Forbidden Guards. Notice, since Mar Town belongs to a player's private territory, your invasion will trigger retaliatory attacks from the land. Perfectly synchronized. At this moment, every player who stepped within the boundaries of Mar Town heard the alert chime in their ears. Notice, you have been locked onto by the Dark Binding Guardian Magic Tower. Prepare for combat. Notice, you have been locked onto by the Shadow Corruption Magic Tower. Prepare for combat. Notice, you have been locked onto by. The instant an entire screen of crimson warnings flashed up, players were momentarily dazed. What the hell is going on? Before they could finish speaking, in the blink of an eye, the towering defense towers standing in the darkness unleashed a death-like roar in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly tangible waves of dark magical energy, carrying overwhelming force, slammed into the crowds of players. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Each strike dealt exactly 5,000 points of damage, originating from the Nightfall Annihilation Rapid Arrow Tower. Attack speed off the charts. Elongated arrowheads, shaped like spears and infused with the essence of shadow destruction, fired 10 volleys per second. Each projectile dealt 5,000 damage, and came with a piercing effect. A single arrow could fatally wound multiple players in a line. Players from the Inferno Guild had charged at the very front, making them the first target. They bore the brunt of the initial barrage. All players hit didn't even have time to cry out. They instantly turned into beams of white light and were sent back to their respawn points. The once densely packed crowd now looked as though it had been brutally plowed through, leaving only a few scrambling away in panic. Retreat. All members, get out of the town range now. What kind of insane damage is this? In an instant, the vast swarm of aggressive players completely lost their nerve. Under shouted orders to retreat, they dispersed like a receding tide. But clearly, the other defense towers would not remain idle. In the blink of an eye, numerous magic spells imbued with thick dark elements rained down from the sky, crashing heavily into the retreating rear ranks. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. These damage numbers came from the dark-binding Guardian Magic Tower. Wave after wave, relentless. And each strike carried a full 6 seconds of immobilization. Once hit, a player became nothing more than a sitting duck. Afterward, they wouldn't only be mowed down by countless arrows, but also face the terrifying AoE damage brought by the Shadow Corruption Magic Tower. Yet tragically, given players' current gear and level, most didn't even survive long enough to experience the immobilization effect. Bear in mind, this was just a small town's defensive tower, and all defensive structures were only level 1. Boom, boom, boom. Without giving them any time to react, a single salvo from the dark-binding Guardian Magic Tower created large swaths of empty ground, vacant zones where players had once stood. Witnessing this scene, the remaining players from various factions went numb. Right then, only one thought echoed in their minds. Retreat. Fall back. Preserve our strength. Do not engage head-on. Otherwise, not only would they gain nothing, but they'd suffer devastating losses. As they fled in panic, many still clung to a faint hope. Once they escaped the attack range, surely they wouldn't all be wiped out. But just then, a commotion erupted from the rear. The players who had been retreating like a tide suddenly froze in place. The hell? What are you doing? Keep running. What are you blocking for? Picking a fight at a time like this? The players who had rushed forward earlier now fell into utter chaos. Hearing the towers roar to life once again, fear made them erupt in curses. But they didn't know. In the rear, sometime unnoticed, a group of figures clad in deep, shadowy armor had quietly appeared, lining up in perfect formation, like a wall of Imperial guards. Impenetrable. This sight was eerily familiar to many players. Wasn't this exactly the human wall tactic they themselves had used earlier? That despicable, chosen one. The remaining players from all factions gritted their teeth in fury. To them, this was nothing short of mockery. In truth, however, Su-Ran's sole purpose for doing this was to maximize their casualties. Storm Great Swordsman. Legendary NPC template. Though their levels were all fixed at 45, for players in the current stage, each Storm Great Swordsman represented terror and death. Attack. At Su-Ran's command, every Storm Great Swordsman wielding a pitch-black greatsword launched their assault in unison. In an instant, the fragile mages and priests in the rear ranks couldn't even begin casting spells before being ruthlessly cut down. Wherever the blades swept, only flickering beams of white light rose one after another. A one-sided massacre had begun. From start to finish, Su-Ran hadn't lifted a finger himself. After issuing the attack order, his gaze shifted toward the front of the town. Through the vision granted by Artoya's true eye, faintly visible figures glowed with a deep crimson hue. Grotesque, horrifying, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from them, so intense it had coalesced into a thick mist. The undead army from the Lost Kingdom was about to arrive. Ascend. The wind howled as the storm gathered. Facing an enemy force surging like a tide, Su-Ran leapt onto the back of the ancient phantom dragon. As he gained altitude, details of some enemies gradually appeared within his sight. Rotting Undead Warrior. Level, 35. Race, Undead. Type, Silver Rank Elite. Health, 28,000. Attack Power, 714. Physical Defense, 893. Magic Defense, 907. Skills, Heavy Cleave. Description, once the most loyal guards of the Lost Kingdom, now reduced to soulless bones driven only forward by decay and death. Just as he'd seen in his past life, the Undead Legion from the Lost Kingdom employed a formation even more sophisticated than what players currently used. The Rotting Undead Warriors, who never retreated and only swung their blades relentlessly, served as the perfect frontline cannon fodder. On the flanks, a highly mobile force of Death Knights advanced. As the distance between both sides rapidly closed, their status information began to appear as well. Rotting Death Knight. Level, 40. Race, Undead. Type, Silver Rank Elite. Health, 31,000. Attack Power, 751. Physical Defense, 985. Magic Defense, 1003. Skills, Fearless Charge, Soul Burn. Description, once the most loyal knights of the Lost Kingdom, now reduced to soulless bones driven only forward by decay and death. Hoofbeats echoed in the distance. These Death Knights, rotted down to nothing but skeletal frames, charged forward like arrows loosed from bows. Along their path, they scattered trails of ghastly pale flames. Chapter 43, Falling Star, All Things Perish. The Rotten Death Knights were unlike the Rotten Death Warriors, who had been used as disposable frontline fodder. These grotesque and terrifying knights possessed an extremely special ability. Soul Burn. Once battle began, they would charge forward without hesitation toward their target. During the Chinfeng, the rotten Death Knights would directly ignite their own souls, gaining even more terrifying power, and thus deliver devastating blows to their enemies. Good. A meticulous and efficient formation layout. Even Su Ran couldn't help but secretly admire it in his heart. At this stage of the game, a monster legion of such scale launching an assault would be a crushing, dimension-lowering blow to every player. If they clashed head-on, even if all players in Frostbound City united as one, they'd likely struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Yet Su Ran remained completely calm. In his previous life, as the game progressed, war swept across every corner of the Eternal Continent. Through endless conflicts, Su Ran had experienced countless battles on far greater scales. He had other plans. Rumble, rumble. As footsteps and hoofbeats grew clearer, monsters from the enemy's rear finally entered Su Ran's vision. Something's different. Unlike in his past life, the monsters following behind the frontline cannon fodder were no longer the high damage, low health, rotten death mages, but rather the higher tier rotten bone fiends. Rotten bone fiend. Level 45. Race undead. Type elite, gold tier. HP 38,000. Attack 987. Physical defense 865. Magic defense 896. Skills: deadly counter, withering decay, bone manipulation. Description: under the erosion of time, countless shattered bones deep within the decaying abyss gradually gain consciousness and the power to control bones. Bone fiends. Seeing this, Su Ran's expression turned serious. Unlike the level 40 silver tier elite, rotten death mages, the rotten bone fiends demanded everyone's full attention. The former only cast ranged spells. Though somewhat troublesome, their health and defense were pathetically low, easy enough to deal with. But the rotten bone fiends were entirely different. These undead abominations composed of countless bones not only wielded powerful ranged abilities, but also possessed formidable close combat defensive techniques. That skill, deadly counter, was the eternal nightmare of countless assassin players. Even more critically, they could manipulate scattered bones around them. Even if frontline units like the rotten death warriors were torn apart into broken remains, the rotten bone fiends could reassemble those bones, reviving them back into battle. Under normal circumstances, there might still be countermeasures against this ability. But once caught in the middle of a massive bone army offense and defense, this skill's horror would be amplified infinitely. They're coming. Just as he thought this, from the depths of the forest, previously silent as death, came dense, thunderous footsteps, growing closer by the second. Cold, piercing, an aura that sent shivers through the soul spread rapidly. The dead, born of the Lost Kingdom, crawling forth from the abyss, had arrived. Estimating roughly, there were about 10,000 enemies. This was likely just the first wave. After this, countless more would surge out from the depths, flooding forward relentlessly. Attack! Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ran issued the command. Instantly, the ancient phantom dragon transformed into a blurred shadow, diving down at extreme speed. But his true target wasn't the frontline, rotten death warriors. It was the death knights on the flank. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's shriek that shook the earth, a storm of ash rained down from the sky. Every monster caught beneath it began hemorrhaging health rapidly. Ashen mist, actively released, covers the designated area with a mist of ash, causing a life-burning effect and draining target HP. Witnessing this scene, tens of thousands of enemies below simultaneously lifted their heads. An awe-inspiring, chilling sight. In an instant, a sea of ghastly white bones launched their assault. Yet during the ancient phantom dragon's skill release, Su Ran hadn't been idle. Almost fervent and lethal fire elemental law. Unleash flames capable of incinerating all. Falling star, all things perish. As the chant ended, a massive meteor, radiating raging flames, quietly hovered in midair. The overwhelming aura radiating from above was enough to make countless creatures tremble in fear. This was a skill Su Ran had acquired earlier. Of master rank quality. Feast of the Falling Stars. Type, master rank skill. Effect, through chanting, continuously draw magical energy from the surrounding environment, resonate with fire elements, and summon a devastating meteor shower upon the designated area, dealing AoE damage to enemies. Each meteor causes 300% of magic attack damage. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Note, during the duration, you may manually adjust the impact location of meteors. Description, when stars fall, all things perish. Boom. A howling wind suddenly roared. The first summoned meteor locked directly onto the flank, rotten death knights, plunging down at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, the ghastly white bones were still charging forward desperately. The burning soul flames continued to rise from the bodies of the death knights. But it was already too late. Boom. As the first meteor struck, the earth began to shake violently. Staggering damage numbers floated upward in rapid succession. Minus 41,877. Minus 40,425. Minus 40,614. Minus 81,418. Minus 40,358. Based on Su Ran's currently terrifying magic attack power, Feast of the Falling Stars, with its 300% attack multiplier, dealt massive, overwhelming damage. Faced with this master rank skill, these level 40 silver tier elites stood no chance at all. They were instantly obliterated, leaving behind a vast vacuum zone. Tip: you have successfully killed a level 40 silver tier elite, rotten death knight. Tip: you have successfully killed a level 40. Tip: multiplier reward x10, 000 activated. Your level has increased to 31. Gained 10 free attribute points. Tip: multiplier reward x10, 000 activated. Your level has increased to 32. Gained 10 free attribute points. After players to level 30, the experience required for each subsequent level increased geometrically. Even so, The first meteor alone brought a tremendous amount of experience. Under the effect of the talent, multiplier reward x 10,000, his level soared straight to level 35. Not only that, after completing the second advancement into the Eternal Mage class, the free attribute points gained per level up had increased from 6 to 10. Compared to ordinary classes, the difference was like heaven and earth. Chapter 44, the legendary bounty, is released. Boom, boom, boom. Everything happened in an instant. The moment the first meteorite fell, the skill of the decaying corpse fiend below also finished channeling. In a flash, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air. The decaying wither, a ranged ability from the decaying corpse fiend, came hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Su-Ran was all too familiar with this move. It was utterly vile, despicable to the core. Decaying wither, after a brief chant, summons a shadow imbued with decay. Upon hitting the target, it deals massive death element magic damage and inflicts a stun effect. This skill had a very short cooldown, only 8 seconds. Though its damage couldn't compare to the master tier meteor shower feast, that single stun effect alone made it incredibly irritating. Once hit by one, countless decaying wither attacks would follow relentlessly. Even Su-Ran, with his high HP, would be in deep trouble. Go! In an instant, the ancient phantom dragon, linked by mind, understood Su-Ran's intent. Without hesitation, it transformed into phantom form, its speed skyrocketing to the maximum as it shot straight downward. Rumble! With unimaginable speed, the ancient phantom dragon seemed to teleport, suddenly appearing amidst the hordes below. Every skill launched by the decaying corpse fiend missed completely. Meanwhile, Su-Ran's incantation never ceased. Amidst the tide of incoming, decaying death knights, he completed the second meteor's channeling. A wave of searing heat rushed through the air. Another flaming meteor blazed into existence above, and crashed down. Rumble! Another earth-shaking explosion erupted. Wave after wave of enemies turned to ash the moment the meteor struck. Notice, you have successfully defeated level 40 silver elite monster, decaying death knight. Notice, you have successfully defeated level 40. Kill announcements flooded the screen once more. Su-Ran's level began rising rapidly again. Notice, triggered 10,000x reward. Your level has increased to 36. Gained 10 free attribute points. Notice, triggered 10,000x reward. Your level has increased to 37. Gained 10 free attribute points. Notice, triggered 10,000x reward. As his level increased, the experience required per level grew significantly. Even so, the constant stream of kills propelled him straight to level 38. 3 levels gained in quick succession. Not bad, not bad. Su-Ran continued channeling Meteor Shower Feast, while sending new orders to the ancient phantom dragon. Roar! With a deafening dragon's roar, the colossal shadow that blotted out the sky rose once more. At this moment, the enemy tide was less than 100 meters away from the town. Clack, clack. The grating sound of bones scraping against each other echoed everywhere. The frontline cannon fodder, the decaying undead warriors, waved their rusted weapons and charged fearlessly toward the defenses. Glancing back at the rear of Mao Town, Su-Ran noticed that the storm great swordsman, who had finished combat, had already returned. There, apart from a field of corpses, only silence remained. Clearly, in the face of fleeing players, eliminating them all was impossible. After all, the defensive structures had range limitations. Once targets fled beyond their reach, they were lost. As for the storm great swordsman, they could only intercept a small portion. The numbers were simply too mismatched. Recruiting 100 storm great swordsmen had already pushed Mao Town to its limits. Still, achieving such results was astonishing enough. After checking the loot dropped from dead players, Su-Ran nodded in satisfaction. Then, he shifted his gaze forward. An endless wave of decaying undead warriors drew ever closer to the town. The real battle was about to begin. Attack! Su-Ran issued the command without hesitation. Under his order, every arrow tower and defense tower prepared to awaken once more. Dark Confinement Guardian Magic Tower. Activate. Shadow Erosion Magic Tower. Activate. Nightfall Annihilation Rapid Arrow Tower. Activate. Core Defense Structure. Dawn Annihilation Giant Arrow Tower. Activated now. Click. Click. As the activation commands rang out, the giant arrow tower standing at the very center of the town, radiating endless dawn-like light, slowly began to awaken. The epic grade Dawn Annihilation Giant Arrow Tower could automatically lock onto enemies within a 1,500-meter radius and unleash devastating attacks. Brilliant and dazzling light magic elements surged in from all directions. Notice, activate charging for the Dawn Annihilation Giant Arrow Tower. Notice, in full charge mode, this tower will automatically attack all enemies within range, consuming double resources during activation. Confirm. The moment Su-Ran spoke, an awe-inspiring pressure instantly spread across the battlefield. The towering Dawn Annihilation Giant Arrow Tower, reaching toward the sky, began charging rapidly. Double resources? Su-Ran didn't hesitate one bit about resource cost. The first wave alone consisted of over 10,000 monsters. If he could wipe them all out, thanks to the 10,000x reward bonus, his gains would be countless times greater than the resources spent. Moreover, if he could complete this main storyline DLC with a perfect score, under the effect of 10,000x reward, the rewards from this main quest would be so rich that no one could even imagine. Meteor, descend. Facing the vast, overwhelming horde of monsters, Su-Ran never stopped moving. Amidst the thunderous bombardments from the towers and magic turrets, another flaming meteor roared into existence in midair. Rumble. With a tremendous impact, the meteor charged down with unstoppable force, crashing directly into the monster swarm. The real battle had officially begun. At the same time, night quietly receded, and dawn gently arrived. As daylight broke, Two announcements echoed simultaneously in the ears of every player in Frostbound City. Regional announcement. Due to player Tying Shuan's evil value exceeding 1,500 points, all major cities will initiate a manhunt against this player and issue a legendary bounty. Regional announcement. The system will reveal player Tying Shuan's coordinates every 5 minutes. All players are encouraged to participate and claim the bounty reward. Like a pebble dropped into a calm lake. As the two announcements rang out, ripples spread throughout Frostbound City. Tying Shuan's turn. This is a legendary bounty. Upon reading the announcement, every single player in Frostbound City froze in shock. Chapter 45. Perhaps justice is delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Damn, tears in my eyes. Finally, this serial killer is going to be punished. I told you, justice may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Brothers, charge. Upon hearing the news, all the members from various guilds who had just been mercilessly wiped out and sent back to the respawn point quickly gathered together. Seeing these two regional announcements, tears welled up in their eyes. Guild leader, this bastard is finally wanted. Guild leader, let's launch a second invasion on Martown. Guild leader, should we request aid from other factions? Guild leader, hearing countless pleas, the guild leaders led by Liao Yuan, their eyes filled with deep sorrow. With our current strength, probably. The leaders of all major factions shook their heads with bitter smiles. They had acted too hastily. They shouldn't have invaded Martown prematurely. Instead, they should have waited for the bounty notice to appear, then launched a joint assault alongside numerous players and the enforcers led by Icebound City. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Thousands of guild members all lost a level. Thinking about this, every guild now glared furiously. They agreed to the joint plan proposed by the Night Rain Guild, once again uniting their fronts. From this moment on, we will launch a second invasion on Martown. With decisions made, the major faction set off once more toward the sleeping forest. This time, they went all in. Basic speed boost potions, basic strength amplification potions, basic intellect amplification potions, basic berserk potions. Each faction reluctantly purchased massive quantities of potions, fully preparing themselves for the upcoming battle. To them, if they could even loot a single epic grade item, just one, it would be more than enough to offset all their losses. In addition, a large number of solo players also began swarming toward Martown. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy, powerful footsteps echoed before Martown. A brutal battle had already erupted in full force. Creak, 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 creak. The frontline cannon fodder, rotten undead warriors, began madly attacking the thick walls. But under the bombardment of the legendary tier defense towers, countless fragments of bone and wreckage flew wildly through the air, as if a grayish-white rain of bones was falling from the sky. Tramp, 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 tramp. Amidst the bidgy horse hooves, the flank-mounted rotten death knights launched fearless charges. During the charge, they burned their own souls, gaining even greater destructive power. However, due to Su Ran's earlier special attention, their numbers were already less than half. At their current scale, breaking through legendary tier walls was practically impossible. Meanwhile, the rotten liches, positioned at the rear of the enemy forces, raised their staves high into the air. From their shriveled throats came constant hoarse roars, as if chanting mysterious and complex incantations. This scene was extremely familiar to Su Ran. They intended to resurrect the bones lying on the ground, awakening them once again. Yet he did not panic, because the moment the rotten liches entered his vision, Su Ran had already formulated a countermeasure. In vast, grand battlefields, an individual player's role is often infinitely diminished, but a true powerhouse can completely overwhelm the enemy through sheer strength, and even alter the entire course of the war. Clearly, in the first wave of attacks in Lost Kingdom, there wasn't a single expert capable of rivaling Su Ran. Thus, he could freely execute his plans without restraint. Quantum leap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ran's figure abruptly vanished from atop the broad back of the ancient phantom dragon. Only a lingering trace of eternal aura remained behind. The next instant, he appeared within the tide-like horde of monsters, surrounded entirely by rotten liches in the midst of chanting. Under their guidance, the bones shattered by the legendary defense towers and Meteor Feast were now reassembling. Soon, they would awaken once more and rejoin the battle. However, Su Ran's sudden appearance startled the group of rotten liches greatly. For a moment, confusion flashed across their eyes. Given the limited processing capacity of these rotten liches, they simply couldn't comprehend how a human's movement skill could reach such an extraordinary distance, hundreds of meters away, and yet arrived instantly. The reason Su Ran was able to teleport such a great distance was entirely thanks to the unique skill of an Eternal Archmage, Eternal Leap. By actively casting this skill, one could resonate with space itself, leaping a set distance in any chosen direction. During this leap, not only was the user untargetable and immune to all damage, but they could also bypass cooldowns, prematurely drawing on future leap uses. Of course, at the cost of consuming double the mana. After completing his second-class advancement, Su Ran had gained 3 new skills: Eternal Leap, Order Stasis, and Eternal Judgment Chains. As the incantation rolled from his lips, an aura of order law abruptly descended around him. Buzz! With a muffled sound, everything nearby seemed forcibly frozen in place. Even time itself had come to a standstill. Eternal Judgment Chains, amplified by an extremely terrifying casting speed. Su Ran completed the skill's chant in moments. Several chains inscribed with mysterious and complex magical runes quietly emerged in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 1 chain, 2 chains, these Eternal Judgment Chains vanished from their original positions. Boom! Accompanied by violent tremors, a sight that stunned countless people unfolded before them. Numerous chains impaled the bodies of the rotten liches from above, pinning them brutally into the ground. A continuous stream of damage numbers flashed into view, endless and horrifying. minus 69,187, minus 68,962, minus 68,991, minus 69,042. This exclusive skill of the Eternal Archmage possessed a staggering 500% attack bonus, coupled with the effect of Order Stasis. The Rotten Lich's health instantly plummeted to its lowest point. Instant kill. In an instant. Centered on Su-Ran. There were almost no living, Rotten Liches left within a 200-meter radius. Notice, you have successfully killed level 45 elite golden monster, Rotten Lich. Notice, you have successfully killed level 40. Kill notifications once again flooded the screen. Immediately after, Su-Ran's level began skyrocketing once more. Notice, massive bonus triggered. Your level has risen to 39, gaining 10 free attribute points. Notice, massive bonus triggered. Your level has risen to 40, gaining 10 free attribute points. Notice, massive bonus triggered. Chapter 46. This is my last ripple. The notification chimes kept flashing. Bathed in beams of golden light from leveling up, Su-Ran surveyed his surroundings. With the death of the decaying bone fiends, the scattered bones that had been piecing themselves back together ceased their movements once more, returning to lifeless stillness. Good. Glancing around at the enemies, Su-Ran didn't pause. Although every decaying bone fiend within a 200-meter radius had been wiped out in one devastating burst, plenty of other fiends were still chanting bone manipulation. It seemed that, in just a few seconds, all the fallen skeletal creatures, including the decaying bone fiends Su-Ran had killed, would be resurrected once again, transformed into relentless killing machines. Glacial Storm. Faced with this situation, Su-Ran calmly unleashed Glacial Storm. As fierce winds howled in, a storm composed of countless razor-sharp ice blades surged forward, slamming violently into the decaying bone fiends ahead. During this process, Su-Ran activated his epic title, the Nightmare Who Declares Death. In an instant, a withering eyeball materialized above the heads of every nearby enemy. Death Decree marks a target with death. When their HP drops below 5%, a guaranteed execution is triggered, resulting in instant kill. The appearance of these eyeballs meant every decaying bone fiend was now marked for death, under the relentless assault of Glacial Storm. Their health would soon drop beneath the 5% threshold, and when that moment came, every remaining chanting, decaying bone fiend, would be instantly executed. But that wasn't Su-Ran's true objective. The epic title possessed another special effect, Nightmare of Death. Upon killing a target, there was a chance to trigger a unique reward, learning one of the slain target skills. That's right, he intended to seize this opportunity to directly acquire their abilities. Boom, boom, boom. As the razor-sharp ice blades of Glacial Storm detonated completely, the bodies of the decaying bone fiends were shredded into countless fragments. The expected notifications arrived promptly. Notification, you have successfully killed level 45 golden elite monster, decaying bone fiend. Notification, you have successfully killed level 45 golden elite monster, decaying bone fiend. Notification, you have successfully killed level 40. Notification, mega multiplier reward triggered. Your level has increased to 42, gaining 10 free attribute points. Notification, mega multiplier reward triggered. Your level has increased to 43, gaining 10 free attribute points. Notification, mega multiplier reward. As the level gap between him and the monsters narrowed, Su-Ran lost the experience bonus for defeating higher-level foes. Additionally, with each level gained, the amount of experience required for the next level increased significantly. Yet despite this, after successfully triggering the mega multiplier reward, Su-Ran's level had soared to an astonishing 44. Pity. However, Su-Ran didn't appear particularly happy, because although he had acquired one of the decaying bone fiend as skills, it wasn't bone manipulation. Notification, special effect, Nightmare of Death, triggered. You have acquired a new skill, Deadly Counter. Notification, mega amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from intermediate to master tier. Notification, you have obtained the master tier skill, Endless Counter. Endless Counter activates a special state called Endless Counter, during which incoming attacks are reflected back at the attacker. Successful reflections may deal double damage. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. With its master tier quality, Endless Counter far surpassed most skills of similar level. For magic-based classes, it was practically a divine ability. Yet Su-Ran still desired bone manipulation more, because he wanted to use this chance to bring the entire army of the dead from the Lost Kingdom under his command. Utterly loyal, never to betray, fearless in battle. Just these traits alone were enough to prove their immense value. Looks like I'll have to go with this method then. Though slightly disappointed, Su-Ran didn't stop moving, because he still had a backup plan. At some point, a mysterious item had quietly appeared in his hand. It looked like a horn, glowing faintly with a distinct radiance unique to legendary grade items. Ancient, yet profoundly mysterious. Howling Horn of Death Shadow. Type, item. Quality, legendary. Requirements, none. Special effect, Howl of Death Shadow. When actively used, this effect temporarily reanimates all corpses in the vicinity into subjugated death shadows. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, command the dead, master the shadows. Woo woo woo. A horn's cry, as if from a forgotten ancient age, quietly sounded, riding on the howling wind. The sound emitted by the Howling Horn of Death Shadow spread across every corner of the battlefield. As time passed, the Blizzard Greatswordsmen and the legendary tier defensive structures were dealing absurdly high damage. Whether they were decaying bone warriors, decaying death knights, or even decaying corpse witches, all had suffered devastating losses. Click, creak, creak. The moment the item took effect, the scattered bone fragments on the ground began assembling once again. Tips, Howl of Death Shadow is active. You have gained the loyalty of Death Shadow minions. Tips. Howl of Death Shadow is active. You have gained the loyalty of Death Shadow minions. In the blink of an eye, every monster that had been slain transformed into dim, shadowy figures, all turning their gaze sharply toward Su Ran's position. Yet, this was far from over. What happened next left Su Ran utterly stunned. His unique eternal talent, 10,000-fold reward, had actually triggered. Tips. 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your Death Shadow minions has been upgraded from Silver Tier Elite to Violet Gold Tier Elite. Tips. You have obtained Death Shadow minion. Tips. You have obtained Death Shadow minion. With each notification chime, the previously Silver Tier Death Shadow minions now all bore the Violet Gold Tier Elite template. Even the corpses of elite monsters like the Decaying Corpse which, originally Golden Tier Elites, now directly possessed an Ascended Dark Gold Tier Elite template. Their strength instantly skyrocketed by countless folds. Attack. At Su Ran's command, every Death Shadow minion charged forward without hesitation, becoming blurred shadows charging fearlessly into enemy ranks. Tips. 4 minutes and 53 seconds remaining until Death Shadow minions disappear. Tips. 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining until Death Shadow minions disappear. Tips. Death Shadow. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ran used telepathic resonance to summon the ancient phantom dragon. 5 minutes of existence would be incredibly precious for most players. But Su Ran wasn't satisfied. The outcome he desired was a loyal legion, eternal, never fading. Chapter 47. Perfect exceptional rating, thinking too small. Legion. The gap in combat power was far too obvious. Shadow servants of Violet Gold and Crimson Gold quality were more than capable of dominating the battlefield, reaping enemies one after another. For Su Ran, whether he could possess such a Shadow Servant Legion was crucial. In Eternal, as the game progressed, large-scale battles would become increasingly frequent. A player's individual combat strength was certainly important, but possessing an invincible, never-betraying legion could bring exponentially greater rewards. Moreover, it would allow him to ignore all rules and develop without restraint. Put simply, if Su Ran grew strong enough, he could even become the one who set the rules. And right now, this was the very first step in building his own power. Roar. As he pondered, the ancient phantom dragon descended from the sky, slowly landing on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Begin. Su Ran gently patted the scales of the ancient phantom dragon and issued the attack command. In an instant, the ambient light elemental magic particles surged violently. The sacred light of the cathedral quietly poured down upon this dim and lifeless land. This was the ancient phantom dragon's unique ability, Sacred Revival. However, Su Ran wasn't aiming for damage. His true intention was to exploit this skill's special effect. Sacred Revival. Quality, unidentifiable. Type, non-ability. Effect, activated by the mount. Gathers light elemental magic from the surrounding area to deal massive holy attribute damage to targets within a designated range. 1 hour cooldown. Note, during activation, all allied targets within the area, including the rider, will be resurrected at full status. Now, 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. All Shadow Servants of Death rapidly faded into darkness. Ash to ash, dust to dust, they returned once again to their original state, leaving behind only silence and desolation. But in that very moment, the unique skill, Sacred Revival, took effect. Buzz. As infinite light elemental energy exploded, unleashing massive damage. Notification sounds quietly echoed. Notification, special effect of Sacred Revival triggered, resurrecting all allied units. Notification, Shadow Servant of Death has been revived. Recruit as a subordinate. Notification, Shadow Servant of Death has been revived. Recruit as a subordinate. Notification, Shadow Servant of Death. With each notification sound, every allied unit was resurrected at that very instant. As expected, no mistake. Seeing this, Su Ran hesitated not a second. Confirm. From beginning to now, his ultimate goal had always been to use the Horn of Death's Lament to transform all the dead into Shadow Servants of Death loyal to him. Though, their duration was limited to merely 5 short minutes. That was sufficient to classify them as allied units. From here on, everything unfolded naturally. Notification, recruitment successful. You have gained the loyalty of Shadow Servant of Death. Notification, recruitment successful. Under the effect of the ancient phantom dragon's unique skill, every single Shadow Servant of Death awakened once more, fully becoming members of his forces. In total, there were approximately 6,000. Among them, around 4,500 were of Violet Gold quality. The remaining 1,500 Shadow Servants of Death were all of Crimson Gold quality. Although still far weaker compared to legendary quality units like the Tempest Swordmaster, this didn't concern Su Ran, because he discovered something. All Shadow Servants of Death possessed the ability to grow stronger. Through repeated battles and trials, they might even break through to reach legendary or epic tiers. Even the threshold of divine level strength might one day be touched. But this required vastly larger numbers. Like raising venomous insects in a jar, only those surviving each battle would have a sliver of chance to evolve. According to Su Ran's estimation, he wouldn't dwell on epics or divines for now. To form a legendary tier legion of comparable scale, he'd need over 100 times his current force. Only by eliminating 99% of them could such a legion be achieved. Yet Su Ran cared not at all. Gold or resources. He lacked neither now. More importantly, wave after wave of undead legions from the Lost Kingdom continued flooding toward him. Su Ran decided to adopt a strategy of feeding war with war. With the Horn of Death's Lament and Sacred Revival, turn every enemy into his most loyal legion. Then, step by step, gradually forge a legendary tier, epic tier, even divine tier army. Eliminate the enemies. Not one shall be spared. Glancing at the vast swarm of Shadow Servants of Death, Su Ran issued the final attack command. The first wave of assault from the enemy forces was about to vanish into nothingness. From here on, all he needed to do was exterminate the remaining enemies and collect every last shimmering drop of loot scattered across the ground. Then, quietly wait for the next wave of enemies to arrive, and kickstart his snowballing strategy, feeding war with war. Approximately 10 minutes later, the entire Martown once again returned to its usual silence. Notification: Shadow Servant of Death successfully killed monster Rotten Corpse Fiend. You have gained 1% experience. Notification: Your level has increased to 47. Gained 10 free attribute points. As the notifications rang out, the final Rotten Corpse Fiend disintegrated into fragments amidst its last deathly wail. Leveled up again. Su Ran glanced at his own level, then nodded with quiet satisfaction. Unlike personally killing monsters to gain experience, when an entire army under a player's command kills enemies, only 1% of the experience is granted to the player. Moreover, it cannot trigger 10,000-fold reward. On the surface, this number seemed pitifully small, but Su Ran didn't think so. Thinking too small, he currently had only a mere 6,000 Shadow Servants of Death. Once the game progressed into its later stages, hundreds of millions, even billions of troops might participate in single wars. At that point, even this mere 1% experience bonus would grant him unimaginable returns. The thought lasted but an instant. As the last enemy fell, in the blink of an eye, a notification quietly appeared. Notification: Having successfully repelled the enemy's first wave of assault, awarded 1,000 Frost Empire merit points. Notification: Main quest: The Lost Kingdom returns, Phase 2 completed. Due to achieving a perfect rating, awarded special reward, the Knight title of Icebound City. Notification: Except for special rewards, all other rewards will be distributed upon completion of the entire quest series. 3 consecutive notifications ignited a flame deep within Su Ran's heart. Merit points, a noble title, both were incredibly significant to anyone. Yet what interested him most wasn't that. As the notifications appeared, the rewards did not arrive immediately. Instead, his sole eternal talent, 10,000-fold reward, was successfully activated at this very moment. Chapter 48: Unfair. Why don't I get military merits for killing? 10,000-fold reward. This delayed distribution of rewards directly indicated one thing. His upcoming gains would be multiplied by exactly 10,000 times. The moment this thought arose, a notification sound immediately echoed beside his ears. Notice: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your additional reward has been upgraded from Knight rank to Count. Notice: You have obtained the title of Count of Frosthold City. Notice: You have obtained 10 million military merit points from the Frost Empire. Count. Seeing this, Su Ran became deeply solemn. The 10,000-fold reward was truly terrifying. Once activated successfully, it had elevated his knighthood straight up to the rank of Count. This change could only be described as earth-shattering. In Eternal, titles were divided into several levels: Knight, Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, and Duke. Without hesitation, it could be said that even the lowest title, the Knight, was something everyone dreamed of yet extremely difficult to obtain. Su Ran clearly remembered. In his previous life, players had calculated statistics showing that by late-game stages, only a few hundred players across all major cities had earned the title of Knight. And that was just the lowest tier. Players who achieved Marquis or Duke ranks were nearly non-existent. The reason for this situation was simple. To earn a noble title, players needed to make contributions to their empire or main city far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Moreover, they also had to spend massive amounts of gold coins. Only then could they silence the mouths of the entrenched aristocrats within the main city, and finally succeed in obtaining a title. For Su Ran, the weight of a noble title in his heart was extremely significant. It meant receiving fiefdoms, recruiting legions, and gaining various privileges from the Frost Empire. All these special rights came with holding a title. What interested Su Ran the most were acquiring territory and forming armies. Once he returned to the main city and accepted the title, as a count, he would receive a fortress-level domain and could recruit a legion with an upper limit of 100,000 troops. Of course, this recruitment cap could also be increased. Once the military rank system was unlocked, he could use military merit points to increase his personal rank, gradually expanding the size of his army. In other words, as long as there were sufficient military merit points, the recruitment cap could keep increasing. However, for many players, accumulating vast amounts of military merits was next to impossible. But Su Ran was different. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold reward, he had directly received a staggering 10 million military merit points. This meant that, once Su Ran returned to the main city, he could rapidly ascend through the ranks by spending military merit points. Notice: all rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Notice: due to acquiring military merit points, the military rank system has been unlocked. 2 consecutive notifications sounded. A full 10 million military merit points and the title of Count were officially his. Immediately afterward, the distinctive radiant glow of a world announcement flashed before countless players' eyes. World announcement. Congratulations to player Taengshuensuren for successfully obtaining the title of Count of Frosthold City, becoming the first player ever to acquire a noble title, and earning the reward. Territory Construction Template Blueprint. World announcement. Congratulations to player Taengshuensuren for successfully unlocking the military rank system and receiving a heavenly Dao reward. As the world announcements rang out, the entire Chinese server erupted into uproar. SSS. Countless players sucked in cold breaths in shock. With progress in the game, many had already gained preliminary understanding of titles and the military rank system. What the hell? Damn, one account's territory be fortress class. Unfair. Why don't I get military merits when I kill people? Who are you barking at upstairs? His merits come from foreign wars. Killing your own kind only increases your criminal value. F***ck, what kind of nonsense is this title? I heard the Frosthold City Lord is incredibly beautiful. Maybe this guy is having an affair with her. In no time, numerous players started complaining wildly. Chat quickly shifted from discussion about the military rank system to arguing over which NPC looked the best. Some players even began arranging real-life fights due to disagreements. Yet at the same time, unlike players from other regions of the Chinese server, various factions originating from Frosthold City remained exceptionally disciplined and focused. Don't look. Keep moving forward. All guild members, don't be intimidated by titles or military ranks. Remember our goal. Understood, guild leader. Received, guild leader. Soon, the desolate plains once again returned to its usual silence, leaving only the frantic footsteps of players rushing forward. Meanwhile, on this side of Mar Town, an eerie quiet reigned. Su Ran directed his troops to regroup and resupply while simultaneously looting the fallen items from the ground. Notice, you have picked up Death Knight armor. Notice, you have picked up Wrath of the Revenant staff. Notice, you have picked up Rotted Longspear. Notice, you have picked up. Amid a series of notification sounds, the drops from defeated enemies were undergoing a qualitative transformation. 10,000-fold reward successfully triggered. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your acquired rewards has been upgraded from silver tier to purple gold tier. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your acquired rewards has been upgraded from gold tier to crimson gold tier. The rewards obtained from killing enemies corresponded precisely to the ranks of the enemies themselves. The ground was littered with loot, almost entirely composed of silver and gold tier items. Under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, every single piece had been promoted to either purple gold or crimson gold grade equipment. Good. After a quick tally, from defeating nearly 10,000 enemies, Su Ran had gained a total of 785 pieces of purple gold tier equipment and 241 pieces of crimson gold tier equipment. There were also various potions and consumables, around 1,000 in number, nearly matching the count of equipment drops. All things considered, the drop rate was approximately 20%. This probability absolutely dwarfed that of killing ordinary monsters. Indeed, if one wanted to get rich quickly, participating in Monster Siege events was the way to go. Notice, you have picked up Magic Recovery Potion. As Su Ran picked up the final dropped item, his Deathshade Servant Legion standing nearby instantly braced for combat. Ruhar, a dragon's roar resounded across the entire region. Through telepathic connection, the ancient spectral dragon on aerial surveillance transmitted a critical message. A massive dragon radiating intense hostility was rapidly approaching the area where Mar Town was located. Judging from the flight trajectory, there was no doubt about it. This enemy was coming directly from Frosthold City. Chapter 49, Verilist's Hidden Request. A dragon. Upon learning of the incoming enemy, Su Ran remained calm, gathering all the dropped items into his backpack. Most of these pieces of equipment were around level 40 to 45. Currently, aside from him, no other players could meet the requirements to equip them. However, since their quality was purple gold and crimson gold tier, they would have to be temporarily stored in his inventory for now. Once he returned to the main city, he could exchange them for a vast amount of resources. Only after finishing the inventory check did Su Ran finally raise his head, gazing toward a dark speck gradually emerging in the sky. Seizing this moment, the ancient phantom dragon swiftly descended, appearing beside Su Ran. With a leap, Su Ran landed steadily on its broad back. Go! No sooner had the words left his mouth, the ancient phantom dragon flapped its wings, shooting straight up into the clouds. At that very moment, Su Ran activated Aratoya's Eye of Truth. Within his grayscale vision, he spotted the intruder's silhouette. Ice Frost Dragon. Thanks to the wide scope granted by the Eye of Truth, he spotted a massive dragon entirely covered in jagged frost-laden scales. It was nearly 100 meters long, yet the proportions of its wings and body were far inferior to those of the ancient phantom dragon. This must have been an ordinary dragon, its immense size due to having reached full adulthood. By Su Ran's rough estimate, once fully grown, the ancient phantom dragon would be several times larger than this Ice Frost Dragon. The howling wind began to roar from the distance. As the gap between them rapidly closed, Su Ran's pupils suddenly contracted. He noticed something. On the broad back of the Ice Frost Dragon, there was faintly visible a human figure. So it is true, Su Ran hadn't been mistaken. With the arrival of daylight, the special effect from the legendary item, Cloak of Light and Shadow Sovereignty, had shifted from concealing presence to boosting evasion. His sky-high evil value had directly attracted the city enforcer commander. Roar. Sensing danger, the ancient phantom dragon let out an uneasy roar, radiating a thick aura of death. Clearly, it was already preparing for battle. Stay calm. Su Ran gently patted its head, watching as the city enforcer commander drew closer. Suddenly, an expression of surprise flickered across his eyes. Something seemed off. This enforcer commander didn't appear to be one of Bing Feng City's NPCs. Without hesitation, he cast a quick scout spell. Instantly, the enforcer commander's status panel appeared before him in full view. Enforcer commander Frost Judgment Knight Claude. Level 40. Type NPC. Faction Light Faction. Health 200,000. Mana 180,000. Attack 1,167. Skills Frost Judgment. Fearless Charge. Mastery of Dragons. Stealth Technique. Description: a Frost Judgment Knight hailing from Sunset City of the Frost Empire, proficient in dragon riding techniques, thus able to temporarily control a mount not originally his own. As this knight from Sunset City approached, a notification chimed. Notice, due to your excessively high evil value, the Frost Judgment Knight has initiated a pursuit against you. Notice, this pursuit follows in until death mode. Respond accordingly. Su Ran felt utterly speechless. He truly hadn't expected that this enforcer commander was actually a freshly second-class promoted level 40 NPC. But judging solely from the stats, this guy wasn't even as powerful as an adamantine tier boss. Seeing this, Su Ran slowly furrowed his brow. This absolutely defied logic. But quickly he caught a clue. Although the commander's combat power was embarrassingly weak, he possessed one extremely rare skill. Mastery of Dragons. Upon activation, inflicts a special effect on dragon-type creatures. Allows temporary control over another's dragon mount. Duration, 30 minutes. Drawback. When the skill's effect expires, the user must face the dragon's wrath. Note. Restricted by skill quality. Can only forcibly dominate ordinary dragons. Seeing this, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. This skill alone was more than worthy of his attention. Forcibly taking control of a dragon. It was practically a bizarre form of NTR. Perhaps, this Ice Frost dragon was merely a temporary mount Claude had somehow acquired. Coupled with that odd skill, stealth technique, it clearly proved this guy was a repeat offender. At the same time, Su Ran formed a preliminary hypothesis. Title. Yes. Just moments ago, he had successfully obtained the title of Viscount of Bingfeng City. At the same time, as the initiator of the main storyline quest, he was still defending this main city behind him against waves upon waves of enemies surging like a tide. Based on his memories from his past life, he could potentially use the special privileges granted by his noble title to gain a chance of evading this current bounty hunt. And even if only for the sake of maintaining an appearance of fairness and justice, Bingfeng City would likely send a relatively weak enforcer commander, just going through the motions in a half-hearted pursuit. After all, that's how things were supposed to be. Push it any further, and it would simply be impolite. But the situation now seemed to be taking an unexpected turn. This enforcer commander from Sunset City not only possessed lackluster strength, but also carried a skill that even Su Ran found highly desirable, coupled with the relentless, fight-to-the-death pursuit. This alone proved one thing. Either Bingfeng City or Archmage Verilist must have had ulterior motives. Is that so? Suddenly, Su Ran recalled an incident from his previous life. The Frost Empire spanned vast territories, covering nearly 20% of the entire Eternal Continent, and stood 7 mighty main cities within its borders. Sunset City was the supreme royal capital of the Frost Empire. In his past life, as the game's storyline progressed, the light and dark factions launched wave after wave of war against each other. Throughout this process, rather than suffering repeated defeats like other empires, the Frost Empire continually announced victory after victory. However, the casualties it inflicted upon the dark faction were never truly severe. Still, this did nothing to diminish the Frost Empire's towering image in the eyes of players. Time would reveal everything. As the war reached its boiling point, overnight, Sunset City, the heart of the Frost Empire, betrayed the alliance, launching a sudden, unexpected counterattack directly against the light faction. Only then did players realize the severity of the truth. The upper echelons of the Frost Empire had long been infiltrated and controlled by the dark faction, rendering it a true puppet regime. Perhaps, Archmage Verilist had already sensed this corruption and sought to stop it. If he wasn't mistaken, this adult-stage Ice Frost dragon must be the additional reward. Realizing this, Su Ran quickly glanced at his quest log. Just as he suspected, with the completion of the second phase of the main quest, the next stage's content had quietly appeared on his quest panel. Chapter 50, The Art of Conquest Under the Laws of War. Glancing at the task details, Su Ran couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. Just as he had suspected, this overseer of enforcers wasn't only connected to the next phase of the main storyline, he was also tied to the shadowy dark faction lurking behind the scenes. The Lost Kingdom rises again. Type, main quest. Difficulty, unknown. Current stage, prevent betrayal. Description, due to your successful prevention of the Lost Kingdom's first invasion, and their complete annihilation, the enemy's intelligence network within the borders of Frostbound City has been entirely severed. Now, you must accomplish the following objectives. Objective 1. Take advantage of the enemy's current absence and eliminate all remaining intelligence agents near Marltown, including the attacking enforcer overseer. Objective 2. After interrogating the Marltown guardsman, who fled back to the main city, Veriset has learned that the mysterious creature responsible for the prior attacks on the Bone Dragon Basar in Marltown remains hidden nearby. You must locate it promptly and thwart its next move. Note, this stage features multiple optional objectives. The more you complete, the greater the rewards, and the deeper the impact on future gain. Introduction. From the skull of the Bone Dragon Basar, Veriset sensed the aura of the Lost Kingdom. Perhaps they never truly perished in the flow of history, and now, they are about to rise once more. The content of this third stage main quest was complex enough to give anyone a headache. Yet Su Ran analyzed it with effortless ease. After all, in his previous life, he'd witnessed even more convoluted storylines. To him, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Now, he needed to complete 2 goals. The first step was eliminating the intelligence operatives, including the enforcer overseer. That's right, this NPC named Claude was actually a spy sent from Sunset City, volunteering to hunt down Su Ran, not out of justice, but to relay critical intelligence about Frostbound City. As for the second step, it required locating the mysterious creature. At the thought of this, Su Ran couldn't help but frown. Throughout the earlier events, and even during battle, he had activated Aratoya's Eye of Truth. He had scrutinized every blade of grass and every inch of terrain around him, yet still, he had detected no trace of any other living presence. This was perplexing. Where could the creature that attacked the Bone Dragon Basar in Marltown possibly be hiding? While deep in thought, the sound of a spear slicing through air suddenly rang out. Empowered by the Ice Dragon's extreme speed, Claude had already closed the distance and stood before Su Ran. Sin shall always face judgment. The spear of condemnation will pierce through all evil. The so-called enforcer, who frequently stole others' mounts, rebuked Su Ran with self-righteous fury. The sharp spear in his hand radiated a bone-chilling cold. Face your punishment, you wretched sinner. Only death awaits as your final da. Before Claude could even finish uttering the word destiny, Su Ran's figure vanished from his spot. The next moment, a cold voice whispered beside Claude's ear. Noisy. Before the word fully faded, Su Ran raised his hand and unleashed a chain, piercing through Claude's chest at a 45-degree angle. Whoosh! A staggering damage value instantly popped up above the Enforcer Overseer's head. Minus 68,991. Claude froze in shock. He hadn't even touched his opponent yet. How had he already lost a full third of his health? But Su Ran gave him no time to react. Icy Tempest. Arise. Boom. An explosion of extreme cold erupted, and countless blades of ice instantly engulfed Claude's body. Death mark. Then, through the storm of razor-sharp ice, Su Ran swiftly affixed the death mark upon Claude. Once the target's HP dropped below 5%, an instant execution effect would trigger. A one-hit kill. Yet that wasn't his ultimate goal. Facing Claude's unique skill, mastery of Dominion, Dragon, anyone would feel temptation. From the very beginning, Su Ran had planned how to obtain this ability for himself. After careful consideration, he decided to replicate his previous tactic, marking the enemy with death, then triggering the special reward from Death Nightmare to directly steal one of the enemy's skills. Based on prior tests, Su Ran had reached a clear conclusion. Any skill acquired through Death Nightmare would inevitably activate 10,000-fold reward. Even as he pondered this, an endless barrage of freezing ice blades completely drained the last remnants of Claude's life force. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The icy tempest had not yet dissipated. The moment the special effect triggered, a notification whispered into Su Ran's ear. Notice, title special effect, Death Nightmare, activated. By killing the target, you have learned Claude's skill, Mastery of Dominion, Dragon. The instant the notice sounded, 10,000-fold reward took effect immediately. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from intermediate skill to master tier skill. Notice, you have obtained the skill, the art of conquest under the laws of war. A legendary skill. Even though he had expected it, Su Ran was still profoundly stunned by the sheer power of the 10,000-fold reward amplification. He never imagined that he would actually obtain the skill he desired. And not only that, but through 10,000-fold reward, elevate it to legendary quality. Inspect skill. Just as Su Ran was about to examine exactly how terrifying this legendary skill was, several new notifications suddenly echoed in his ears. Notice, you have killed a friendly NPC. Gained 100 sim points. Notice, since the NPC you killed has been identified as a untraitor and classified as an enemy unit of a undefected faction, you have received bonus rewards. 500 military merit points. Notice, unique forbidden talent triggered. Your rewards have been amplified 10,000-fold. Notice, you have received 5 million Frost Empire military merit points. This time, yet another 5 million military merit points were granted. Su Ran was utterly dazed by the windfall. Yet, as the 5 million points were credited, one thought returned to him. Earlier, after triggering the world announcement and earning Heavenly Dao rewards, he hadn't yet claimed them. Realizing this, Su Ran didn't hesitate. He instantly extracted the Heavenly Dao reward. Notice, extracting Heavenly Dao reward. Please wait. As Su Ran happily claimed his divine reward, countless players across Frostbound City erupted into furious curses. At the exact moment Claude died, a shocking scene unfolded. The legendary bounty notice on Su Ran vanished completely, without a trace. Chapter 51. The Art of Conquest from the Law of War. Notice, due to your flawless performance, your crime value has been reset to 0. Not bad. Su Ran's guess had been correct after all. With Claude's death, all the accumulated crime value he had previously carried was now completely erased. In the game Eternity, there were 3 ways to eliminate crime value. The first was passive elimination. Crime value would naturally fade over time until it reached 0. However, combat often brought unpredictable risks. For safety, most players chose this passive method to slowly clear their crime value, though it required considerable time. The second method was monster elimination. Killing hostile monsters could accelerate the reduction of crime value. Yet in reality, the efficiency wasn't particularly high. Based on Su Ran's estimation, clearing his previous accumulation would have required at least 12 hours of grinding. As for the third method, the speed of elimination was unimaginably fast, but the risk involved was enough to deter countless players. It required making a significant contribution to a main city and successfully surviving an execution attempt by a lawkeeper captain. For ordinary players, this was virtually impossible. They might as well just die. Therefore, this only further confirmed Su Ran's suspicion. This level, 40 Lawkeeper Captain was clearly Icebound City's generous gift. Excellent. Su Ran nodded with satisfaction. His crime value had now been wiped clean. But Icebound City's generosity didn't end here. Thinking this, Su Ran turned his gaze toward the sky. With Claude's demise, the frost wyvern he had temporarily summoned was now swiftly fleeing into the distant horizon. Pursue. At Su Ran's command, the ancient phantom dragon's eyes blazed with intense battle fervor as it surged forward at full speed in pursuit. Meanwhile, within Icebound City, waves of player outrage erupted. Regional announcement. As player Chosen 1's crime value has been cleared, all main cities have ceased their pursuit of this player, and the legendary bounty against them is hereby cancelled. Regional announcement. As player Chosen 1's crime value has been cleared. 3 consecutive regional announcements resounded through every player's ears. Upon reading the content, countless players could no longer suppress their fury. Fixing the game. This is definitely rigged. Icebound City has lost its spine. How can they let a bloodthirsty maniac go so easily? What the hell? All that crime value just vanished out of nowhere. Yeah, he's nobility with a title. Of course he gets special privileges, right? In no time, disgruntled players began causing disturbances within Icebound City. But within minutes, lawkeepers above level 100 appeared. Before they could even resist, the troublemakers were swiftly arrested and thrown into prison. Meanwhile, the various factions rushing toward the city outskirts remained unnervingly calm. Brothers, pick up the pace. In another 2 or 3 minutes, We'll reach that damned Mar Town. Yeah, charge. Gazing at the faint outline of Mar Town in the distance, these players were brimming with energy. Yet among them, the guild leaders wore nothing but gloomy expressions. They realized that no matter how they weighed the odds, facing Mar Town's towering defense towers, their chances of victory seemed slim. Hesitant and anxious, they could do nothing but press forward toward Mar Town. Notice, legendary skill, the art of conquest from the Law of War has been activated. Conquest of current target underway. Notice, conquering current target. Progress, 5%. Notice, conquering current target. Progress, 8%. Notice, conquering. Now, above the quiet Mar Town, the sound of howling wind filled the air. As the ancient phantom dragon drew near the frost wyvern, Su-Ran immediately activated the special skill he had just obtained. The art of conquest from the Law of War. Type, master tier skill. Effect, upon activation, enters a special state, conquest, granted empowerment by the Law of War. Inflicts immense hydru and intimidation upon the target, with a very high chance of turning it into your most loyal personal mount. Note, this state lasts for 20 seconds. Success rate is affected by the power difference between both parties. Description, the Law of War conquers all. This skill from Claude, after being enhanced to master tier by 10,000-fold reward, it had undergone a complete transformation. Not only did it now grant the empowerment of the Law of War, but the ability to dominate targets was no longer limited to the dragon lineage. It now extended to all non-humanoid creatures. As long as this condition was met, there was a chance to conquer them. Notice, conquering current target. Progress, 99%. Notice, conquering current target. Progress, 100%. Notice, conquest successful. You have obtained a permanent exclusive mount, Frost Wyvern. The instant the notice appeared, the Frost Wyvern, which had been desperately struggling upward, instantly became completely docile. Unlike the ancient phantom dragon, as an ordinary dragon, its quality was merely crimson gold. But in the next moment, 10,000-fold reward successfully triggered, altering its very life essence. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been elevated from crimson gold to hidden legendary. Notice, you have obtained a hidden legendary mount, Wings of Ultimate Frost, Ancient Frost Wyvern. Su-Ran, another hidden legendary mount, and not just any. It was a member of the ancient dragons, a race that sent shivers through countless beings. Even more thrilling, this was an adult stage legendary ancient dragon, under the effect of 10,000-fold reward. The moment it ascended to hidden legendary quality, the Wings of Ultimate Frost, Ancient Frost Wyvern, began a breathtaking metamorphosis. Boom, boom, rumble, rumble. In an instant, countless stray ice attribute magical elements in the air rushed toward it uncontrollably. Amidst continuous thunderous roars, guided by the Frost Wyvern's law, the ice elements coalesced into countless translucent dragon scales. An aura that seemed capable of freezing everything rapidly spread outward, from scales to jagged, monstrous claws, to its hundreds of meters long body. The legendary ancient dragon completed its transformation beneath a cascade of wintry tempest. Roar, with a deafening dragon's roar that shook heaven and earth, like a shadow blotting out sun and sky. At several thousand meters above ground, a majestic dragon entirely blanketed in frost and snow slowly unfurled its wings. Chapter 52, Endless Froststorm. Notice, you have gained recognition from the hidden legendary mount, Frostwing, Ancient Ice Dragon. It shall become your exclusive mount, never to betray you. The moment the notice appeared, Su-Ran sprang into action. He leapt forward. Treading upon the howling gale, he landed steadily atop this adult stage Ancient Ice Dragon. The next instant, he opened the mount's attribute panel. Frostwing, Ancient Ice Dragon. Level, 65. Race, Dragon. Owner, Chosen One. Attribute, Frost. Quality, Legendary. Current stage, Adulthood. HP, 2.4 million. MP, 2.2 million. Physical attack, shares owner's attributes. Magical attack, shares owner's attributes. Defense, shares owner's attributes. Skills, Dragon's Oppression, Frost Annihilation, Ashen Mist, Endless Froststorm. Special trait, Frostwing. While soaring, spreading its wings unleashes endless frost and ice. Under the influence of frigid aura, inflicts damage to enemies along the path, with added freeze and slow effects. No cooldown for this trait. Non-equipment, none. Advancement requirement, Ancient Dragon Relic, Frostrand, Ancient Dragon Crystal. Description, as a member of the Ancient Ice Dragon lineage, influenced by a primordial force capable of altering all essences, it has ascended into a legendary grade mount. Just like the Ancient Phantom Dragon, this Ancient Ice Dragon also belonged to the category of hidden dragon mounts. Besides the special trait, Frostwing, it possessed an additional adult stage skill, Endless Froststorm. Upon activation, gathers all surrounding ice elemental magic energy and channels it into the dragon's breath, unleashing an endless blizzard upon the targeted area, dealing massive damage. Has a chance to apply freezing effect for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Glancing at it, Su-Ran knew instantly that the adult stage skill was truly formidable, amplifying the dragon's breath, summoning Endless Froststorm. Each tick of damage received a full 300% boost in magical attack power. For AoE sustained damage, this was nothing short of absurd. No wonder it's an adult stage skill. Seeing this ability, Su-Ran felt even greater anticipation rising within him. If both of these dragons could advance smoothly into their prime stage, how terrifying would their newly acquired skills be? In Eternal, mounts and pets each had defined growth stages. Baby stage, growth stage, adulthood, and prime stage. Apart from the two initial skills obtained upon birth during baby stage, a new skill could be learned at each subsequent growth phase. And once reaching the prime stage, the mount would activate its bloodline inheritance, unlocking its most fundamental and powerful skill. Based on his speculation, Su Ran believed the prime stage abilities of these two dragons would at minimum rival that of forbidden spells. A massive gain. He was thoroughly satisfied. Gently patting the icy scales beneath him, Su Ran turned his gaze toward his inventory. Just now, the rewards from Heavenly Dao and his first noble title had finally been delivered. Notice, successfully extracted territory construction template blueprint. Notice, successfully extracted Heavenly Dao reward. You have obtained temporary military rank amplification token. As 2 consecutive notifications flashed, his 10,000-fold reward glowed brilliantly once more. 10,000-fold amplification. Successfully triggered. Notice, amplification successful. The quality of your received reward has been elevated from Vermilion Gold tier to Legendary tier. Notice, amplification successful. The quality of your received reward has been elevated from Scarlet Gold tier to Legendary Rare tier. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Territory Construction Template Blueprint. Notice, you have obtained the Heavenly Dao reward, Temporary Military Rank Amplification Token. With the successful activation of 10,000-fold reward, 2 Legendary tier items now fell completely into Su Ran's possession. Legendary Rare. Seeing the notification, his mood soared. Who could have imagined that through 10,000-fold reward, he'd obtain not 1, but 2 Legendary tier items, one of which was even Legendary Rare. Inspect items. Suppressing his excitement, Su Ran focused his attention on the 2 newly acquired items. Territory Construction Template Blueprint. Type. Item. Quality. Legendary. Effect. After acquiring a territory, use this item to randomly draw 1 Territory Construction Template Blueprint of legendary quality. Temporary Military Rank Amplification Token. Type. Item. Quality. Legendary. Effect. After consuming this item, temporarily increases your military rank by 4 levels for 24 hours. These 2 items, just like the blueprint templates he had obtained earlier, were both single-use consumables. In the game Eternal, items were generally divided into 3 types. Single-use consumables, permanent items, and various quest-related items. In reality, what most players acquired were single-use consumables and quest items. As for permanent items, even in the late stages of the game, they remained as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. For Su Ran, however, the reason he possessed permanent items like Ancient Ice Dragon's Tooth was actually due to the effect of 10,000-fold reward. Still, even though both the Temporary Military Rank Amplification Token and the Territory Construction Template Blueprint were single-use consumables, their value was more than enough to move Su Ran. Excellent. Su Ran murmured in admiration. Then, he tossed both items into his backpack. Everything was ready. Only the final step remained. To use these 2 items, he needed to return to the main city to claim his territory and complete his military rank promotion. But the most urgent matter at hand was completing the main quest. Begin the search. Su Ran issued the command calmly. The next moment, all of the Death Shadow servants gathered in Mar Town poured out in mass. Like terrifying wandering spirits of midnight, they began sweeping across the entire surrounding region at an utterly horrifying speed. The third phase of the main quest had 2 objectives. The first was to eliminate the intelligence scouts lurking around Mar Town. This was simple for Su Ran. His army of Death Shadow servants would conduct a thorough, carpet-style search. This objective should be completed very soon. The second objective, however, deserved serious attention. The mysterious creature that had previously attacked the Bone Dragon Basel and Mar Town was still hiding nearby. Based on Su Ran's deduction, it must be concealed somewhere even the true sight could not reach. Thinking of this, an answer formed in Su Ran's mind. The sky. And with his command, the ancient phantom dragon immediately spread its vast, sky-obscuring wings. Fueled by terrifying speed, it transformed into a blurred shadow, soaring upward into the higher skies above. Chapter 53. Building a road in broad daylight, crossing the Chun Song secretly. Let's go too. Lightly patting the crystalline azure scales, Su Ran issued his command to the ancient frost dragon. Only, this command was slightly different. As frost and wind scattered across the sky, the massive ancient frost dragon, hundreds of meters long, suddenly soared upward, shooting straight into the clouds. At this moment, in an area less than 2,000 meters away from Mare Town, players from various factions were stunned speechless. Holy shit, what the hell is that? There are 2 dragons now, and even more terrifying than the one we saw earlier. Don't tell me. Both of them are mounts for the Chosen One? Due to their proximity, nearly every player witnessed this breathtaking scene. In that instant, their hearts pounded violently. Their calves even began to cramp with fear. Earlier, during their march, they had seen Claude forcibly riding a dragon roaring past, a mere adult-stage frost dragon, but it still left deep psychological scars on their young minds. Now, seeing such a spectacle again, almost every player instinctively froze mid-step. Guildmaster, what do we do? Guildmaster, what's the plan? Guildmaster, should we keep advancing? Guildmaster, say something. This stunning sight left the leaders of all major factions dazed and paralyzed. After a long silence, they finally snapped back to reality. But by then, countless guild members were still shouting. Guildmaster, what do we do? Guildmaster, should we retreat? Guildmaster, Guildmaster. Hearing these frantic cries, the top echelons of each faction felt as if their heads might explode. Yet at the same time, they found themselves trapped in a dilemma. Advance. As they moved closer, the towering, imposing defenses of Mare Town, and above all, the sky-darkening ancient dragon circling above, came clearly into view. It was simply hopeless. For all they knew, the Chosen One could already be waiting on the broad back of the ancient dragon, silently anticipating their attack. Retreat? The cost of speed potions. The fee to teleport here to Frostbound City. The entire night spent grinding and waiting. They had already paid too high a price. Without substantial gains, this entire expedition would be a total loss. Stop. Everyone stop right there. Prepare for battle. All members stay put and await further orders. After brief deliberation, the leaders of the major factions reached a decision. they would wait a little longer. The moment Mare Town showed any sign of weakness, they would strike instantly, catching the defenders completely off guard. Yet, they didn't know. Su-Ran had already left Mare Town. Unlike the ancient ghost dragon, the order he gave to the ancient frost dragon was to head straight to Frostbound City. Whoosh! With howling winds rushing past his ears, the adult stage ancient ghost dragon unleashed astonishing speed. In a single instant, it surged forward hundreds of meters. Within just a few minutes, the colossal, sky-obscuring dragon appeared above Frostbound City. Notice, as the holder of the Viscount title of Frostbound City, you possess Mount Flight privileges and may enter the main city directly. Notice, you have entered Frostbound City. This was the benefit of holding a noble title. Every time entering or leaving the capital, one could freely ride a flying mount without restriction. Ordinary players, without such titles, no matter how rare their mounts might be, were forced to dismount and walk into the city like commoners. Boom. With a tremor shaking the ground, the ancient frost dragon slowly landed on the western side of the main city plaza. Although most players had rushed toward Mare Town, many still remained within the capital. Witnessing this jaw-dropping scene, countless players stared in utter shock. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Good lord, is that really a dragon? How did he? Wait, why is the chosen boss here in the capital? Yeah, and with such an insane mount. I wish I had a dragon too. Bro, can I get a quick ride on your dragon? In an instant, players looked around at each other in bewilderment. None could understand why the chosen one had appeared here. But Su-Ran wasted no time. Ignoring every player present, he disappeared through the entrance of the city hall nearby. Seeing this, many players immediately relayed this intelligence to the various factions waiting outside Mare Town. Notice, you have entered the first floor of the main city hall. Notice, you have entered the second floor of the main city hall. Players who wanted to exchange military merit points for military ranks had to go to the second floor of the main city hall and find the acting governor. Su-Ran was familiar with the process. Soon, he stood before the acting governor of Frostbound City. Hello, Honorable Viscount. The moment Su-Ran appeared, the acting governor quickly stood up and said, "How may I assist you?" Su-Ran smiled and explained his purpose. Almost immediately, a panel appeared before him, displaying available military ranks and official positions for exchange. Military ranks determined the quality and level of troops a player could recruit, while different positions dictated the maximum size of their legion. All of these required military merit points to purchase. Rank 1 military title requires 500,000 military merit points. Allows recruitment of Iron Tier soldiers. Rank 2 military title requires 1.2 million military merit points. Allows recruitment of Bronze Tier soldiers. Rank 3 military title requires 2.4 million military merit points. Allows recruitment of Silver Tier soldiers. Rank 4 military title requires 5 million military merit points. Allows recruitment of Gold Tier soldiers. Rank 8 military title requires 120 million military merit points. Allows recruitment of Legendary Tier soldiers. Rank 9 military title requires 240 million military merit points. Allows recruitment of Epic Tier soldiers. As for Rank 10, it was not yet available. Su-Ran clearly remembered that even in his previous life, no player had ever raised their military rank beyond Rank 8, let alone Rank 10. Su-Ran glanced at his current military merit points. Without hesitation, he spent 2.4 million points to purchase the Rank 3 military title. Next, he spent another 2.6 million points to acquire an official position, Supreme Commander of the main city. A commander of this rank could lead a legion with a maximum capacity of 200,000 troops. Su-Ran was very satisfied with this. Now came the most exciting moment. Recruitment. Notice, your current rank is Rank 3. You may recruit Silver Tier soldiers. Proceed with recruitment. Facing the prompt, Su-Ran did not immediately confirm. Instead, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a legendary grade item. Temporary military rank amplification token. Notice, use this item to temporarily increase your military rank by 4 levels. Increasing his rank by 4 levels meant he would temporarily possess a Rank 7 military title. Glancing back at the recruitment panel, Rank 7 corresponded exactly to Crimson Gold Tier troops. If he could trigger his eternal talent, millionfold reward, perhaps he would obtain a legion surpassing even legendary quality. Chapter 54, Princess Vinia and the Deception Gem. In reality, everything was precisely within Su-Ran's calculations. This was also why he had chosen this exact moment to come and upgrade his military rank. According to his memories from his past life, 5 million military merit points, combined with the temporary military rank amplification token. If the 10,000-fold reward successfully activated, it would be exactly enough to allow him to obtain a legendary tier army. After all, recruiting soldiers didn't require military merit points. It required vast amounts of gold coins. Thinking of this, Su-Ran immediately left the second floor of the main city hall. Shortly after, thanks to the terrifying flying speed of the ancient frost colossus dragon, Su-Ran's figure appeared before the door of a secluded little shop. Notice, you have entered Talina's little shop. Hello, esteemed Archmage. Upon seeing Su-Ran, Talina, who had been secretly snacking on an apple pie, immediately lit up with excitement and leapt to her feet. Aha! Talina suddenly squinted as if she'd noticed something, then carefully inspected Su-Ran from head to toe. Only then did she cautiously ask, "Archmage, how come you've become a count in just a few days?" If you're a count, you can enjoy an 80% discount or receive an extra 120% in gold when selling items. Hearing Talina's words, Su-Ran calmly gave a slight nod. The benefits of noble titles were clearly starting to show. However, according to his memories from his previous life, counts should only enjoy a 70% discount. And when selling items, they should gain a mere 30% increase in gold yield. So, this little girl really needed some proper education. A few minutes later, Su-Ran walked away fully satisfied, having completed the transaction. To make up for her earlier deception toward the Count, Talina generously gifted an additional artifact of dark gold quality. Notice, you have received a gift from Talina, the Deception Gem. Deception Gem? Su-Ran instantly sucked in a sharp breath. In his mind, an exquisitely beautiful yet cunning figure surfaced. In his past life, during the mid-game phase, Princess Vinia of the Dark Empire used a legendary-grade Deception Gem to successfully disguise herself as a Night Elf princess. Through meticulous scheming, she managed to steal a World Tree seed from the Moonwell. This ultimately caused a mythical tier World Tree to appear in the late game for the Dark faction, and it was the only existing World Tree in the entire world. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the moment the Deception Gem was placed into his inventory, the 10,000-fold reward quietly took effect. Notice, amplification by 10,000 times successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Violet Gold to Legendary. Notice, you have obtained the Deception Gem. Legendary quality. On the outside, Su-Ran remained perfectly calm, but inwardly, shock surged through him. Before him lay a gemstone radiating brilliant, dazzling light, quietly resting in his inventory. Here, these are the items for this transaction. Count them carefully, no funny business. At Su-Ran's warning, Talina pouted, looking utterly wronged as she muttered, "You're so distrustful." As she spoke, Su-Ran pulled out a massive pile of equipment and potions from his bag. There were exactly 3,142 pieces of gear alone. Nearly half of them were violet gold or crimson gold quality. All of these were spoils taken from slain players and the Undead Legion. Instantly, brilliant, shimmering light flooded every corner of the small shop, even outlining Su-Ran's silhouette with a golden glow. Seeing this scene, Talina seemed utterly stunned, frozen in place for several full seconds. "Don't worry. No matter how stingy you are, I'll handle everything properly. I won't miscount a single item." The little girl simply couldn't understand. How could this adventurer have acquired so many top-tier items? Compared to other players, he might as well be from another world entirely. Watching Talina finally begin diligently counting the gear, Su-Ran turned his attention to the newly acquired item. Deception Gem. Type. Item. Quality. Legendary. Effect. Consuming this item allows you to disguise yourself as a creature you've previously seen, copying a portion of their abilities. 5% chance to perfectly replicate their traits. Duration. 10 days. Disguise can be cancelled at will during this time. Note. Affected by the item's quality, epic tier and lower beings cannot see through your disguise. Not bad. Truly not bad. Admiration flickered in Su-Ran's eyes. Without hesitation, he could say, this legendary Deception Gem was sufficient to fool every living being. After all, above epic tier existed only mythic. Based on his memories from his previous life, Su-Ran made a reasonable deduction. Even in the mid to late stages of the game, he doubted he would encounter more than a few mythical tier beings. Alright then, this time, would you like to exchange for resources, or sell directly? Just as he was thinking, Talina's voice interrupted Su-Ran's train of thought. The little girl worked with remarkable efficiency. In less than a minute, she had accurately counted all the equipment without a single mistake. Without hesitation, Su-Ran firmly chose to sell. What he needed now was an enormous amount of gold coins. A few minutes later, Su-Ran left Talina's little shop. From selling these items and potions, he had earned a total of 530 million gold coins. Next came the moment to recruit his army. However, he didn't rush. Just moments ago, the ancient ghost Colossus Dragon had transmitted a message through telepathy. A massive player army was attempting to attack Martown. Yet before the Death Shadow Servants, Legion, and the legendary grade defensive fortifications, every step forward came at an extremely bloody cost. At present, Martown faced no real danger. But for Su-Ran, the nature of the situation had already changed. Martown now belonged solely to him. Any player daring to lay hands on his territory would have to be prepared to face the consequences. Escape? Not this time. After saying this, Su-Ran headed straight toward the City Lord's palace. That was where one claimed noble titles and received land grants. Soon, boosted by the terrifying speed of the ancient Frost Colossus Dragon, he arrived at his destination. Without delay, Su-Ran made his choice immediately. Claim land grant. At that instant, a vast map quietly appeared before him. It contained many familiar place names, encompassing all the regions surrounding Frostbound City. There were two types of land grants players could receive upon rank promotion. The first type allowed players to claim territories corresponding to their current noble rank. Ranks were divided into Knight, Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, and Duke. Duke, also known as Grand Duke, corresponded to a standard city-level fief. Count, granted a fortress-level territory. As for Su-Ran's Marquis title, it entitled him to a town-level fief. Lower ranks, Viscount, and Baron, could only obtain villages or outposts. Knights and below received no land at all. Long before this, Su-Ran had already decided on the perfect location for his fief. He would upgrade the scale of his territory based on Martown. This fell under the second method of claiming land. If done this way, the size of the player's granted domain would expand significantly beyond normal limits. Chapter 55, 7th Rank Supreme Swordsman. According to the rules of fief allocation, when a new fief is merged with an existing territory, the expanded area changes depending on the development level of the original land. Thanks to Su-Ran's relentless investment and construction, the Martown had already become the pinnacle of all town-level territories. Not to mention, this small town also possessed a legendary tier blueprint template, as well as that towering epic tier defense tower. Taking everything into account, if he chose the second method of obtaining a fiefdom, he might even expand his domain to rival the scale of a fortress-class fief. And most importantly, thousandfold reward. If he could successfully trigger this unique eternal tier talent, he might receive a marquis, or even duke-level fief despite holding only a count title. Perhaps to test Su-Ran's hypothesis. The moment he made his decision, a prompt softly rang out. Tip. Would you like to claim your count-level fief through integration with your existing territory? Confirm. No sooner had Su Ran spoken than the areas surrounding Mar Town on the map instantly changed their status. The prompts followed immediately. Tip. Fief acquisition successful. Tip. You have obtained a special town-level fief. Please name your territory. Tip. 1000-fold amplification activated. Reward quality upgraded from town level to standard city level. Tip. You have obtained a standard city level fief. Please name your territory. Seeing this message, a wave of disbelief washed over Su Ran. 1000-fold reward. It actually worked. Not only that, by upgrading his fief upon the foundation of his existing land and combining it with the special effect of 1000-fold reward, these two factors amplified each other, granting Su Ran a fiefdom the size of an ordinary city. That equated exactly to a duke's fief. Once again, the terrifying power of 1000-fold reward was proven. In the game Eternal, different territories were ranked in tiers, from outpost, village, town, fortress, city, all the way up to the highest rank, the capital city. As the tier of a territory increased, more features became unlocked. For example, fortifications. Even if both used legendary tier blueprint templates, comparing a fortress to a town would be like night and day. There were clear differences in quantity, attack range, and more. Tip. Name your fief within 30 seconds. Otherwise, the previous name will be retained by default. Eternal. Faced with the prompt, Su Ran immediately chose the name Eternal. After all, he didn't want the system naming his city Marl City. That'd give people something to mock him about for life. Tip. Naming successful. You now possess a new fief, Eternal City. In an instant, centered on Mar Town, a dramatic transformation erupted. Rumble, rumble. As rows of crude walls rapidly rose from the ground, a full-scale standard city-sized fief gradually appeared on every player's map. Eternal City. Owner, Chosen One. Tip. You have unlawfully entered the private fief of player, Chosen One. Ejection imminent. Prepare for combat. Tip. You have unlawfully entered. At that moment, whether they were players engaged in battle against Mar Town, or those leveling up at the edges of the desolate plains and sleeping forest, all across the world, players heard successive ejection alerts in their ears. What the hell was this private fief? Many players stared in shock. They were just farming monsters in the desolate plains. How did they end up trespassing on the Chosen One's territory? After all, Mar Town was still far away from here. Just as confusion spread, a world announcement completely cleared up everyone's doubts, and simultaneously made them question their entire existence. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chosen One for acquiring a standard city-level fief, becoming the first player to obtain a territory. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chosen One for acquiring. This time, players were nearly numb. Eternal City. Every single one screamed inwardly. They were still struggling to kill basic monsters, while this bastard Chosen One had already claimed an entire city-sized fief. Instantly, the global chat channel fell into complete silence. No one spoke for a long time. Meanwhile, Su Ran had already left the city lord's palace. His figure reappeared once more on the second floor of the main city hall. Everything was ready. Now came the next step. It was time to recruit the legendary legion. Glancing at his current gold reserve, Su Ran found he had a whopping 530 million coins. With full confidence, he turned his gaze toward the recruitment panel. In an instant, NPC soldiers corresponding to various military ranks appeared before him. Level 1 Ordinary Recruit. Recruitment cost is 500 gold, corresponding to rank 1. Level 2 Ordinary Guard. Recruitment cost is 800 gold, corresponding to rank 2. Level 3 Elite Guard. Recruitment cost is 1,500 gold, corresponding to rank 3. Currently, Su Ran's military rank was rank 3. Accordingly, he could only recruit silver tier level 3 elite guards. The remaining options were still grayed out and locked. Without hesitation or sparing any items, Su Ran immediately took out the legendary tier item, temporary rank amplification token, from his inventory. Tip. Consume this item to temporarily increase your military rank by 4 levels. Confirm. As the token slowly vanished from his hand, Su Ran's military rank instantly began to rise. Tip. Item consumption successful. Your military rank has been temporarily increased to rank 7. Tip. Due to your military rank increasing to rank 7, the corresponding options have now been unlocked. As the prompts rang out, Su Ran's military rank jumped straight to temporary rank 7, and the previously grayed out options in the recruitment panel now glowed brilliantly. Level 4 Valiant Guard. Recruitment cost is 3,000 gold, corresponding to rank 4. Level 5 Courageous Guard. Recruitment cost is 5,000 gold, corresponding to rank 5. Level 7 Supreme Swordsman. Recruitment cost is 14,000 gold, corresponding to rank 7. Su Ran ignored the lower tiers without a second thought. Once recruitment began, he would choose the highest quality legion available. Unfortunately, with his current rank, he could only recruit up to rank 7 Crimson Gold tier, Supreme Swordsman. But it didn't matter. If he could trigger 10,000-fold reward, these Crimson Gold tier, Supreme Swordsmen, would undergo an unimaginable transformation. And even if that failed, a Crimson Gold tier legion would still be more than enough to crush all enemies at this stage. Either way, he stood to gain enormously. Begin recruitment. Time was pressing. Su Ran didn't have time to waste. As soon as he made his selection, the prompt appeared as expected. Tip. Recruit rank 7 Supreme Swordsmen in bulk for 12,000 gold each. Confirm. Tip. You have successfully recruited 35,000 rank 7 Supreme Swordsmen. The moment recruitment completed, the unique glow of 10,000-fold reward burst forth. Tip. 10,000-fold amplification activated. Your reward quality has been upgraded from Crimson Gold tier to Epic tier. Chapter 56. The lavish treatment of the first player city lord. Notice. You have successfully recruited 35,000 grade 9 Fearless Supreme Greatsword Warriors. Notice. Detected that you own a personal fief. Would you like to deploy the recruited army into your territory? Confirm. This was exactly what Suran wanted. The fief granted by his noble title could not only serve as a base to house his forces, but also allow the newly recruited army to be deployed directly within its borders. In an instant, a full 35,000 Grade 9, fearless supreme greatsword warriors appeared in perfect unison across the territory belonging to Eternal City. Whether intentionally or by sheer coincidence, the deployment location happened to be directly behind the players from all major factions. Damn it, players from the rear lines of various factions were at that moment dodging attacks from defensive towers while trying to cast their skills. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind roared through. They instinctively shivered. Before they could even turn around, sharp blades pierced straight through their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Despite sharing the same level as Suran, the fearless supreme greatsword warriors, possessing epic tier status, had stats powerful enough to completely overwhelm countless players. Even a single one of them could slaughter dozens of players on his own. But now, there were 35,000 such warriors, appearing like a tidal wave forged from razor-sharp blades, rapidly crushing everything in the backlands of every faction. Charge! 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 With thunderous shouts, all fearless supreme greatsword warriors launched their charge in perfect synchronization. Wherever their blades pointed, everything was reduced to fragments. Notice, Grade 9 fearless supreme greatsword warrior has successfully killed player. You what do you think are you doing? Notice, Grade 9 fearless supreme greatsword warrior has successfully killed player. Gonna slice my melon, huh? Notice, Grade 9 fearless supreme. At the same time, a flood of kill notifications echoed continuously in Suran's ears, leaving him somewhat stunned. Epic tier army, terrifying beyond words. Muttering to himself, Suran turned his gaze toward the stat panel of these Grade 9 fearless supreme greatsword warriors. Fearless supreme greatsword warrior. Level, 47. Tier, Grade 9. Quality, epic. Race, human. Class, fearless supreme greatsword warrior. Affiliation, chosen one. HP, 300,000. MP, 250,000. Attack power, 2,250. Physical defense, 2,012. Magical resistance, 1,987. Skills, fearless charge, blade of concentrated battle will, supreme judgment, blade storm. Description, as a Grade 9 epic tier army, the fearless supreme greatsword warriors possess not only awe-inspiring combat power, but also exceptional growth potential. Impressive stats, stunning attributes. Gazing upon the attributes of his epic army, Suran felt genuine reverence. In terms of HP and attack power alike, the fearless supreme greatsword warriors lived up to their status as NPCs with an epic tier profile. Even their defenses alone would be enough to plunge countless players into despair. Given current player attack levels, breaking through their defenses would be extremely difficult, let alone dealing significant damage. Yet, what mattered most were their skills and growth potential. Suran could say, without hesitation, every single stat of the fearless supreme greatsword warriors had no weaknesses whatsoever. They were, for all intents and purposes, perfect. Let's go. After finishing recruitment, Suran immediately left the main city hall. As the frost ancient dragon rose into the sky, his figure gradually vanished from Frostbound City. Left behind were envious and reverent stares from numerous players. Less than a few minutes later, Suran's silhouette appeared above Martown. Little one. Using telepathy, he softly called out to the ancient phantom dragon. Soon, a howling wind sounded nearby. The dragon, now in ghost form, swatted several players dead with a single blow before rushing towards Suran. The spies have been rooted out. Have you found a trace of that mysterious creature? According to information provided on the main quest panel, Suran noticed that all nearby intelligence scouts had been completely eliminated. Now, only the hidden creature lurking in the shadows remained. Hearing Suran's words, the ancient phantom dragon lifted its head slightly and gestured toward the sky. Its meaning was clear. The enemy had already been located and was hiding among the clouds above. Upon receiving this intelligence, Suran immediately made his decision. He couldn't afford to act rashly just yet. Instead, he would pretend nothing was amiss and strive to maximize his gains. The second objective of the main quest wasn't to kill the mysterious creature himself, but rather to pinpoint its location and stop its next move. If this had happened just a few minutes earlier, perhaps Suran would have already struck. After all, eliminating an enemy capable of inflicting severe damage on a legendary being like Bone Dragon Basil might have brought unimaginable rewards. But now, things were different. With his legendary army deployed onto the battlefield, he now possessed the strength to stand toe-to-toe against the Lost Kingdom. Even if enemies flooded in like waves, he could block them all without exception. So now, he planned to let the line hang long and catch a bigger fish. Keep your eyes on it. Notify me at once if anything changes. After issuing these orders to the ancient phantom dragon, Suran turned his gaze toward the title system. At the same time he acquired his fief, he had also unlocked a new exclusive title, Eternal City Lord. Type, title, quality, legendary. Effect 1, movement speed increased by 50%. Effect 2, exempt from all teleportation fees when using any teleportation array, including those in major cities. Effect 3, all purchases within the fief enjoy the lowest possible discount. When buying or selling items in other main cities, receive an additional 30% benefit. This effect stacks with noble title bonuses. Effect 4, when at war, all armies under command gain 50% increased march speed and 20% increased combat power. Description, as the first player to obtain a city, such honor is well deserved. Wow. So this is the special treatment for being the first city lord? Suran couldn't help but mutter in awe. Each of these unique effects was incredibly enticing. This was the privilege of being the first player city lord. Lucrative beyond belief. As he pondered, his gaze shifted to the fief information. Eternal City. Type, player exclusive fief. Size, standard city level. Status, unbuilt. Existing template blueprints. None. Description. This territory belongs privately to the Chosen One, granted as rightful land for his status as a count. Template blueprint. Just as expected, player-acquired fiefs or territories typically came with no template blueprints. Thus, construction could only proceed through ordinary means. But Su-Ran was different. Within his inventory, there quietly lay a blueprint of legendary quality, one that perfectly corresponded to a player's personal fief. Waiting for the big fish to bite would apparently take some time. Su-Ran decided to seize this opportunity to build up his capital city first. Chapter 57, Immortality and Eternal Night. Hint. Do you want to activate the fief construction mode? Activate. Hint. Activation successful. Do you want to select the ordinary template blueprint to begin constructing Eternal City? Sigh. So my guess was right after all. Hearing the prompt, Su-Ran couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The Eternal City he was now constructing was technically a fief. Although expanded from Martown into a vast territory, it differed fundamentally in nature. In reality, the two were not of the same type. As a player's private domain, Martown still stood proudly on the eastern edge of the sleeping forest, like a radiant pearl embedded within Su-Ran's expansive lands, shining brilliantly. But this also reflected a harsh truth. The legendary tier template blueprint from Martown would not function within the Eternal City construction system. The default template blueprint provided for Eternal City was merely of ordinary quality, one so bare bones it could only be described as meager compared to that of Martown. Yet Su-Ran remained completely calm. He had a trick up his sleeve. At the moment the prompt appeared, he held off on initiating construction. Instead, he reached into his inventory and pulled out an item glowing with the unmistakable luster unique to legendary grade gear. Fief Construction Template Blueprint. Type. Item. Quality. Legendary. Effect. After acquiring a fief, this item can be used to randomly draw a fief construction template blueprint of legendary quality. From what Su-Ran understood, once this legendary tier item was activated, he would randomly receive a fief construction template blueprint. Such blueprints differed from town level ones. They automatically adapted to the scale of the fief, constructing buildings, fortifications, and core facilities proportionate to its size. Put simply, if a player owned a small town, they'd draw a town-level blueprint. If they controlled a fortress, they'd get a fortress-level one. And since Su-Ran now possessed a standard city-tier fief, he was guaranteed to draw a city-level blueprint, completely at random. Begin drawing. Hint. Item consumption successful. Randomly drawing fief construction template blueprint. Hint. Since your largest fief is Eternal City, a city-tier template blueprint of legendary quality will now be drawn at random. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the item in his hand erupted in dazzling light. A legendary city-tier template blueprint. Excellent. Bathed in shimmering rays of luminous rain, Su-Ran felt a surge of anticipation. If he drew an exceptional blueprint, Eternal City would become an impregnable metropolis. It might still fall short of rivaling the grand capital cities, but the gap wouldn't be nearly so vast. Just as that thought formed in his mind, another notification quietly interrupted him. Hint. 10,000-fold amplification successfully triggered. The reward quality has been upgraded from legendary to epic rare. Hint. You have obtained the city-tier construction template blueprint, Immortal Eternal Night. F***CK. Even Su-Ran, usually so composed, couldn't suppress a muttered curse. His expression now wore pure disbelief. Who could have predicted it? His unique ultimate tier talent, 10,000-fold reward, had activated again. After all, this legendary quality item had already been enhanced once by 10,000-fold reward. Yet what just happened seemed to prove something astonishing. As long as certain conditions were met, he might be able to trigger 10,000-fold reward multiple times, transforming even an ordinary quality item into something terrifyingly powerful. Damn, Su-Ran suppressed his excitement. Then, his gaze turned toward the newly acquired epic rare tier template blueprint. Immortal Eternal Night. Type. Template blueprint. Quality. Epic rare. Usage condition. City tier fief. Effect. Upon activation, enables the fief to adopt the Immortal Eternal Night template, unlocking special guards, special NPCs, special structures, etc. Special Attribute 1. Immortality. All fortifications, city buildings, and the fief core gain an additional 80% damage reduction and double durability. Special Effect 2. Eternal Night. Once construction completes, the entire fief territory will remain in perpetual night. All enemies invading the land will suffer corruption from the dark aura. Description. As the fief expands in scale, higher tier components of the blueprint will unlock. F***CK. Su-Ran breathed out another awed exclamation. He couldn't be blamed for his astonishment. Even in his previous life, no player had ever obtained a city tier template blueprint of epic quality. It seemed, only the imperial capital cities of the great empires possessed epic tier template blueprints. Even major cities like Frostbound City had to settle for legendary quality blueprints. Anyone in Su-Ran's position would surely be stunned beyond words. Su-Ran made a rough estimate. With the support of an epic rare tier template blueprint, and building upon Martown, while greatly expanding the territorial scale, in terms of both strength and size, Eternal City could now stand toe-to-toe with any major city in the realm. The buffs provided by Immortal Eternal Night were simply outrageous. First, the structures, whether civilian buildings, defensive fortifications, or even the fief core itself. Their maximum possible quality was now capped at epic rare, and the special attributes granted these constructions utterly absurd enhancements. 80% damage reduction, double durability. All of these were additional bonuses stacked on top of the already outstanding epic rare base. Furthermore, Eternal Night would place the entire Eternal City under a state of perpetual night. Any enemy forces invading the territory would suffer from dark aura corruption. Hint. Activation successful. Do you wish to select the Immortal Eternal Night template blueprint to begin constructing Eternal City? Confirm. Su Ran issued the command without hesitation. Then, he summoned craftsmen matching the epic rare standard, along with the legendary tier artisans from Mar Town. Thus began an unbelievably swift and furious construction effort. First came the immortal bulwark walls. Construct immediately. Rumble, rumble. As vast quantities of resources poured into the project, massive walls exuding endless dark energy rose steadily into place. Without pause, Su Ran moved on to constructing defense towers. Immortal bulwark, barrier magic tower. Construct. Eternal night calamity, the rapid fire arrow tower. Construct. Eternal night annihilation heavy magic tower. Construct. Under Su Ran's strongly, one after another epic rare tier defensive tower gradually took shape. Before long, a magnificent and awe-inspiring, eternal city slowly emerged across the vast expanse of land. Shrouded in endless darkness, now clearly taking form. Chapter 58, an impenetrable immortal fortress. Notice, constructing Eternal Night's destruction, heavy magic tower. Construction time, 5 minutes. Notice, constructing Eternal Night's calamity, rapid fire arrow tower. Construction time, 5 minutes. Notice, constructing. Taking advantage of the construction time, Su Ran immediately opened the recruitment panel. As he did so, all available recruitment options fully surfaced. Damn, the moment Su Ran opened the recruitment panel, he was once again stunned. City-level Guardian Legions. City-level Enforcer Commanders. Various functional NPCs. NPCs of all production professions. Instructors for every class. Every NPC a major city should have was now present on the recruitment list. And all of them were uniformly of epic rare quality. But that alone wasn't enough to move Su Ran. What truly made him mutter damn was actually a temporary buff. Initial fief establishment. Type, temporary buff. Duration remaining, 1 hour. Special effect. During this state, all NPCs can be recruited for free. Note, future NPC salaries will be paid by the player. Description, to help players with noble titles quickly complete the development of their fiefs, all NPC recruitment costs are covered by Icebound City and the Light Faction. I see. Su Ran had nearly forgotten about this. In Eternal, once a player obtained land through a noble title, for 1 hour after initiating construction, the cost of recruiting NPCs would be borne by the main city and the faction. Specifically, the main city covered 30%, while the player's faction covered the remaining 70%. In his previous life, the number of players who attained noble titles was extremely limited, and the vast majority held lower ranks, knights, barons, viscounts. Even at maximum recruitment, the expense was merely a drop in the bucket for wealthy main cities and factions. Negligible. But now, things were different. A territory size comparable to a main city. All NPCs of epic rarity. If he recruited up to the limit at once, the total cost would be astronomical. Perhaps even Icebound City and the Light Faction never anticipated that someone would build a colossal domain rivaling a full main city. Recruit. Su Ran didn't care about the consequences. Better to invest heavily in himself than waste resources on worthless entities like the Frost Empire. This was the smartest form of investment. Without hesitation, Su Ran began recruiting. First, the city-level Guardian Legions. The blueprint template Immortal Eternal Night provided 2 types of epic rare quality Guardian Legions. The Immortal Guardian Legion and the Eternal Night Annihilation Legion, representing ultimate defense and offense respectively. The Immortal Guardian Legion specialized in defense. Once formed, they would constitute an impenetrable immortal fortress. The Eternal Night Annihilation Legion, on the other hand, represented absolute offensive power. Both legions included members of various classes. Glancing over, Su Ran found that given the current level of Eternal City, the upper limit for guard recruitment stood at 50,000. Kids make choices, adults take both. Su Ran made his decision. He intended to recruit both legions. Notice, mass recruitment successful. You have gained the permanent loyalty of Immortal Guardian Legion. Recruitment count, 20,000. Notice, mass recruitment successful. You have gained the permanent loyalty of Eternal Night Annihilation Legion. Recruitment count, 30,000. Notice, due to the special effect of initial fief establishment, this recruitment incurred no cost. As the notifications rang out, the Immortal Guardian Legion, embodying ultimate defense, and the Eternal Night Annihilation Legion, representing supreme assault, appeared in unison across Eternal City. We swear eternal loyalty to our Lord. We swear eternal loyalty to our Lord. The roars of these epic rare legions echoed across the skies of Eternal City, lingering without fade. It signified that Su Ran now commanded the permanent allegiance of both legions, and throughout this process, he had spent 0 resources. An unbelievable bargain. Checking the timer. Over 50 minutes remained before the initial fief establishment buff expired. Seizing the momentum, Su Ran turned his gaze to the other recruitment options. Enforcer Commander. As Su Ran murmured to himself, his eyes lit up. Based on his past life experience, once a player obtained a fief, it meant their personal power would grow rapidly. To achieve this goal, the player had to transform their fief into a flourishing metropolis. Only then could resources and wealth accumulate at an accelerated pace. Otherwise, an empty city would be meaningless. And in this process, the Enforcer Commander, the leader responsible for maintaining security and order within the fief, would play a vital role. Yet most players rarely thought of this. Su Ran remembered. In his previous life, the Liao Yuan Guild had apparently recruited an underqualified informer commander, which caused numerous players to ignore the fief's rules and grow increasingly reckless. In the end, the Liao Yuan Guild paid an extremely heavy price. This alone proved the immense importance of the Enforcer Commander. As he pondered, Su Ran turned his gaze toward the Enforcer Commander's section in the recruitment panel. He began recruiting. Notice, recruitment successful. You have gained the permanent loyalty of Immortal Storm Knight Commander Irila. Notice, recruitment successful. You have gained the permanent loyalty of Immortal Peerless Swordsman Leighton. Notice, recruitment successful. You have gained the permanent loyalty of Archmage of Shadows Grudge Caristel. Notice, recruitment successful. You have. As notification after notification rang out, powerful enforcer commanders began appearing throughout Eternal City. Though their levels were all synchronized with Su Ran's, their epic rare class strength was absolutely not something inferior trash like Claude could ever compare to. Soon, Su Ran completed the recruitment of the enforcer commanders. The total number, exactly 10, more than enough to deter any ill-intentioned players. Next, while the effect of initial fief establishment was still active, Su Ran proceeded to recruit every type of functional NPC, production class NPCs, and class instructors, all up to the maximum limit. Likewise, all these NPCs possessed epic rare quality. Only in this way could Eternal City be forged into an immortal metropolis. Notice, recruitment successful. You have gained the permanent loyalty of Grandmaster Blacksmith Bardon. Notice, due to your status as City Lord, Bardon will serve you without charge. When the final notification sound slowly faded away, Su Ran had recruited every type of NPC to the maximum capacity. Chapter 59, Repelling the Siege from the Lost Kingdom. Good. With a massive influx of NPCs, the originally vast and desolate Eternal City instantly became lively. Under Su Ran's commands, all NPCs took their assigned roles, systematically setting the colossal beast of Eternal City into motion. At this moment, as the successful establishment of Eternal City was confirmed, Su Ran unlocked all administrative privileges. Eternal City Lord Authority. Authority 1. Tax collection. All transactions within Eternal City will automatically pay 5% tax to the City Lord. Authority 2. City modification. The City Lord holds full authority to modify any building in Eternal City, as well as to sell or lease properties. Authority 3. Task publication. The City Lord may issue tasks, bounties, commissions, etc. to players or NPCs. If the task is issued by the City Lord, the reward content is determined by them. If issued by others, the issuer bears the cost of the reward. Regardless of the method, 70% of the task reward goes to the City Lord, while the player or NPC who completes the task receives the remaining 30%. Authority 4. Glancing through the list briefly, Su Ran wasn't surprised. As expected, the City Lord's powers were absurdly high. Just the 5% tax alone would make him incredibly wealthy. But what interested him most was the task publication feature. As City Lord, he could assign tasks, bounties, and missions to players or NPCs, and take 70% of the reward cut. The remaining 30% went to the player or NPC who completed it. Drawing from his past life memories, Su Ran had a deep understanding of how task systems worked. There were generally two scenarios. First, tasks issued directly by the City Lord. For example, if he wanted players to serve as cannon fodder, pitting them against the undead armies of the Lost Kingdom, he could simply post a mission open to all players. Rewards would be calculated based on the number of enemies slain once combat began. In this case, Su Ran was the task issuer, so he'd need to provide the rewards. However, since he could directly claim 70% of the payout, he effectively only paid 30% of the actual cost. It was an absurdly profitable arrangement. The second scenario involved delegated tasks. For instance, if Sister Mary lost her veil and wanted players to retrieve it, she'd have to cover the reward herself. Yet Su Ran could still skim off 70% of it. This was even more lucrative. Of course, that 70% commission was deducted up front when the task was posted. The reward displayed in the task only reflected the remaining 30%. This was the true advantage of owning territory, or even an entire city, accumulating wealth and resources beyond what most people could ever dream of. After some thought, Su Ran decided to issue a task to all players. The objective was simple. Assist Eternal City in repelling the monster siege from the Lost Kingdom. After deducting the 70% cut, he set the reward at 1 military merit point and 5 gold coins per monster killed. To the vast majority of players, this was already an extremely generous reward. Notice, task content set successfully. Publish this task. Confirm. As the task went live, a world announcement echoed across the entire Chinese server. World announcement. Eternal City Lord Chosen One has issued a task. Repel the siege from the Lost Kingdom. Acceptable via your task log. Generous rewards await. World announcement. Eternal City Lord Chosen One has issued 3 consecutive announcements. Resounded in the ears of countless players. Simultaneously, a new available task appeared in their task logs. Notice, you have received an invitation from the Eternal City Lord. Accept the task. Repel the siege from the Lost Kingdom. Notice, this task rewards 1 military merit point and 5 gold coins for each siege monster killed. Upon seeing this message, the world chat descended into utter chaos. What the hell? Who the F*** is this Chosen One Eternal City Lord? I can't believe it. This guy is actually making me cry. Such a generous task? He's practically a philanthropist. Stop talking nonsense. Are we taking this quest or not? Of course we are. And you know, the more I look at Chosen One, the more I like him. Yeah, I think I'm turning from hater to fan. Say something, haters. In no time, the vast majority of players chose to accept the task. They were thoroughly hooked by the generous rewards Su Ran had offered. But soon enough, many players were left staring in shock. As Eternal City slowly took shape, the epic rarity blueprint not only provided a city-level teleportation array, players could now travel freely between Eternal City and major capital cities, as long as they paid a certain amount of gold coins. Extremely convenient. But unlike the capitals, Su Ran had set the teleportation fee at 10 gold coins. To participate in this task, players had to first teleport to Eternal City. Otherwise, by the time they ran all the way here, it would be far too late. With no choice, the vast majority of players chose to accept reality. Just thinking about earning 5 gold coins and 1 military merit point per monster killed, they gritted their teeth and pulled out 10 gold coins. The entry fee for joining this task. Notice, you have entered Eternal City. Notice, you have entered Eternal City. Notice you. Amid a series of system alerts, large numbers of players began appearing within the magnificent and sprawling Eternal City. Holy sh*t. Staring at this city, rivaling the scale of a capital, every single player involuntarily sucked in a breath. While they were still struggling over a few measly coins, someone had already built a colossal metropolis on par with a capital city. In that instant, a wave of bitterness surged through their hearts. Enemy assault. There are massive enemies approaching from afar. Estimated arrival in 5 minutes. But just then, a frantic shout from outside the city broke their thoughts. The fearless, unyielding legion, who had previously handled eliminating various factions in Martown, had reported enemy movements. Hearing this, many players looked stunned. Monster siege is coming? Now that's something to look forward to. Come on, let's go check how many monsters there are. Just thinking about the generous task rewards made their hearts race. Some players, without hesitation, were already sprinting toward the city walls. At this moment, soaring through the howling wind, the ancient frost drake spread its wings and ascended directly into the sky, hundreds of meters high. Standing atop the dragon's broad back, Su Ran used the exceptional vision granted by Aratoya's true eye to spot the approaching enemy. It was the undead army from the Lost Kingdom. This time, their numbers were several times larger than the first wave. Even a rough estimate revealed at least several 100,000 monsters this time. Chapter 60. Are we going all out right from the start? The siege monster from the Lost Realm was currently positioned northeast of Eternal City. The moment Su Ran had received his fiefdom, the 10,000-fold reward successfully activated. It instantly expanded his territory from the original Martown into a colossal city rivaling the domain size of a main capital. The territorial range of major cities wasn't confined solely to their urban construction zones. Areas like the desolate plains nearby were also considered part of a capital's domain. Now, Eternal City's territorial reach was already on par with Frostbound City. To the west, it bordered the desolate plains and fully encompassed the sleeping forest. Not only that, further east lay the monster area, Putrid Marsh, home to creatures level 50 and above. This seemingly endless swamp, perpetually shrouded in decay and death, with 90% of its expanse now belonged to Eternal City's domain. In other words, the terrifying, tide-like horde of hundreds of thousands of undead had already invaded his territory. Alert! Enemy intrusion detected. Alert! Enemy intrusion detected. Alert! Siege event triggered. Activate special effect of epic rarity blueprint, Eternal Night. Alert! Since this siege includes a legend tier boss, upon successful elimination you will gain massive military merit points, resources, experience, and rare drops. Boss. Upon hearing these alerts, Su Ran immediately grew interested, leaving everything else aside. Since his class's second advancement, his level cap had risen to 60. Recently, although he had greatly expanded his territory and legion strength, his personal level and gear still needed an upgrade. Though the epic set remained absurdly powerful, as his level increased, he should switch to a higher tier epic set. Perfect. This siege might drop an epic tier equipment set. With that thought, he made his decision without hesitation. Activate the Eternal Night state. Alert! Special state. Eternal Night successfully activated. The domain of Eternal City shall remain in perpetual night. Alert! You may freely enable or disable this state. Alert! Under the Eternal Night state, all intruders within the territory will suffer from the erosion of dark aura. As the special effect activated, suddenly, darkness veiled everything. An eerie, eternal night abruptly blanketed every inch of his land. Beneath the quiet, cold moonlight, countless skeletons and specters surged wildly through the marshes, forever cloaked in rot and death. Like a gray-white tsunami, racing toward the city at a horrifying speed, they would probably reach the city walls in just a few minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the teleportation array at Eternal City continued flashing. Elite players from various main capitals stepped out one after another, their fists clenched tight, eyes blazing with excitement. Some were even famously renowned players from past lives. Never have I seen such a perfect start. No sooner had they stepped out of the portal than these players erupted into cheers, all brimming with battle fervor. But the earlier wave of players who had rushed onto the walls had now fallen into stunned silence. Monsters, following their gaze, what met their eyes was an endless swarm of undead forces. So numerous, it made their hair stand on end. Such a shocking sight could stun anyone in their tracks. F***CK. I knew it. The chosen one is always underhanded. Retreat. Now, nearly over half a minute passed before the group finally snapped out of it. Seriously? They had originally thought this was a golden opportunity to get rich. With good luck, they might even leap to fame. Turns out, they were just cannon fodder? Damn it. I'm out. Fall back. A portion of players, judging their own power insufficient, now had only one word in mind. Run. But just as they stepped onto the teleportation array, ready to flee, a quiet alert rang out. Alert. You have accepted the quest. Repel the siege from the Lost Realm. Leaving this area will be considered automatic forfeiture. Soon, crimson letters appeared before their eyes. Penalty as follows. 1. You will be permanently blacklisted by Eternal City, not only forbidden from entering the area again, but also permanently barred from all interactions, trading, gifting, commissioning, with any forces affiliated with Eternal City. 2. Abandoning the quest requires paying a penalty 100 times the original reward. If unable to pay, you will gain the indebted special status. Any future income will automatically go toward repaying the penalty and accumulating interest until fully settled. 3. Abandoning the quest will result in being hunted down by forces affiliated with Eternal City. Any quest can have abandonment penalties set. Of course, many simple quests often don't carry excessive penalties, but these punishments were like shackles. From the very beginning, Su Ran had completed all related configurations. The moment the player army abandoned or rebelled, penalties would take effect instantly. He always believed one thing. Players would ultimately make the most rational choice. After all, compared to these consequences, death might even be considered a mercy. Indeed, the instant the penalty notice appeared, every single player suddenly became much more obedient. Fight. We'll fight. A man's got his pride. We can't let these skeleton freaks look down on us. Exactly. Exactly. Slash a few heads. Maybe we'll loot an epic tier piece. Huh. Why not say you'll get a legendary artifact while you're at it? Perhaps no one truly knew just how tough the Chinese server players' resolve could be. But at this moment, they had genuinely braced themselves for battle. As time passed, a thunderous rumbling of countless marching bone soldiers echoed from beyond the city walls. The earth itself seemed to tremble under their advance. Charge. Get ready to freeze those bony hands. Woo woo woo. The deep, solemn horns sounded instantly across every corner of the battlefield. The grandest, most magnificent war since the server launch was about to begin. Screech. With a grinding, ear-splitting roar, the towering gates of Eternal City swung wide open. What the hell is this? Is the Chosen One out of his damn mind? Opening the gates right away for a head-on clash. Holy crap, look over there. Players followed the gaze. Row after row of perfectly aligned figures, radiating terrifying pressure, poured steadily out from the gates. Death Shadow Servant Legion, numbering 6,500. Storm Greatsword Legion, numbering 100. Fearless Supreme Greatsword Legion, numbering 35,000. And the two epic legendary legions, Immortal Guard Legion and Eternal Night Destroyer Legion, with 20,000 and 30,000 troops respectively. Thus, all of Su Ran's armies were now fully assembled and ready for battle. Chapter 61. In the end, he was wronged after all. Su Ran's entire army, combining all his forces, numbered over 90,000. A vast, imposing force, perfectly aligned and unified. As the city gates swung open, they stood firmly before Eternal City like an unshakable wall of Imperial guards. At this moment, the vast majority of players had already prepared for battle. Among them, ranged classes such as archers and mages had climbed onto the city walls, ready to take advantage of the elevation to chant their magic spells and unleash various projectiles. This way, while maximizing enemy kills, casualties could be effectively minimized. Warriors, knights, and assassins, shield bearers, numerous close combat units, were now assembling behind the city gates alongside priests. In total, all the players combined amounted to nearly 1 million. Just from teleportation fees alone, Su Ran had already earned 10 million gold coins. What kind of tactic is this? Shouldn't we let the defense towers whittle them down first? Could it be he plans to use his own legion as frontline cannon fodder to absorb initial damage? He really does? I'm sobbing. In an instant, players were moved to tears. They had wronged him after all. No one expected that. The Chosen One would willingly sacrifice his own army as frontline meat shields, just so players could complete their mission objectives and receive greater rewards. Vision. This was true vision. The overwhelming majority of players now felt an indescribable pang in their hearts. To them, the legions outside the city suddenly carried an unexpectedly tragic dignity. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening footsteps drew closer. The undead army crawling out from the fathomless abyss of the Lost Realm had arrived outside the city. This wave of siege monsters was no longer fragile as before. Just their appearance alone was enough to strike terror into countless players. Forgotten Bone Knight. Level, 45. Race, undead. Type, epic elite monster. Health, 68,000. Attack power, 1,128. Physical defense, 1,247. Magic defense, 2,304. Skills, fearless charge, war stomp, bone shield. Description, though eroded by time and forgotten in the depths of decay, when these bone knights rise from the abyss, they still bring endless terror. Su Ran noticed that. Even the frontline tanks rode upon skeletal steeds burning with ghostly blue flames, and their quality had risen to epic tier. These Forgotten Bone Knights not only possessed immense defense and attack power, but also bore an absurd buff skill. Bone Shield, upon activation, forms a bone barrier on the body's surface, absorbing up to 30% of the user's maximum health and damage. Last 1 minute. A shield equal to 30% of their max HP. This was nothing short of a nightmare for most players. They'd likely be torn apart by these Bone Knights long before they could even break through the shield. But for Su Ran, this wasn't a problem at all. His epic rarity defensive structures were more than capable of dealing devastating damage to these monsters. All defense towers, open fire. With Su Ran's command, a thunderous roar instantly spread throughout Eternal City. Immortal Sanctuary Barrier Tower. Activated. Eternal Night Calamity, a Rapid Arrow Tower. Activated. Eternal Night Annihilation Heavy Magic Tower. Activated. In the blink of an eye, this colossal fortress city, towering like a mountain peak, slowly awakened under the cover of night. Swish, swish, swish. The defensive towers of Eternal City roared to life in unison. Countless arrows were launched from above the walls, forming a sharp storm of death that tore through the air at terrifying speed toward the enemy front lines. The battle had begun. Boom, 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 boom. Magical elements converged into torrents of spells, like dazzling fireworks. The devastating barges from the Eternal Night Annihilation Heavy Magic Towers, exploding across the pitch-black night. The next instant, on the battlefield, bones were crushed, rotting flesh scorched and vaporized. Alert! Your defense tower has killed a siege monster. Forgotten Bone Knight. Alert! Your defense tower has killed a siege monster. Forgotten Bone Knight. With each alert message, thousands of arrows flew in unison. Magical blasts roared through the sky. One after another, those terrifying Bone Knights, moments away from charging, collapsed lifelessly along the path. Holy shit, what the hell kind of arrow tower is this? The damage is insane. Don't even mention it. My skill was interrupted out of sheer terror. I almost got killed by the backlash. This scene left countless players completely stunned. So much so that many players' chanting spells were disrupted and failed as a result. Stop standing around like idiots. Brothers, get ready to attack. There are too many monsters. If the Chosen One's legions can't hold up, they'll reach the city walls in no time. Just as players whispered among themselves. The various NPC legions outside the city, which had remained motionless until now, suddenly moved. Boom. They took one step forward, producing perfectly synchronized footsteps. But against over 100,000 siege monsters, this sound seemed almost insignificant. Yet some sharp-eyed players broke into startled cries. From their vantage point atop the walls, they spotted more enemies surging from afar, a force that appeared several times larger than the current army of attackers. By rough estimate, nearly 1 million strong reinforcements were on their way to Eternal City. Oh no, we're in deep trouble. Dear gods, please let the NPC legions below hold out a little longer. That way, we can still kill a few more and earn some rewards. Just as many players fell into panic and braced themselves for death, a sudden rushing sound tore through the air outside the city, leading with the invincible defense of the Immortal Guardians Legion, followed closely by the Eternal Night Destroyers and the Dauntless Supreme Swordsman Legion. Su-Ran's legions launched a rapid countercharge at full speed against the tide of monsters. Charge. Flank units, shift formation quickly, prepare to flank. Backline, begin casting skills, blast them. Amidst the roaring of epic rarity magic towers and arrow towers, the law enforcer commanders recruited by Su-Ran executed perfect battlefield tactics. Under their command, the legions moved as one unified force, unstoppable and devastating, delivering the sharpest possible strikes straight into enemy ranks. The battle erupted instantly. As the distance between both sides closed, countless players held their breath. The enemy outnumbered Su-Ran's legions by threefold. In terms of sheer numbers, the gap alone was enough to drive one to despair. Not to mention, there were several colossal beasts hidden among the attackers. But the next moment, players nearly popped their eyeballs in shock. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As both forces collided in brutal combat, the grim scene everyone anticipated never materialized. Instead of being overwhelmed by the monstrous flood of attackers, Su-Ran's legions stood firm, like a razor-sharp war spear, plunging violently through the enemy front lines with overwhelming force. Chapter 62. He's just too gentle. Whose subordinate is this? How can someone be so fierce? How the hell are these NPC troops so strong? What quality are they even? Hey, you guys, isn't there a possibility that these siege monsters are actually weak and only look tough because of their numbers? Now that's actually possible, as various legions from Eternal City began slaughtering the siege monsters without mercy. Countless players could no longer sit still. Players standing on the city walls felt incredibly frustrated. Their attack range couldn't even reach the massive army of siege monsters. And now, the melee players gathered near the gates lost patience completely. One kill was worth 5 gold coins and 1 military merit point. Because of the distance, they couldn't use scouting skill to view the siege monsters' attribute panels. But judging by what they saw, whether it was the defense towers or the NPC troops, killing these siege monsters seemed as easy as chopping chickens or butchering dogs. If that's the case, why hesitate? In an instant, hundreds of thousands of melee players became wildly excited. Without another word, they charged outside the city walls like a tidal wave. Charge, brothers. The NPCs have our backs. We go all out. Honestly, the Chosen One really knows how to stand by his people. I'm tearing up here. He's just too gentle. While running forward, many players chatted happily about Su-Ran with admiration. But suddenly, an uproar erupted at the front lines. The massive army of hundreds of thousands of players immediately slowed down. WTF? What's going on? Why did we stop running? As players in the back rows were confused, an unexpected message came from the front. Damn it. These siege monsters seem to be elite-grade obsidian gold quality. And behind them, are there purple gold elites too? Hearing this, players in the rear instantly exploded with outrage. Only one thought filled their minds. Those bastards in front want to hog all the kills for themselves. To stop them, I must speed up. Driven by this idea, the rear players began shoving forward like mad. Meanwhile, the frontline players were already on the verge of tears. As the tide-like wave of siege monsters approached closer, they used scout skill to check the monsters' levels and qualities. The Bone Knights in the front ranks were all level 45 obsidian gold elites. Looking further ahead, amidst the endless horde of monsters, several towering, monstrous figures were slowly marching forward. As they walked, they casually picked up a few Bone Knights, tossed them into their gaping mouths, and started chewing. Even without using scout skill, the frontline players knew perfectly well. These grotesque giants made of countless bones and rotting flesh were definitely bosses of at least higher than obsidian gold tier. Crack, crack. Amidst the chilling sounds of crunching bones, the terrifying auras of these bosses seemed to grow stronger by the second. Thus, the frontline players now only wished to stop moving. Better yet, to retreat right away. Sure, those NPC legions from Eternal City could withstand this monstrous flood, but they certainly couldn't. Yet the arrow had already been released. There was no turning back. Players from behind, unaware of the danger, continued rushing forward aggressively. As a result, a comically tragic scene unfolded outside the city. A legion of hundreds of thousands of melee players was literally forced forward by their own momentum. Soon, they collided head-on with the monster army. Boom. The moment the two sides clashed, numerous frontline players were instantly killed by Bone Knights wielding long spears. Yet, waves upon waves of players kept charging forward recklessly. In almost an instant, thousands of players were sent back to their respawn points. A brutal massacre had begun. Alert! Monsters from the Lost Kingdom have launched a siege event. Alert! You've discovered enemy boss, Forgotten Bone Colossus. Take immediate action. Alert! You've discovered enemy boss. At the same time, high above the battlefield riding the ancient frost dragon across the skies, Su-Ren also noticed the bosses hidden among the attacking monsters. Instantly, his interest was piqued. If he wasn't mistaken, among these obsidian gold tier bosses, there seemed to be one figure of legendary quality. Scout. As the distance between them rapidly closed, the attribute panel of that legendary tier boss quietly appeared. Forgotten Bone Colossus. Level 45. Race Undead. Type Legendary tier boss. Health 550,000/550,000. Attack 3,572. Physical defense 4,108. Magical defense 4,587. Skills: Bone Slam, Greatsword Crush, Bone Storm, Devour and Restore. Description: once a fallen general of the long-lost kingdom, now corroded by time deep within the abyss of decay, this monster has become nothing more than a ravenous devourer of bones. Though forgotten by countless souls, it shall one day return to the world. Recovery. This might be troublesome. The moment Su-Ran saw the boss's attributes, he realized its key ability: Devour and Restore. If he remembered correctly, this skill allowed it to restore health by consuming nearby bone creatures. And not only that, for every bone creature it devoured, its own stats would increase slightly. Indeed, a troublesome enemy. Not to mention, this legendary quality boss might drop legendary grade equipment. And once 10,000-fold reward activated, the rewards could reach an utterly tempting level, enough to earn Su-Ran's full attention. Just as he thought this, a pair of eerie green eyes locked onto Su-Ran's figure. A system notification followed immediately. Tip: you have drawn the attention of the legendary tier boss, Forgotten Bone Colossus. It is about to attack you. Before the alert tone faded, howling winds erupted. This mountain-like bone giant raised high its arms, covered in rotting flesh and bleached bones. Amidst a sharp grating sound, it pulled from its own spine a massive bone greatsword engulfed in pale flames. At that very moment, the ancient frost dragon had just flown near the bone colossus. Distance between them, less than 10 meters. Now, as the boss swung down the blazing pale-flamed greatsword, Su-Ran's lips curled into a faint smile. Eternal Judgment Shackles. Successfully channeled. Distance. He had never put himself in danger at all, unless he chose to act deliberately. In an instant, Su-Ran completed the skill incantation. Dozens, no, hundreds, of chains inscribed with mysterious, intricate magical runes silently emerged in the sky. 1, 2, 3. Countless massive chains forged from the essence of eternal judgment let out deafening sonic booms as they tore through the air. The next moment, gales roared, accompanied by violent tremors. A scene unfolded that left countless players stunned. Chains rained down like petals blooming in midair, a lotus of eternity unfurling across the heavens. Before the legendary tier boss could land its earth-shaking strike, its colossal form was brutally impaled by endless chains. Its prized bone greatsword, pinned to the ground alongside its body. Chapter 63. Turns out he was stuck in my heart. As Su-Ran moved, the countless chains piercing through the skeleton giant's body erupted with massive damage values at that very moment. Minus 69,187. Minus 68,962. Minus 68,991. Minus 69,042. Rows upon rows of damage numbers floated above the boss's head. Unceasing, shocking to behold. Witnessing this scene, even Su-Ran himself couldn't help but feel astonished. This isn't right. There are far too many chains. He clearly remembered that Eternal Judgment Shackles was supposed to deal damage only once per enemy. In other words, the boss should only have taken damage from a single chain. Yet now it looked as if it had been skewered alive by endless Eternal Judgment chains, turned into a porcupine. I understand now. Thoughts flashed in an instant. The next second, dense waves of damage numbers began rising beneath the boss's body. Each number corresponded to enemies. Every siege monster within the skill's effective range. Of course, it could only blame itself. This skeleton giant was simply too enormous. Notice, you have successfully slain the siege monster. Forgotten Bone Knight. Notice, you have successfully slain the siege monster. Forgotten Bone Knight. Notice, title special effect, Death Nightmare, triggered. By killing this target, you have learned the Forgotten Bone Knight skill, Bone Shield. The moment these notices appeared, Su-Ran's unique tier 1 reward ability, 10,000-fold reward, immediately activated. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The acquired skill quality has been upgraded from intermediate to master tier. Notice, you have obtained the skill, Shield of Decaying Bone Sanctuary. It actually worked? Seeing the notification, Su-Ran was momentarily stunned. A stroke of luck from unintended effort. Previously, he had struggled greatly to acquire just 2 skills by activating the title's special effect, Death Nightmare. And now, both had been elevated to master tier thanks to 10,000-fold reward. Thus, he developed a habit. Before every engagement, he would activate Death Nightmare. Even if there was no reward, might as well take a swing first. But he hadn't expected to so easily obtain another master tier skill. And even more unexpectedly, it was the core skill of the Bone Knight. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Ran quickly glanced at his skill panel. The next instant, this master tier skill came into view. Shield of Decaying Bone Sanctuary. Type, master tier skill. Effect, upon activation, gains empowerment from decaying aura. Can condense vast quantities of bone matter on the body surface to form a protective shield. Not only can absorb damage equal to 300% of your maximum HP, but also increases shield value and duration based on the demise of nearby life forms. Note, this shield lasts for 5 minutes and grants immunity to all control effects from epic tier or lower creatures during its duration. Description, draw upon the essence of decay. Gather infinite bones into a shield. Perfect. A slight upward curve appeared on Su-Ran's lips. After seeing the detailed attributes of this master tier skill, a bold yet effective idea swiftly formed in his mind. A shield worth triple his maximum health. Given Su-Ran's current HP pool, this alone would plunge countless monsters into despair. and with each creature dying nearby, the shield's value and duration would continue growing, if properly managed. Perhaps, this shield of decaying bone sanctuary wouldn't just become a nightmare in the eyes of countless siege monsters, but also serve as his greatest asset in swiftly eliminating the boss, skeleton giant. Otherwise, if dragged into a prolonged battle, the boss, capable of regenerating by consuming bones, would become an immortal abomination. Activate skill, Shield of Decaying Bones Sanctuary. Without hesitation, while the boss remained impaled and immobilized by countless eternal judgment chains, Su Ran began casting. With his extremely high spellcasting speed, he completed the skill's incantation in mere seconds. As the arcane and incomprehensible chant slowly faded away, suffocating waves of decaying aura surged forth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, countless fragmented bones began floating up from the ground. At a glance, it looked like a storm of bones gathering in midair. These airborne bones transformed relentlessly into individual shields, surrounding Su Ran like stars encircling the moon, circling and drifting around him ceaselessly. Witnessing this sight, players who were being slaughtered by the siege monsters broke out in cold sweat. Damn, the Chosen One was getting weirder and more unsettling by the second. Sinister, terrifying. An overwhelming aura of bones and decay clung to a single figure, making him look less like a hero and more like the final boss villain. In comparison, even the endless hordes of undead monsters suddenly seemed more tolerable. But at that very moment, countless players were moved to tears. Wrapped in swirling fragments of bone and thick waves of decaying energy, Su Ran leapt directly off the dragon's spine. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed. His body vanished from the sight of the surrounding players, completely swallowed by the swarm of siege monsters. What the hell? So tragically romantic. Such a shame his brain didn't keep up. Why was the Chosen One lagging earlier? Oh, turns out he was stuck in my heart. Out of the way, kiddos. Why aren't you pushing the attack now? There were no shortage of quick-witted players among the crowd. The instant Su Ran disappeared into the sea of enemies, they realized this was a golden opportunity. Now or never. If they launched a fierce assault while the enemy was preoccupied, there might be heavy casualties. But what followed would absolutely be a massive kill spree. Attack. Charge forward. Hurry up. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of players roared like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Screaming wildly, they charged straight toward the siege monsters. Meanwhile, at the very center of the bone-filled chaos, Su Ran felt utterly exasperated. What on earth were these players thinking? He had no intention of drawing aggro for their sake. His goal was simple. Eliminate this boss, whose regeneration ability was terrifying, as quickly as possible. Then collect the loot. Trigger, 10,000-fold reward, and reap a mountain of rewards. With that in mind, Su Ran wasted no time and immediately unleashed the skill he had acquired earlier. The next moment, brilliant golden light erupted from the heart of the bone-infested horde. It even illuminated half the sky. Endless Counter. Upon activation, enter a special state, Endless Counter. All incoming attacks are reflected back at the source. Each counterattack has a chance to deal double damage. Last 10 seconds. 5-minute cooldown. Earlier, the Eternal Judgment Chains had already proven one truth. The larger the enemy, the more damage it would suffer. Moreover, if other creatures were nearby, they would also take splash, piercing, and collateral damage. That was exactly the effect Su Ran intended to exploit. With Endless Counter, every strike against him would be reflected, and there was a chance each reflection would deal double damage. If he remembered correctly, this skill had a hidden effect. If a reflected attack kills an enemy, the duration extends by 5 seconds. Combined with Shield of Decaying Bone Sanctuary, Endless Counter, and a full burst of his own firepower, it would be more than enough to completely obliterate this towering skeleton giant, no matter how high its regeneration rate. Chapter 64, Instant Kill at Light Speed. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the Master Tier skill, Endless Retaliation, activated, radiant light erupted from Su Ran's body, amplified by a massive shield. Su Ran's survivability had become several, even dozens of times greater than that of top-tier tank warriors. Even if he plunged into a sea of monsters surging like tidal waves, he wouldn't be instantly killed. Instead, a peculiar effect occurred, like a single drop of water falling into a scorching oil pan. At this very moment, whether it was the boss skeleton colossus or ordinary monsters, all entered a frenzied state. Only one thought remained in their minds. Rip this human's head off with bare hands, tear his flesh apart piece by piece, and chew it slowly into their non-existent stomachs. Instantly, countless attacks crashed down upon Su Ran's body. The clashing sounds echoed throughout the battlefield. Tip: you have been attacked by siege monsters. Under the effect of the Master Tier skill, Endless Retaliation, the full amount of damage has been reflected back as area of effect damage. Tip: you have been attacked by the legendary boss, Forgotten Skeleton Colossus. Under the effect of the Master Tier skill, Endless Retaliation, the full amount of damage has been reflected back as area of effect damage. Tip: triggered the special effect of the Master Tier skill, Endless Retaliation. This retaliation deals double damage. Tip: you have been attacked by siege monsters. In an instant, countless damage bursts exploded outward, but not as anyone expected. All these damages appeared above the monsters' heads, through reflection. And then came the most shocking scene. Because the reflected damage took the form of area of effect attacks, it meant that every single monster now had to endure damage caused by its own comrades. At this moment, Su Ran was like an emotionless rebound machine, returning every ounce of harm he received entirely back to the surrounding monsters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous damage numbers burst out violently, centered around his location, like a dazzling fireworks display, completely dispelling the darkness around. Simultaneously, it illuminated the faces of countless players and monsters alike. Witnessing this scene, even the players felt overwhelmed. For the siege monsters and the legendary boss, this act was undoubtedly a profound mockery. Damn, This guy's heart is too dirty. He seems to be using his counterattack skill to make the monsters attack each other. I'm not trying to stir trouble, but honestly, I couldn't take this if it happened to me. But I'm curious, despite reflecting 100% of the damage, he must still have a huge HP pool supporting him. Otherwise, he'd be dead already. Yeah, who could possibly withstand so many attacks? While many players were still stunned, a level 20 player who had just recently class changed timidly raised his hand. Could it be? Hasn't anyone considered casting a detect spell to check? Hearing this, everyone else widened their eyes in shock, expressions frozen in disbelief. The next second, countless detect spells rained down onto Su Ran. Tip: player, barrel plays like shit, has used detect on you. Tip: player, old man drops gold, has used detect on you. Tip: player, please thunder, explain, has used detect on you. Seeing wave after wave of notifications, Su Ran remained unmoved. Thanks to the 10,000-fold reward system, his level had long since skyrocketed to level 50. Meanwhile, the second highest player on the leaderboard was still at level 29 with only 42% experience. In other words, every single player present was at least 20 levels lower than Su Ran. Such a terrifying level gap meant that no matter how many thousands of detect spells they cast, they would only see question marks in return. Indeed, that was exactly what happened. After countless detect attempts, all the players saw before them were endless strings of question marks. But one thing was undeniably clear. Su Ran must possess an absolutely monstrous maximum HP, because the monsters couldn't even break through his shield. This reality dealt a cruel blow to the fragile hearts of countless players. Yet, just as despair began spreading among them, a sharp-eyed player suddenly screamed in astonishment. Look quickly, the boss's health bar. Following his gaze, every player's mind froze instantly. Even their in-game actions halted simultaneously. Sometime during the chaos, the boss's health bar, thick enough to induce utter hopelessness, had vanished by more than half, and it was still plummeting at a terrifying speed. Click, click, click. The boss, realizing something was terribly wrong, frantically grabbed nearby bone creatures and hurled them into its grotesque maw. As the sound of chewing continued without pause, numerous healing value numbers rose above its head. Yet before endless retaliation and withered bone shield of protection, this recovery speed proved utterly inadequate. In fact, it wouldn't even take another 15 seconds before it became a cold, lifeless corpse. They never expected it. The Chosen One would actually use reflected area damage to literally bounce the boss to death. But there was one more thing. They hadn't anticipated at all, since there were simply too many monsters, even standing right at the center of the horde. Su Ran could only attract aggro from a small fraction of the skeletal creatures. Aside from the major legions of Eternal City, players still had to face waves upon waves of monstrous assaults. While they stood frozen in shock, a tide-like swarm of bone creatures surged forward all at once. In an instant, player forces suffered devastating casualties. Tip: you have been killed by a siege monster. Respawning. Tip: you have been killed by a siege monster. Respawning. Tip: you have been. Within moments, thousands of player avatars materialized at Eternal City's resurrection point. King terrible luck. I'm a pure-blooded tank warrior, and I didn't last 3 seconds? Laughable. I got one shot by a slap. What rotten damn luck. Muttering curses, they rushed back toward the battlefield outside the city to minimize losses. They needed to score more kills. Just as these players grumbled their way out of the respawn area, a world announcement echoed through everyone's ears. World announcement. Congratulations to Xuanzi, Sovereign of Eternal City, the Chosen One, for successfully slaying the legendary siege boss, Forgotten Skeleton Colossus, earning the title, Mercenary of Bones. World announcement. Congratulations to Xuanzi, Sovereign of Eternal City. 3 consecutive announcements, all about the Chosen One. At this very moment, the entire Chinese server erupted into chaos. Siege event, legendary boss? Only now did they realize they had gravely underestimated this main storyline quest. Quickly afterward, countless beams of light shone from Eternal City's teleportation array. Players and factions who originally had no intention of joining now poured in one after another. But Su Ran had no time to pay them any mind. As the boss, the Skeleton Colossus, crashed heavily onto the ground, a shimmer unique to legendary quality loot quietly emerged. At the same time, his sole Eternal Tier talent, 10,000-fold reward, emitted a dazzling, radiant glow. Chapter 65, an unprecedented set. Legendary. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately began looting the corpse. Tip: you have successfully slain the legendary siege boss, the Forgotten Bone Giant. Tip: massive reward triggered. Your experience gain has been multiplied by 10,000x this time. Tip: your level has increased to 51. You've gained 10 free attribute points. Tip: your level has increased to 52. You've gained. As the kill announcement appeared, brilliant golden lights of leveling up continuously emanated from Su Ran. The massive reward had activated. He had leveled up 3 times in a row. Su Ran was extremely satisfied. As the game progressed, once players reached level 30, the amount of experience required to level up increased dramatically. This could be seen simply by looking at other players' progression rates. And beyond level 50, gaining even a single level often required grinding for several consecutive days. But under the effect of massive reward, Su Ran had effortlessly reached level 53. Anyone in his position would be more than pleased. Yet, that wasn't even what interested him the most. A unique luster, the one exclusive to legendary rewards, had already appeared. If the massive reward triggered again, the return might exceed all expectations. Without wasting another second, Su Ran began looting at top speed. Tip: you have obtained Lost Bone Heart. Tip: you have obtained Lost Bone Eye. Holy! Staring at the message, Su Ran sharply sucked in a breath. Double drops. He had long known that siege monster drops were slightly enhanced, but he hadn't expected to receive 2 items at once. The odds of this were even lower than randomly finding gear on the ground. Just as he was thinking this, the notification chimed again. At that moment, the unique effect of massive reward took hold. Tip: 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of your rewards has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Tip: 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of your rewards has been. Tip: you have obtained Ring of Chaotic Death, Lost Heart. Tip: you have obtained Necklace of Chaotic Death, Lost Eye. Exactly as expected, Su Ran's prediction had been correct. Under the power of massive reward, both items had transformed from legendary into epic-grade equipment. Moreover, they seemed to belong to an epic set. Not bad. Su Ran's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. His unique eternal talent truly was powerful. The siege had just begun, and already he had acquired 2 pieces of an epic set. From here on, even completing the entire epic set might no longer be an impossible dream. Boom, boom, boom. The boss's death didn't mean the battle was over. At the same time, countless siege monsters were trampling over heaps of corpses, swarming toward him, relentlessly launching attacks. Yet under the protection of his shield and counter-damage effects, every assault felt feeble and powerless. Su Ran stood rooted to the spot like a statue, untouched and unmoving. Meanwhile, among the players, an uproar arose. Tip: player, Ice Sugar Pear, paid 10 gold. Teleportation to Eternal City successful. Tip: player, This Kick Brings Summer, paid 10 gold. Teleportation to Eternal City successful. Tip: player. At that moment, innumerable players rushed through teleportation gates into Eternal City. Each and everyone had accepted the quest Su Ran had issued. Some even spammed the regional chat channel. Heaven Chosen Big Bro, we're here to support you. This is Eternal City? Damn, it's huge. Saint Radiance Guild, full members mobilized, reinforcing Eternal City's defense. Overall's Pants Guild, full members mobilized, reinforcing Eternal City's defense. There were tens of billions of players across the entire Chinese server. Aside from those factions targeting Su Ran, most major forces remained neutral or merely observers. But this time was different. Faced with rewards so extravagant they seemed unreal, many large factions could no longer stay idle. They had realized the severity of the situation. This siege battle might be an opportunity for everyone. If they missed it, they might lose their chance to dominate and develop, perhaps even failing to maintain their current status. Therefore, the moment they stepped into Eternal City, they expressed clear goodwill towards Su Ran. Watching the flood of messages in the regional chat, Su Ran's face remained completely unchanged. He had seen this situation before in his previous life. The intentions of these factions were obvious. The experience from killing siege monsters, along with the quest rewards Su Ran had offered, already constituted a rather decent profit. It wasn't enough to become instantly wealthy or skyrocket in power, but it was still better than grinding monsters mindlessly. This was precisely where Su Ran's brilliance lay. Drawing upon his memories from his past life, he firmly grasped the psychology of every player. The conditions he offered were nothing short of perfect, yet they didn't realize. Thanks to 10,000x reward, the 70% of quest rewards he skimmed could be amplified all the way up to 10,000 times. This move, it was pure harvesting leaks. And not just any leaks, every single player's leaks. Thinking this through, Su Ran sent out a message in the regional announcement. Regional announcement. The Eternal City Lord sincerely thanks all players and guilds for your strong support. As a token of sincerity, all players participating in this siege battle shall now permanently enjoy a 15% discount on all transactions within Eternal City. Regional announcement. The Eternal City Lord sincerely thanks. Su Ran repeated this regional announcement 5 times consecutively. Every player within the territory of Eternal City received the notification simultaneously. Upon seeing this, the faces of those who had originally come solely for personal gain were instantly filled with astonishment. Then, one by one, they became deeply respectful. Heaven Chosen Boss is incredibly generous. Eternal City will forever be our Covenant Guild's exclusive trading zone and strategic partner. Saint Radiance Guild hereby recognizes Eternal City as our top-tier trading ally. Judgment Guild also acknowledges Eternal City as, in an instant, countless factions voiced their clear intentions. A 15% discount. This was a price no other main city could currently afford to offer at this stage. For early game players, its importance was self-evident. But from Su Ran's perspective, things were different. As the Lord of Eternal City, this magnificent metropolis and all surrounding territories belonged entirely to him, as if they were his personal possessions. Although he granted a uniform 15% discount to every player involved in the battle, the tax revenue and profits generated from trade would still amount to astronomical numbers across the entire player base. Moreover, only Su Ran knew that as the game's storyline progressed, it wouldn't be long before all major cities unlocked transaction discounts as well. If he didn't seize this golden opportunity to establish Eternal City as the trading capital in the hearts of millions of players, he would lose a once-in-a-lifetime chance to accumulate wealth at lightning speed. Having done all this, Su Ran turned his attention back to his inventory. 2 pieces of epic-grade equipment lay quietly there, radiating a dazzling yet gentle glow. The moment he saw the set attributes, Su Ran's heart suddenly pounded hard. This epic equipment set consisted of 10 pieces. An unprecedented 10-piece set. Chapter 66. Without death, how can one be lost? 10-piece set. Now that's truly unprecedented. Even someone as calm as Su Ran was deeply shaken by this 10-piece set. And for good reason. 10-piece sets were simply too rare. Recalling his past life, Su Ran clearly remembered that it wasn't until the late stages of the game that a 10-piece set had appeared, just once. And even then, it had been a purple gold tier set. In the game Eternity, just like the Elegy Poem set, players' armor consisted of 7 pieces in total. Helmet, chestplate, gloves, shoulder guards, belt, leggings, and boots. In addition, wearable accessories included 2 rings, a necklace, and a bracelet. Then there were weapons, cloaks, and auxiliary equipment. Among these, accessories totaled 4 pieces. However, items such as cloaks, weapons, and auxiliary gear never contributed to set bonuses. This meant that theoretically, if one could collect a complete set, the maximum possible would be an 11-piece set. But that was merely an ideal scenario. Because in his previous life, aside from that single 10-piece purple gold set, an 11-piece set had never existed, not even during the final stages of the game. Therefore, for every player, including Su Ran, a 10-piece set represented the rarest and most supreme achievement imaginable. Its value was literally incalculable. Suppressing his excitement, Su Ran turned his attention to these 2 new items. First, the set properties. Set, Death's Discord, the Lost. 2-piece bonus, increases your movement speed by 40%. 4-piece bonus, increases your penetration damage by 30%. 6-piece bonus, increases your cooldown reduction by 40%. 8-piece bonus, due to the disorienting effect of Death's Discord, each time you deal damage to a target, there is a 20% chance to inflict the Lost status, lasting 8 seconds. 10-piece bonus, Death's Discord can apply a mark of Lost upon targets. After killing a target, there is a chance for it to become your eternal subordinate, which you may summon at any time. A mark of Lost. As expected, the 10-piece set effect was terrifying. 40% movement speed, 30% increased penetration damage, 40% cooldown reduction, plus an 8-piece crowd control effect. Each of these stat boosts alone was enough to move Su Ran. But what mattered most was the 10-piece effect. After killing a target, there was a chance it would become your permanent subordinate, available for summoning anytime. This was fundamentally different from Shadow Servants of Death, because with this summoning method, the summoned entity retained all its original strength from life. And it even worked on bosses and legendary creatures. Excellent, excellent. Having finished reading the set effects, Su Ran moved on to examine the specific stats of these 2 items. Ring of Death's Discord, Heart of the Lost. Required level, 50. Class requirement, none. Quality, epic. Type, accessory. Slot, ring. Strength plus 400. Intelligence plus 400. Cast speed plus 30%. Death magic damage plus 50%. Durability, indestructible. Item skill, Heart of the Lost. Activate the power sealed within the item, gaining the Heart of the Lost bonus. Grants 100% critical strike chance for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. Description, without death, how can one be lost? Seeing the attributes of this piece, a flicker of astonishment passed through Su Ran's eyes. He hadn't expected it. This item actually granted 15 seconds of 100% critical hit chance. Only Su Ran knew what those 15 seconds of guaranteed crits meant to him. With his already high casting speed and cooldown reduction, 15 seconds was enough time to unleash multiple Master Tier AoE skills. And just the 400 strength and intelligence alone outclassed countless other gear pieces. Not to mention the additional cast speed and death magic damage bonuses. A level 50 epic item, truly terrifying in power. Very good. Su Ran felt extremely pleased. He immediately shifted his gaze to the other epic grade item. If he was right, the strength of this piece wouldn't fall short of the Ring of Death's Discord, Heart of the Lost. Amulet of Death's Discord, Eye of the Lost. Required level, 50. Class requirement, none. Quality, epic. Type, accessory. Slot, necklace. Vitality plus 400. Maximum mana plus 12,000. Magic damage reduction plus 30%. Durability, indestructible. Item skill, Eye of the Lost. Activate the power sealed within the item, gaining the Eye of the Lost bonus. Allows you to perceive the target's weak point for 15 seconds. Hitting the weak point deals double damage. Cooldown, 3 hours. Description, without death, how can one be lost? Weak point. When Su Ran saw the words weak point, his heart skipped a beat. Just as he thought, his guess from his past life was correct. This game truly had a weakness damage mechanic. Back then, some players had accidentally discovered that hitting certain parts of an enemy increased damage output, but against different targets. These weak points were unpredictable. Even identical monsters could have entirely different weak spots. A few players had been particularly obsessed. They spent countless hours trying to uncover the underlying patterns of weaknesses. Unfortunately, even by the late stages of the game, they had failed to crack the weakness system. Now, the true weakness system was right before Su Ran's eyes. This meant that, as long as he equipped this piece, he could reveal an enemy's fatal weak point for 15 seconds, and unleash full damage in that brief window, combined with the 100% critical hit chance provided by the Ring of Death's Discord, Heart of the Lost. Those 15 seconds might be enough to generate multiple times his usual burst damage. To Su Ran, this was even more valuable than a divine tier piece of equipment. Without hesitation, Su Ran equipped both items. The epic tier set pieces granted nearly monstrous stat boosts. Instantly, his attributes surged dramatically. First, health. The epic necklace alone added a fixed 12,000 maximum HP, along with 400 vitality. His total maximum HP now reached 106,800. After completing his second class promotion, his HP scaling multiplier had skyrocketed from the original 40x to a staggering 80x. Although he hadn't yet allocated any free stat points, his level had already climbed to the formidable 50. Even base level stat gains alone were enough to push his HP past the 100,000 threshold. After all, Eternity Mages were the most uniquely advantaged class. Their stat scaling surpassed every other class by far. In intelligence, the moment the Ring of Death's Discord, Heart of the Lost, took effect, his intelligence shot up to 2,494. Likewise, after achieving his second G breakthrough, his intelligence multiplier had also increased accordingly. The portion newly acquired after the second breakthrough had risen from 4x to a terrifying 8x boost. Factoring it all in, His magic attack power reached 22,359, and this was still without allocating any free stats. Next, Su-Ran assigned all 200 free stat points gained from levels 30 to 50 into intelligence. Immediately, under the 75% magic attack amplification from the epic weapon, Tome of Death Offering, his magic attack power soared to 25,159, breaking the 25,000 barrier outright. At the same time, as these two pieces were equipped, a stream of notification sounds followed in quick succession. The set effects had been activated. Chapter 67, All Eyes on Me. Notification, Epic Set Bonus activated. You have gained a 40% movement speed increase. Instantly, Su-Ran felt his entire body grow lighter. His speed had increased dramatically once again. A 40% movement speed boost was more than enough to create an overwhelming gap between him and other players. When combined with the movement speed bonuses from his other equipment, even players riding mounts probably wouldn't be able to keep up with Su-Ran. Gazing at his skyrocketing stats and the two new gear skills now available, Su-Ran grew increasingly excited for the upcoming legendary siege boss. If he could loot several more pieces of epic sets from it, he might be able to complete his plan to upgrade to a full level 50 epic set during this siege event. Almost forgot. The moment he thought of the boss, he suddenly remembered there was still one reward unclaimed. When he previously killed the Bone Giant, a world announcement had been triggered, alongside a title reward. For ordinary players, titles were rare treasures, something you couldn't simply obtain by wanting them. But for Su-Ran, their significance was far greater. After all, once the 10,000-fold reward effect triggered, even the most insignificant title could undergo a qualitative transformation. Claim announcement reward. As soon as he spoke, the previously announced world reward was instantly extracted. The system prompt followed immediately. Notification, you have obtained the title, Bone Mercenary. Notification, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of the reward you received has been upgraded from Crimson Gold tier to Epic tier. Notification, you have obtained a special title, Terror of Infinite Bones. Special title? Seeing this, Su-Ran suddenly became intrigued. If he recalled correctly, unlike regular rewards, special titles functioned similarly to the unique title, Eternal City Lord, he'd obtained earlier. They didn't need to be equipped. They could take effect simultaneously with other titles automatically. No need to worry about switching titles at all. Extremely convenient. Just this alone meant that any player who acquired a special title would have something impressive to boast about for a long time. And not only that, the quality of this special title was Epic tier. Terror of Infinite Bones. Type, title, quality, epic. Special effect. This title can stack and coexist with other titles. Effect 1. Damage taken from bone-type creatures is reduced by 50%. Effect 2. When attacking or standing near bone-type creatures, there is a chance to trigger the special effect, Terror of Infinite Bones, during which bone creatures cannot move, attack, or speak, and may enter a defenseless state. Duration depends on the power difference between both parties. Effect 3. Within the City of Bones in the Lost Kingdom, you will automatically gain disguise. While purchasing items or trading, you receive a 40% discount. This effect stacks with rank-based benefits. Description: who will dare step into the City of Bones once more? Honestly speaking, this title truly lived up to its epic tier status. Just the fact that it could activate simultaneously with other titles was enough to prove how valuable it was. Then there was the 50% reduction in damage from bone creatures, a buff that brought Su-Ran immense relief. After all, what awaited him ahead were countless waves of undead armies emerging from the Lost Kingdom, not to mention the special effect, Terror of Infinite Bones. Whenever he launched an attack, or merely stood near a bone creature, there was a chance to trigger fear, turning them into frozen statues, while completely stripping 100% of their defense. Absolutely absurd. As for Effect 3 mentioning the City of Bones, that was particularly intriguing. City of Bones. The moment he saw those words, Su-Ran instantly perked up. Although, in his previous life, the main storyline expansion pack of the Lost Kingdom had never been fully revealed to all players. Most people didn't even know what the main plot entailed, but he vaguely remembered that some extremely bored player had compiled fragments of information about the Lost Kingdom. Coincidentally, Su-Ran had read that player's post. One thing stuck out most clearly in his memory: the Lost Kingdom's former capital, the place later known as the City of Bones. It wasn't just rumored to hold endless lost treasures. Some said even rarer things existed within. Unfortunately, no one had ever found the City of Bones, so even Su-Ran had no clue where to start. He could only shelve the idea for now. For the moment, he'd assumed this epic tier title only had 2 practical effects, but he always had a premonition. As the main story quest continued to unfold, perhaps this time around, he would finally set foot in the legendary City of Bones. The thought lasted less than a breath. After reviewing his title, Su-Ran immediately raised his staff and began chanting an incantation. The ancient spectral dragon hidden high above had relayed a wealth of intelligence about the enemy. That mysterious creature mentioned in the quest was now lurking somewhere in the sky, seemingly guiding the endless waves of bone soldiers below. This was exactly why Su-Ran hadn't eliminated it yet. Only by letting the line out could he reel in the big catch. The next wave of siege monsters was approaching Eternal City, and their numbers far exceeded those of previous waves. With such a massive force incoming, there would likely be more than one legendary siege boss. Just thinking about epic tier loot made even these bone creatures seem somewhat adorable to Su-Ran. Meanwhile, on the battlefield ahead of Eternal City, countless players surged out of the city gates, rushing into the brutal fight. Old 2, why are you suddenly so strong? A player bearing the guild tag, Chosen Mercenaries, asked curiously, glancing at his teammate beside him. His buddy didn't answer at all. Eyes bloodshot, he swung his silver tier longsword without pause. With each motion, monsters that previously possessed stats powerful enough to crush ordinary players suddenly seemed vastly weakened. Not only did their movement slow, their attacks and defenses also became feeble and ineffective. A few seconds later, Many players realized what was happening. They recognized this as an opportunity too good to miss. Kill. Brothers, charge. There aren't that many enemies left. Hurry up and get your kills. Fight for a future. Fight until the chosen one goes bankrupt. At that moment, whether players wished to curry favor with Su Ran or held a grudge against him, all poured their full strength into charging forward, frantically slaughtering the siege monsters. Fearless, unyielding, and just then, Su Ran, who had been surrounded by countless siege monsters, suddenly vanished from his position. He activated his skill, Eternal Transcendence, teleporting directly onto the broad back of the ancient frost dragon. Then, hands clasped behind his back, he stood upright. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid howling winds, the ancient frost dragon slowly descended above the city gate. Alright bros, all eyes on me. I've got an announcement. Looking down at the sea of players, Su Ran suddenly shouted aloud. Chapter 68, Farming, all players. In the battlefield, Fangzhan Zendidi walked forward with his sword in hand. He had already killed 9 skeletal creatures in a row, and the killing intent in his eyes had accumulated to a terrifying degree. No matter how terrifying the number of enemies was, all he needed was to repeat one action over and over again. Swing his sword again. That alone would cut them down beneath his feet. As time passed, he noticed his blade growing sharper, and the damage dealt to enemies steadily increasing. This led him to form a suspicion. He was no ordinary person. He could improve his own attributes through combat. Look at the damage from this strike. Wasn't it rising? Just as he thought this, a fierce wind roared across the sky. Then, voices reached his ears. Okay bros. Everyone, look at me. I've got an announcement. Fangzhan Zendidi looked up and saw that figure standing on the dragon's back. The chosen one? He felt slightly bewildered. What exactly did this legendary Lord Eternal intend to say? Other players' thoughts were largely the same. Subway. Elderly man. Smartphone. Right now, these were the exact expressions on every player's face. Well damn. Why isn't the boss grinding monsters and making money? Instead he's publicly declaring himself a clown. This is truly hilarious entertainment. Nonsense. I'm genuinely worried about the safety of Eternal City. If it gets destroyed, all our rewards go up in smoke. For a moment, numerous players began whispering among themselves. They couldn't understand why the Chosen One wasn't quietly grinding monsters like everyone else, but instead wasting precious time like this. Just then, Su Ran's voice rang out once more. All players who kill monsters will receive not only quest rewards, but also exclusive Eternal City points. These points can be exchanged for noble titles within Eternal City. Once obtained, such titles grant access to countless benefits. Immediately after, Su Ran repeated these sentences 3 times in succession. And just like that, he ignited a fiery passion within countless players. Noble titles. Even though these weren't titles granted by the major central cities, they still held immense value. At first glance, Eternal City's defensive construction and quality of resident NPCs were enough to rival any main city. Who wouldn't be tempted? Not to mention, there were already tasked rewards to claim. Even if you died a few times, you'd still come out ahead. In an instant, countless players went absolutely wild, charging fearlessly into the remaining army of siege monsters. Fierce slaughter had officially begun. Only now were they truly giving it their all. And that player named Fangzhan Zendidi, at this moment, fought like a madman. Since dying during a siege battle only cost 10% experience, he adopted the most aggressive approach possible, trading injuries for kills, exchanging lives for deaths. His sole goal was to eliminate as many monsters as possible. After all, obtaining noble titles from the major central cities was next to impossible. But the title of Eternal City? It seemed to be right before his very eyes. Players sharing Fangzhan Zendidi's ambition were everywhere. At this moment, all players united as one force. Something countless factions from past lives had failed to achieve. Su Ran had effortlessly made it happen. Excellent. The plan is working. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction, then threw himself once more into the sea of skeletal soldiers. His purpose was simple. Dangle a tempting bait, so all players would fight fiercely against monsters. That way, he'd reap unimaginable returns. The reason was straightforward. Moments ago, he had activated the effect of his epic title, Terror of Endless Bones. Any skeletal creature near him had a chance of entering a defenseless state, fragile as a sheet of paper. As a result, the player's monster-killing efficiency increased dramatically. This was also why Fangzhan Zendidi felt himself becoming stronger. But Su Ran wasn't a philanthropist. Everything he did wasn't aimed at helping players grind faster. It was about harvesting leaks. Once a skeletal creature was affected by the epic title, Terror of Endless Bones, the system automatically registered Su Ran as assisting in the kill. According to the monster spawn rules of Eternal, even without being in the same party, anyone contributing to a kill received 0.01% of the reward. Unless they died, that small portion still counted as compensation. To many players, it was barely worth noticing. But under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, that mere 0.01% bonus instantly became 100%. Imagine this. For every single monster killed by countless players, Su Ran received a full set of rewards. The sheer horror of this mechanism couldn't even be put into words. Yet this wasn't even his ultimate goal. As time passed, the wave of siege monsters, outnumbering the previous forces many times over, was approaching Eternal City. This caused the main storyline quest to change once again. Notification. Due to the appearance of additional siege monsters, the third phase of the main quest has been updated. Notification. The main quest difficulty has increased further. Quest objectives and content have been updated. Please review carefully. As the notification sounds rang out, the second objective of the main quest quietly changed as well. Among it, 4 words now stood clearly. Bone City. Main quest objective 2. As the army of the Lost Kingdom grows ever larger, participate in eliminating more enemies while searching for the mysterious creature. According to Various TE's deduction, doing so may grant you a chance to obtain clues about the Bone City. The task content was now exceptionally clear. In fact, it was practically stating outright one undeniable truth. So long as Su Ran participated in killing enough monsters, he could step foot into that legendary lost capital. Hence, Su Ran used noble titles as bait, driving countless players into a frenzy, not only completing tasks for him, but also generating an astronomical number of participation kills in his favor. He had elevated the art of farming leeks to its ultimate form. Even capitalists would weep at such efficiency. Bone City, Su Ran murmured under his breath, his eyes clouded with memories of the past. In his previous life, he had read relevant records in the library of Holy Light City. 400 years ago, more precisely, in the year 3987 of the Eternal Calendar, there had been no distinction between the dark and light factions. All powers were divided between two great camps, order and chaos, locked in endless conflict. Yet at that moment, both factions unexpectedly joined forces and launched their most ferocious assault against a neutral power, the Eternal Nation. It was a nation so powerful it inspired fear. Not only did it boast countless legendary level Chija, but it was even rumored to possess gods among its ranks. But under the relentless onslaught of countless beings from both camps, this so-called Eternal Nation vanished entirely from the annals of history. Afterward, it became the Lost Kingdom. Though the surviving texts were incomplete, could even be described as fragmented, one scene remained vividly etched in Su Ran's memory. At the very moment before falling into the endless abyss, a god reduced to nothing but decayed bones raised a staff imbued with unimaginable, terrifying pressure, invoking a forbidden spell that swept across the entire Frost Empire. The land, once fertile and vast, was transformed into a realm perpetually blanketed by frost lasting 10,000 years. And the legendary forgotten peak of ultimate frost, known as the highest mountain on all of Eternal Continent, was a wonder created by that single staff. Ever since then, Su Ran had always longed to possess such a staff himself. Chapter 69, The 10 Most Touching People of Eternal, to fulfill the longings in his heart. In his previous life, Su Ran had scoured every text he could find about the Lost Kingdom, but whether it was the staff or the deity, both seemed to have been buried together with the City of Bones into an endless abyss. That meant, as long as he could locate the City of Bones, he might have a chance to recover this staff. This was exactly why Su Ran had devised the utterly ruthless plan, harvest every single player's resources. It's just unknown whether that deity is still alive. Su Ran murmured to himself, unconsciously tightening his grip on the staff in his hand. Once he found the City of Bones, the crisis awaiting him would be far beyond anything comparable to a monster siege. After all, that place was the very lair of the monsters. Who knew how many living beings from the Lost Kingdom had transformed into decaying undead creatures after their deaths? Therefore, before then, he absolutely needed to obtain the level 50 epic tier set equipment. With this thought in mind, Su Ran glanced around. In the moment of contemplation, the ancient frost dragon had already carried him above the invading monsters. Roar! The dragon's roar rang out. Ancient frost breath, carrying infinite wintry essence, poured down upon the heads of the monstrous horde. Alert! Siege monster Forgotten Bone Knight has entered frozen state. Alert! Siege monster Forgotten Bone Knight has entered slowed state. As one alert followed another, every enemy struck by the sapphire blue breath of the ice dragon fell into either frozen or slowed status. All armies, every player. At this moment, everyone surged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline, launching their fiercest assault. Alert! You participated in assist killing. Received a small amount of experience and gold reward. Alert! You participated in assist killing. Received. Alert! 10,000x amplification successful. Your reward has increased from 0.001% to 100%. Alert! 10,000x amplification successful. You received. At this instant, an uncountable number of assist kill notifications flashed across Su Ran's vision. Rewards so meager that not even a dog would want them. Under the effect of 10,000x reward, were now all boosted to 100%. Though still incomparable to rewards from personally killing monsters, quantity alone could bring about a qualitative change. It was as if countless players and entire legions were now collectively working, wholeheartedly, for him alone. Moreover, the quest rewards players received for slaying monsters also granted Su Ran a 70% share, and each portion of this share could trigger the 10,000x reward effect. When calculated all together, his gains were simply immeasurable. They harvest the Gimmick plan, successful. So what Su Ran needed to do now was maximize as many assist kills as possible. Only then could he achieve maximum profit. Go! At Su Ran's command, the ancient frost dragon immediately understood its master's intent. Frost winds rose abruptly. It spread its vast, sky-obscuring wings, transforming instantly into a blurred, colossal shadow that shot forward through the air. Roar! Amidst the dragon's roar, its icy breath cascaded freely, blanketing countless monsters below. It's snowing? Is that snow? Many players looked on in astonishment. They looked up, only to see a magnificent dragon silhouette streak overhead. Besides the soul-shaking wave of frosty dragon breath, there then descended an endless flurry of feather-like snowflakes. Its range defied ordinary imagination. Whoa, look at those monsters. Looks like they're frozen solid. Following their gazes, all siege monsters whose bodies were touched by the snowflakes simultaneously fell into slowed and frozen states. Yet the players remained completely unaffected, hopping and shouting as usual. This frost storm wasn't the dragon's breath. It came from the ancient frost dragon's special attribute, frozen wings. When flying, spreading its wings unleashes endless frost and cold. Under the influence of extreme chill, it deals minor damage to enemies along its path, and applies freeze and slow effects. This was a passive ability with no cooldown. Thus, though the damage was mediocre, the resulting negative effects were incredibly potent. From now on, as long as the ancient frost dragon flew in circles above, continuously spreading its wings. Su Ran could rack up unimaginable numbers of assist kills. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. The next wave of siege monsters, around 1,000,000 strong, will reach Eternal City. Fortunately, this wave still consists entirely of bone-type creatures. Taking advantage of this time, while enjoying the fruits of countless players' unpaid labor, Su Ran closely observed the movement of the next wave of siege monsters. To the east of Eternal City lay the monster territory, Putrid Marsh, an area inhabited by creatures above level 50. Although this region technically fell within Su Ran's domain, he had only just gained control of it recently, and hadn't had time to develop or explore it yet. The land was filled with swamps and rotting toxic mists. No one knew how many terrifying monsters lurked beneath. Su Ran estimated that even with the overwhelming strength of the major legions, it would still take considerable time to fully clear out this zone. But now, the treacherous terrain and hazardous environment significantly slowed the advancing siege monster army. What surprised him even more was that the massive horde of a full 1,000,000 bone constructs charged forward recklessly, caring nothing for whether their enemies were dangerous or not. These fearless undead beings actually tore apart every hidden monster lurking beneath the swamps, shredding them into pieces. Nice. Su Ran felt immense relief. He ordered the ancient phantom dragon to keep watch on the mysterious creature high in the sky. At the first sign of movement, it was to report immediately and intercept. Meanwhile, he continued directing the ancient frost dragon to unleash its breath and endless frost, applying defense-reducing debuffs onto the monsters. Vision. What is vision? This is what vision looks like. Sure, our chosen boss flies around like a pesticide-spraying plane, but I gotta admit, he's damn cool. Wow, so touching. The chosen boss not only provides quest rewards, but also selflessly acts as our support. If there's ever a top 10 most touching people in Eternal list, I'm voting for him without hesitation. From afar, in the hearts of all players, Su Ran's reputation underwent a dramatic shift. His image gradually transformed into one of greatness and selflessness. Time ticked away, second by second. Through the combined efforts of countless players, the remaining bone constructs were completely eradicated. Of course, his epic and legendary tier legions under Su Ran's command also played a crucial role. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have ended so smoothly. Regional announcement. Through everyone's joint efforts, today's siege attack has been successfully repelled. Regional announcement. The next wave of siege monsters will arrive in 3 minutes. Difficulty will increase dramatically, and special monster bosses will appear. Prepare for combat. Shield. A special monster boss is coming. Staring at the suddenly appearing regional announcement, every player instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 70. The Phantom of the Infinite Abyss. The countdown continued, second by second. 3 minutes later, before the players could even finish cleaning up the battlefield, they suddenly heard rumbling sounds approaching from afar. Boom, boom. At this moment, the earth trembled. An intense aura of death spread rapidly toward them at a terrifying speed. Looking into the distance, underneath the dark clouds, a 1,000,000-strong army of skeletal warriors surged forward like an endless tide. Their momentum was awe-inspiring, grand, and overwhelming. They're here. The Skull Bastards are back again. Everyone get ready for battle. Last wave I personally chopped off 14 siege monster heads. Tell me, wasn't that cool? Humph, this time I'm gonna kill 100. Damn impressive. I only managed 5. After the previous battle, any lingering fear in the players' hearts had completely vanished. Now, eager and confident, they clenched their fists and marched straight toward the incoming tide of enemies. Just ordinary siege monsters. No matter how vast their numbers, I shall cut you all down with a single blade. Gradually, the distance between both sides closed. The grotesque, hideous features of the monsters became clearly visible to the players, causing many hearts to sink. These siege monsters this round seemed significantly stronger than the previous dark gold rank ones. Without hesitation, the players quickly stopped in their tracks. Then one after another, they cast Identify, aiming it at the monsters to reveal their stats. Lost Bone Sentinel. Level, 50. Race, Undead. Type, Purple Gold Elite. HP, 95,000. Attack, 1,428. Physical Defense, 2,162. Magic Defense, 1,927. Skills, Heavy Halberd Sweep, Sentinel Formation, Oath of Lost Death. Description, once eternal guardians of a forgotten kingdom, these fallen sentinels have been corrupted over centuries by the abyss brimming with decay. They've long forgotten their past lives, retaining only an intensely accumulated will to fight forged through hundreds of years of silent warfare. Mother of God, holy crap, these are purple gold elites. Hey, look at their armor. Even if they're purple gold elites, I shall overcome them one by one. Almost instantly, every player who had successfully identified the siege monsters wore stunned expressions. Aside from the few overly dramatic, Shuyuni types reveling in their delusions of grandeur, most were now overwhelmed with despair. Purple gold elites. Even under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare provoke such foes. And now they were facing not just one, but a full 1,000,000. Who could possibly withstand that? Yet when they thought about the penalty for abandoning the mission, hesitation crept back in. That option might be even worse. Dying to purple gold elites? At worst, they'd lose 10% experience. But if they managed to take down even one, the rewards could be far greater. Looks like we can only count on the major legions of Eternal City and Boss Tianxian. Thus, many players felt their faces burn with shame. Just moments ago, they were so arrogant. Now they had no choice but to rely on the Chosen One to carry them. What irony fate had in store. Just as these thoughts surfaced, Su Ran's voice echoed from above once more. All participating players, rewards for killing siege monsters ranked purple gold or higher will be doubled. This includes Eternal City points. The announcement acted like a powerful adrenaline shot to every player. They hesitated no longer. Drawing their weapons, they charged headlong into the vast, oceanic horde of siege monsters. Boom. The defensive arrow towers and magic towers of Eternal City unleashed fierce volleys, roaring like thunder. Like dazzling fireworks, they engulfed the front ranks of the siege monsters entirely. Once again, these legendary-grade fortifications demonstrated their horrifying lethality. Fight! 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 Shadow of Death, Servant Legion. Stormblade, Swordsman Legion. Unyielding Paragon, Swordsman Legion. The Epic Grade Immortal Guard Legion and Eternal Knight Annihilation Legion. Every legion under Su Ran's command transformed into razor-sharp blades, charging into the enemy ranks with unstoppable force. Su Ran repeated his earlier tactics. The ancient Frost Colossus Dragon spread its wings, swiftly gliding across the battlefield sky. Countless siege monsters were instantly afflicted with freeze or slow effects. Moreover, since they belonged to the Bone-type Undead category, they triggered the effect of the epic tidal terror of Infinite Bones. Defense reduced by 100%. As the battle erupted into full fury, kill assists from players and various legions began flooding the chat screen. His participation kill count surged once again. 35,000, 42,000, 50,000. With the participation kill count from the previous wave of Monster Siege added in, Su Ran quickly raised his total participation kills to 50,000. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. He noticed something. Following the direction from which the monsters surged, on the distant horizon, a dark, profound spectral shadow began to emerge. What is this? The Infinite Abyss. As the participation kill count continued to climb, Su Ran could gradually make out the rough outline of this phantom silhouette. An intense aura of death. An endless sense of decay. A scale both vast and majestic. These signs were more than enough to confirm one thing. This spectral shadow was indeed the forgotten Infinite Abyss lost to time. And within that abyss lay hidden the City of Bones, where all the dead of the Lost Kingdom were buried. Su Ran now understood everything. As time passed, in order for the City of Bones to fully manifest, he had to keep increasing his participation kill count. Only then could he set foot into this forbidden land no one had ever entered. Additionally, there was one more thing he needed to verify, whether he was the only one who could see this City of Bones. With that thought, Su Ran immediately contacted Yoming's guild leader, Yu Yiming. As expected, she should also be down on the battlefield right now. The moment he sent the message, Yu Yiming replied promptly. Not only had she come, but all the wealthy members of the Yuming Guild had arrived to reinforce Eternal City. After some inquiries, it turned out that neither Yu Yiming nor any other player could see the spectral image of the Infinite Abyss. I see. At that moment, everything became clear to Su Ran. Apparently, the City of Bones was accessible only to him, and the reason was precisely tied to the main quest. In that case, what he needed to do next suddenly seemed much simpler. Now was the time. Before the City of Bones fully appeared, he must seize the opportunity to gather as many pieces of epic tier sets as possible, then prepare himself for this unprecedented chance. Let's go. Su Ran issued the command without hesitation. He directed the ancient Phantom Colossus Dragon to dive swiftly toward the tide-like army of siege monsters below. Amidst the massive horde of over 1 million attacking creatures, several towering figures composed entirely of countless bones stood out with terrifying prominence. No need for identify at all. Even a backline player could easily guess the power level of these colossal beings. Without exception, these were undoubtedly legendary rank bosses. Chapter 71. Should we try to snag an assist? Amidst the howling wind, the ancient frost wyvern descended abruptly from the sky, bringing endless freezing blizzards with it. Its target was already locked, the boss closest to the various legions and players. This was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack. Given the current solo combat capabilities of players and major legions, they were no match at all for a legendary tier boss. After all, their templates were entirely different. Even legendary legions still operated on the NPC guard template, but bosses were something else entirely. Compared to the previous legendary boss, the Bone Colossus, this newly appeared legendary boss exuded a sinister yet uniquely aesthetic presence. Its body was whole in form. Clearly, this wasn't some hastily assembled, low-quality construct like the Bone Colossus. And that meant one thing. In terms of behavior, intelligence, coordination, and raw power, this boss far surpassed the Bone Colossus. Even more daunting, this legendary boss not only wielded a war halberd engulfed in eerie blue flames, but its entire body was encased in deep, shadowy heavy armor, complex and mysterious engravings, perfect, refined curves, and an ever-present aura of death surging around it. All served as proof of the boss's extraordinary identity in life. Soulbone Commander, Su Ran instantly recognized the boss's identity. Yes, although this main storyline expansion hadn't been fully revealed in his previous life, during the world-shaking siege of Frosthold City, it was precisely this towering, imposing figure who swung its war halberd and carved deep trenches into the city walls, leaving countless players, and even NPC guards, plunged into endless terror. Perfect. Su Ran didn't feel fear. Instead, he grew increasingly excited. There was a rule in eternity. In siege battles, the more luxurious a monster's gear, the more valuable its drops would be. For Su Ran, this was an absolutely golden opportunity. Frost Shield. Suddenly, boundless frost energy surged around Su Ran. As a cold gale swept through, a crystalline layer of ice coated his body, a translucent frost shield. Humph. Pathetic. As the ancient frost wyvern drew closer, the boss and Su Ran locked eyes, both radiating overwhelming battle intent. Scan. In an instant, Su Ran cast a scan spell. The boss's stats immediately appeared before him. Soulbone Commander Sark. Level 50. Race Undead. Type Legendary Boss. HP 700,000/700,000. Attack 8,162. Physical Defense 20,141. Magic Defense 20,127. Skills: Death Affinity, Halberd Strike, Burning conviction, soul blade of silence. Description: once the commander of the fallen bone city from a lost kingdom, now reduced to a spectral skeleton dwelling in the decaying abyss. Though forgotten by many, the war halberd in its hand will remind all who witness it of the terror it once wrought. Not bad at all. Seeing the boss's stats, Su-Ran couldn't help but mutter in admiration. These stats were insane. Compared to another legendary tier boss, the Forgotten Bone Colossus, Sark, with his luxurious equipment, had stats several times higher. Their strength levels weren't even remotely comparable. This was the power of being overpowered from the start. Moreover, he was a special type of undead, a soulbone construct. As the name implied, though his body was made of countless bones, the way they were assembled wasn't a chaotic, ugly pile like the Bone Colossus. Instead, guided by his own soul, they had fused into a far more formidable body. Thus, he could unleash his full strength while greatly enhancing his defensive attributes. At the very least, he wouldn't shatter at a single touch. Soulbone, huh? Su-Ran didn't have the ancient Frost Wyvern rush straight at the boss. Instead, he tightened his grip on his staff, preparing to channel a spell. This scene was noticed by quite a few players. A small group, staring at the boss's massive and imposing figure, began whispering among themselves. It's obvious, the Chosen One wants to take down this boss. Even if we can't get a kill, we should at least try to grab some scraps. Several players ranked within the top 20 of the level leaderboard began formulating a battle plan. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to notice they all wore the same Mercenary Guild emblem. Chosen Mercenary Guild. These players were the founding members Su-Ran had recruited earlier. All of them were trusted allies. Their goal was simple. Given the boss's stats, their leader might actually have a chance to kill it, but it would undoubtedly take a long time. So why not seize the opportunity to snag an assist? Even if they only got 0.001% of the extra reward, with the incredibly familiar loot from a legendary tier boss, that would still be a decent return for them. And besides, assist rewards wouldn't reduce the killer's share at all. No matter how many people, 10 million or more, claimed assists, the player who landed the killing blow would still receive the full reward. They weren't wrong in thinking this way. Su-Ran himself didn't mind others grabbing assists. Besides, these audacious players belonged to his own mercenary guild anyway. But everything depended on their own efforts. The first challenge they faced? Dealing damage to the boss. Otherwise, they wouldn't just fail to secure an assist. They'd lose their lives in the process. As these thoughts circulated, that small group finalized their battle plan. This boss is really sneaky. Its position is close to us, sure, but it's completely surrounded by purple-gold ranked siege monsters. Those skeletons aren't easy to deal with. Several players wearing the Chosen Mercenary Guild emblem frowned deeply. What about trying a ranged attack? No way. Have you seen that intricate armor it's wearing? You won't even scratch its defense. For a moment, these players fell into deep contemplation. At the same time, similar thoughts arose among other players nearby. Should we try to grab an assist? The reward might be tiny, but something's better than nothing. Let's go. While most were still discussing, a few had already begun moving. But no sooner had they taken a few steps forward than disaster struck. The leading players from the Covenant Guild were just about to celebrate narrowly dodging an attack from a monster, when suddenly a vast, dark shadow loomed over them. Before they could react, the flesh and blood of those Covenant players instantly turned to ash, and their bones exploded into fragmented pieces. The players following behind didn't even manage a scream. Impaled through by countless bone fragments, they collapsed. Along with them, entire rows of active siege monsters were riddled with holes, falling one after another like harvested wheat. Only Su-Ran's legions stood firm, protected by their strong defenses and heavy armor. Chapter 72. Who can resist facing a boss? Death struck in an instant. The players in the back who hadn't been caught in the blast were still cheering excitedly, clenching their fists with anticipation. Who could possibly resist facing a boss? After all, this was a legendary tier siege boss. What brilliant idea. Your summoned skeleton baby probably won't last more than a few steps before getting crushed. I suggest we rush it. I can't hold back anymore. If we swarm it together, just landing an assist counts as success. Then we retreat immediately. That way, losses will be much lower. Sounds good to me. Then let's do it. Just as the rear players finalized their plan, the scene ahead sent them into utter chaos. They watched as the boss raised its blazing blue-flamed warji, swung lightly, and instantly unleashed a dense wave of death energy. The frontline players, those who had charged forward the fastest, were blown into ashes. Even nearby siege monsters caught in the blast were turned into Swiss cheese. What do we do? What now? Our earlier plan wasn't solid enough. Maybe we should just go back to farming mobs like normal. Yeah, a tiny bit of assist credit isn't worth dying for. Seeing their comrades instantly pulverized into dust, the players at the back froze in place. Their fighting spirit evaporated in an instant. Cold sweat soaked through their clothes. Yet at that very moment, members wearing the emblem of the Chosen Guild suddenly lit up with realization. They had a perfect strategy, one that would not only earn them assists, but also allow them to serve as foot-washing maids for their guild leader. Now's the time. Time to shine and contribute. Amid a sudden chorus of shouts, Su-Ran noticed an avalanche of messages flooding his guild chat. He'd created the guild long ago, but hadn't managed it since. Everything had been left entirely to the players themselves, without him even noticing. The size of the Chosen Guild had grown to 50,000 members. And to date, not a single person had quit. The cohesion exceeded even Su-Ran's expectations. At this very moment, all guild members were sharing tips on how to snag assists. The method? Buffing their own guild leader. Witnessing this, Su-Ran was utterly stunned. These guys' strategy for securing assists was exactly the same as what he'd once thought of himself. As he mused, a cascade of system prompts echoed in his ears. Tip. Your guild member Clutch the Leg has applied the buff, Slow Healing. Tip. Your guild member Storm Greatsword has applied the buff, Basic Critical Rate Boost. Tip. Your guild member How Many Ek to Relive has applied the buff, Quick Cast. Tip. Your guild member, I hit myself with Shea, applied buff. While Su Ran was still channeling his skill, over 10,000 buffs had already been stacked onto him. In an instant, Su Ran, still airborne, became enveloped in countless dazzling colors. So radiant, so breathtaking, beyond description. Every player present stood agape. Who had ever seen such a surreal sight? Over 10,000 buffs, all piled onto a single player. And the number kept rising. No one could fathom just how terrifying the cumulative effect must be. At this moment, countless players gazed at Su Ran with envy. Even the boss's eyes, cold as millennial-old ice, flickered with astonishment. But Su Ran's expression was complicated. What the hell is this? Having never managed the guild properly, he paid little attention to details. Now, looking closely, holy crap, what kind of nicknames were these? My moon smells better after midnight. Enter her green area slightly. Luwan, please remember to wash hands. Several of these particularly strange names even ranked within the top 20 on the China server leaderboard. And it was precisely this group who first proposed the idea of buffing Su Ran. As seconds passed, the number of buffs on Su Ran continued to climb. From 10,000, it surged straight to 50,000. At this moment, even Su Ran himself couldn't comprehend just how powerful his stats had become. The only proof was the massive meteor instantly forming above his head. Meteor feast. Crash down. Su Ran hesitated no longer, swinging his staff decisively. Instantly, a sharp whistling split the air. That meteor descended from the sky, crashing toward the boss at a 45-degree angle. Boom. As the meteor struck, countless plumes of smoke exploded outward, rapidly spreading in all directions. At the same time, a damage number so terrifying it was nearly unimaginable slowly rose above the boss's head. Minus 140,152. A full 140,000 damage. Like a sharp blade, it stabbed straight into the eyes of countless players. Holy shit, nuclear explosion. What the hell kind of damage is this? I spent every single gold I had on a golden staff just to deal 4-digit damage. People really are different from people. Brothers, can you guys please throw some buffs on me too? I want to deal nuke level damage. Under the stunned gazes of countless players, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. With his current 25,159 magic attack power, a single meteor dealt 300% of his magical damage. All those buffs stacked directly onto him. The resulting damage truly surpassed even his own expectations. In total, it increased his output by over 70,000 damage. And that wasn't even the main point. Cast speed and cooldown reduction were the real focus of these buffs. Keep channeling. Su Ran attempted to guide Meteor Feast again. He clearly remembered. The skill had a duration of 10 seconds. During that time, each meteor summon would deal 300% of his magic attack damage, which meant, as long as he could cast fast enough, his damage output could be pushed to the absolute limit. Suddenly, a massive, fire-engulfed meteor materialized in the sky. Instant cast. This time, it was Su Ran who was shocked. Clearly, he had severely underestimated the combined power of the buffs provided by his guild members. Release. No time to waste. The meteor from above crashed down hard, once again dealing around 140,000 points of devastating damage. Su Ran remained silent. His staff swung relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, meteors emerged above the battlefield, then rained down like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, smashing directly onto the boss's head. At this moment, the boss, and countless players alike, were left utterly dumbfounded. They had thought that initial burst of damage was shocking enough to blow their minds. But now, this magnificent, awe-inspiring spectacle, it would be etched into their memories for the rest of their lives. As for the boss, its health pool was a despair-inducing 700,000, a truly monstrous number. Yet right now, it was draining like a broken dam. In just a few seconds, its HP hit 0. Chapter 73, Legendary Gold, Double Drop? My goodness, what the hell is this? Countless players stared in shock. In their eyes, Tianxian boss, riding atop the broad back of the ancient frost dragon, was surrounded by an endless array of buff effects, glowing like a little sun. Yet as he continued to wave his staff, in the blink of an eye, countless meteors appeared. Before anyone could react, those flaming celestial bodies rained down like dumplings boiling in a pot, smashing the boss straight down to near-death health. Boom. With the final meteor crashing down, endless smoke and dust filled the entire area where the boss once stood. Then, the boss could no longer support its massive body. Bones shattered into fragments, scattering across the blood-soaked earth. Kill confirmed. Notice, you have successfully slain legendary siege boss, Soulbone Commander Sack. Notice, ultimate reward multiplier activated. Experience gain has been amplified 10,000x. Notice, your level has increased to 57. Gain 10 free attribute points. Notice, your level has increased to 58. Gain. Notice, your level has increased to. Amidst a series of notification sounds, radiant beams of light erupted from Su Ran's body as he ascended levels. Earlier, he had benefited from assists contributed by countless players. Under the effect of ultimate reward, his experience gain ratio reached a full 100%, even though his level exceeded the monsters by a full 10 levels, despite the experience penalty for being too high level. When faced with such sheer volume, even minimal amounts piled up over time. Tens of thousands of assists alone had rocketed his level from 53 all the way to 56. And now, the same principle applied. Though his level surpassed the boss' own level 50, the experience granted by a legendary boss remained substantial. Not to mention, ultimate reward had successfully triggered. The massive influx of experience, multiplied 10,000-fold upon receipt, instantly pushed him up 3 levels. Level 59. Seeing his current level, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Even he hadn't expected it. Without realizing, his level had already approached level 60. Under normal circumstances, given his strength, he would probably have just completed his second-class advancement by now. But right now, he only needed one more level. to unlock the third-class promotion and the trial quest for breaking past level 60. However, as levels increased, so too did the experience required, exponentially. For any other player, leveling up this single tier would take several full days of constant grinding. But Su Ran remained completely calm. He glanced around. Wave after wave of siege monsters surged toward him without rest or pause. Among them, he could vaguely make out the silhouettes of several legendary bosses. Just defeating these alone would be enough experience for Su Ran to break past level 60. With that thought, his gaze turned toward the remains of Soulbone Commander Sack. Right now, leveling wasn't the top priority. Looting the corpse was. As a special spectral bone creature, Sack's body had been held together entirely by soul energy. Now that it had fully perished, all bones scattered across the ground. The kill reward lay quietly among them, glowing with a soft radiance. Legendary luster. Sack truly was generous. Su Ran noticed that right at the center of the pile of bones, shaped like a small hill, there were not one, but two shimmering glimmers, exclusive hallmarks of legendary grade items. This meant his luck had once again exploded. This scene didn't go unnoticed by many frontline players. Holy shit, legendary gold, double drop. What kind of luck is this? If I could even get one legendary item drop in my life, I'd die happy. What had just unfolded was simply too shocking. The vast majority of players first froze in stunned silence. Then tears began to well in their eyes, murmuring to themselves uncontrollably. Some players even stood motionless, their expressions vacant as if all color had drained from the world. But these were still relatively well-behaved ones. Others lost their minds completely the moment they saw those two legendary glimmers. Legendaries. Grab them. Go. Now, they stopped attacking altogether, rushing forward recklessly without regard for anything else. Slice. Slice. As for these irrational players, before Su Ran even gave an order, the various legions and the ancient frost dragon had already fulfilled their duties. Blades fell. Dragon breath scorched the land. Most of the players who couldn't suppress their greed were ruthlessly cut down like melons and vegetables by the loyal NPC guards, instantly sent back to the resurrection point. Clearly, this ride had been crushed before it even truly began. Seeing the bloody scene on the ground and the scattered drops from fallen players, those following behind finally came to their senses. Only then did they realize they had just danced on the edge of death. Perhaps if they had moved just a second faster, they would have shared the same fate as those ahead, enjoying the free trip back to the spawn point. Thinking of this, a wave of fear washed over them, cold sweat pouring down their bodies. Yet, Su Ran didn't dwell on it much. This kind of reaction was completely normal. In fact, he had anticipated something like this from the very beginning. After all, his previous legendary and even epic tier loot had never been revealed directly in front of other players. Even with world announcements, the visual impact simply couldn't compare to witnessing it firsthand. Rather than waste time dealing with players, it was better to check his rewards. Notice, you have picked up a reward, Death's Lament Greatsword. Notice, you have picked up a reward, Death's Lament Gauntlets. As the notification chimed, a unique, unmatched radiance flickered within the section of Su Ran's talent interface. 10,000X reward. Activated. Notice, 10,000X amplification successful. The quality of your acquired rewards has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Notice, you obtained an epic weapon, Death's Lament Greatsword. Notice, you obtained an epic set piece, Death's Chaos, Lament Gauntlets. Exactly as expected. The moment he saw the legendary glow, Su Ran knew he would end up with two epic grade items. Yet, seeing it unfold before his eyes still stirred excitement within him. However, as he read the details of the notifications, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Something seems off. He glanced at his current 50-level epic two-piece set, and his heart sank slightly. Damn, if he wasn't mistaken, these gauntlets belonged to the Death's Chaos Lament set, which had nothing to do with his current Death's Chaos Lost set. With a regretful gaze, Su Ran looked toward the epic gauntlets, wondering whether the Lament set was heavy armor or leather. But the next moment, a sudden notification jolted him completely out of his thoughts. Notice, you currently possess the Death's Chaos Lost set. Condition for transformation between the two sets is met. Would you like to transform this equipment into the corresponding piece of the same set? Reading this prompt, Su Ran froze in place. Well damn, a convertible set? This kind of situation had never occurred, not even once, in his past life. Chapter 74, The Sound of Grief Forgotten in the River of Time. The turn of events could be described as full of twists and turns. Su Ran realized something astonishing. These two sets could actually transform into each other. However, there was only one chance. That meant he could convert the Grief set into the Lost set. Likewise, the Lost set could also be transformed into the Grief set. There seemed to be an extremely special connection between the two. Filled with curiosity, Su Ran shifted his gaze away from the system prompt and turned toward the detailed attributes of the Grief set. Set, Death Rhapsody Grief. 2-piece bonus. Increases your movement speed by 40%. 4-piece bonus. Increases your piercing damage by 30%. 6-piece bonus. Reduces your cooldown by 40%. He discovered that, whether it was the Grief or Lost set, the bonuses provided by the 2-piece, 4-piece, and 6-piece were exactly the same. The difference lay in the later, special effects. First, the 8-piece bonus. When equipping 8 pieces of the set, you activate the Grief effect brought by Death Rhapsody, allowing you to play a sound that awakens endless grief within the heart. Not only can it cause enemies to fall into a weakened state, but it can also place allied units into a special state known as Wrath of Grief, greatly enhancing their attributes and combat effectiveness. Although the exact numerical values required personal verification, the duration lasted as long as 5 minutes. Strong. Extremely strong. This was Su Ran's immediate evaluation. Undeniably, the 8-piece effect of Death Rhapsody of Grief was significantly stronger than that of the Lost set. After all, the the latter could only provide a single crowd control effect, and for merely 8 seconds, which, while decent among epic tier sets, paled in comparison to the grief set, inflicting weakness upon enemies, while simultaneously boosting the combat capabilities of all allied units, including oneself. Each of these benefits alone was enough to leave Su Ran deeply impressed. In that moment, his anticipation for the final 10-piece bonus grew even stronger. 10-piece bonus activates all lingering Death Rhapsody energy within the set, allowing the player to perform the long-forgotten sound of grief from the River of Time. After defeating a target, there is a chance to resurrect them from the flow of history, who will then offer their soul and become your most loyal subordinate. Perfect. The instant Su Ran saw the 10-piece bonus, he had already made his decision. It had to be the grief set, similar to the lost set he obtained earlier. Both allowed him to turn defeated targets into followers under his command. But in essence, there existed a difference as vast as heaven and earth. The lost set could transform fallen enemies into his most devoted subordinates. Yet doing so would only grant him undead minions, much like the Shadow Servant of Death, whose strength would be noticeably weaker than they were in life. But the grief set was different. Once the forgotten sound of grief from the River of Time was played, after defeating a target, there was a chance to restore them from the stream of ages. If his guess was correct, followers obtained through this method would possess their peak strength from when they were alive. The difference was now clearly apparent. Without hesitation, Su Ran abandoned his previous choice and replaced both pieces of the lost set he had equipped with the grief set. Worth noting was that every piece of both sets, regarding attribute bonuses and equipment skills, was nearly identical. The sole distinction lay in the set's unique effects. Thus, Su Ran skipped reviewing previously worn gear and instead focused on the epic grade gloves in his hand. Death Rhapsody, Grief Gloves. Required level, 50. Required class, Caster. Quality, Epic. Type, Armor. Slot, Hands. Plus 15,000 health. Plus 200 intelligence. Plus 649 physical defense. Plus 703 magic defense. Plus 40% casting speed. Durability, never wears out. Equipment skill, Hands of Grief. Concentrate the boundless sorrow into your hands, greatly increasing casting speed for 30 seconds. Note, while Hands of Grief is active, your mana consumption increases by 20%. Description, as time fades into oblivion, only infinite sorrow remains in the world. The stat bonuses from these gloves were exceptionally powerful. To say nothing else, the plus 15,000 health bonus alone would push Su Ran's maximum HP up by another huge margin. The intelligence boost also brought him a pleasant surprise. Even after removing his previous legendary level gloves, the actual improvement from this single piece amounted to a full 13,000 increase in maximum HP and 100 additional intelligence. The equipment skill, Hands of Grief, was an exceptionally powerful buff. For 30 seconds, it increased casting speed by 60%. Combined with the relevant bonuses from Su Ran's other gear, he could instantly channel countless spells in rapid succession. As for the additional 20% mana consumption, given his astronomical intelligence cap, this cost was practically negligible. Equip. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 seconds had passed from acquiring the epic gear to fully equipping it. Yet in that brief span, Su Ran's attributes surged dramatically once again. Factoring in the fixed stat increases from leveling up, his health jumped directly from 110,000 to 127,000. His magic attack power also rose by 1,400 points. It climbed from the previous 26,419 straight up to 27,819. Of course, the crucial contribution came from the epic tier support item, Book of Death Sacrifice, which provided a staggering 75% bonus to magic attack power. After reviewing his stats, Su Ran glanced at the remaining epic weapon. In appearance, it was identical to the massive sword wreathed in eerie blue flames that the previous boss had wielded. The only difference was that due to the insane amplification effect of 10,000-fold reward, it had undergone a qualitative transformation. To be honest, among epic tier weapons, this greatsword was truly top tier. Unfortunately, as a mage, Su Ran couldn't make proper use of it. Treating it like useless junk, he placed the boss's signature greatsword into his backpack. Looking around, he noticed countless warrior players staring at him with bitter resentment. Some even beat their chests and stomped their feet, muttering about wasted treasures and pearls cast before swine. Their moods were utterly ruined, because everyone understood one thing clearly. Even if they made offers, Su Ran would never sell them this supreme piece of equipment. Not that they could afford it anyway. So, they could only watch helplessly as Su Ran walked away, continuing his search for the next legendary siege boss. Since legendary bosses were extremely conspicuous, Su Ran scanned the area, and soon, he locked onto his next target. Less than 300 meters away, there was a skeletal-type boss riding atop a massive dragon skeleton. Apparently, the earlier battle had drawn its attention. Chapter 75, The Arrival of Decay, The Appearance of Bones. Whoosh. It was like the sound of air being torn apart, or perhaps a noise that pierced through space itself. This towering figure riding atop a dragon unleashed an incredibly terrifying speed, vanishing from its original position and rushing toward them in a flash. It had locked onto him, almost instantaneously. Su Ran took action. While calming his ancient frost dragon, whose battle fervor was growing increasingly intense, he cast Scan without hesitation. Quickly, the boss's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Corrupted Eternal Gravekeeper Kiror. Level 50. Race Undead. Type Legendary Boss. Health 1,000,000/1 million. Attack power 11,162. Physical defense 18,141. Magic defense 17,127. Skills: Death Affinity, Curse Arrow, Withering Decay Mist, Rain of Death Prayer. Description: once a guardian of order from the long-lost kingdom, now corroded by the depths of decay, she has taken up the duty of guarding the tomb known as the Endless Abyss. Yet for unknown reasons, she has stepped out from the sunless abyss and returned to the mortal world. Gravekeeper. The moment Su Ran saw Karower's information panel, his interest was immediately piqued. Since the main storyline expansion hadn't been fully released in his previous life, this boss had never appeared before. A former legendary creature. 1 million HP. Over 10,000 attack power. That staff and robe radiating an aura of mystery. Aside from slightly lower defense than the previous Phantom Bone commander, every other stat was utterly despair-inducing. Every feature about her seemed to point toward one fact. This boss would be far more terrifying than any creature he'd faced thus far. And more importantly, the dragon she rode was none other than a legendary grade Hellforged Bone Dragon. This meant that this mysterious Gravekeeper possessed unmatched mobility. Even compared to special existences among legendary mounts, such as the ancient Frost Dragon, it was only marginally inferior. But that wasn't the real concern. What worried Su Ran the most were Karower's skills. Death Affinity, Curse Arrow, Withering Decay Mist, Rain of Death Prayer. Among these, Death Affinity was likely standard for most legendary bosses from the Lost Kingdom. It not only enhanced their damage with death-based abilities, but also significantly reduced skill cooldowns. As for Curse Arrow, it was a common skill among Death Element classes. It fired a magical arrow composed of death energy, dealing heavy damage while applying a curse effect, typically learnable after second class advancement. But if cast by a once legendary being, its power could not be underestimated. Then there were Withering Decay Mist and Rain of Death Prayer, which seemed to be Karower's unique abilities. Judging just by the names, their terror was already evident. Not to mention, a forbidden spell. That meant it equated to a taboo incantation. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly bring destruction far beyond any ordinary skill. She must not be allowed to cast that forbidden spell. An alarm bell rang sharply in Su Ran's mind. His own safety wasn't the biggest issue. He still had escape tactics. But his various legions under command absolutely wouldn't survive the lethal damage of a forbidden spell. If hit, the losses would be catastrophic. As for the players, well, survival would come down to individual capability. At that thought, Su Ran made a decisive choice. He had to use a control skill first. Without a second thought, almost instantly, he activated the equipment skill, Hands of Lament. In a flash, an endless sense of sorrow filled the space around him. In the blink of an eye, it gathered upon the surface of his hands. Tip: equipment skill successfully activated. Your casting speed increased by 60%. The moment the notification sounded, Su Ran immediately began channeling the skill. Order Stasis. During the duration of this skill, everything within a 200-meter radius would fall into complete stasis, except for Su Ran himself, who remained unaffected. Without delay, from Su Ran as the epicenter, an infinite surge of eternal energy erupted. Order descended at that very moment. Within a 200-meter radius around him, all players, all legions, siege monsters, including Karower and her Hellforged Bone Dragon beneath her, froze as if time had been paused. None could move even an inch. Even the birds scattered across the sky hung motionless in midair. But there was one exception, a miasma of death. It was as if a swath of pitch-black fog had suddenly emerged, blotting out the sky and sun. An overwhelmingly intense aura of decay and death erupted at that moment. Notice, affected by the enemy skill, Withering Decay Mist, your mercenary members have been transformed into withered undead beings. Notice, affected by the enemy skill, Withering Decay Mist, your allied forces have been transformed into withered undead beings. Notice, due to high innate quality and resistance, your epic legion has temporarily resisted the effects of Withering Decay Mist. One notification after another flooded the screen. Su Ran's spellcasting speed was already absurdly fast. Yet Karower, the Gravekeeper of the Endless Abyss, had still managed to release a skill a split second earlier. Withering Decay Mist. Now Su Ran finally understood the horrifying effect of this ability. As the black fog rapidly spread outward, every creature caught within its reach underwent a shocking, grotesque transformation. Life withered away, flesh melted and peeled off bone. Before the players could even react, their bodies had turned into nothing but skeletal husks. Notice, affected by monster skill, you have been transformed into an undead being. Notice, affected by monster skill, you have been transformed into. As the notifications appeared, all players who had become skeletal creatures found that those untouched players were now marked as hostile targets. This meant one thing. They had become monsters too. At the same time, a new temporary quest appeared in their quest log. Karower's Blessing. As one transformed into a skeletal being by Karower, she grants you a promise. Should you slay one of your former kin, your original form will be restored. Time limit, 20 minutes. Upon seeing this newly appeared quest, every player was stunned. In an instant, chaos erupted. What the hell is going on? Damn it. I'm about to puke from my own rotting stench. Holy crap, where's my vertical grip? Are you seriously worried about your damn mushrooms at a time like this? I can't accept this. So, should we do this temporary quest or not? It felt like a sudden nightmare, or as if a decaying darkness had abruptly fallen upon the world. With the spread of the black mist, in this single moment, hundreds of thousands of players were transformed into hideous, terrifying skeletal creatures. Chapter 76, Experiencing the Joy of Harvest. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Players at the rear, untouched by the Withering Decay Mist, felt a chill run down their spines. Many couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. They never expected that teammates who were laughing and joking just a second ago would suddenly turn into skeletal creatures. If they had charged forward any faster, they might have met the same fate. Fall back now. With no time to process the shocking scene, high-ranking members from various factions sensed something was terribly wrong. Although the corrupted players, now transformed into skeletons, could no longer speak with vocal cords, they still managed to send messages. Through the regional chat, countless skeleton-converted players continuously issued warnings. Fall back quickly. I can't control myself. It's moving on its own. It's over. You all retreat now. As these messages flooded the regional channel, the newly formed skeletal players turned their heads and lunged toward those behind them, especially the priests. The holy aura radiating from them acted like beacons, attracting countless corrupted, skeletal players. God damn it, this is fucking disgusting. Everyone, prepare to fall back. Realizing the severity of the situation, all remaining players felt an intense sense of danger. In an instant, players in the rear withdrew hundreds of meters. But there were simply too many combatants. Not everyone followed orders without question. A small number of players remained in place. Die! Go to hell! Shouting furiously, these players drew their weapons and charged recklessly toward the skeletal horde. Boom, boom, boom. Sword after sword came slashing down. Yet against the abnormally sturdy bones, their attacks were futile, nothing more than wasted effort. Worse still, their attacks seemed to awaken the ferocity of the corrupted players. Amidst brutal cries and clashing steel, the battle line began shifting relentlessly back toward the city walls. Run! Damn it! These idiots really have iron skulls. The warning messages kept flooding the regional announcements. But then, before the players could even react, the wave of skeletal players suddenly halted their advance, and those on the city walls saw everything most clearly. They stared in stunned silence, expressions twisted with disbelief and complexity. At Su Ran's command, massive legions from Eternal City surged forward, though vastly outnumbered by several times. Thanks to their legendary and even epic tier character sheets, they held firm against the assault of over 100,000 corrupted players. Moreover, as the battle erupted, the legions unleashed their terrifying offensive might. Countless bone fragments rained down like snowflakes, littering the battlefield. Notification: you have been killed by the Eternal Knight Annihilation Guard. Lost 10% of current level experience. Notification: you have been killed by the Immortal Guardian Guard. With the Legion's thunderous intervention, the battle swiftly turned into a one-sided massacre. The player-turned-skeleton army crumbled instantly, like wheat before a scythe. A full fifth of them were annihilated in a single clash. Notification: your Immortal Guardian Guard has successfully slain an enemy creature. Current level increased. Notification: your Death Shadow Servant has successfully slain. It was harvest time. The legions reaped souls without mercy, and experienced the joy of abundant gains. Now that these players were treated as hostile entities, they granted substantial experience points. However, Su Ran's level was far too high for him to benefit directly, so he decided to let his legions handle the purge of corrupted players instead. This way, no resource would be wasted. Thus, under Su Ran's command, a systematic slaughter of corrupted players commenced. Even ranged class players atop the walls stood frozen. For the first time, everyone in Eternal City stood in dazed shock. Only when faced with reality did they truly grasp how terrifying the Chosen One and his legions really were. Earlier, during their relentless advance, they thought it was because they had grown stronger. But now, they finally understood the unfathomable gap between them. In that moment, apart from the sounds of slaughter, the entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. Yet all of this meant nothing to Su Ran. He never cared about what players thought of him, nor did he fear their schemes. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything the weak do is futile. The moment the battle began, his gaze locked onto Carol. Including this legendary tier boss, every creature within a 200-meter radius around him was plunged into a state of complete stasis. But maintaining this control effect required consuming 5% of his mana per second. Time ticked away, second by second. Even with his terrifyingly fast mana regeneration, Su Ran's mana pool had already dropped to around 50%. So, he decided to take advantage of the boss being immobilized and immediately unleash overwhelming direct damage to kill her outright. No mercy, no chance. In an instant, boundless light magical elements surged toward him, centered on Su Ran. All the light element across the battlefield seemed to converge into one. Elsewhere, only darkness and silence remained. Master of Light and Shadow State. Since Carol belonged to the undead category and possessed a full 1 million HP, only the light form could deal maximum damage. Moreover, after slaying countless siege monsters, he had finally fulfilled the conditions for the artifact, Cloak of Mastering Light and Shadow, to advance to its second stage. Slay 1,000 elite monsters not lower in level than the wearer. Upon evolution, not only would the duration of the Master of Light and Shadow state be extended, but its empowering effects would also be dramatically enhanced. In addition, the artifact possessed an extra plus 15 bonus effect, Divine Might Overwhelming. While wearing this equipment, the wearer can trigger a contempt effect against monsters no more than 15 ranks below their own tier, with a chance to turn attacks into true damage. The time to prove its power had arrived. As infinite light magic elements flooded in, Su Ran's figure swelled rapidly. Not only that, but behind him emerged a pair of dazzling luminous wings. Like a deity descending from heaven, Su Ran was now enveloped entirely in radiant holy light. Countless blazing showers of light continuously rained down from the sky around him. This spectacle was enough to make anyone tremble in awe. Even the fearless bone creatures halted their actions. They lifted their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets flickering with restless soul flames, as if already sensing the fate that awaited them. Ultimate Ice Storm, successfully channeled. Almost instantly, thousands of ice blades coalesced, extreme cold intertwined with searing light, merging into endless sharpness that poured across the battlefield. But this was only the beginning. The moment Ultimate Ice Storm was unleashed, Su Ran, like a descending god, raised his staff. Chains representing judgment and eternity suddenly appeared in the sky, plunging the battlefield into overwhelming might and oppressive authority. Chapter 77. No one wants to become a skeleton. It's eternal. When countless massive chains inscribed with mysterious and intricate magical runes appeared in the sky, Carol, the gravekeeper of the endless abyss, slowly showed an expression unlike any before on her pale, exquisite face. She felt as if her long-withered, rotten heart had actually thumped once. Her eyes regained a flicker of clarity. Eternal, as Carol murmured to herself. A ghastly white flame instantly erupted from her slender body. At that moment, her previously sealed and bound form began to move slowly. Only Su-Ran knew what this meant. The burning of soulfire. The complete annihilation of her being, exchanged for but a fleeting moment of mobility. Spell of prohibition? Su-Ran's expression remained unchanged. His hands never ceased moving. In the blink of an eye, one chain, then two. Countless chains imbued with the aura of eternity and judgment vanished from their original positions, all surging toward Carol. At that instant, bathed in the pale, deathly flames, her body and soul alike turning steadily to ash. Carol suddenly raised her arm, facing the multitude of judgment chains hurtling toward her. She didn't unleash a single skill. Instead, she reached into her decayed ribcage, grasped her rotting heart, and with all her remaining strength, hurled it at Su-Ran. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield. The ancient frost dragon, desperate to protect its master, instinctively flapped its wings to evade the attack. But Su-Ran patted its scales gently, signaling it to stay put. Whoosh! As the decaying heart landed in his palm, endless chains and thousands of ice blades completely engulfed Carol's body. Terrifying damage numbers burst forth. Yet at that moment, Su-Ran didn't glance at the damage figures. Through the towering chains, he gazed at Carol, who was gradually turning to ashes. For a moment, he thought he might have misseen it. But no, he saw it clearly. In the eyes of this gravekeeper of the endless abyss, there flickered an expression of relief and hope. Not like that of an enemy, more like that of a long-lost friend. Alert! You have successfully slain legendary boss, corrupted eternal gravekeeper Carol. Alert! Triggered 10,000-fold reward. Experience gained has been increased 10,000-fold. Alert! Your level has increased to 60. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Alert! As your level has reached the current cap, you cannot gain further experience temporarily. Amidst the continuous stream of notifications, Su-Ran's level had climbed to 60. Now, all he needed was to find a Grand Archmage to initiate his third-class advancement trial. Once achieved, the level cap would be lifted. Still, now wasn't quite the right time. So she wasn't really a siege boss after all. Looking at the notification, Su-Ran gradually formed a theory, whether due to her identity or her final act, burning her very soul just to deliver her heart to him. Everything about Carol suggested one thing. There was undoubtedly a secret buried within her. Perhaps, related to the city of bones buried beneath the endless abyss. Lifting his head to gaze into the distance, he noticed something peculiar. Every time the various legions killed corrupted players, he too received credit for the kill count. This caused the faint outline of the abyss, along with the spectral image of the city of bones within it, to grow increasingly distinct. Perhaps it wouldn't be long now before he could finally set foot upon that land lost to the tides of time. With that thought in mind, Su-Ran shifted his attention back to the withered heart resting in his hand. What exactly had Carol wanted to tell him? That was something he desperately wanted to know. Withered Gravekeeper's Heart. Type, quest item. Quality, legendary. Holder, the Chosen One. Effect, holding this item grants partial access rights to the Lost Kingdom and the City of Bones. When certain conditions are met, a hidden quest will trigger. Description, for endless ages, this deity stood guard over the endless abyss and the Lost Kingdom, accompanied only by an everlasting solitude. Su-Ran hadn't expected this to be a legendary tier quest item. However, in the game Eternal, many items were unable to trigger the 10,000-fold reward effect. Things like quest items, fixed stat upgrades, and free attribute points, for example. And if he were to really stretch his imagination, he'd love nothing more than for leveling up itself to trigger 10,000-fold reward, like gaining one level and suddenly becoming level 10,000. Or even his class promotions. He couldn't exactly say that every time he completed a class advancement, it would count as 10,000 promotions. That was clearly unrealistic, because in the end, the target of the 10,000-fold reward had to actually be a reward, just like quest items. Whether it was fixed stat increases or free attribute points, these were all static upgrades. Their value solely influenced by his number of class advancements. They weren't rewards in the true sense at all, unless the attribute points came from an external source, as a bonus. Therefore, the importance of legendary quest items was self-evident. Meet certain conditions? A deity? Su-Ran stared at the withered heart in his hand, lost in thought. Perhaps, there was one thing he had gotten wrong. Perhaps the true guardian of this tomb of the Lost Kingdom wasn't Carol, but the long-vanished deity, erased by the flow of time. Yet, because the main storyline from his previous life remained incomplete, this Lost Kingdom remained like an impenetrable fog, shrouded in endless mystery and questions. It seems, only when the City of Bones awakens will I finally learn the truth. A faint premonition stirred within him. This Lost Kingdom wouldn't merely bring unimaginable rewards. It might even trigger an unheard-of transformation in the very essence of his existence. With that in mind, his next steps began to take shape with growing clarity. Collect the rewards dropped by Carol, assemble the complete epic set, and accumulate enough kill contributions to unlock the buried City of Bones beneath the endless abyss. He surveyed the battlefield. As the fight progressed, the players Carol had turned into skeletal beings fell one after another under the overwhelming assaults of the various legions, returning to their respawn points in quick succession. Then they discovered something astonishing. Upon resurrection, they had returned to their original forms. So it seemed. The temporary quest, Carol's Blessing, had merely been a twisted joke played by this legendary boss. The news spread quickly, from 1 player to 10, then to 100. The corrupted players who hadn't yet died suddenly saw salvation, and desperately looked toward the legions locked in fierce combat. Perhaps due to Carol's defeat, though still in skeletal form, they could now exert slight control over their bodies again. And so, they made their choice. They deliberately walked straight into the attacks of the legions, eager to be sent back to their respawn points. After all, this was a game. They wouldn't truly die, except for a few eccentric individuals. Nobody actually wanted to become a pile of bones. In no time, a scene unfolded on the battlefield that left countless people utterly baffled. Every single corrupted player turned into a skeleton, actively thrust their heads forward into the weapons of the legions. One flash of light after another lit up the battlefield, and soon, they reappeared lively and energetic at the respawn points, loudly expressing their deepest gratitude to the legions and to the Chosen One. At that moment, Su-Ran, who had just issued the order to kill countless players, suddenly became in their eyes a compassionate living bodhisattva. As Carol completely vanished, two dazzling beams of light emerged from where she had fallen, instantly dispelling all surrounding darkness. That shimmer again, unique to legendary tier items. Players witnessing this scene were utterly stunned. They couldn't comprehend it. For them, obtaining a single golden tier piece of gear through painstaking effort was enough to set their entire district ablaze with excitement. Yet here he was, dropping them like wholesale goods. One after another, every single one of legendary quality. Just one of these would be enough to spark a frenzied scramble among thousands. But as much as envy burned in their hearts, Su-Ran's solo annihilation of 2 consecutive legendary bosses, combined with his radiant, godlike form descending from the sky, completely terrified every player present. To this day, not a single player dared attempt to snatch his loot, not even dared glance secretly at the drops. Su-Ran didn't need to think twice. From now on, every player who had taken part in the Eternal City siege would regard Su-Ran as the most untouchable existence. This was the oppressive weight brought by absolute power, an impression so profound it would last them a lifetime. After giving a slap, one must offer a sweet treat. Su-Ran still relied on these players to contribute kills and boost his own numbers. Besides, these were his beloved cabbage after all. Each and every player would, in the not-so-distant future, generate immense wealth for him. So, it's time to comfort their fragile little hearts. Under the gaze of countless players, as Su-Ran descended toward the loot on the ground, he began addressing everyone. Okay bros, eyes on me. That familiar opening line again. Hearing Su-Ran's voice, many disheartened players instinctively turned to look. All players, please pay attention. If I'm not mistaken, once we repel this final wave of monster assault, this siege event should conclude successfully. In recognition of your invaluable assistance, I hereby guarantee, as Lord of Eternal City, that after the siege ends, the point redemption system will be unlocked. All points earned by players in this event won't only allow you to upgrade your Eternal City honor ranks, but also redeem various rewards, including equipment. Su-Ran paused. He noticed instantly how the mood of the crowd shifted, electrified. And rightfully so. Everyone knew one thing clearly. In just this single siege, the Chosen One had slain countless monsters, and the ground was already littered with unimaginable treasures, let alone the fact that he'd founded an entire city. Never mind anything else. Any piece of equipment he didn't personally need could trigger a mad stampede among players just by being offered. Not to mention the noble titles and other redeemable items. While players were still speculating, wondering what the highest possible tier of redeemable gear might be, Su-Ran's voice boomed across the entire battlefield once more. What you're probably most concerned about is the quality of redeemable equipment. To prove my sincerity, I hereby announce, the highest tier available for redemption will be legendary. The moment these words rang out, countless players froze in place. No way, legendary. How many legendary items does he even have that he can just casually hand them out? Too narrow-minded. Your thinking lacks vision. Haven't you seen the equipment leaderboard? The boss has epic tier full sets up there. At this instant, players' fighting spirit reignited like wildfire. Demons? Monsters? In the face of top-tier gear, they meant absolutely nothing. In an instant, players surged forward with renewed vigor, charging like crazed waves into the endless tide of enemies. Earlier in the battle, though players suffered massive casualties, over 100,000, due to corruption effects, their ability to respawn infinitely made them prolonged warfare. It was the attacking monsters who suffered instead. Under relentless assaults from various legions and the collateral damage of Su-Ran's skills, their numbers had dropped from over 1 million at the start to around 840,000. So long as the allied legions held firm, victory in this battle was inevitable. Worth noting, as the Lord of Eternal City, Su-Ran possessed absolute authority over all buildings. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had configured the respawn point as a paid system. Each revival cost the player 1 silver coin. For the average player, no matter how tight their finances, this was an acceptable price. But for Su-Ran, it was entirely different. Remember, this action triggered his special effect 10,000-fold reward, which meant, each time a player revived, it brought him a staggering profit of exactly 100 gold coins. Just the Shuan corrupted players killed earlier by the major legions had already brought him an additional profit of over 10 million. And now, in order for the NPC legions to hold out longer, players had dispatched a large number of priests specifically to provide healing and restoration magic for the NPCs. They themselves could revive upon death. No big deal. All in all, Su-Ran had essentially profited 3 times over. Seeing this scene, even someone as cold-hearted as him couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Simply, profoundly moving. But moved or not, his actions never ceased. Boom. The moment the ancient Frost WRM landed, it unleashed its Frost WRM breath, freezing all surrounding enemies into ice sculptures. Su-Ran leapt forward as well, landing steadily at the spot where Carol had died. Another 2 legendaries. But this time, there's a fundamental difference. As the guardian of a lost realm, Carol not only possessed a legendary tier boss stat sheet, but also rode a mount that was itself of legendary rank, though its potential was slightly lower than Su-Ran's own mount. It appeared to be in its prime, at the peak of its power. Unfortunately, as Carol burned her soul to ashes, the hell-forged bone dragon beneath her was likewise reduced to dust. Thus, the 2 legendary drops on the ground corresponded one each to rider and dragon. Pick up. Without hesitation, Su-Ran bent down. 2 legendary items instantly vanished into his inventory. Notice, you have picked up a reward. Essence of Dragon's Breath. Notice, you have picked up a reward. Boots of Deathly Whale. Almost simultaneously, the special notification from his eternal unique talent 10,000-fold reward echoed in his ears. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of the reward you obtained has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Notice, you have obtained an epic tier reward. Essence of Dragon's Breath. Notice, you have obtained an epic tier set piece. Death's Lament, Boots of Wailing. Under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, both legendary drops were elevated to epic quality. If Su-Ran remembered correctly, among them, the epic quality Essence of Dragon's Breath was infinitely more valuable than anyone could imagine. In his previous life, he seemed to recall researching some related materials. Both dragon mounts and dragon pets possessed a faint chance to evolve into a higher realm, and according to ancient records, Essence of Dragon's Breath was precisely the key item required for such evolution. Chapter 79, An Unprecedented Transformation. In Su-Ran's memory, even during the late stages of the game in his previous life, the Dragon's Breath Essence remained an extremely rare item. Of course, this only applied to those of dark gold quality or higher. In eternity, the Dragon's Breath Essence was a rather intriguing item, no matter how its quality changed. Its name always remained these 6 characters, yet its effects differed as vastly as heaven and earth. The epic grade Dragon's Breath Essence could usually only be obtained by defeating dragons of epic rank or above, and even then, it was all down to luck. Only someone blessed with extraordinary fortune stood a chance at acquiring a legendary grade or higher Dragon's Breath Essence. Like Su-Ran now, at this thought, his eyes immediately fell upon the glowing item emanating a special epic tier luster. Dragon's Breath Essence. Type, consumable. Quality, epic. Usage requirement, must belong to a dragon lineage of legendary rank or above. Effect, when a dragon mount or pet reaches adulthood, this item can be used to initiate a rank ascension ritual. Success may increase the quality of the dragon mount or pet. Description, due to the epic quality of this item, there is a chance for the pet or mount to learn a unique skill during the ascension process. Excellent. Su-Ran felt deeply satisfied. He truly hadn't expected that not only did Carol burn her soul to pass him the corrupted heart, but she also had one of her subordinate dragons deliver to him an epic quality Dragon's Breath Essence. He glanced at his 2 dragon mounts. Among them, the ancient Phantom Dragon was still in its growth phase. The ancient Frost Dragon, however, was different. Before becoming his mount, it had already entered maturity. Thus, it met the conditions required to use this item. Without hesitation, Su-Ran assigned this advancement opportunity to the ancient Frost Dragon. Notice, do you wish to consume the item Dragon's Breath Essence to initiate a rank ascension ritual for your mount, Glacial Wings? Ancient Frost Dragon? Notice, this item is a single-use consumable and will disappear upon use. Please proceed with caution. Before the prompt had even finished, Su-Ran had already made his decision. Confirm. The moment he spoke, an endless cascade of brilliant light surged from the Dragon's Breath Essence like roaring river waters. In an instant, the ancient Frost Dragon, sitting obediently nearby, was completely enveloped. An unprecedented transformation had begun in silence. Notice, your mount is currently undergoing a quality ascension ritual. Would you like to recall it into the mount space? Seeing this, Su-Ran swept his hand forward and recalled the hundreds of meters-long behemoth into the mount space. On the spot, a vast vacuum zone instantly appeared. At that moment, countless siege monsters swarmed in like opportunistic predators, rushing straight toward him. Frost armor. With a chilling cold so intense it caused trembling, the free-floating ice elements in the air rapidly coalesced into an indestructible shield. Immediately after, Su-Ran activated his master tier skills, Shield of Withering Bones Blessing, and Endless Retaliation. A shield comparable in durability to that of a legendary tier boss quietly surrounded him. Now, with both defense and counter damage fully activated, even if Su-Ran simply stood still, countless monsters would eventually kill themselves through their own attacks due to the overwhelming retaliation. Ping-pang. Under the relentless assault of countless attacking monsters, Su-Ran turned his gaze to another epic tier drop. Death Rend, Wailing Boots. Required level, 50. Required class, Caster. Quality, Epic. Type, Armor. Slot, Feet. Plus 12,000 HP. Plus 629 physical defense. Plus 782 magic defense. Plus 60% movement speed. Durability, never degrades. Equipment skill, Wail of the Fallen Shadows. Activates the boundless sorrow and aura of death sealed within the equipment. Grants the user a phantom state during which they cannot be targeted by enemies. Each time damage is dealt, the user teleports a short distance. Duration, 45 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Note, after the effect of Wail of the Fallen Shadows ends, the wearer's movement speed decreases by 30% for 10 seconds. Description, as forgotten eras pass, only endless grief remains in this world. Another piece of the Wailing set. Combined with the previously acquired Death Rend, Wailing Gauntlets, the requirement for the 4-piece set was now complete. Equip immediately. The next moment, a quiet prompt arrived. Notice, Epic 4-piece set effect triggered. You have gained a 30% bonus to penetration damage. Su-Ran glanced at his own chance to penetrate. His expression froze for a moment. Unknowingly, his penetration rate had already climbed to a terrifying value. Even without consuming penetration boosting buffs, he could almost deal true damage. But that wasn't even the most important part. The Death Rend Wailing Boots not only granted him a 60% increase in movement speed as a main attribute bonus, but also added 10,000 to his maximum HP. Even after subtracting the 4,000 HP bonus provided by the epic tier Poem of Endless Lament Boots, he still gained a substantial additional 6,000 maximum HP. As for the equipment skill, It was nothing short of massive. Shadow of Wailing Death. Once activated, it would place him in a phantom state. Untargetable. This meant only area of effect AoE attacks could harm him. And during this state, each time he dealt damage, he would instantly teleport a short distance, elevating his mobility to an insane level. Even though after the effect ended, his movement speed would be reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Given Su Ran's movement speed that had accumulated to such extreme levels, a mere 30% reduction was utterly negligible. Keep going. Seeing this, Su Ran immediately turned his gaze deeper into the battlefield. Just completing the 4-piece set had caused such a dramatic transformation in his stats. Once he completed the full 10-piece set, his strength would probably receive an indescribable enhancement. Rumble, rumble. The flames of war still raged across every inch of land before Eternal City. Shouts, clashing steel, the sound of bones colliding with blades, and magic detonating violently, all blended together into one chaotic symphony. Across this vast and magnificent battlefield, the figure of a boss stood out starkly. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Su Ran locked onto the next colossal skeletal beast, mountainous in size, letting out a deafening war roar. Its body bristled with grotesque bone spines, plowing forward like a war chariot, tearing through every living creature in its path. Slaughter. That seemed to be the only thought dwelling in its mind. Legendary rank boss. Upon seeing it, Su Ran immediately targeted it. If he was lucky enough, this legendary rank boss should drop another piece of the epic tier wailing set. Soon, using Eternity Leap as his means of movement, Su Ran closed in on this terrifying boss, with his attributes growing stronger. This level 50 boss was clearly no longer a match for him, although the battle involved some danger. In the end, he still succeeded in slaying it. Chapter 80, War Law Roar. Under the most extreme burst of firepower, Su Ran put on a precise and brutally aesthetic slaughter show for countless siege monsters and players. With the final skill crashing down mercilessly, the legendary boss known as Annihilation War Beast could no longer support its massive body. Boom boom. Amidst violent tremors shaking the ground, the boss collapsed onto the dust-covered earth. Tips. You have successfully killed the legendary boss, Annihilation War Beast Godo. Tips. Triggered 10,000-fold reward. Your experience gain has been amplified 10,000-fold. Tips. Due to your level reaching the current cap, you cannot gain any experience for now. As the kill notification echoed, a subtle message about triggering a title's special effect quietly appeared beside Su Ran's ear. Tips. Title special effect, Nightmare of Death, triggered. By killing this target, you have learned Godo's skill, War Roar. Based on previous experience, Su Ran knew that triggering a title's special effect was entirely luck-based. Sometimes you'd learn a new skill from a monster at random. So during every battle, he made sure to activate his title effect in advance. Unfortunately, none of the earlier legendary bosses had given him any benefit. But fortune might be late. It would never fail to arrive. With the fall of Annihilation War Beast Godo, an advanced skill now appeared before Su Ran. At the same time, the 10,000-fold reward took immediate effect. Tips. 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from advanced skill to master rare skill. Tips. You have obtained the skill, War Law Roar. Master rare. Su Ran was momentarily stunned. Then a pleased smile spread across his face. The amplification from 10,000-fold reward was indeed absurdly powerful. If he remembered correctly, a master rare skill ranked just below forbidden spells. However, this skill didn't seem like something a mage would typically use. Regardless, a master rare skill like this deserved his full attention. War Law Roar. Type. Master tier rare skill. Effect. Upon activation, you gain the blessing of War Law, filling yourself with endless battle will. Within the next 5 seconds, you unleash the War Law Roar, granting all allied units within 500 meters a 30% increase in all attributes. Special effect. Dread. At the moment the War Law Roar spreads in all directions, all enemies within a 500-meter radius will enter the Dread state, suffering a temporary 30% reduction in all attributes, with a chance to trigger a special event, infighting among themselves. A group buff skill? Su Ran couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Not only could he use this skill, but it also fit his situation perfectly. Imagine, when the roar of War Law echoes across the battlefield, entire legions receive a 30% boost to all attributes, while enemies suffer a 30% weakening. This shift in balance, according to the eternal relativity theory proposed by a player known as K-God in Su Ran's past life, was effectively a 60% overall enhancement for allies. Absolutely terrifying. And the chance-based special effect, enemies turning on each other, was even more devastating. This alone proved the overwhelming power of a master rare skill. After reviewing the skill, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction and put away his staff. Then, he turned his gaze toward the loot dropped by Annihilation War Beast Godo, and began collecting. Tips. You have acquired Robe of Morning Cry. Tips. 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Tips. You have obtained the epic set piece, Death Chaos Robe of Morning Cry. This was undoubtedly a reason to celebrate. The robe piece for the Morning Cry set had dropped. Frankly speaking, Su Ran's luck was outrageously good. To date, he hadn't duplicated a single epic Morning Cry set piece, and aside from his own class equipment, he'd only received one drop for another class. A greatsword. He decided to place it in the Everlasting City exclusive point exchange shop, making it the true crown jewel of the store. The required points for exchange? He set it at 10 million. Perhaps not until the very late game would players ever accumulate enough exclusive points to redeem it. Thus, Su Ran quietly drew up a giant pie, one that would forever remain unclaimed. Su Ran glanced at the battlefield. At the moment he had killed Annihilation War Beast Godo, the major legions had all shown the strength befitting their status as epic defenders. And the players? They were even more fun. They didn't care about anything. Trading lives for kills, they fought desperately to farm Eternal City exclusive points and kill counts, while contributing a massive amount of gold to Su-Ran. They had also reduced the number of siege monsters to fewer than 700,000. It looked like the end of this war would come right on schedule. Meanwhile, the endless abyss, visible only to Su-Ran in the distance, was growing increasingly clear. So from now on, he needed to move faster. He had to gather the remaining 5 pieces of the set before the Bone City fully opened. Thus, he made a decision to accelerate this war. War Law Roar. Activate. In an instant, boundless battle will envelop Su-Ran's body. Bolstered by the War Law, a roar as if echoing from the depths of ancient times burst forth from Su-Ran's position. Like ripples, it spread outward at a speed impossible for the naked eye to track. Within a radius of 500 meters, every player and every legion saw their attributes surge by a full 30%, and the siege monsters caught in the effect fell into states of depression and fear, visibly weakened. Fight! Su-Ran's war cry resounded in the ears of every player. At that moment, they too couldn't help but unleash wave after wave of roaring shouts. Fight! 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 Amidst the rising tide of battle cries, the ferocity of combat escalated dramatically, and Su-Ran's participation kill count was skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. Gradually, he noticed the distant phantom of the endless abyss seemed to be shifting toward him. Just as Su-Ran locked onto another legendary tier siege boss, he could even clearly see the towering, majestic walls of the Bone City. It seems time really is running short. Su-Ran raised his staff high, while channeling a skill to launch an assault on the legendary siege boss he targeted. He lifted his gaze toward the sky. The time to cast the net is coming soon. High above the clouds, that mysterious creature which had long remained hidden in the shadows had now lost its intended purpose. Its sole remaining value was to provide Su-Ran with rich loot and clues to unlock the next stage of the main storyline. Chapter 81. Isbendig is seriously bold. Boom. As countless ice and frost elements erupted into the air, the myriad ice blades of Glacial Storm, carrying extreme chilling energy, slammed fiercely onto the head of this boss before him. A horrifying array of damage numbers floated above its head. This was still a legendary level boss, but its stats were noticeably lower than Carol's had been. After all, equipment played an extremely important role in boosting his own power. In truth, this was the typical strength level of a legendary boss. Thus, Su-Ran's elimination process went much more smoothly. In barely a few minutes, the creature crashed to the ground, becoming a lifeless corpse. Boom. With the fall of this legendary boss, Su-Ran swiftly looted the body. Notice, you have obtained reward, Soulform Blade. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your obtained reward has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Notice, you have obtained epic reward, Blade of Soul Reaver Slaughter. The instant Su-Ran saw this item, his face darkened. Of course, luck wouldn't favor him forever. The epic tier morning set he desired did not appear as expected. Without even glancing at it further, he casually tossed this epic item, something that would trigger a mad scramble among countless players, into his backpack. Then, his gaze turned toward the tide-like wave of siege monsters. 1,000,000 enemies. Among them, about 7 or 8 legendary bosses. Adding in his previous kills, only 3 colossal beings emanating legendary aura now remained on the battlefield. Get ready to move. Su-Ran glanced at the phantom silhouette of the City of Bones in the distance. It was now just one step away from fully materializing. He never imagined that one day, he'd find himself in a passive situation simply because the players were working too fast. To him, this was downright insulting. In that case, then I might as well kill them all at once. The moment the words left his lips, Su-Ran's figure instantly vanished from his position. The aura of eternity surged across the battlefield. Eternal transition. Activate. Suddenly, Su-Ran reappeared. But this time, like the soul-shimmering light leaping through a sea of stars, he quietly emerged hundreds of meters away, facing a towering form constructed entirely of bones, now staring at him in shock. Bone Giant. The name of this boss was particularly familiar to Su-Ran. It was none other than the Forgotten Bone Giant. A creature built by violent piling of skeletons, the Bone Giant was the most numerous legendary boss within the Endless Abyss, and also the primary force in this siege battle. Hence, aside from the mysterious creatures from high above the clouds, all 3 remaining legendary siege bosses were Bone Giants. Die! A deep, guttural roar echoed. The Forgotten Bone Giant swung its weapon with full force, crashing down upon Su-Ran. But the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Under the spread of eternal aura, Su-Ran reappeared again, hundreds of meters distant. Beside him, stood another hideous and terrifying Bone Giant. Boom. He launched a Glacial Storm. Thousands of ice blades struck the Bone Giant's head with maximum ferocity. Die! Another earth-shaking roar followed. This Forgotten Bone Giant now also targeted Su-Ran as its prime kill objective. In the game Eternity, both monsters and bosses had a priority system for aggro. Clearly, Su-Ran, who had plunged deep into the heart of the enemy forces, was the first opponent these Bone Giants had engaged. He could say without exaggeration, for any archer or mage class, their attack range still fell far short. This proved one thing. From this point forward, Su-Ran would become the sole target of the Forgotten Bone Giant. For any other player, such a situation would likely have caused immediate panic. But Su-Ran didn't feel fear. He felt exhilaration. This was exactly what he wanted. He had to eliminate every single legendary boss before the City of Bones fully manifested in this world. Therefore, he repeated the same tactic. As the aura of eternity surged, his mysterious figure once again vanished from the boss's sight. The next moment, Su-Ran successfully drew the aggro of the final Bone Giant. Now, all Bone Giants on the battlefield. Thump, thump, thump. The earth trembled with each step. All 3 legendary Bone Giants, brimming with boundless fury, advanced towards Su-Ran's location. Witnessing this scene unfold, Every player felt a sudden jolt in their heart. How did he pull aggro from 3 legendary bosses at once? Has the Chosen One gotten too cocky? Maybe. This is just what life is like for top-tier players, something I could never even imagine. Tianbao, stop killing. Mom is scared. Another mom, get lost. Previously, they could at least guess what Su Ran would do next. But now, everyone was completely bewildered. They all knew that Su Ran definitely had the strength to take down a single legendary level boss. But going up against 3 legendary foes at once? How is that any different from suicide? After a brief moment of hesitation, the players chose to continue clearing the surrounding mobs. Even if Su Ran died because of it, he could always resurrect. They were exhausted. They didn't want to keep worrying over his reckless actions anymore. They just hoped the Chosen One wouldn't throw in the towel after dying horribly. Otherwise, where would they redeem their rewards? Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, a dragon's roar echoed from high above the distant clouds. This sound, none of them had ever heard before. Whether it was the ancient phantom dragon or the ancient frost dragon, their roars carried an overwhelming aura of intimidation and pressure. But this particular roar was saturated with brutality and gloom. In fact, many players felt an inexplicable surge of irritation the instant they heard it. Soon, the mystery was revealed. As countless layers of clouds churned violently, a majestic figure emerged, its entire body embedded with scales resembling black glazed porcelain, radiating a dark presence so thick it seemed almost tangible. It came into full view. Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. All along, there had been a peak-stage legendary dragon lurking and hiding, quietly waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a deadly blow. At once, all eyes turned to Su Ran. Many players' pupils sparkled with awe, facing 3 forgotten bone giants, plus a dark dragon that appeared to be of legendary rank. The dungeon of the Chosen One was seriously bold. Chapter 82, Wrought Beneath the Flawless Surface. But soon, several observant players began to notice something was off. Wait, the boss above the clouds. Isn't that dragon we thought might be a legendary tier creature? As soon as these words were spoken, countless players lifted their heads toward the sky. Then they all inhaled sharply. Hiss. Looks like we guessed wrong. Am I seeing things? Is there actually someone standing on that dragon's back? Huh, I think I saw it too. Amid the murmurs of the players, Su Ran remained unmoved. He had already suspected as much. That mysterious being wasn't simply this dragon. Even though this legendary tier dark dragon, like the infernal bone dragon Carol had previously ridden, was also in its prime adult peak. Thinking of this, Su Ran used telepathic communication to summon his own ancient phantom dragon, the one he had kept hidden in the skies. With a roar of rushing wind, the semi-transparent shadow of the ancient phantom dragon materialized beside Su Ran. Its speed far surpassed that of any dragon of comparable tier, even outmatching the prime-aged dark dragon. In the next moment, Su Ran leapt forward and landed steadily upon the wide spine of the ancient phantom dragon. Then, in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The sound of wind tearing past, the endless shouts and battle cries from below, the high-pitched roars of dragons echoing from above. All of it, as the ancient phantom dragon climbed higher and higher into the sky, seemed to be hit with a pause button, abruptly fading from Su Ran's ears. Because now, as the distance between him and the mysterious figure narrowed, one all-too-familiar silhouette sat astride the back of the dark dragon. Carol. Su Ran nearly blurted her name out loud. This was utterly bizarre. He realized the mysterious entity riding atop the dark dragon looked exactly like Carol. Only moments earlier, hadn't that powerful and enigmatic gravekeeper completely burned away her own soul? By all logic, once a soul is consumed in such a manner, even if she were an NPC or a boss, she shouldn't have been able to return to the world of the living, unless there was more than one Carol. Realizing this, Su Ran instantly cast Analyze at the figure. Almost immediately, the attributes of this so-called Carol appeared before him, fully exposed. Fallen Eternal Awakener, Carol. Level, 60. Race, Undead. Type, Legendary Boss. HP, 1,400,000/1,400,000. Attack, 11,852. Physical Defense, 15,297. Magic Defense, 16,054. Skills, Death Affinity, Curse Arrow, Decay Miasma, Reign of Death Prayer. Description, once the guardian of order in a long-lost kingdom, now fallen into the abyss of decay. Over time, it has taken on a new, mysterious duty to reopen the endless abyss, a tomb buried deep within the river of ages. So it really is Carol? Seeing the boss's stat sheet, a flicker of astonishment flashed across Su Ran's eyes. He hadn't expected it. This legendary tier boss bore the same name, Carol, yet the prefix had changed. This Carol was no longer a gravekeeper, but an awakener, and the description, too, was slightly different. Now entrusted with a mysterious purpose. To reopen the endless abyss, a tomb buried within the river of ages. Su Ran murmured softly, repeating the key lines from the description. At that moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Reopen the endless abyss. A sudden suspicion formed in Su Ran's mind. Perhaps, neither the gravekeeper nor the awakener was the real Carol. Perhaps the true guardian of order from the lost kingdom still lay deep within that lightless, timeless chasm of the endless abyss. Quietly gazing upward, in the direction where the sky once was, Su Ran clearly remembered. Back in his previous life, when researching materials about the lost kingdom, he'd once come across a rather absurd record. Or rather, calling it a record might be generous. It was more of a bold speculation. The fall of the lost kingdom appeared, on the surface, to be a war between factions. A coalition of light and darkness uniting against the besieged eternal kingdom. But in truth, it had merely been a game of chess played by deities behind the scenes. In the end, the war concluded with the complete annihilation of the eternal kingdom. The unknown deity from the eternal kingdom was thus buried deep within the endless abyss. Perhaps, forevermore, they would never return to this world. This theory had once trended on Rousseau for a time in Su Ran's previous life. Yet the vast majority of players remained skeptical. There was no way around it. It was simply too absurd. And worse still, under the relentless erosion of time, memory was the cheapest thing of all. But for Su Ran, it was different. Because the NPC who had left behind this speculation in his past life was none other than the great Archmage, Valiste, who issued the main story quest. Without hesitation, Su Ran raised his staff and began chanting an obscure, incomprehensible incantation. He intended to seize the moment before the Bone City fully opened, to slay this Carol right here, right now. To verify his suspicion, this was the only way, as Su Ran cast his spell, preparing to fight against a horde of terrifying legendary tier bosses. Within the depths of the endless abyss, a flawless, pale figure gently touched her cracked face. Ignoring the fragments crumbling from her surface, she gazed calmly upward at the dim sky above, as if, in that distant, unreachable realm, something of utmost importance awaited. Sigh. In the endless silence and gloom, the figure let out a soft sigh. Her eyes were filled with boundless desolation and weariness toward existence itself. For her, lifeless as she was, all that remained were rotting, foul-smelling bones. Even if she could maintain a facade of flawless perfection, deep down, she continued to decay without cease. In the end, all that awaited her was a lingering existence in the dark, silent abyss, rotting alongside the bones, decaying, putrefying, until her sanity wore away completely, turning into nothing but a pile of rotten dust. Now, at last, a chance to step out had presented itself. Even just one breath of fresh air would make death worthwhile. Thinking this, her gaze settled upon the decaying heart clutched in her hand. Thump, thump. It seemed that, as time passed, this shriveled, rotting heart was slowly awakening. Its faint heartbeat echoed unnaturally loud in the otherwise absolute stillness of the endless abyss. If Su Ran could see this scene, he would be utterly stunned. This flawless, pale figure was someone he knew beyond any possibility of forgetting. She bore not the slightest difference from the Carol now fighting outside. Of course, the only distinction lay in the terrifying aura radiating from her very being. Not only that, beside the figure standing in the endless abyss, there was also a vast and majestic array of colossal bones. These bones were arranged with exceptional precision. From afar, they resembled a slumbering dragon, except its entire body was perfectly assembled from countless skeletal remains. If an ancient, ghostly dragon hundreds of meters in size was already an incomprehensibly massive creature to countless players, then this dragon, formed by an infinite convergence of bones, could only be described as one that blotted out the sky. Yet, within the darkness that seemed impossible to dispel, an NPC who looked nearly identical to Carol appeared to sense the disturbance from the distant battlefield. Or perhaps her consciousness had been drawn by some unknown aura. She lowered her hand, which had been gently stroking the dragon's skeletal frame beside her, and raised her head to gaze upward. In that sea of blackness, a faint glimmer emerged, barely perceptible, yet undeniably real. At the same time, on the battlefield of Eternal City, eternal energy rippled around Su Ran. Above him, countless grand and mysterious chains materialized across the sky. Rumble, rumble. As the chains of order descended, every single siege monster that had been locked onto was impaled into the ground, including the 3 skeletal giants and Carol herself. However, at this moment, the remaining approximately 500,000 siege monsters began to exude signs of agitation. Crimson light flickered across their bodies, a sign, perhaps, of ceaseless slaughter. Every single undead skeleton began to grow rapidly in size as if fueled by the wind. In mere moments, all siege monsters, both in physical scale and combat attributes, underwent a tremendous surge. Players engaging them head-on immediately felt overwhelming pressure. *T. The hell is this? How are they this strong? Did these monsters take Viagra or something? One hit, and I'm back at respawn. With strength increasing this fast, maybe it's actually Vardenafil. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. You guys are still debating this. Heal me. Oh no, I'm dead. Almost instantly, the tide of battle shifted from players having the upper hand to a one-sided massacre. The sudden, unexplained power boost dealt a heavy and devastating blow to the players. Like wheat being reaped, massive waves of players disintegrated into streaks of white light, sent flying back to their respawn points. Since returning from death took time, the frontline fighting force dropped drastically in an instant, a vicious cycle unfolding right before their eyes. Under the assault of nearly 500,000 frenzied skeletal creatures, even the various legions under Su Ran's command began to suffer casualties. There was nothing they could do. The enemy was simply too numerous, though the quality of each legion far surpassed that of the monsters. And more than half were even legendary-grade immortal and destroyer legions. When faced with sheer, overwhelming numbers, quality sometimes proved pale and powerless. All told, Su Ran's forces only amounted to around 100,000 troops. This vast numerical disparity meant they couldn't block every skeletal advance. Gradually, amidst the soft, rustling sounds of footsteps, the siege monsters drew ever closer to the walls of Eternal City. Boom, boom. High above the walls, the towering defense towers roared with earth-shaking intensity. Alert! Sensing extreme enemy pressure, Eternal City's defense system has been upgraded to 120% maximum operational capacity. Arrows, magical abilities, and defensive barriers, all now operated at 120% overload capacity. The battle had reached its most intense phase, and in the center of the battlefield, Carol, pinned harshly to the ground by the chains of order, emotionlessly swung her staff. As thick, murky energy swirled around her, the 3 legendary-tier boss-level skeletal giants simultaneously turned their heads toward the direction of Eternal City. Alert! Legendary boss, forgotten skeletal giant no longer holds enmity toward you. Will temporarily cease attacking. Alert, legendary boss, forgotten skeletal. 3 consecutive announcements flashed. Without anyone pulling aggro, the skeletal giants completely abandoned their pursuit of Su-Ran. Like mindless husks, they advanced forward regardless of whether nearby skeletal creatures were crushed beneath their feet, marching straight toward the city walls. Their new target, Eternal City itself. Damn it, the Chosen One is truly useless. Can't even maintain aggro. These 3 legendary bosses might just tank through our defenses and tear down the walls. What do we do? Wait a second, none of us are even attacking these skeletal giants. This aggro shift is way too unnatural. I get it now, it's a scripted event kill. The Chosen One pissed off someone he shouldn't have. Eternal City has to be erased. Witnessing this terrifying scene, countless players erupted into chaos. Division followed swiftly. Some furiously blamed Su-Ran for being useless, unable to hold aggro. Others calmly analyzed the cause of the OT, believing it wasn't his fault. Some had already fallen into despair, convinced that their fate was sealed, that Eternal City could not be defended. Of course, many players still rushed relentlessly toward the battlefield outside the city. They were killed, revived, ran back, and died again. These players had been pushed to their limits. A significant number among them wore the badge of the Chosen Mercenary Corps. After the previous battles, they had long since accepted Su-Ran as their laid-back leader. Even if he'd been profiting off other players, that didn't mean they weren't worried. In the blink of an eye, the mercenary group's chat channel exploded with cries of anguish. Boss, I can't hold on much longer. Wow bro, this boss hits way too hard. I've died so many times. Same here. Hey, do we even have girls in this group? If so, I'll reimburse your revive gold. Come on, seriously? According to stats, our male-to-female ratio is 4 to 6, more girls than guys. And most of them are the boss's fangirls. You really gonna reimburse? Fangirls of the boss? Never mind then. Quick, heal me, damn, I'm dead again. Messages flooded the group channel, instantly piling up into tens of thousands. The vast majority were asking their leader what they should do. Yet, none of these spamming messages distracted Su-Ran. On the contrary, his spellcasting grew even faster. The sudden berserk rage of countless siege monsters. The skeletal giants breaking aggro. Everything seemed to come out of nowhere. But only Su-Ran saw through it all. The root of every abnormality lay in that figure seated upon the spine of the dark dragon. Only he could see it. A nearly invisible crack forming at the edge of the distant sky. Decay, death, endless darkness. Sinister energies surged ceaselessly from within. And as Carol swung her staff, the outpouring of these forces accelerated sharply, causing this abrupt turn of events. Therefore, to resolve the crisis, he had to strike at the source. Chapter 84, The Forgotten Stone of Enlightenment. Full throttle. In the roaring winds of the 1,000-meter-high sky, Su-Ran's face revealed no expression, yet his hands never ceased their motion. His staff swung ceaselessly. Every single buff was cast upon himself. Even Fortune's favor had been activated. Not only that, the special form Master of Light and Shadow, granted by the divine artifact, Cloak of Commanding Light and Dark, was now fully activated. Like a god of light descending upon the mortal realm. At this moment, on a battlefield shrouded in darkness and drenched in bloodshed, Su-Ran, draped in endless radiance and brilliance, became the most dazzling and luminous focal point in everyone's eyes. He's moving. Damn, only just starting now? Oh well, you're my treasure after all. Here's a buff for you. Su-Ran, don't ever scare me like that again. You nearly made Mom cry. Mom can climb, but I've got a high-tier buff that increases maximum HP. Just heal me first, and I'll pass it to our national treasure. If we survive this battle, I'm joining the Chosen Mercenary Corps. If the earlier stages of combat had brought countless players nothing but pain and despair, then Su-Ran's actions now were equivalent to handing everyone a reassuring pill. Though its effects had yet to take hold, every player clenched their fists tightly in silent determination. Even without seeing the mysterious cracks spreading across the distant horizon, nor sensing the eerie aura slowly consuming the entire battlefield, they all vaguely guessed the source of this aberration. Carol. Thus, they charged wildly toward the hordes of monsters, not aiming for damage, but merely striving to bestow a few buffs upon Su-Ran. 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Almost simultaneously, the moment Su-Ran began chanting his spell, tens of thousands of players desperately applied buffs to him. Anyone who could endure even a few seconds within the monster swarm might hear the murmurs of players before they perished. This is my final ripple. And then, Su-Ran released his skill. The buffs from the players might not have altered the tide of battle, but they did boost his combat power, however slightly. Anything was better than nothing. As magical energy exploded violently, a barrage of spells shot forth from Su-Ran at terrifying speed. Then, in an overwhelming storm, crashed down upon Carol's slender figure. However, before releasing the attack, Su-Ran had already affixed the mark of death upon Carol. Once this legendary tier boss fell, he would have a chance, through the unique effect of his title, Nightmare of Death, to acquire one of her skills. The odds were slim, but no one ever knew when fortune might smile upon them. Boom. Rumble rumble. With Su-Ran unleashing his full power, his spells, enhanced by the form of light, erupted into the most brilliant and lethal brilliance imaginable. In an instant, the area where Carol and the Dark Dragon stood was completely engulfed by surging waves of elemental energy. Carol had no time to react. Her body vanished beneath this tidal wave of unleashed abilities. Terrifying damage numbers barely had time to appear. Her health bar was emptied in one devastating sweep. Bathed in scorching, blinding light, every player stared up in anticipation. They realized the legendary boss who had inflicted unbearable pressure on countless souls could no longer hold herself together. With a muffled groan, her pale, flawless skin, like fine porcelain, began cracking inch by inch. Dense death energy surged out instantly from within. Notice, you have successfully slain the legendary boss, Corrupted Eternal Awakener Carol. Notice, triggered 10,000-fold reward. Experience gained has been multiplied by 10,000. Notice, your level has reached the current cap. Experience gain is temporarily disabled. As the notification appeared, Carol's body shattered completely, along with the dark dragon she rode. Both disintegrated into countless fragments scattering across the sky. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, these fragments weren't made of bones. Rather, they resembled a scene, shattered forcibly by Su Ran, dissolving into illusions drifting in midair, gradually fading away until gone. Only 2 shimmering remnants remained, radiating a brilliance befitting legendary quality loot. Another 2 legendary drops. Yet Su Ran did not immediately collect them into his inventory. Instead, he stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Fragments. Awakener. Seeing this, Su Ran couldn't help but frown. According to the ancient text he had studied in his previous life, at the moment the Lost Kingdom was completely swallowed by the endless abyss. Countless living beings still remained, under the erosion of the endless abyss. They were all corrupted into skeletal creatures, numb, unaware. Only fragments of their past memories lingered, scattered and broken, drifting within the lightless depths of the endless abyss. Even that unknown deity who had created the forgotten peak of eternal frost, perhaps, had also, over the long passage of time, been eroded into nothing more than a skeleton? A vague suspicion stirred in Su Ran's mind. Carol. He had seen her twice. The first time, she was known as Corrupted Eternal Gravekeeper Carol. Back then, her entire body had already turned to bone, her skin corrupted into a ghastly, decaying white. But this time, her title had changed to Corrupted Eternal Awakener. On the surface, she seemed shrouded in darkness and death. Yet her form bore almost no signs of corruption. Only at the very moment of her final demise, when her body shattered into countless dissipating fragments across the sky, could the traces of erosion be seen. In other words, the 2 versions of Carol were not identical. They appeared to exist at different stages of corruption. Awakener. Su Ran didn't know the exact reason, but instinct told him that his guess might very well be the truth. At that moment, the main storyline quest, which had remained silent for so long, finally chimed with a new notification. Notice, because you successfully eliminated the mysterious creature and cleared out hidden intelligence scouts in the vicinity, perfectly completing this mission objective, you have earned 1,500 military merit points from the Frost Empire. Notice, main quest The Lost Kingdom rises again. Phase 3 has been completed. Due to your performance rating being perfect, you receive an additional reward, the Forgotten Stone of Enlightenment. Notice, aside from special rewards, all remaining rewards will be granted upon completion of the entire quest series. As the notification rang out, the unique radiance of 10,000-fold reward flared brilliantly once more. First came contributions to the entire faction and the Frost Empire, granting 1,500 military merit points. And as the chimes sounded, the transformation of rewards began. Notice, 10,000-fold reward triggered. This reward has been amplified 10,000-fold. Notice, you have obtained 15 million military merit points from the Frost Empire. Chapter 85, Clues to the Endless Abyss. A full 15 million military merit points were successfully credited. Though he had been prepared, Su Ran was still stunned by this staggering sum. Previously, he had received 2 military merit rewards, 10 million and 5 million points respectively. Activating a new rank and unlocking his legion had cost him 5 million points total. The remaining 10 million, combined with this latest reward of 15 million, brought his current total to a staggering 25 million points. In his previous life, this would have been something unimaginable. Of course, during the late game of his past cycle, he had once possessed over 100 million merit points. But now it was still early in the game. And more importantly, 15 million points had just been granted to him in a single reward. In terms of purchasing power and immediate impact, these 2 scenarios weren't even on the same level. However, Su Ran didn't feel pride or satisfaction creeping in, because what he was planning wasn't limited to just Frostbound City or even the entire Frost Empire region. It spanned the entire world. So his most pressing task right now was advancing the main storyline. After all, under the effect of the 10,000-fold reward system, the rewards from main story campaign chapters were truly monumental. With that thought, Su Ran immediately turned his attention to his quest log. As the quest progress advanced, new content gradually emerged. But something seemed off compared to what he expected. This wasn't the next stage of his current mission. The Lost Kingdom rises again. Type, main quest. Difficulty, unknown. Current phase, seek the truth, not activated. Description, having successfully slain the mysterious creature and eliminated the surrounding intelligence scouts, you've discovered potential clues related to the City of Bones among her remains. To proceed, locate these clues and eliminate all siege monsters to unlock the next phase of the story. Introduction. Viorists sensed the presence of the Lost Kingdom within the skull of the bone dragon Basil. Perhaps they never truly perished in the flow of history. They are about to rise again. Seeing this, Su Ran suddenly recalled the objective from Phase 3. According to Viorist's deduction, killing the mysterious being might grant him a chance to obtain clues leading to the City of Bones. Which meant, those clues should be hidden within Carol's corpse. But her body. Su Ran abruptly looked up. As if remembering something, he suddenly gazed into the sky. As time passed, the countless fragments of Carol's body, the Eternal Awakener, weren't drifting downward as one might expect. Instead, they were surging upward, flowing toward the crack leading to the endless abyss. That must be the clue. Following the direction of the floating fragments, Su Ran's pupils suddenly shrank. These fragments weren't moving randomly at all. Rather, they were forming an extremely distinct, rhythmic outline. Like a door. A door. Su Ran whispered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. And not just that. The fallen bone creatures on the ground were also gradually turning to ash. As a fierce wind howled, The swirling ashes rose into the air, joining the stream flowing toward the ethereal silhouette of the endless abyss. Yes, it was definitely a door. Second by second, countless fragments and ashes slowly formed the massive silhouette of a colossal gate. However, it would still take some time before it was fully formed. According to the clues mentioned in the main quest, he needed to complete 2 objectives to advance to the next stage. 1. Find a clue. That was already done. The other, eliminate all siege monsters. Only then could he uncover the path into the City of Bones. Realizing this, Su-Ran shifted his gaze back down to the battlefield below. Normally, since Carol, the source of the monstrous mutation, was dead, these bone creatures should have reverted to their original state. But unexpectedly, as the outline of the giant gate grew clearer, the skeletal monsters underwent another transformation. Their bodies expanded once more. The oppressive aura and energy radiating from them became wildly intense, as if forcibly upgraded by an entire tier. The damage they dealt to players skyrocketed. The casualty rate between both sides began soaring at an absurd pace. Even powerful legions with high-tier members suffered far greater losses than before. In no time, player corpses littered the field. The resurrection point swarmed with people packed shoulder to shoulder. At this rate, the player forces would collapse completely in no time. Hint: player Zongliujishui used the resurrection point function. You gain 1 silver coin in revenue. Hint: player Kai Talanian used the resurrection point. As players paid their resurrection fees, the 10,000-fold reward continued activating repeatedly. Hint: 10,000-fold reward triggered. This reward has been amplified 10,000-fold. Hint: you received a reward, 100 gold coins. Hint: you received. A massive influx of gold instantly flooded into Su-Ran's account. Yet, he didn't show even a hint of joy. Players were dying far too quickly. At this rate, who would help him accumulate participation kills? He glanced up at the endless abyss in the sky, now visible with extreme clarity. It was nearly solidified completely, just 1 step away from full manifestation. He couldn't afford to miss this critical opportunity at the final moment. Even so, Su-Ran remained calm. He already had a detailed plan in mind. Earlier, he had completed Phase 3 of the main quest with a perfect, exceptional rating, and thus received a special reward. If he hadn't misread it, it should have been a skill insight stone. No, not just any ordinary one, but an incredibly rare legendary grade insight stone. Thinking of this, he immediately extracted his quest reward. Hint: successfully extracted reward, forgotten insight stone. As the notification appeared, his talent 10,000-fold reward glowed brilliantly once more. 10,000-fold amplification. Successfully triggered. Hint: amplification successful. The quality of the reward you obtained has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Hint: you received a reward, forgotten insight stone. The instant the notification faded, a stone radiating a soft, mysterious luster materialized in Su-Ran's hand. Reward acquired. Epic quality. Without hesitation, Su-Ran immediately examined this epic quality item. Forgotten insight stone. Type: item. Quality: epic. Unique effect: upon consumption, randomly select 1 master tier skill from the Forgotten series. Chance to obtain a rare master tier skill. The description was simple, but the implications hidden within were extremely significant. It allowed a random draw of a master tier skill, with a chance to obtain a rare master tier variant, and it belonged specifically to the Forgotten series of skills. Most likely, the Forgotten series corresponded exactly to the powers and laws once mastered by the Lost Kingdom. Staring at the intricate inscriptions carved upon the insight stone, Su-Ran used the item without a second thought. His instincts told him one thing: if the previous pattern held true, he might be able to trigger the 10,000-fold reward again during the skill draw. Chapter 86. Calor is indeed generous. Tip: use a consumable item to randomly draw 1 master tier skill from the Forgotten series skills. Now, Su-Ran didn't hesitate in using this legendary quality item. He drew immediately. A brilliant light shimmered into existence. And then, the result arrived instantly. Tip: draw successful. You have randomly obtained Eternal Psi. Tip: 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of the skill reward you receive has been upgraded from Master Tier to Forbidden Tier. Tip: you have acquired the Forbidden skill, Psi of Eternal Annihilation. Staring at the notification, Su-Ran froze for a moment. Eternal. Though he had expected something like this, he still didn't anticipate it. The skills within the Forgotten series were truly connected to eternity. After all, his class was Eternal Mage. What shocked him most, however, was that the 10,000x reward effect actually worked. The Master Tier Eternal Psi had transformed completely into a Forbidden level skill, Psi of Eternal Annihilation. Type: skill. Quality: forbidden. Effect: by comprehending the eternal law, one can awaken sufficient eternal essence, gathering it into the staff. After a period of incantation, release the Psi of Eternal Annihilation, dealing unimaginable damage to enemies within a 500-meter radius, with added annihilation effect. Cooldown: 6 hours. Note: damage scales with the user's comprehension of the eternal law and charging duration, reaching up to 5,000% magic attack damage multiplier. Note: during charging, consumes 8% of the user's mana per second. Description: all things begin with eternity. Whoa! As an eternal element mage, Su-Ran naturally understood what the word eternal represented. In the game Eternity, the origin of all creation stemmed from the law of order. That was the beginning. Yet, all things eventually perish. The law of destruction symbolized the end. But when destruction and order are fused together, representing the entire process and universal rhythm, that was the law of eternity. Thus, eternity was forbidden. And yet, it was also the root of everything. Eternal dominion. Slowly whispering these words, Su-Ran's star-like eyes gradually brightened. He vaguely sensed he might have uncovered something. Perhaps, the fall of the Eternal Dominion wasn't simply because the light and dark factions joined forces to suppress a rising power. Rather, it was born of fear. Yes, his heart pounded violently. Light represented order. Darkness symbolized destruction. It was precisely because the Eternal Dominion had once grasped the law of eternity that both factions united to destroy them. One could even say, anyone attempting to master the law of eternity would make themselves an enemy of the entire world. In that case, I'm quite tragic myself. As a player who chose the Eternal Mage class, Su Ran felt no fear. Instead, his expression was calm, almost relaxed. Previously, the Eternal Dominion had pursued understanding of the eternal law. Their approach hadn't been aggressive enough. That was why they were wiped out by the two factions before they could grow strong. But Su Ran was different. He took the unconventional path. Regarding the law of eternity, his goal wasn't mere understanding. He sought control. He would inevitably rise in an extremely short time, becoming a figure all beings would look up to. And if he failed to break through the subsequent attempts to suppress him, evade the relentless pursuit, and grow stronger, then perhaps he never deserved to wield the law of eternity in the first place. With that thought, Su Ran turned his gaze back toward the battlefield. Time had flown. In this brief span, player casualties had already reached terrifying numbers. Meanwhile, those siege monsters, already enhanced twice and now in a berserk state, were rushing straight toward Eternal City. Distance remaining, less than 100 meters. Su Ran casually swept his hand, claiming all drops from Kalor and the fallen Dark Dragon. Tip, you have picked up Whispers of Death Whale. Tip, you have picked up Essence of Dragon's Breath. Death Whale set and Essence of Dragon's Breath. Su Ran couldn't hide his delight. Kalor was indeed generous. If his guess was correct, once the 10,000X reward activated, he'd gain another piece of the Death Whale set, now at epic quality. Moreover, the required item for upgrading the ancient Phantom Dragon was finally secured. Just as he thought this, the familiar system prompt appeared on cue. The 10,000X reward successfully triggered. Tip, 10,000X amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Tip, you have obtained the epic tier reward, Essence of Dragon's Breath. Tip, you have obtained an epic tier piece of the Death Whale set, Bracelet of Death's Chaos. Whisper of Whales. This time was different from before. The dropped piece of the whale set was a bracelet. Both its attributes and equipment skill were exceptionally powerful. Bracelet of Death's Chaos. Whisper of Whales. Required level, 50. Class requirement, none. Quality, epic. Type, accessory. Slot, bracelet. Strength plus 400. Intelligence plus 400. Critical rate plus 30%. Durability, indestructible. Equipment skill. Whisper of Whales. Activate the power within the equipment, granting the effect of lingering words. Restores a large amount of mana instantly upon activation, followed by 10% mana recovery per second for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 20 minutes. No wonder it's an epic tier set. Su Ran had just learned a forbidden spell, and this bracelet perfectly complemented it. The damage of the forbidden skill Sigh of Eternal Annihilation wasn't fixed. It scaled with charging duration and his comprehension of the law of eternity. At its peak, it could deal up to 5,000% of magic attack damage. That multiplier was simply terrifying. However, one critical detail remained. During the charging phase, 8% of his mana would be consumed each second. This meant that, without means to restore mana, reaching maximum damage output would be nearly impossible. But with this piece of equipment, the situation changed entirely. Leaving aside the plus 400 intelligence and strength, along with plus 30% critical rate, the sheer amount of mana regeneration provided by the equipment skill could potentially allow him to reach the full charging duration of the forbidden spell. This was an unimaginable boost. Without hesitation, Su Ran equipped the epic tier bracelet immediately. At the same time, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. By now, hundreds of thousands of siege skeletons were mere steps away from the city walls. The defense system of Eternal City had long been operating beyond capacity. Yet surprisingly, the players still hadn't given up. They continued rushing toward the monsters without exhaustion. Not surprising, really. Revival only cost 10% experience loss and 1 silver coin. If they managed to land killing blows, it'd be pure profit. Chapter 87. Since when do mages have taunt skills? Notice, your level has reached 30, meeting the requirements for your second class promotion. Notice, as your level has reached the current maximum, you cannot gain any more experience temporarily. As the battle intensified, over 1 million players had gathered within Eternal City, although the majority of them had died several times. One particularly hardcore player had even perished a full 32 times. But the experience gained from killing siege monsters was still incredibly abundant, almost unbelievable. After all, these were monsters over 20 levels above them. Thus, many players' levels had now hit the milestone of level 30. Their second-class trial quests had already appeared in their quest logs. Su Ran originally thought, this batch of players would surely retreat from the battlefield to complete their class promotions. Yet he didn't expect. Not a single person left the Eternal City zone. This genuinely moved Su Ran deeply. After all, even if it wasn't exactly coming to someone's aid in dire need, the resurrection revenue provided by the players alone had already earned him over 100 million gold coins. Such premium quality leaks deserved recognition, but he didn't know the real reason. In truth, the players had long been on the verge of exploding with anticipation. Faced with second-class advancement quests, who could resist rushing off to complete them? But once they remembered that leaving Eternal City would automatically mark their current mission as failed, and all those exclusive Eternal City points would vanish instantly, countless players gritted their teeth and suppressed their urge to leave, continuing to fight the siege monsters instead. Yet deep inside, they all harbored a secret hope. If only some plot-driven moment would come, instantly wiping out all these monsters. That'd be perfect. Just as this thought crossed their minds, remote damage players standing atop the city walls suddenly froze. Wait, where's that surge of law energy coming from? The blazing light. I can barely keep my eyes open. Holy crap, it's a scripted kill. Countless players stared in shock. Looking out across the battlefield, there were still 30 to 40,000 siege monsters swarming beneath the walls of Eternal City, like a tidal wave. Clang, bang. As they attacked without tiring, slight marks began to appear on the grand city walls. Though it seemed it would still take time before destruction occurred, everyone felt a gnawing sense of dread. But at that very moment, above the dim battlefield, an overwhelming surge of magical elements began swirling wildly. The aura of cosmic laws began spreading outward from the heart of the monster horde. No need for guesswork. Any player with half a brain could recognize it immediately. That aura of law. They'd felt it before, on the Chosen One. Instantly, all players tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes shining with hope. The Chosen One, the Lord of Eternal City. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. It's really touching, isn't it? Learning that players would persist in fighting despite the lure of second-class advancement. Su-Ran felt deeply moved. He raised his staff high, beginning to chant an obscure and mysterious incantation. It was time to bring this brutal siege battle to a close. From the origin of all things, from the dawn of existence to the end of destruction, beyond countless laws, the eternal. As the chant rang out, the ambient aura of eternal law began to churn violently. Centered on Su-Ran, chaotic magical energies, auras of every kind of law, began spinning frantically, forming a colossal vortex that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, appearing right at the center of the battlefield. This sight was enough to shake every player in the world. Holy shit, President Tion is really doing it. Seriously, how can there be such a huge gap between people? I'm still casting fireballs while he's unleashing something this apocalyptic? For real, is this a forbidden spell? Damn it, I'm a warrior, ask me? Who the hell should I ask? Amidst the whispers of players, Su-Ran, drawing upon his comprehension of the eternal law, was awakening ever more eternal law energy, drawing it closer and gathering it around himself. As the incantation continued, an aura capable of instilling fear into countless living beings quietly emerged. It was the aura of annihilation. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Su-Ran did not release this terrifying forbidden technique. Instead, he kept chanting the arcane words. He was still charging up. According to the description of the forbidden spell Sigh of Eternal Annihilation, its damage output was influenced by both the caster's understanding of the eternal law and the duration of the charge. It can deal damage up to 5,000% of magical attack power. Now, Su-Ran estimated that, given his current charging stage and his comprehension of the eternal law, once this forbidden spell was unleashed, it should instantly wipe out countless bone creatures below. After all, under the effect of the title, The Fear of Endless Bones, all defenses of the hundreds of thousands of bone creatures below had been stripped away. Yet he still hadn't made his move. The reason was simple. During the incantation, he had discovered a hidden effect. Charging not only increased the forbidden spell's damage, but also continuously expanded its scale and area of effect. This meant, as long as he kept charging without being interrupted by enemies, he might have the chance to unleash a forbidden technique capable of covering the entire battlefield. At the exact moment Su-Ran began chanting, countless bone creatures simultaneously raised their grotesque heads. In their eye sockets, stained with decaying flesh, complex expressions rarely seen in such mindless beings now flickered into existence. This kind of reaction was absolutely impossible under normal circumstances, but as former living beings of the Eternal Nation, deep within their souls remained a faint memory of the eternal aura, and that caused them, not to flee in fear, but rather, as if drawn by an irresistible force, they turned their heads towards Su-Ran's position. Their expressions appeared deliriously joyful. Damn it, the Chosen One's forbidden spell is vulnerable while being cast. Players silently cursed in alarm. Some even shouted out loud. They realized that not only were the terrifying number of siege monsters now locking onto the Chosen One, even the 3 legendary level bosses, the Bone Giants, had all stopped their assault at this very moment. Everything seemed to fall into absolute stillness. Every single enemy on the battlefield now lifted their heads, their eyes fixed firmly on Su-Ran. The next instant, all the bone creatures abandoned the massive city walls, rushing toward the source of the forbidden spell in a mad scramble, like moths drawn to a flame. What the hell? There's a cheat here. This scene left countless players utterly stunned. Many warrior-class players stood baffled. Since when? Did mages have taunt skills? Or was this some special effect from the forbidden spell? For warriors everywhere, the fact that such an incredible taunt effect came from a magic user felt nothing short of an insult. Chapter 88, A Special Kill Announce. The sight that followed left every mage player shedding tears in unison. A forbidden spell. It was about to happen. Every single magic-wielding player held their breath in anticipation. This was the first time since the server launch that someone had cast a forbidden spell, including NPCs. And this historic moment was unfolding right before their very eyes. How could they not be overwhelmed? They turned their gaze toward the battlefield. What met their eyes first was an endless tide of monsters surging forward. Among them were 3 colossal skeletal giants. Yet strangely, instead of attacking, all of them, including the titans, were clustering around Su-Ran as if anticipating something. At the center of it all, high above nearly half the battlefield, swirled a massive vortex formed from the essence of eternal law and countless magical elements. It slowly rotated, perfectly encompassing every monster below. Eternal descent. Annihilate all. As the final incantation left Su-Ran's lips in a low chant, the buildup reached its peak. Notice. Do you wish to release the forbidden spell Sigh of Eternal Annihilation? Notice. Based on your current understanding of eternal law and charging duration, the damage multiplier for this skill activation is 2,600% of magic attack power. 2,600%. Staring at the message, Su-Ran couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. Because all the skeletons and skeletal giants had clustered together like a tide, he decided not to charge further. But who could have expected? Even with his peak second stage mastery of Eternal Law and such an extended charging period, he could still only unleash half of this forbidden spell's true power? It was enough proof of just how terrifying a forbidden level skill truly was. It's enough. Without hesitation, Su Ran fixed his eyes on the sea of monsters frozen beneath him and slammed the forbidden spell down. Buzz! A deep roar quietly echoed. In that instant, it was as if even the air trembled. All the Eternal Law energy, carrying boundless magical elements, plummeted downward at lightning speed. Like the sky collapsing and the earth overturning. Rumble, rumble. As the suffocating forbidden spell descended slowly, time seemed to freeze. Every player shut their eyes simultaneously. Blood-tinged tears instantly dripped from the corners of their eyes. Notifications sounded at that very moment. Notice, affected by unknown force. You have entered blind status. Notice, affected by unknown force. You have entered trembling status. Notice, affected by unknown force. You have entered fear status. Notice, affected by unknown force. In an instant, an avalanche of notifications flooded every player's ears. Multiple alerts surged in one after another. The most frustrating part? The blindness effect. Damn it, I'm blind. We're allies. Why the hell did it blind me too? Goddamn, I can't move. Wah, it looks like it'll take me 3 minutes to regain vision. Though cursing under their breaths, each player's heart pounded wildly. In the last second before blindness struck, they witnessed a scene they'd never forget. An endless surge of eternal energy, like the apocalypse itself descending, engulfed every single skeleton creature. Then, complete annihilation. With overwhelming force akin to heaven and earth collapsing, the forbidden spell swept across every target within range, consuming them all without exception. That was the last image seared into their minds. So shocking, so unforgettable. But what came next was even more horrifying. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, no reaction time at all. Every enemy hit by the spell shattered into fragments, then crushed into dust. Suddenly, across the entire battlefield, only 3 skeletal giants remained standing, dazed and confused. Even a legendary class boss would have been left severely crippled by that strike. Notice, you killed Purple Gold Tier Siege Monster, Lost Bone Sentinel. Notice, you killed Purple Gold Tier Siege Monster, Lost Bone Sentinel. Notice, your level has reached the current cap. Experience gain is temporarily disabled. Notice, you killed Purple Gold Tier Siege Monster, Lost Bone Sentinel. Originally, there had been roughly 350,000 siege monsters remaining. One forbidden spell. Not a single skeleton survived. At that moment, no one had ever experienced the sheer madness of seeing 350,000 kill announcements flood the screen at once. All Su Ran wanted to say was, so annoying. But annoying as it was, the rewards from the monsters were enough to shock countless players. Especially the announcement that triggered the special effect of his title, Nightmare of Death, which instantly lifted Su Ran's mood. Notice, title special effect, Nightmare of Death, activated. By killing the target, you have learned the skill of Lost Bone Sentinel, Heavy Halberd Swing. Notice, title special effect, Nightmare of Death, activated. By killing the target, you have learned the skill of Lost Bone Sentinel, Lost Death Oath. Based on past experience, Su Ran had developed a good habit. Since triggering the special effect of the title, Nightmare of Death, was entirely up to luck, he would always activate the title effect in advance before every battle. This time, there was no regret. After eliminating such a massive army, how could he possibly miss the chance to steal skills? 2 skills in a row appeared in the system notification, and at this very moment, the 10,000-fold reward was ready as well. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from intermediate skill to master tier skill. Notice, you have obtained the skill, Stormstrike Heavy Halberd. Notice, you have obtained the skill, Lost Decree of Annihilation. Reward successfully received. 2 consecutive master tier skills made Su Ran shout inwardly. What a massive profit. He had originally assumed that one of these 2 skills, Stormstrike Heavy Halberd, was an exclusive ability for physical class professions, and as a magic user, he wouldn't be able to make effective use of it. Using a Chingxing would likely lead to just one outcome, scratching the surface harmlessly. But what he didn't expect was that under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, this skill had actually been adjusted to near-perfect compatibility with himself. Stormstrike Heavy Halberd. Type, skill, quality, master tier. Effect, swings your staff to gather surrounding magical elements, forming a magical heavy halberd imbued with random attributes. While swinging continuously, deals high damage to enemies in the form of basic attacks, along with additional elemental effects. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Note, additional effects during the halberd swings are influenced by elemental attributes. Description, originally an exclusive skill of the Lost Bone Sentinel, now perfectly adapted to the user through mysterious forces. Chapter 89. Want to spend your entire life in the starter village? Seeing this skill, Su Ran could only say one thing. Is this even allowed? He felt as if he had just uncovered another hidden effect of the 10,000-fold reward system. This was a melee skill, yet its damage output was influenced by his own magical attack power. Not only that, the randomly determined elemental attribute significantly increased both the skill's fun factor and its potential ceiling. For example, fire might bring a burn effect. Death element could inflict a unique ability that drained life force, and ice might trigger a freezing effect. Su Ran even harbored a faint suspicion. If he combined skills strategically, would it be possible to trigger elemental reactions, like vaporization, freeze, electrocution, or melt? But that was merely a hypothesis. After all, this skill alone was already incredibly powerful. Perhaps only during actual combat could he continue uncovering its hidden potential. Filled with intense curiosity, Su Ran shifted his gaze to the other skill. If he wasn't mistaken, though Lost Death Oath was classified as an intermediate level skill, it was actually the core ability of the Lost Bone Guards. Despite being a physical-based skill, under the influence of 10,000-fold reward, it might bring unexpected surprises. Lost Decree of Annihilation. Type, Skill, Quality, Master Tier. Effect, after a brief incantation, draws upon surrounding deathly aura to create a powerful protective barrier with a radius of 100 meters. The barrier can absorb up to 500% of the user's maximum HP and damage and lasts for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Note, during the duration of the barrier, no creature inside, including allies, can exit the barrier. Description, originally the exclusive core skill of the Lost Bone Guards, it has been perfectly adapted to the current wielder through mysterious forces. This skill was also top tier. A shield barrier? Just thinking about it made Su Ran feel deeply moved. In the game Eternity, certain types of skills were exceedingly rare. Shield barriers were among them. He remembered, one player in his previous life had obtained a shield that absorbed damage equal to 20% of their max HP. With that alone, they managed to defeat a boss several tiers above them, causing a massive sensation at the time. The reason was simple. Shield-type skills had one extraordinary feature. No matter how immense the enemy's damage was, even if it exceeded the shield's absorption capacity by thousands of times, it would still only break the shield in a single hit. To kill the player within, the attacker needed to strike again. This rule applied even to gods. That player from Su Ran's past used a mere 20% HP shield to withstand a divine strike. Of course, he died on the follow-up attack. But for Su Ran, this carried tremendous strategic value. After all, he wouldn't just stand there and take hits. With his capabilities, within those few seconds, he could deliver a deadly counterattack. Excellent. Looking at these two skills, Su Ran felt particularly satisfied. All his efforts stacking death marks on enemies had definitely paid off. The rewards were exceptionally generous. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He raised his head to look upward. By this moment, with all the siege monsters dead, every fragment of bone in the battlefield had transformed into swirling ash, surging toward the sky. From afar, the mysterious colossal gate was one step away from complete formation. Thinking of this, Su Ran turned his attention back to the 3 legendary tier bosses still remaining on the battlefield. The Forgotten Bone Giant. Even though the Bone Giant possessed health so vast, it was almost despair-inducing. After suffering the devastating impact of a forbidden curse, it now clung to just a sliver of life. It looked like one final strike would finish it off. Upon its defeat, not only would there be a chance to obtain a piece of the epic tier morning set, but the mysterious giant gate would also be fully completed, opening the path to the endless abyss. Without hesitation, Su Ran raised his staff. As radiant and dazzling light emanated from it, his skill was once again activated. At that very instant, time passed. Players gradually recovered from their blinded state. As soon as their vision returned and they saw the battlefield before them, a chilling dread shot down their spines. Cold sweat instantly poured down their bodies. Strange, terrifying, nothing any of them had anticipated. Across the entire vast battlefield, every single bone creature had vanished without a trace. Only the 3 legendary bosses remained, along with the ground completely covered in dizziness-inducing piles of equipment and gold coins, a scene none of them had ever witnessed. At that moment, every player involved in the battle stood dumbfounded, staring at the dazzling loot scattered across the ground. They couldn't help but swallow hard. How much equipment was this? Forget about 1%. Even a mere 1/10,000th of it would skyrocket their wealth to terrifying levels. Many factions felt as if their heads were buzzing. They had struggled so hard just to gather gear, with DKP rewards limited to silver and gold tier equipment. And now, every single item on the ground was at minimum of violet gold quality. Suddenly, greed arose like a demon, quietly creeping from the depths of each person's heart. They couldn't even fathom how massive the ripple effect would be if all this immense wealth fell into Su Ran's hands. It might grant this already fearsomely powerful player, who also owned an entire colossal city, the ability to change the entire world. At the thought of this, the hearts of numerous faction leaders sank to the very bottom. Yet no matter who they were, everyone remained silent. They didn't dare not provoke Su Ran, nor even think of seizing the loot. One thing they all clearly understood, even though grabbing even a portion of it could transform their faction into a towering powerhouse, though they were gamblers, they weren't fools. Only someone completely brain-dead would consider attempting to steal the gear. For the long-term survival of their factions, not only must they refrain from stealing, they should even protect this loot for Su Ran. Later, even if they had to pay a hefty price to purchase some, it would still be an incredibly worthwhile investment. Thus, every faction maintained silence. But solo players didn't carry such concerns. How are we supposed to split up those items? The player speaking was called Cheng Lu Yao Dao Wai Pachiao. He stared at the vast amount of loot, and couldn't resist speaking up. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned sharply toward him. The intensity made him slightly nervous. Why don't you go grab some and see what happens? Don't you see that forbidden curse? Or do you want to spend your entire life in the starter village? Numerous players immediately shouted him down, causing any solo players harboring ill intentions to have their greedy thoughts vanish in an instant. This loot, they couldn't take it. Otherwise, they'd pay a price beyond what they could bear. Just as these thoughts arose, the 3 remaining majestic and enormous bone giants at the center of the battlefield could no longer support their own massive weight. With a thunderous crash, these 3 legendary tier bosses finally collapsed to the ground. Apart from shards of bone scattering everywhere and rolling across the field, the entire Eternity City was left in utter silence. Chapter 90, Main Quest, Phase 4. Notice, you have successfully defeated the legendary boss, the Forgotten Bone Giant. Notice, you have successfully defeated the legendary boss, the Forgotten Bone Giant. Notice, you have successfully defeated the legendary boss, the Forgotten Bone Giant. Notice, triggered a 10,000-fold reward. Your experience gain has been amplified by 10,000 times. Notice, due to your level reaching the current cap, you are temporarily unable to gain any experience. A series of notifications rang out. The three skeletal titans, symbols of ancient dread, had all reached the end of their existence. At the moment they fell, every scattered fragment of bone and corpse upon the ground began burning fiercely, turning into swirling ashes that surged upward into the sky, like a roaring river of ash stretching across the heavens. The skeletal creatures, the legendary boss, all siege monsters spawned from the lost realm of the endless abyss gradually vanished from this world. Su-Ran did not know what fate awaited the ashes they had become, but he understood one thing clearly. As the grand and mysterious gate continued to stabilize and complete itself, the aura emanating from it felt strangely familiar to him. Eternity. Su-Ran felt a surge of shock in his heart. Perhaps everything he had speculated was true. The fall of the Eternal Kingdom long ago might indeed have resulted from touching the law of eternity. And coincidentally, he himself was an eternal mage who controlled the law of eternity. That would explain why the main quest had progressed so smoothly. Gazing at the awe-inspiring scene above, Su-Ran remained composed. What was done could not be undone. The Bone City would eventually open its doors to him. Moreover, this lost kingdom, exiled into the flow of history, was something only he could perceive. There was no need to worry about other players rushing ahead to seize the advantage, because the system notification from the main quest had already sounded in his ears. Notice, since you have successfully defeated all siege creatures and activated the gate of the endless abyss, the prerequisites for phase 4 of the main quest have been completed. Notice, the main quest content has been updated. Please check immediately. As the alert tones continued echoing, Su-Ran directed the ancient ghost dragon to slowly descend, preparing to collect the legendary quality drops on the ground. While simultaneously opening his quest log, the Lost Kingdom rises again. Type, main quest. Difficulty, unknown. Current phase, uncover the truth. Description, having successfully defeated the mysterious creatures and eliminated surrounding reconnaissance units, clues regarding the City of Bones were found among the items left behind by her. With the attacking army completely annihilated, the gate of the Endless Abyss has now opened. Proceed with the following objectives. Objective 1. When the gate of the Endless Abyss opens, enter the Endless Abyss, pinpoint the exact location of the Lost Kingdom, and find a way to enter it. Objective 2. Based on the clues provided by Carol, the origin of this mutation may lie within the Lost Kingdom. Travel to the City of Bones to investigate. Note, this phase contains multiple objectives. The more you complete, the greater the rewards and the deeper the influence on future story developments. Introduction. Velayist sensed the aura of the Lost Kingdom within the skull of the Bone Dragon, Basar. Perhaps they never truly perished in the tides of history. They are about to return. It's just as I thought. Su-Ran realized once again that his assumptions had been confirmed. From here on, he merely needed to wait for the gate of the Endless Abyss to fully open, then step through it. He must determine the precise location of the Lost Kingdom, and also venture into its City of Bones for investigation. Thinking this, a sense of caution rose within Su-Ran. All of this, while utterly unimaginable for ordinary players, seemed far too smooth under his efforts. The Lost Kingdom and the City of Bones, places no one had ever reached before, were about to reveal their mysteries. It made him uneasy. After all, no one knew what truly lay hidden within. Even Su-Ran himself could only gather fragmented knowledge from ancient texts of his past life. However, one fact was certain. Within the mysterious City of Bones, there was at least one god from ages past. I wonder if she still lives. Therefore, everything must be handled with care. As the pinnacle beings of the eternal world, gods could bring infinite terror to anyone. So, caution was absolutely necessary. As he was thinking, Su-Ran looked down beneath his feet. While he had been checking the quest details, the ancient ghost dragon had already landed steadily on the ground. Before him lay a dazzling array of loot scattered across the battlefield. There were 4 items glowing with the unique radiance of legendary quality, waiting to be picked up by Su-Ran. Without hesitation, he one by one collected them into his hands. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Death Whale Pauldrons. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Skill Seal Stone, Void Thorn. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Blade of the Mourner. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Death Whale Leggings. A total of 4 legendary drops, their names and types clearly displayed. 2 of them were parts of the Wailing set, which was quite fortunate. As for the Blade of the Mourner, it was a legendary warrior weapon. For Su-Ran, its only use would be as a premium prize redeemable with Eternal City exclusive points. A tempting carrot capable of luring countless players into working for him. And the remaining Skill Seal Stone was far more valuable. It was a consumable item, meant to be used only once. Sealed within it was a skill left behind by a powerful being. Once released, it would be equivalent to that being descending in person. Such items were invariably extremely rare and precious. But all of this was just the beginning. The 10,000-fold reward was already stirring. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of rewards you received has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Death Chaos, Whale Pauldrons. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Skill Seal Stone, Eye Rift of Nothingness. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Whale of the Mourner's Blade. Notice, you have obtained the reward, Death Chaos, Whale Leggings. For pieces of equipment in total, under the effect of his unique Eternal World talent, 10,000-fold reward, they had instantly been elevated to epic quality, combined with the previously acquired Death Chaos, Whale Robe. And now with the matching pauldrons and leggings, Su-Ran had already gathered 7 pieces of the complete set. Only 3 more pieces remained. Then he could assemble the full 10-piece whaling set. Although the siege battle had ended and there were no more legendary bosses on the battlefield, Su-Ran always had a hunch. Once he stepped into the City of Bones, he might just collect all the remaining missing pieces of the whaling set. Chapter 91, Half Darkness, Half Radiance. With that thought, Su-Ran shifted his gaze toward the 2 pieces of the morning set before him. The first to catch his eye was the pauldrons. Chaotic Death, Morning Pauldrons. Required level, 50. Required class, Caster. Quality, Epic. Type, Armor. Slot, Hands. HP plus 15,000. Physical defense plus 815. Magical defense plus 786. Critical rate plus 50%. Durability, Indestructible. Set skill, Morning Roar. Gather the essence of endless sorrow around your body. After a brief charging period, unleash a devastating roar within a 200-meter radius, dealing massive damage to all enemies hit. Note, enemies struck by Morning Roar will be stunned for 10 seconds and completely deafened for 30 seconds. Description: as forgotten eras fade into silence, only boundless grief remains in this world. For pauldrons, the optimal primary attribute is either critical rate or critical damage. Currently, Su Ran had never obtained a pair of pauldrons with critical damage as their main stat. After all, such gear typically only appeared in the late stages of the game. Therefore, the Chaotic Death, Morning Pauldrons, with critical rate as its primary stat, was currently the best in-slot piece, without question. Moreover, this equipment's skill differed from others. It was an active offensive ability. Not only did it deal substantial damage, but it also provided reliable crowd control. Truly exceptional. Su Ran equipped it immediately. As expected, the system notification soon followed. Notice: activated the 4-piece epic set bonus. You have gained 40% cooldown reduction. The moment the 40% cooldown reduction took effect, Su Ran realized his cooldown cap was nearly full. Many of his skills with short cooldowns could now be cast rapidly in succession. However, abilities with cooldowns lasting several hours, as well as equipment skills, still required waiting. But he was already satisfied. Thinking this through, Su Ran turned his attention to the other piece of the morning set, the leggings. Chaotic Death, Morning Leggings. Required level, 50. Required class, Caster. Quality, Epic. Type, Armor. Slot, Hands. HP plus 15,000. Physical defense plus 758. Magical defense plus 741. Mana recovery speed plus 50%. Durability, Indestructible. Set skill, Morning Ward. Concentrate the essence of infinite sorrow around your body, temporarily increasing your defense by 50%. During this time, you become immune to bleed, life drain, poison, and other effects that drain HP over time. Duration, 5 minutes. Note: when Morning Ward activates, you gain 5 seconds of unbreakable status, making you immune to most control effects. Description: as forgotten eras fade into silence, only boundless grief remains in this world. Unlike the pauldrons, in Eternity, if the main stat on leggings was mana regeneration speed, then the piece was considered top tier. Of course, if it restored health instead, that would still be decent. But for mages, mana often mattered more than health. Without hesitation, Su Ran equipped this piece as well. Then, he pulled out another drop he'd received earlier from the Destruction War Beast Gordo. Chaotic Death, Morning Robe. This item granted plus 20,000 maximum HP and approximately plus 1,000 to both defensive stats. Its primary attribute? A rare 60% damage reflection. An absolute masterpiece among masterpieces. Back when he defeated Gordo, he hadn't taken time to inspect it thoroughly and had simply equipped it on the spot. Now, reviewing it properly, he saw that even among epic tier gear, this robe stood out as one of the finest. Excellent. At this moment, Su Ran realized that once he obtained just one more piece from the morning set, he would unlock the 8-piece set bonus. When that happened, his strength would skyrocket to terrifying new heights. Therefore, he was definitely heading to City of Bones. He lifted his head, glancing at the sky. He noticed that the magnificent and mysterious gate of Endless Abyss had finally finished forming. It now seemed to be activating and preparing to open. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Ran turned his eyes back to the remaining loot. Skill Seal Stone Void Rift. Type: Item. Usage requirement: none. Quality: Epic. Item effect: consuming this item activates the sealed skill, Void Rift, releasing the spatial magic energy contained within. By manipulating space itself, it creates a rift of nothingness that inflicts terrifying damage upon enemies and has a chance to inflict permanent crippling. Note: using this item requires a minimum of 10,000 mana. Description: a skill once sealed by the Archmage of the Void, Arya. Its power rivals that of a forbidden spell. Its destructive force and sheer damage will leave an indelible mark on any foe foolish enough to survive. Spatial skill? Su Ran knew exactly what those words implied. In Eternity, spatial and temporal laws were forces that even most legendary beings could never master. And yet, whoever wielded them would hold dominion over all. In his past life, the NPC known as Arya had been renowned across the world. Her mastery over spatial magic allowed her to freely create magical teleportation circles and instantly assassinate enemies through spatial rifts. In players' words, she was so cool, no explanation needed. For Su Ran, spatial magic was equally invaluable. Just like the eternal transcendence he had previously comprehended. As one of the supreme eternal laws surpassing countless others, it inherently contained elements of both spatial and temporal powers. The effects were overwhelmingly powerful. Thus, this single-use consumable was undoubtedly a treasure beyond price. Just as he was pondering this, sudden cries erupted from atop the city walls. Across regional chat, players spammed the channel with messages. Guys, look up above. Something's off. Let me check. What the hell? Damn. How'd a hole appear in the sky? Heaven sends ill omens. Disaster approaches. Female players, add me now. I'll protect you from calamity. Wait, could this be some grand spectacle orchestrated by the Chosen One? Following the players' gazes, Su Ran's pupils sharply contracted. Unlike the others who merely saw a hole in the sky, Su Ran perceived the endless abyss beyond, and within it, floating ruins of a lost kingdom. He realized that, above the towering spires of Eternal City, that mysterious and magnificent gate was slowly opening. With this process, infinite darkness and silence began seeping out into the world. Yin and yang divided dawn from dusk. In an instant, a boundary formed with Su Ran at its center, half shrouded in darkness, half glowing with radiant light, an awe-inspiring spectacle unlike any other. Chapter 92, Priority Exploration Rights. At this moment, all the players, including the major legions under Su Ran's command, froze in unison, completely stunned. Though they couldn't see that mysterious and magnificent scene, Su Ran's figure stood out with exceptional clarity. As infinite radiance and dim shadows poured across the sky, a phantom staircase appeared before Su Ran. One step forward, Su Ran's left foot slowly descended onto this stairway to heaven. Though it seemed utterly illusory, to Su Ran, it felt no different from a real staircase. He understood. This was the guidance and call of the gate of infinite abyss, ready to carry his footsteps, step by step, closer and closer toward the eternal kingdom, buried deep within the river of time, until finally pushing open that long-sealed gate of infinite abyss. Thus, Su Ran ascended the stairway, invisible to all others, walking as if defying gravity, continuing upward toward the horizon. Just this single sight alone was incredibly shocking to players at their current stage. If they could actually witness it all with their own eyes, the emotional impact, Su Ran himself couldn't even imagine. Damn, Gia's step. What kind of skill or equipment is this? I bet this must be a special effect from a main storyline quest. Laughing. Main quest isn't even finished yet, and we already have cutscenes. In an instant, numerous players voiced their reactions. Such abnormal behavior strongly resembled a game's cinematic sequence from earlier eras. It made them inevitably suspect. Had the Chosen One truly entered a game glitching? Even so, many players still remained skeptical. There was no doubt about Su Ran's strength. But a main storyline quest? Seriously? After all, what main quest would be so poorly implemented that no other player could see it? However, since the siege battle had just concluded, and the rewards and tasks were still being calculated, players had nothing better to do anyway. They decided to try testing whether the Chosen One had truly entered a storyline event. What should we do? Brothers, want to test it out? Let me go first. Chosen One, you're just trash. I'll catch you and rip your mask off. Still discussing. Suddenly, the entire regional chat fell into utter silence. Every single player gasped inwardly. Right now, they shared only one thought. Holy crap, we were just joking. How did someone actually do it? Performing an on-the-spot rant against the Chosen One? Still, despite that, their curiosity burned uncontrollably. Had the Chosen One truly triggered a quest event? If so, as participants in the Eternal City defense battle, would they also receive a share? Or perhaps, this bizarre phenomenon was connected to how their reward distribution would be handled? At that thought, many players grew excited. For once, they abandoned their skepticism, sincerely hoping the Chosen One would trigger the main storyline. After all, when personal benefits were involved, nobody could resist the temptation of greater rewards. While players watched with bated breath, Su Ran had already approached the towering gate of infinite abyss, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Within his vision, visible only to him, grand and intricate inscriptions began to illuminate one by one across the surface of the colossal gate. Notice, conditions for opening the gate of infinite abyss have been met. Open now. The instant the notification appeared, Su Ran extended his hand. With a gentle push, the massive gate, tens of meters high, easily cracked open. In a flash, a wave of decay and deathly rot gushed forth from the depths of the abyss, forming an overwhelming shadow that blotted out the sky, completely engulfing Su Ran's silhouette. At the same time, a world announcement rang in the ears of every player. And not just one. World announcement. Congratulations to player Su Ran, the Chosen One, for successfully unlocking the special zone, Infinite Abyss. Acquired special title, Abyss Breaker. World announcement. As the first player to unlock this zone, Su Ran, the Chosen One, has obtained priority exploration rights for the Infinite Abyss. For the next 24 hours, the Infinite Abyss will become his exclusive private area. If he successfully completes exploration during this period, access to this zone will be permanently restricted to him alone. Otherwise, it will become a public zone. 2 world announcements, each flooding the screen 3 times, delivering an unimaginable shock to all players across the China server. In an instant, every player froze in place. Across the entire Eternal City region, there remained only silence, except for the messages flashing in the world channel, still flooding the chat screens. Countless players were frantically asking, what on earth had just happened? 24 hours of priority exploration rights. If he successfully explored the zone during that time, the Infinite Abyss would be permanently open to the Chosen One alone, becoming his exclusive territory. The scene of Su Ran unleashing that forbidden spell still lingered vividly in their minds. This meant, if he was strong enough, the other players wouldn't even get a chance to scavenge scraps. It was simply devastating. After this battle, the players had already acknowledged Su Ran's overwhelming strength. They unanimously believed that completing this main storyline quest was all but guaranteed for him. Some had even started placing bets on how many hours early Su Ran would finish exploring the area. Yet they didn't know that at this very moment, Su Ran's heart was filled with complex emotions. As he took a single step forward, everything around him instantly transformed. From the battlefield of Eternal City, where smoke of war still lingered, to an oppressive, suffocating darkness. Notice, you have discovered the area, Infinite Abyss. The moment Su Ran appeared, this abyss, silent for countless eons, immediately trembled. And as time passed, the abnormal disturbances emanating from the Infinite Abyss grew increasingly violent. In an instant, endless rot and lifeless decay surged from the surrounding shadows, taking form like drifting stardust, racing at terrifying speed toward a single direction, directly ahead of Su Ran. Following the flow of decay and silence, a dreamlike, illusory, yet perilous bubble floated within the depths of this abyss. The aura radiating from it felt strangely familiar to him. Eternal, Su Ran murmured to himself, his heart surging with shock. As his gaze settled upon it, a reflection emerged within the bubble. Everything suddenly seemed magnified. Layer upon layer of reflections snapped into clarity. There, a mountain of bones towering like a majestic peak stood in solemn solitude. And equally lonely, a nearly transparent figure, breathtakingly beautiful, lingered beside it. As if sensing Su-Ran's gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. Unlike any NPC or any living being he had ever encountered, within her pupils shimmered what looked like an endless galaxy. At that very moment, her eyes met Su-Ran's. Chapter 93, Methods of Locking. Seeing this nearly perfect face, Su-Ran's heart surged with endless ripples. It was too familiar. This scene was, for Su-Ran, almost as if he had just witnessed it moments ago. Guardian Carol. Awakener Carol. Then what identity did this mysterious Carol possess? Su-Ran couldn't understand, even though he had mentally prepared himself long ago. The sight before him was still overwhelmingly shocking. If it were another player here, they would either be terrified out of their wits by this supernatural spectacle, or fall into endless existential doubt. Carol, her true identity. What exactly was she? Even Su-Ran couldn't make sense of it. But unlike others, Su-Ran remained remarkably calm. Not only that, he carefully examined the figure resembling Carol, searching for any additional clues to uncover. But unexpectedly, the illusory bubble lasted for only an instant. With a faint snap, everything reverted to silence and emptiness. In the seemingly endless abyss, only distant, gently flowing bubbles and waves remained. Hint: you have discovered the endless abyss. Hint: since your current position lies at the very edge of the endless abyss, would you like to consume eternal marks to achieve cross-regional movement? Hint: eternal marks can be collected within the endless abyss or obtained by completing commissions. Hint: the number of eternal marks you currently possess is 31,764. A series of notifications left Su-Ran momentarily dazed. No matter how hard he tried, he never expected that the legendary endless abyss was actually a river of time, forged from the very fabric of eternity. Each countless ripple within it represented every passing second, every fleeting moment of time slipping away. The shimmering reflections inside were the stories unfolding in those very instants. And those dreamlike bubbles Su-Ran had seen earlier, they weren't mere scenes from particular moments. They symbolized worlds frozen in time. From the moment each bubble formed, to the instant it quietly shattered, each one embodied a frozen sliver of existence. One after another, these uncountable waves and bubbles, continuously surging forward, composed this vast river spanning across ancient history. Realizing this, Su-Ran shifted his gaze elsewhere. There, a bubble that seemed to have just been born floated into view before him. Without hesitation, Su-Ran immediately guessed what the scene within the bubble must depict. Events transpiring in Eternal City right now, or perhaps just a second ago. At the thought, genuine curiosity stirred within him. He really wanted to see what the players waiting for war results in Eternal City had been doing during the time he stepped into the endless abyss. And what state was this magnificent, sprawling metropolis currently in? Filled with questions, Su-Ran fixed his eyes upon the surface of this surreal, dreamlike bubble. What first caught his attention was the massive, imposing city wall radiating a terrifying aura. Eternal City, this colossal fortress, despite having endured a siege battle so grand it could be described as epic, had sustained attacks beyond imagination. Any other main city, say Frostbound City, might already have had one corner of its walls breached. Once that happened, brutal street-to-street warfare would erupt instantly. But Eternal City was different. It wasn't technically a main city, yet constructed under an epic tier blueprint. Apart from having slightly smaller territory, it was in no way inferior to other main cities. In fact, it was even stronger. Thus, even under the assault of hundreds of thousands of siege monsters, while Eternal City's walls bore countless scars, there were no catastrophic damages like collapsed sections. But that wasn't the point. During the time Su-Ran had entered the endless abyss, all damaged defensive structures had begun self-repairing at various speeds. Moreover, under the command and special leadership abilities of recruited epic-tier NPCs, the empty slots in various legions caused by fallen soldiers were completely filled by fresh recruits drawn from the training camps. Though their combat strength was significantly lower, their stats were still sufficient to crush most ordinary players, especially those who hadn't yet undergone their second class change. Su-Ran believed that given enough time, these newly recruited soldiers would steadily grow in strength, until they became nightmares in the hearts of countless enemies. However, Su-Ran noticed, following the deaths of the two Carols, plus that recently appeared figure to be Carol, this led Su-Ran to a bold hypothesis. If the Gravekeeper symbolized the ultimate decay and silence of all things, then Carol in her Gravekeeper form had perfectly embodied that condition. Decay, death, a body in the process of transforming into bones. All served as proof of one fact. This Gravekeeper Carol seemed to have reached the very end of life. Either she would become a lifeless skeletal husk, or she would cast all hope into the intangible illusion of dreams. Whereas Awakener Carol was entirely different. Though her skin was pale, devoid of blood color, even reaching an almost pathological level of paleness. Both her physical state and her inner yearning for life existed on completely different levels. In other words, Awakener Carol possessed a vivid vitality so intense it could drive anyone to envy and madness. But now, with both Carols having perished completely, this newly appearing figure seemed once again distinct. The state of this Carol appeared neither as steady as the former, nor as lively as the latter. It was as if she existed in a transitional phase, or was currently undergoing transformation. In short, she seemed more real, or rather, more logically consistent. And with the deaths of the previous two Carols, within the Lost Kingdom, or rather, the City of Bones, only this single figure remained among the top-tier combatants. Su-Ran speculated. There was a very real possibility that everything he needed to investigate in the upcoming main quest would be deeply connected to this one solitary figure. Therefore, a meticulous plan had already formed in his mind. Next, he would continue searching for information and fragments of the past concerning Carol, in order to uncover clues about the Lost Kingdom. After all, only by discovering the exact location of the Lost Kingdom could he advance to the next stage of the main storyline. Otherwise, even unlocking the location of the City of Bones alone would likely not suffice. Just as he was pondering, Su-Ran suddenly froze in place. City of Bones. It was as if something had just struck him. His tightly knitted brows abruptly relaxed. An unexpected realization had dawned. He seemed to have understood the method to successfully locate and lock onto the current position of the Lost Kingdom, amidst the countless bubbles and waves. Chapter 94, Breaking 10,000 Eternal Marks. Within the main storyline, there were two objectives for the next stage. The first objective required him to go to the Infinite Abyss when its great gate opened. After locking onto the precise location of the Lost Kingdom, he would still need to discover a way to enter it. Only then could he proceed to complete Objective 2. Based on clues provided by Carol, it seemed that within the Lost Kingdom lay the forgotten root cause behind this anomaly. And yet, no matter how these goals shifted, their core remained unchanged. Just one of them alone was enough to reveal their underlying intent: to find the Eternal Kingdom lost through endless ages and embark on a mysterious, unknown investigation. After all, this phase contained two distinct mission objectives. The more he completed, and the greater his degree of completion, the richer the rewards he would receive. Even further, it would impact the unfolding of subsequent main story expansion content in different ways. In previous main quests, he had his various legions and players accompanying him, but now, he suspected it was time for him to act alone. Otherwise, there would be no need to expend a certain number of Eternal Marks to attempt tracing the Lost Kingdom's position across the River of Time. Eternal Marks. Su-Ran suddenly seemed to realize something. His eyes flashed brightly. His heart began pounding wildly. If he wasn't mistaken, he might have accidentally struck incredible luck. Marks. In the game Eternity, there existed all kinds of marks, insignias, tags, and so on. Among them, insignias were like the emblem of the chosen mercenary corps Su-Ran had personally founded, symbols of identity. Of course, only with an insignia could one gain access to permissions allowing actions unavailable to ordinary players, like taking mercenary missions. After all, those without the chosen mercenary corps insignia couldn't accept missions issued by Su-Ran, nor become his expendable pawns. Tags, on the other hand, were straightforward. As the name implied, they were special indicators placed upon targets. On life or death battlefields, they could even play crucial roles, such as help me, or stay hidden and farm gold, don't get greedy. But none of that mattered now. It was the marks that truly excited players. Each hidden area or map had its own exclusive shop. Collect enough corresponding marks, and one could exchange them for incredibly rare, top-tier gear and items. Of course, you needed that specific region's unique mark. Marks from other zones were useless. This was exactly what puzzled Su-Ran. So far, though he had entered the Infinite Abyss, he hadn't killed monsters nor collected any marks. Yet now, he suddenly had a total of 31,764 extra. Realizing this, Su-Ran immediately opened the Eternal Mark Exchange shop. Notice, you have successfully opened the Eternal Mark Exchange shop. Due to your current exploration level being 0, only basic exchange items are available. Basic exchange items. As the notification sounded, the Infinite Abyss exclusive exchange shop slowly appeared before Su-Ran. However, it only contained the most basic tier of items. That was exactly what Su-Ran expected at first. But once he saw the actual items listed, astonishment overwhelmed him. From black iron to purple gold grade, equipment, pets, mounts, consumables, enhancement materials, everything imaginable was there. And the exchange prices? Unbelievably low. The purple gold set, Bloodthirsty Executioner, cost only 5 Eternal Marks per piece. Purple gold equipment upgrade stones? Just 3 Eternal Marks each. If he recalled correctly, he currently possessed exactly 31,764 Eternal Marks, an astronomical number. Once he unlocked more content through deeper exploration of the area, he might actually achieve his dream, to buy out the entire shop. Glancing at the timer, his 24-hour priority exploration window had only just begun. Su-Ran turned his gaze toward the waves and foam ahead when another prompt echoed in his ears. Notice, you are currently at the very edge of the Infinite Abyss. Would you like to spend Eternal Marks to enable cross-region movement? Notice, Eternal Marks can be obtained by collecting them inside the Infinite Abyss or completing commissions. Notice, your current number of Eternal Marks is 31,764. Faced with the prompt, Su-Ran casually selected one of the shimmering bubbles. He observed it for a while. Finally, he began to understand the story and history behind it. This was likely the Dawn Empire, decades ago, when an uprising had broken out in a monastery, and this particular bubble happened to record precisely that event. Hint. Would you like to travel to the Shadow of Time, monastery uprising in the Dawn Empire? Hint. This rapid movement will consume 15 Eternal Marks. The moment the prompt appeared, Su-Ran's interest was instantly piqued. Just 15 Eternal Marks could enable him to teleport instantly. Unlike other players, Chu Ming possessed a vast number of Eternal Marks. He could freely teleport to any time period within the Infinite Abyss. Through continuous exploration, he would eventually obtain the most valuable clues and reach the City of Bones. Without hesitation, Su-Ran began searching. Soon, he saw a solitary, dreamlike bubble. The scene unfolding within seemed to depict the Infinite Abyss just a few years ago. Hint. You have consumed 12 Eternal Marks to rapidly move to the Infinite Abyss. As the notification sounded, a transmission array quietly emerged. Buzz. The instant the Eternal Marks vanished from Su-Ran's hand, the unique glow of the array illuminated. Su-Ran's figure abruptly disappeared from his original location. But he did not know. This news quickly reached the ears of every player. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tying Shuan's the first player to enter a special zone, awarded the title Within Reach. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tying Shuan's the first player to enter a special zone. World announcement. Congratulations. 3 consecutive world announcements rang out. Every player involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Yet they were not overly astonished. Because, the very moment Su Ran stepped into the infinite abyss, players who were waiting for the siege battle results had already noticed something unusual. At some point, a scene had appeared within their sa. It was exactly the image of Su Ran inside the infinite abyss. The instant the glow of the transmission array lit up, Su Ran's figure abruptly vanished from his position. This information, quickly, spread across the entire Chinese server. Transmission arrays were nothing extraordinary. In non-hostile zones, as long as players paid the required fee, they could teleport instantly. Ordinary, such events were hardly ever mentioned. But now, things were drastically different. Chapter 95, Strange Changes. After all, this was a hidden special area. No one could predict how many incredible encounters this chosen one might gain as a result. Thus, almost instantly, major forces from other regions could no longer remain idle. Just by observing the frequency with which the world announcement mentioned the chosen one, they knew for certain. This guy was definitely not ordinary. As a result, many players became alert. What does it mean that he disappeared through a teleportation array? It looks like he headed to the endless abyss several years ago. What's going on here? Wait, I just thought of something. You mean, the main storyline quest? Where is it currently at? In their discussions, players gradually realized something felt off. Right, the main story progress? To their despair, they found they had absolutely no idea about Su Ran's advancement in the main quest. All they could see was his vanishing figure. At this realization, every player looked around at each other, leaving only silence in their midst. Without a doubt, not only had they lost track of Su Ran, but there was still no sign of the city assault battle's conclusion. All they could do now was wait quietly. Notice, you have entered the Eternal Kingdom. Notice, you have discovered the City of Bones. As Su Ran made his decision, the scene before him instantly changed. A brief blur, and then everything turned into what it was now. Desolate, lonely, endlessly dark. The entire endless abyss seemed like a remnant eroded by time, or perhaps the most decayed and filthy dumping ground imaginable. Compared to earlier, it exuded an even more oppressive aura. However, notably, as the notification sounded, Su Ran arrived precisely within the Lost Kingdom. What an immense world this was. Click, click. The moment Su Ran stepped into the Lost Kingdom, he was deeply shocked by the sight before him. Bones, countless bones, nearly endless, were scattered across the vast, horizonless expanse of the former Eternal Kingdom. In both scale, and the overwhelming concentration of deathly aura, it surpassed even Su Ran's imagination. Even in his previous life, he had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. In comparison, the million-strong army of bone creatures seen during the earlier siege battle seemed less than 10% of what lay here. Yet, these bone creatures remained dormant. Even though Su Ran, a living human presence, had entered, the entire realm of the past Eternal Kingdom was still filled with infinite silence. This isn't right, Su Ran muttered. Without hesitation, the moment he set foot in this region, he summoned the ancient phantom dragon. With a single leap, Su Ran mounted the ethereal back of the creature, immediately accelerating to maximum speed. Although he had obtained an additional dragon's breath essence, he had no intention of initiating the ancient phantom dragon's evolution just yet. After all, once the evolution began, he might be without a mount for a very long time. Roar! The instant the ancient phantom dragon appeared, it lifted its head and released a deafening draconic roar into the surroundings. Ruhar! Ruhar! The territory of this ancient Eternal Kingdom was simply too vast. Responding to the dragon's roar, Su Ran urged it to accelerate to its utmost limits. Like a shadow eclipsing the sky, they shot forward into the depths. He knew well that these countless bone remains were far beyond his current capability to overpower. Only if their number were significantly fewer might he stand a chance. Therefore, facing danger, Su Ran chose to go all in. Each zone had its own central point. He had to seize the clue hidden here before the countless bone creatures awakened. A vague premonition told him that once he uncovered the secret of this place, the requirements for the main quest would likely complete themselves automatically. With no hesitation, Su Ran focused all his attention. Guiding the ancient phantom dragon beneath him, he swiftly dashed past towering temple pillars and grand halls, cutting through the shortest possible route ahead. Only a rushing wind remained behind. According to his memories from his previous life, in quests like this, players usually played only a supporting role, not the true protagonist. But Su Ran was different. He wasn't just advancing the main plot, he was confronting the enemy head-on. Though incredibly dangerous, the rewards were proportionally immense. Under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, he couldn't even imagine how substantial the returns would be. As the ancient phantom dragon continued its rapid flight, the surroundings rewound like a tape played in reverse, scenery blurring past in rapid retreat. Soon, Su Ran sensed something was wrong. Silence. It was too silent. No living creatures. No sounds at all. It was as if within the entire Lost Kingdom, Su Ran was the only living being left. He didn't know what had happened here 6 years ago, but one thing was crystal clear. Exploring this version of the Lost Kingdom might no longer be necessary. At that thought, Su Ran hesitated not a moment. He turned around and began to leave immediately. Boom. Just then, a sudden thunderous sound echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, the entire Lost Kingdom seemed to shudder violently. Countless bones now began rising into the air. Even those deeply buried in the soil, half consumed by rotting forces, floated upward regardless. That was the source of the tremors. What is this? Su Ran's mind filled with confusion. He couldn't comprehend what had triggered this bizarre change. But he didn't wait passively for answers. Let's go up. Su Ran gently patted the scales of the ancient phantom dragon, signaling it to ascend into the sky. The countless bones below were simply too eerie, no matter who you were. Better to observe for now, and decide once the commotion settled. Yet at that very moment, the entire lost kingdom shook again violently. Every single bone seemed to hear a summoning horn, rushing en masse toward a single direction. In the air, thick, suffocating miasma of death and decay swirled, sorting and reassembling the bones together. Skeletal knights, rotting corpse wraiths, forgotten bone giants, and more. Every monster seen during the earlier siege battle reappeared once more within this abyss-bound, lost kingdom. At the same time, the entire region seemed to awaken. Dense waves of rot and death surged and spread outward, enveloping every last corner completely. This much, Su-Ran understood perfectly. In his previous life, he already knew. The endless abyss had never lacked in decay and death. Yet upon closer observation, he made a new discovery. Eternity. First, a faint trace of eternal law emerged from within the decay and death. Then, as the countless bone constructs assembled into complete forms, that sliver of eternal essence grew steadily stronger. And before long, it began rushing directly towards Su-Ran's location, at a speed barely perceptible to the eye. Chapter 96, Shackles and Bonds. According to memories from his past life, Su-Ran knew it all too clearly. In the early stages of the game, all deities seemed to have vanished into the mists of time. But in reality, gods do not die, they merely sleep. For faith alone is rarely strong enough to sustain a deity's constant presence in the mortal world. And once the moment is right, the gods will awaken from their endless slumber and reclaim their authority over the mortal realm. That final battle, the Annihilation War, was less a war between races, and more a decisive clash between divine beings and mortals attempting to seize control of cosmic laws. Yes, there was a hidden rule within eternity. After the third-class promotion, whether player, NPC, boss, or legendary creature, any being who advanced in their profession could begin to perceive the essence of their corresponding law. Of course, this was only a fraction, yet even sensing a trace of such a law would lead to an immense leap in strength. This made the third ascension a critical turning point. Precisely for this reason, as one's comprehension of these laws deepened, not only would their power skyrocket, but their very life form would gradually evolve. Once they touched the power of the domain, they would ascend to the legendary rank. At this stage, spellcasters would earn recognition as grand archmages, while warriors and knights would be honored as great swordsmen and knight commanders, respectively. Beyond that, as their understanding grew ever deeper, when they finally fused with a fragment of the law itself, they would become demigods. At this level, a demigod would possess strength far surpassing mortal limits. A single strike from them could devastate other beings beyond recovery. But absolutes did not exist. Even among demigods, there were frauds. For example, the ancient frost dragon dwelling atop the forgotten icy peak had once used only its racial talents and centuries of accumulated power to blast a demigod into frozen dust. Moreover, though life expectancy increased to an astonishing length upon becoming a demigod, there was still a limit. Only by fully comprehending a law, and only when no deity ruled that law, or if the ruling deity had been defeated, could one become the new god of that law. Only at that point could one truly embody the law itself. Ordinary players might spend their entire existence without learning these secrets. Even Su-Ran himself had only come to understand the relationship between godhood and mastery of laws after experiencing the Annihilation War. But now, he had formed a new hypothesis. Even if one fully comprehended a law and fused themselves with it, if attacked simultaneously by multiple deities, they would likely still face death. Therefore, only by truly mastering a law and rising above all laws themselves, could one achieve true immortality. This time, Su-Ran intended to walk precisely that path. Eternity. Su-Ran took a deep breath. A bold plan suddenly formed in his mind. Just now, as countless bones surged and the aura of eternity rapidly spread, he thought he caught a glimpse beneath the skeletal mound, a familiar figure buried deeper than any other. It was the NPC named Carol. Perhaps, her true identity was that of a deity. Yet during that lost war long ago, she had been slain jointly by gods from both the light and dark factions. In the end, she was buried here in this sunless abyss, alongside countless others. Therefore, the grave warden who appeared earlier represented the end of life. The awakener represented the beginning. But now, the body buried beneath layers of bones below represented the present. She existed between life and death. Maybe, this deity's domain was eternity, which is why she was targeted and killed by Alliance. Once the suspicion arose, Su-Ran made his decision immediately. Even if just to complete this phase of the main quest, he would uncover the truth buried beneath the mountain of bones. And if his theory proved correct, if she indeed controlled the law of eternity, then that meant Su-Ran could claim foresight over the divine throne of eternity by defeating her. Once he someday fully mastered the law of eternity, he could then directly undergo a metamorphosis of life itself, becoming the eternal god, standing above all deities. Of course, this was merely a daring idea. Right now, the most important thing was the main quest. Without hesitation, Su-Ran waved his hand, and the ancient phantom dragon instantly spread its vast wings. As ash and the aura of death burst forth suddenly, the ancient phantom dragon transformed into a translucent shadow, carrying Su-Ran toward the mountain of bones. On the mighty back of the surging dragon, Su-Ran tightened his grip on the staff. At this moment, he saw the figure buried beneath the sea of bones. But he never expected. The instant they met again, Carol opened her eyes once more. Silence. Decay. In her ashen pupils, Su-Ran could not detect even a trace of life or vitality. Yet all of this vanished in an instant. Before a single breath had passed, countless bones surged upward once more, burying her body again beneath their endless layers. At that moment, Su-Ran realized something. He might have been wrong. These innumerable bones were not under Carol's control. On the contrary, they seemed more like shackles, deeply entombing her at the very bottom of this skeletal mound. Attack. Su Ran made his decision immediately. The requirement for this phase of the main quest was to uncover the truth. So he had only one choice. Even if by force, he would shatter these bones before him into dust. At his command, the ancient phantom dragon unleashed a deafening roar and slammed fiercely into the mountain of bones. Boom. A tremendous impact echoed out. Countless bones shattered, scattering wildly into the air. A breach had been successfully created, but the next moment, an uncountable tide of bones surged back, quickly filling the gap. Frustrating beyond words. Yet an idea sparked in Su Ran's mind, and he issued another command. They had to move faster, break through the bones again and again at maximum speed. As long as the rate of destruction far exceeded their regeneration, the breach could gradually expand, reaching his ultimate goal. Thud! Another powerful collision resounded. The surface of this bone-made tomb and shackle cracked open once more, larger than before. For at that very moment, Su Ran had also launched his attack. With absurdly high magic attack bonuses, his damage output was nothing short of terrifying. Even faster. Without hesitation, Su Ran waved his staff. The instant the ancient phantom dragon crashed into the endless bones again, he unleashed Glacial Storm. In that instant, thousands of ice blades imbued with freezing death began viciously slicing through the closing bones. And it didn't end there. Following a brief chant, amplified by an incredibly fast casting speed, a flaming meteor blazed down from the sky. Boom. Meteor feast, channeled to completion. The massive meteor coalesced from the heavens, carved out a vast blank area within the bone shackles, and perhaps, it had even enraged them. Chapter 97, The Cold That Pierces the Soul. Ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. It was as if a storm were gathering. All the bones began to stir restlessly. As though possessing independent consciousness, they revealed their most grotesque forms in competition with one another. Attack. Instantaneous. Shio-shio-shio. Shio-shio-shio. With sounds like tearing cloth, countless bones shot through the air like blades, rushing towards Su Ran's position. Speed. So fast it was impossible to react. But at that moment, just after completing the second meteor summoning of Meteor Banquet, Su Ran leapt into action, executing a movement no ordinary person could even conceive. He abandoned the broad spine of the dragon, and instead landed directly upon the slanting, plummeting meteor, descending right toward the mass of bones. Boom, boom, boom. Innumerable bones sliced into the massive meteor like knives. Sparks continuously burst forth, and the meteor's surface was shredded into fragments. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Ran had reached the very top of the bone layers. Rumble. The instant the meteor collided with the bones, multiple shield-like glows manifested around Su Ran's body. Suddenly, he resembled a humanoid sun, illuminating the surrounding darkness and silence. But this was only the beginning. As layer upon layer of shields piled onto his form, Su Ran activated his master-tier skill, Endless Counter. All damage inflicted upon himself would be reflected back to the source at 100% intensity. During this time, there was also a chance to deal double damage. Even though Su Ran still had to endure the incoming damage, with the support of his shields, he could achieve complete, unharmed retaliation. Buzz. A dazzling glow emerged. Endless Counter had fully taken effect. Every ounce of damage and force the bones exerted upon Su Ran was now reflected back instantly. In that instant, all the bones were violently repelled by their own power. A human-shaped gap appeared on the spot. Now, having achieved a critical breakthrough, Su Ran leapt forward without hesitation. Eternal Transition activated. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from where he stood. Then, when he reappeared in midair, he had already arrived beneath the entire mass of bones. Boom. An intense shockwave erupted, sending light flooding beneath the skeletal mass. This radiant glow, the unique signature of Su Ran's shields and Endless Counter, immediately dispelled the ancient darkness that had shrouded this place for centuries. At the same time, it allowed Su Ran to clearly see the figure trapped here. Indeed, my guess was correct. Su Ran nodded quietly to himself. His suspicion had now been confirmed. Following his gaze, he saw a breathtakingly beautiful figure sealed within endless gloom. Chains composed of pale white bones pierced through her body, pinning her mercilessly in place. And at the location of her heart, empty. Staring at this scene before him, Su Ran turned his eyes to his backpack. Inside, a withered, decaying heart lay silently, though it appeared utterly lifeless. In truth, it was still faintly beating. While outwardly, Su Ran showed no emotion. Deep down, he had formed another tentative theory. According to the timeline, this scene was set 6 years ago. At this point in time, Carol had not yet awakened, and was still missing her most crucial component, her decayed heart. Yet later, during the city assault, Carol had already awakened. This suggested that her heart must have been restored at some point afterward, and thus, the subsequent siege battle had occurred. Su Ran took a deep breath, slowly retrieving the rotten heart from his bag. Immediately, wave after wave of brilliant light emerged. Perhaps influenced by something, the heart's beating frequency seemed to gradually increase. Gradually, the decaying heart's rhythm approached that of a normal human heartbeat. A sudden surge of nausea and fear welled up inside Su Ran. Along with it, an aura resembling frost magic capable of freezing one's soul to the core. But instantly, the eternal aura that had always surrounded Su Ran surged fiercely, within less than a single breath. Under the effect of the eternal aura, the influence of the decaying heart upon Su Ran was completely nullified. Not even a moment was given for reaction, and that soul-piercing cold, it brought no pain to Su Ran whatsoever. Instead, he felt as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. When the game first launched, he had obtained a permanent buff. The colder the environment, the faster his mana regeneration became. Moreover, he was immune to any negative effects caused by cold. Combined with the ice resistance granted later by an epic tier set, and ice-based skills, were essentially negligible damage to Su Ran. Some didn't even register as damage at all, let alone any control effects. Ignoring the negative influence emanating from this heart and the corresponding Carol body, Su-Ran directly placed the decaying heart into the empty cavity. Boom. In an instant, countless waves of death and decay surged forward like a tidal flood. The moment the heart made contact with the gap, bones, muscles, textures, blood vessels, and more, all instantly regenerated. Though not a trace of life could be seen, this heart was fusing with Carol's body at an unimaginable speed. Not only that, in the blink of an eye, the earth shook violently. Amid continuous tremors, countless bones surged up once more from the ground. Like threading a needle, these bones began meticulously refilling the original gaps. Go! Su-Ran would never wait passively for death. Sealed beneath countless bones by chains even a deity couldn't break free from, escaping outward from within using his current strength would likely be impossible. Therefore, he had to act at maximum speed. Before the bones completely closed in again, he must leave this place. At Su-Ran's command, the ancient phantom dragon transformed into a gray-white shadow, swiftly rushing toward the opening. Meanwhile, from the sea of bones, countless massive skeletal hands emerged. It seemed they intended to yank the ancient phantom dragon straight out of the sky. But no one expected. The ancient phantom dragon suddenly accelerated with astonishing speed, reaching the opening in an instant. By now, with time passing, the gap had narrowed to a size barely enough to fit two people. A colossal dragon hundreds of meters long wouldn't even be able to fit a single claw inside. Yet at this very moment, Su-Ran issued a command. Phantom form. As his words fell, the ancient phantom dragon abruptly shifted into its phantom state. During this state, it could pass through all physical obstacles unimpeded, greatly enhancing its flight and movement speed. This was undoubtedly the core ability of the ancient phantom dragon. After all, it meant every barrier became utterly meaningless in the face of its ghostly form. Chapter 98, Continue Ascending. However, there was one drawback to becoming a ghost. Although during this state, the rider wouldn't fall off due to the ancient phantom dragon, it didn't mean Su-Ran could also enter a spectral state like his mount. If he forced it, it might result in the dragon passing through while the person remained behind. A magnificent scene indeed. But now was different. There was no time left for hesitation. While the opening still existed, after placing the rotten heart, Su-Ran had no reason to stay put and wait for death. A rush of wind roared past. He leapt forward, landing steadily on the back of the ancient phantom dragon, which resembled a translucent shadow. Then, the ghostly dragon abruptly accelerated. At an incredibly precise angle, it carried Su-Ran through the shrinking gap, now barely large enough for a single person. Boom. The moment Su-Ran shot out from the opening, a dull thud echoed behind him. Countless bones, and that massive skeletal hand made of them, slammed violently against the closing rift. They had intended to trap Su-Ran inside forever, but never expected he would break free. Ignoring the rage of the bones, Su-Ran glanced downward from the air. He seemed to notice something unusual. At this moment, the ancient phantom dragon hovered midair, providing Su-Ran with a valuable elevation advantage. Just a casual glance. His pupils suddenly contracted. Earlier, he had personally placed the rotten heart into the gap at the front of Carol's body. And now, this very opening, the one currently healing, seemed somehow similar to that gap, in a certain way. Heart. A bold suspicion instantly surged within Su-Ran's mind. He didn't speak. Instead, he issued a direct command. Ascend higher. As winds sharp as blades whipped around him, the seemingly endless sea of bones below began revealing its outline. Gradually, Su-Ran realized the general shape of this gap truly resembled the missing heart-shaped void in Carol's body. Keep ascending. Su-Ran kept issuing orders, making the ancient phantom dragon push straight into the sky, enduring the overwhelming aura of decay and death from the infinite abyss. After all, the ancient phantom dragon feared no rot, for it itself embodied decay and death. Feeling the wind scream past his ears, Su-Ran continued urging the dragon higher while glancing toward his inventory. If he remembered correctly, the recent world announcement had granted a crimson gold rank reward. Title, within reach. Claim. While the ancient phantom dragon climbed, Su-Ran claimed the reward from the world announcement. Notice, you have obtained the reward. Title, within reach. Notice, 10,000X amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from crimson gold to epic title. Notice, you have obtained the reward. Glimpse across the river of time. The instant the notifications appeared, incredible disbelief surged through Su-Ran. He couldn't help it. According to the pattern of the 10,000X reward, typically, items or rewards above crimson gold rank undergoing even a single tier upgrade constituted an unprecedented transformation. To leap 2 tiers, from crimson gold directly to epic? That required unimaginable luck. And yet, here it stood before him. Inspect title. Silently in his mind, Su-Ran called out, and immediately, a shimmer unique to epic tier titles flickered before his eyes. The full details became clear. Glimpse across the river of time. Type, title, quality, epic. Special effect. This title cannot stack with other titles. Active effect I. Across the river of time. Fully activate the temporal law essence embedded within the title, allowing oneself to enter a state of resonance with time. During this period, one may briefly transcend the river of time and witness events occurring at a designated point in time. Cooldown, 2 hours. Active effect 2. Glimpse of time. When channeling the temporal law essence within the title, one may cast Glimpse of Time upon a target, revealing their greatest weakness across the endless flow of time. Cooldown, 10 hours. Description, is time the fairest thing? Seeing the detailed effects of this epic tier title, Su-Ran felt deep reverence. Time was among the rarest and most mysterious laws in existence, second only to eternity, order, and destruction. To control time, perhaps one could gain the power to change everything. Clearly, The effect of this title was absolutely terrifying, beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. First, after equipping the title, one could use its first ability to observe events occurring at a designated point in time, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy. 100 battles bring no danger. And the second effect belonged to a combat support type. It allowed the user to see the target's greatest weakness. Currently, Su Ran had already activated the vital point attack system. According to the rules, as long as during battle, whether through ambush or direct confrontation, he hit a vital spot and triggered an attack judgment, the damage dealt would receive a massive increase. Moreover, multiple negative effects would also be triggered. For example, destroying a monster's eye would cause it to go blind. Severing an enemy's leg would greatly impair their mobility. And so on. These were all effects of the vital point attack. And identifying the greatest weakness meant that Su Ran could land a strike precisely on the absolute weak point. The damage amplification effect was nothing short of utterly terrifying. However, for Su Ran right now, the most important thing remained the main quest. Coincidentally, he had just obtained this epic tier title. Why not wait until he glimpsed the very moment of the Lost Kingdom before activating it? He truly wanted to see what exactly had happened to Carol later on, and what transpired within this Lost Kingdom. Glancing around, Su Ran noticed that as the ancient phantom dragon continued ascending higher, the vast sea of endless bones below seemed on the verge of revealing its complete form to his sight. Therefore, they needed to climb even higher. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Ran, with nothing urgent at hand, realized he still had another reward from a world announcement unclaimed. Similarly, it was also a title, world announcement. Congratulations to player Tying Shuanturan on successfully unlocking the special area, the Infinite Abyss, and obtaining the special title, Initiator of the Abyss. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately chose to claim the reward. As expected, the notification sound arrived, bringing exciting and exhilarating news. Notice, you have obtained the reward, title, Initiator of the Abyss. Notice, 10,000x amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from Dark Gold to Legendary title. Notice, you have obtained the reward, the Lost Within the Infinite Abyss. Truly fortunate. Su Ran murmured to himself. The 10,000x reward had successfully activated, elevating a Dark Gold rank title directly to Legendary quality. This alone was enough to prove the sheer terror of this talent, and Su Ran's own absurdly outrageous luck. Chapter 99, The Source of Frozen Everything. Legendary title. In Su Ran's eyes, it was clearly no longer the most valuable thing. After all, he already possessed more than one epic title. But in the eyes of other players, forget Legendary. Even a silver rank title would be enough to draw a crowd. For example, this morning, before even stepping into the Endless Abyss, Su Ran had seen discussions about titles in the regional chat channel. One player had earned a silver tier title by grinding monsters. The effect was simple, yet oddly absurd, and caused many players to burst out laughing. The title was called The Righteous and Open Ambusher. It only triggered its effect when launching an ambush from the front, dealing triple additional damage. While the damage bonus was indeed explosive, the triggering condition was simply too ridiculous to take seriously. Such things were quite normal and eternal. After all, the title system mainly served as a support mechanic. Occasional silliness was expected, but none of the titles Su Ran had obtained ever turned out like that, because their quality was simply too high, like the very one he'd just acquired, a legendary quality title, the Lost One of the Endless Abyss. Type, title, rarity, legendary, unique passive effect, lost in the Endless Abyss. While equipped, all traces of your presence, including your path and location, are concealed. Illusions are created, causing any enemy tracking you to temporarily fall into the Endless Abyss. Note, when a target is temporarily lost within the Endless Abyss, there is a chance they will be permanently trapped, buried within the river of time, never to see daylight again. Description, an exclusive title for the Endless Abyss. Unique. Huh. Su Ran had originally thought this was just an ordinary legendary title, so when he saw it only had a single passive effect, he felt deeply disappointed. Yet he hadn't anticipated that this passive effect was terrifying beyond measure. Not only could it conceal his presence completely, but it could also trap pursuing enemies within the Endless Abyss, and even carry a chance of burying them there forever, cutting them off eternally from the world of the living. Good. The instant Su Ran read through the description of the title, The Lost One of the Endless Abyss, a wild idea flashed through his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, those countless bones below seemed to be chasing after him. During the time he was examining the title, the ancient phantom dragon continued climbing higher, while an endless tide of bones surged up from below. He had intended to use the height advantage to get a full view of the entire Lost Kingdom, but instead, the bones pursued relentlessly, blocking his vision. Since that was the case, Su Ran made his decision. Without hesitation, he unequipped all other titles and equipped this legendary one. If these bones could be considered enemies, then perhaps the passive effect of The Lost One of the Endless Abyss would trigger, casting every last one of them into the depths of the Endless Abyss. In an instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The moment Su Ran equipped the title, a fog thick enough to obscure everything surged violently outward from his location. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed every inch around him into obscurity. Moreover, all the pursuing bones, without even having time to react, suddenly vanished from where they stood. Tip. Passive effect of the title, The Lost One of the Endless Abyss, has been triggered. Target has been temporarily exiled into the Endless Abyss. Tip. Passive effect of the title Lost in the Endless. Triggered. As notifications poured in one after another, the countless bones that once blocked his sight were now all exiled into the Endless Abyss. Yes, even though the Lost Kingdom they were currently in was itself part of the Endless Abyss. Under the effect of the title, The Lost One of the Endless Abyss, these bones were cast away to other regions within the Abyss for a time. And because of that, at this very moment, Su-Ran finally got a clear view of what lay beneath. Magnificent, vast, boundless. The entire ocean of bones below, stretching farther than the eye could see, formed a distinct, fixed shape. This, Su-Ran had suspected before. Just like Carol, imprisoned beneath layers of skeletons. When viewed from above, perhaps these bones also formed a human figure. But Su-Ran hadn't expected. That he was wrong. And wrong by a huge margin. The vast sea of bones, formed from countless skeletons, was actually shaped like a staff. As for Carol's position, it wasn't corresponding to the heart at all. Instead, it matched the location of the gem embedded in the staff. Buzz. At this very moment, the rotting heart seemed to completely fuse with Carol buried beneath the pile of bones. With a powerful heartbeat, the earth trembled. At the same time, a magnificent beam of light shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Crack, crack, crack. Something completely unexpected happened. Centered on the spot where Carol was buried, an icy chill that seemed capable of freezing everything burst forth violently. With each beat of the heart, endless cold radiating an aura sufficient to freeze all existence rapidly spread outward. Wherever it reached, bones and everything else alike were instantly frozen solid. Even the air itself began to scatter sharp, crystalline frost. A blizzard is coming. Su-Ran patted the scales of the ancient phantom dragon and said with a smile. Following his gaze, it wasn't hard to see. As innumerable bones were sealed within ice, a towering, azure blue staff was quietly taking shape. Like a signal. When this colossal staff, covering more than half of the Lost Kingdom, as territory, began approaching completion, the surrounding eternity grew increasingly dense, as if something inside the staff was drawing them in. All traces of eternal law energy surged toward it. Witnessing this scene, Su-Ran couldn't help but frown. Could it be? His assumption had been wrong from the very beginning? Was it not Carol herself who was the deity once buried in the endless abyss, but rather the staff she held? That was simply too absurd. But upon reflection, it actually seemed highly possible. According to his memories from his past life, Su-Ran clearly remembered. Among the unknown entities that fought alongside deities during the final Annihilation War, some appeared to possess characteristics of equipment. Thinking of this, Su-Ran immediately issued a command. Dive down now. The ancient phantom dragon instantly understood its master's intent, shifting into ghostly form and plummeting downward at a terrifying speed. Very soon, Su-Ran was already less than a few hundred meters above the ground, and by now, as far as the eye could see, everything within sight had turned into a pure, endless white. This chilling force, capable of freezing all things, was spreading far too quickly. Chapter 100, The 1,000-Mile-Long Staff. Even Su-Ran hadn't expected it. In such a short time, the previously ferocious and active skeletons had all fallen into a frozen state. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to return to their prior condition for the moment. Powerful, but something about its state feels off. Yet, with his vast experience, Su-Ran instantly saw through the true nature of this staff. Though it appeared to be regaining its former power, it gave him an unmistakable sense of being hollow inside, impressive on the surface, but crumbling beneath. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be, barely clinging to life. Not a problem. With a determined gaze, Su-Ran urged the ancient phantom dragon to descend further. He already had a plan. No matter what, he was going to claim this staff, one capable of overturning everything, even if its current power was less than 1/10,000th of its prime. And yet, he remained utterly calm, because his sole eternal tier talent, 10,000-fold reward, could hardly contain its anticipation. Of course, even divine artifacts depended on the wielder's strength to manifest their full potential. Therefore, for Su-Ran, obtaining this staff wasn't the end of acquiring weapons, it was just the beginning. He would leverage the advantage this staff granted him to keep rolling the snowball forward, larger and larger, until step by step, he reached the very aspiration he'd held from the very start. Phew. At this moment, Su-Ran was less than 100 meters above the ground, the location of the staff. Staring at the colossal object stretching thousands of miles ahead, he couldn't help but frown. How exactly was he supposed to obtain it? Or perhaps this was part of the storyline, meant for players to never actually acquire? The moment the thought arose, Su-Ran dismissed it. To him, anything he desired, even if a god descended from heaven, he'd rip a piece of flesh from its jaws to take it. Without hesitation, Su-Ran stopped restraining the ancient phantom dragon's descent. Instead, he accelerated it, driving the beast downward at maximum speed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Boom. With a deafening crash, the ancient phantom dragon slammed violently into the staff, and was instantly frozen into an ice statue. Su-Ran, however, had already dismounted. He landed gracefully and steadily atop the ice-encased skeletons. Under the buff effect of the frost goddess's blessing, his mana was steadily recovering. He wore a completely indifferent expression toward the surrounding cold, as if completely unaffected. Once on the ground, Su-Ran first surveyed his surroundings, then his pupils suddenly shrank. He realized that as the frost rapidly spread, the figure buried beneath countless skeletons at the very bottom was gradually becoming visible. It's appearing. Su-Ran immediately recognized this as a golden opportunity. The moment to act had arrived. He had to be decisive. Su-Ran knew exactly what he was doing. Once, a deity decayed down to nothing but bones, had raised high a staff pulsating with unimaginable oppressive might, exhausting every ounce of strength to unleash a terrifying forbidden spell across the entire Frost Empire, turning what was once fertile, vast land into a realm blanketed by eternal frost. That scene was no less overwhelming than the sight before him now, freezing countless skeletons in place. The craziest part? The so-called highest peak on the eternal continent, the forgotten peak of ultimate frost, was a phenomenon created entirely by this very staff. All along, Su-Ran had longed for such a staff. The skeletons here were likely later invaders, undead creatures that came to assault the area. And Carol, sure enough, probably represented this staff itself. Now, the opportunity stood right before him. and so he must seize it tightly. It's time to act. Su Ran took a deep breath. Then, his gaze turned to a special mark in his skill panel. Forbidden spell. Eternal annihilation psi. Type, skill, rarity, forbidden spell. Effect. By drawing upon comprehension of the eternal law, sufficient eternal essence can be gathered into the staff. After a period of incantation, the eternal annihilation psi will be unleashed, dealing unimaginable damage to enemies within 500 meters, with additional annihilation effects. Cooldown, 6 hours. Note, damage scales with the user's comprehension of the eternal law and the duration of charging. Maximum damage reaches 5000% magic attack multiplier. Note, during charging, 8% of the user's mana is consumed per second. Description, all begins from eternity. Among skills of its tier, this forbidden spell was uniquely special. Its damage multiplier was not fixed. Instead, it varied based on the user's understanding of the eternal law and the length of charge time. The issue of charging. Su Ran didn't need to worry for now. According to his estimation, Carol still needed some time before fully awakening. That shouldn't be an issue. As for comprehension of the eternal law, Su Ran slowly raised his head. He gazed toward the horizon and deeper into the darkness. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through everything, reaching the very depths of this endless abyss. The place where he stood was but a bubble in the river of time. Likewise, countless other bubbles and ripples floated within this ever-flowing current of time. And what connected them all was precisely the mysterious and boundless eternal law. Thus, perhaps there was no place in this world where the aura of the eternal law was denser than within the endless abyss. Therefore, this forbidden spell had to be cast. And now, this very moment, was the perfect opportunity. If missed, it would be a lifelong regret, originating from the source of all things. From the beginning of existence to the moment of annihilation, the eternal that transcends countless laws. As the incantation rang out, the roiling aura of the eternal law surrounding him began to churn violently. Su Ran remained expressionless. He continued to stare calmly at the emerging form of Carol. Target locked. In an instant, from Su Ran as the epicenter, chaotic magical elements, fragments of various law auras, all began to swirl frenziedly. Suddenly, they coalesced into a vortex vast enough to obscure everything. If the sight of that staff freezing countless skeletons had been enough to drop players' jaws, then this scene would make their jaws dislocate all over again. Hew, hew, hew. As howling winds surged forth, uncountable streams of eternal law aura rushed in from the air. Yet, this was only the beginning. As if responding to Su Ran's call, the eternal river of time, which ceaselessly flowed through the sunless expanse of the endless abyss, began rustling softly. Mysterious energies, permeating every moment, every scene, spread outward at an almost terrifying speed. Then, they poured into the bubble where Su Ran stood. It was a breathtaking sight, and equally, something no one could have ever imagined. For all living beings, factions, and even NPCs, auras of the eternal law, so rare and precious beyond description, were now surging like tidal waves toward a single point. The direction? Exactly where Su Ran's bubble drifted. At this moment, as Su Ran continued chanting, obscure incantations endlessly echoed around him. Chapter 101. The flow of life needs no explanation. At this very moment, the surging, turbulent magic elements, as if sensing something, suddenly acted out of the ordinary. They all converged to the sides, instinctively avoiding some even more powerful presence. Just as a look of surprise flickered across Su Ran's face, it was quickly replaced by sheer awe. Eternal law. An uncountable amount of nearly tangible eternal law energy surged forth from the deepest depths of the endless abyss. In an instant, Su Ran felt an overwhelming rush of mysterious sensations and profound insights flooding his being. Notice, affected by unique environmental conditions, you have gained new understanding of the eternal law. Notice, affected by unique environmental conditions, you have gained new understanding of the eternal law. Notice, affected by unique environment. As the series of notifications rang out, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. Su Ran's comprehension of the eternal law completely ignored level and class restrictions, rapidly escalating at an astonishing rate. After all, ever since he had leveled up to 60, he hadn't yet found the time to initiate the trial quest for his third-class advancement. As a result, Su Ran remained at his second-class advancement stage. But at this very moment, everything changed. Under the influence of the overwhelmingly dense and nearly physical eternal law energy, an exceptionally unique aura began to manifest around Su Ran. A domain. This, drawing upon memories from his past life, Su Ran immediately recognized the change happening to him. No other explanation existed. Aside from differing attributes and laws, this scene was not just similar. It was identical to the moment in his previous life when, at third-class advancement, he awakened a domain ability. This defies logic. Though those words left his lips, being able to obtain a domain ability at the second-class stage ahead of schedule was undoubtedly cause for celebration, even if it was like borrowing from the future. Just as he thought this, the notification sounded again, sending Su Ran, already stunned, into even deeper shock. Notice, due to your deepening mastery of the eternal law, you will now unlock a domain skill corresponding to this law. Notice, since your current class status is second advancement, the domain skill you are about to unlock will be classified as intermediate. Notice, once you complete your third class advancement, you will normally unlock your corresponding domain skill. Well, all Su Ran could think was, they were letting him experience a preview, an early taste of something meant for later. But who would ever turn down a freebie? This was a domain skill exclusive to third-class players, standing leagues apart from ordinary skills, like heaven compared to earth. And most importantly, Su Ran suspected that although this domain skill was merely intermediate grade, if the 10,000-fold reward effect activated successfully, it would trigger a qualitative leap. And that moment of transformation was right now. As the eternal law energy surrounding Su Ran reached its peak intensity, a domain spanning dozens of meters around him was on the verge of forming. At that very instant, the long-expected notification finally arrived. Notice, mastery successful. You have learned a new skill, eternal erosion. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your rewarded skill has been upgraded from intermediate to master tier. Notice, you have obtained a new skill, the flow from eternity. Master tier domain skill? Su Ran's mind reeled. Given that the strength of a domain skill depended heavily on one's affinity with the corresponding law, even in his previous life, only a handful of players, no more than 5, had ever obtained a master tier domain skill. Each of them had been a top 5 player globally, who had invested unimaginable amounts of money, time, and effort. If they knew what had just happened, they'd surely break down in outrage. After all their struggles, somebody else simply cast a forbidden spell and instantly acquired a master tier domain skill, and what made it utterly absurd was, it was a completely free skill. Once Su Ran completed his 3rd class advancement quest and achieved his 3rd job transformation, he would gain another domain skill, and its quality would certainly not be lower than the one he had now. Thinking this, Su Ran suppressed his excitement and focused his attention on the newly acquired skill, the flow from eternity. Type, domain skill. Quality, master tier. Effect, by drawing upon your comprehension or mastery of the eternal law, create a domain that inflicts an unavoidable flow effect on all enemies within. During this period, their vitality flows away, their time flows away, their magic flows away, their speed flows away. Note, can voluntarily exempt a specific target from the effect. Description, everything begins from eternity. As an extra skill obtained ahead of time by Su Ran, the flow from eternity was undoubtedly the pinnacle among master tier domain skills. The flow of life, no explanation needed. It meant taking damage, but it also reduced maximum HP over time. Truly revolting. The flow of time, that was truly terrifying. Once afflicted by this state, one's personal time would pass at a drastically accelerated rate. In other words, the amount of time available to them would diminish rapidly, so effectively, they'd slow down. As for the flow of magic and the flow of speed, both were somewhat similar. One continuously drained mana, while also reducing maximum MP. The other caused constant decay in movement and attack speed. If Su Ran wasn't mistaken, based on the skill description, all these negative effects could stack on a single target, which meant, if some poor soul got hit by every single flow effect, Su Ran wouldn't even need to lift a finger. They'd die all on their own. Thinking this, Su Ran's mood soared. Even his chanting grew slightly more cheerful. The sky above, now dyed crimson and thick with annihilation energy, proved that clearly enough. Behold, a swirling vortex formed from the essence of eternal law and countless magical elements, slowly rotated above the frozen sea of bones, perfectly encompassing every single petrified skeleton beneath. Eternal in. Annihilate all. As the final line of incantation rolled slowly off Su Ran's lips, the spell's charging phase came to an end. Notice, do you wish to release the forbidden spell Sigh of Eternal Annihilation? Notice, based on your current understanding of the eternal law and total charge duration, this skill's damage multiplier is 3,100% of magic attack. 3,100%. Su Ran clearly remembered. Last time he cast this forbidden spell, the damage multiplier was 2,600%. This proved just how significant the improvement had been. He glanced at Carol's status. She seemed to be right on the verge of awakening. Without hesitation, Su Ran roared out loud. He aimed straight at Carol ahead, and unleashed the forbidden level skill with 31x damage multiplier, crashing it down without mercy. Chapter 102. I'm blind again. Buzz. As the forbidden spell crashed down, a low hum quietly echoed through the air. Then, an endless wave of annihilation and eternal essence burst forth in dazzling brilliance. At this moment, even the air seemed to tremble. Yet, whether it was due to the surge of eternal power flooding into this world like a fragile bubble, or for some other unknown reason, when the forbidden spell fully materialized, when the aura of eternal law linked across the river of time itself, every player within Eternal City witnessed something that left them utterly stunned. It felt as if they were truly there. They could actually see everything happening around Su Ran. Awesome. Finally not stuck waiting anymore. This has to be another main quest cutscene. Wait, isn't this some kind of massive scene? As players focused their gaze on Su Ran, gasps of shock instantly erupted. An infinite sea of bones. A colossal enchanted staff frozen across miles of ice. And now, a forbidden spell gathering power, moments from release. All of it delivered a sense of awe so overwhelming that words failed to describe it. At the same time, a familiar sound once again rang faintly in the ears of these players. Notification, affected by an unknown force. You have entered a state of blindness. Notification, affected by an unknown force. You have entered a state of trembling. Notification, affected by an unknown force. You have entered a state of fear. Notification, affected by an unknown force. Almost instantly, the notifications flooded their senses like a screen-wide spam. Damn it, I'm blind again. 2 forbidden spells in one day. How ridiculously low is this guy's cooldown? Seriously though, can any player even survive this spell? Let's discuss seriously. At those words, many players fell silent. They didn't want to admit it, but had to. Even the tankiest warrior, decked out in the best gear, supported by countless buffs from allies, could never withstand this one spell. The mere thought filled every player with frustration. Not because they'd gone blind twice in one day, but because, after all this build-up, they still hadn't truly seen, with their own eyes, the forbidden spell at its moment of full unleashing. And on top of that, they got slammed with so many negative status effects. What a complete ripoff. I'm done. Logging off. At least give us compensation. I can't clear my blindness status without dying first. Can't move again. That female warrior next to me just agreed to give me her contact info. Fuck. God damn it. Even across regions it still affects us like this? So damn annoying. Amidst waves of helpless complaints from players, the full might of the forbidden spell finally erupted. It seemed powerful enough to overturn heaven and earth. Endless waves of eternal energy surged down like catastrophe and doom, engulfing all the bones and Carol within its reach. Then, with unstoppable force, it obliterated them. Like a cataclysm crashing from the heavens, the spell consumed over half of the Lost Kingdom. As the devastating forbidden spell slammed into the land, every frozen skeleton was crushed under its terrifying might, shattered into dust and fragments. Sweeping through like a divine purge, everything within the spell's radius, bones and ice alike, instantly withered away. Even that majestic, enormous staff fractured and broke apart at this very moment. Soon, everything became exactly what the spell's name implied. Withering. Annihilation. Except for the mysterious Carol. That was the forbidden spell. After casting the spell, Su-Ran glanced toward Carol. In the next instant, his pupils sharply contracted. Something wasn't right. Countless skeletons had been completely dissolved by the annihilating aura. The colossal, magnificent staff had long since vanished. Now, aside from Carol, only one ancient, plain-looking staff remained on the ground. Its glow dimmed to near extinction, covered in dust. And that was precisely what made no sense. Based on Su-Ran's earlier deductions, along with various clues, one thing had become clear. Carol likely wasn't the deity who grasped the eternal law. She was more likely that staff itself. But now, Carol hadn't been destroyed by the forbidden spell. Yet a dull, ancient staff lay here instead. Clearly, Su-Ran had been wrong. From the beginning, the true staff had always been hidden among the countless bones. Only by completely obliterating the ocean of bones could the real staff finally reappear before his eyes. As for Carol, she had nothing to do with the staff. She was more like the deity who once held it. But still, after eons of exile along the river of time, and endless erosion from the abyss, she had long grown weary of everything. Perhaps, if not for that lingering fixation, her greatest wish would have been a peaceful death. But now was not the time to ponder such things. Having been struck by the forbidden spell, Carol hadn't been instantly destroyed, yet her aura dimmed, her awakening slowed considerably. It gave Su-Ran precious breathing room. Staring at that legendary, world-famous mysterious staff, the very one known from his past life, now lying right before him, Su-Ran acted without hesitation. He swiftly bent down and picked it up. If he didn't seize this chance to take the staff, once Carol, the deity, fully awakened, he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. No hesitation at all. Su-Ran reached out. The moment he felt the weight of the staff in his hand, he immediately attempted to expend eternal points to leap across timelines. At the same time, a notification quietly echoed in his ear. Notification: do you wish to proceed to Shadow of Time, the monastery rebellion of the Dawn Empire? Notification: this rapid movement will consume 15 eternal marks. Previously, Su-Ran had chosen the Infinite Abyss several years ago, and as expected, the event recorded within this fleeting vision should be the infamous monastery rebellion that once erupted in the Dawn Empire, an uprising said to involve traces of legendary rank. The incident likely occurred decades ago. The moment this thought arose, a spark ignited in Su-Ran's eyes. The Dawn Empire's monastery rebellion? If he could track down and defeat that legendary tier boss, perhaps he'd come one step closer to completing the morning epic set. Without another thought, Su-Ran made his decision in an instant. Confirm entry. As soon as the words left his lips, countless waves of eternal energy instantly enveloped his entire body, ready to carry him to the next world. This time, from picking up the staff, rising up, to triggering swift movement within the area, his movements flowed like water, faster than lightning. In less than the blink of an eye, it was already over. Only then did the success notification finally sound. Notification: you have obtained reward, Staff of Infinite Calamity and Silence. A divine artifact? The instant Su-Ran saw the message, his heart gave a powerful throb. Faced with a divine weapon, anyone, no matter who, would surely turn pale with shock. Chapter 103, Growable Attributes. But something strange happened that made Su-Ran pause. Even after he picked up the item, his sole eternal tier talent, 10,000-fold reward, did not react at all. The staff remained as plain and dull as before. Su-Ran frowned upon seeing this. A chill ran through his heart. He had a vague suspicion. Perhaps it wasn't because of 10,000-fold reward failing to activate. Maybe there was something wrong with the staff itself. Pondering this, Su-Ran decided to simply focus his gaze directly on the staff. Infinite Calamity Silence. Freezing Staff. Required level: none. Required class: mage classes. Quality: divine. Type: staff. Slot: weapon. Current growth stage: stage 1. Durability: indestructible. Effect 1. Effect 2. Unique equipment skill: Calamity Silence. Freeze. Advancement requirement: freeze 1,000 legendary bosses with levels no lower than your own to reach the second growth stage. Description: brings infinite calamity and freezing, but at a certain cost. Seeing the detailed information of the staff, Su-Ran finally understood everything. So it really wasn't 10,000-fold reward S fault for not activating. Rather, the staff itself hadn't had its seal lifted. In Eternity, equipment came in various states. Ordinary gear could typically be traded freely. Rewards from quests or gifts from NPCs, however, were often non-transferable. Then there were other categories, such as sealed equipment, also known as encapsulated gear. These were usually non-tradable by nature. However, after paying an exorbitant price, such items could become sealed equipment. Once sealed, they could then be freely picked up and traded. Clearly, this Infinite Calamity Silence, Freezing Staff, was one such sealed artifact. Who on earth would go to such lengths? Su-Ran fully understood just how steep the cost of sealing equipment truly was. Even for a simple gold tier item, it could empty an average player's pockets. And sealing a divine level artifact. In his previous life, nobody had ever done anything so insane. One infamous case involved a wealthy player who sealed a legendary ring for a girl. It was said he spent nearly a third of an entire top-tier faction's resources. Yet reality was often full of irony. After receiving this priceless gift, the girl vanished without a trace. The entire player base was stunned. Thus, the act became known as history's greatest fool's sacrifice. So anyone with half a brain could imagine how astronomical the price must have been for sealing a divine artifact. Still, interestingly enough, the method to unseal it was relatively simple. All one needed to do was equip it. Of course, once equipped, the item would bind to the user. To trade or freely pick it up again, it would need to be re-encapsulated. But this wasn't something Su Ran needed to worry about. He had zero intention of handing over a divine artifact to anyone, nor did he have any habit of being a pushover or a fool. Tip: equip the staff. The sealing effect will automatically be Jicho. Tip: this equipment is currently damaged. Equipping it carries certain risks. Faced with the warnings, Su Ran dismissed them outright. Damaged state? He didn't fear it in the slightest. With 10,000-fold reward in hand, as long as this item was of divine quality, he could elevate it to a level that would even shake the gods themselves. Equip. No sooner had the words left his lips than the seal on the staff began to unravel. In an instant, brilliant, blinding light enveloped his body. Even the surrounding darkness retreated to the farthest edges. Tip: rapidly relocating to Shadow of Time. Sunrise Empire Monastery Rebellion. As the notification sounded, in the final moment before Su Ran's figure faded away, he noticed Carol had already awakened. Surprisingly, that stunning figure made no move at all. Instead, she gazed calmly at Su Ran as he disappeared. Tip: you have discovered the Sunrise Empire Monastery. Tip: you have entered the Crimson Monastery. The instant the messages appeared, the staff in Su Ran's hand regained its original luster. Bathed in dazzling radiance, a crystal-clear staff lay quietly in his grasp. However, a grotesque crack ran from top to bottom, gunch on the staff itself, completely ruining its beauty. Tip: successfully equipped Infinite Calamity Silence. Freezing staff. The seal on this equipment has been Jichu. Tip: 10,000-fold reward activated successfully. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from divine to mythic. Seeing this, Su Ran froze in place. Mythic? He was stunned. In his previous life, he had never even heard of such a thing as mythic tier gear. This sudden development made Su Ran silently suspect something. It was very likely that, beyond the divine tier, not only did the mythic quality exist, there might even be something higher. Regardless of whether this suspicion was accurate, one thing was undeniable. Mythic-grade equipment would absolutely crush divine artifacts. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately focused his gaze on the staff in his hand. Infinite Calamity Silence. Freezing staff. Required level: none. Required class: mage classes. Quality: mythic. Type: staff. Slot: weapon. Current growth stage: stage 1. Durability: never wears. Effect 1. Intelligence plus 1999. Maximum mana plus 99,999. Takes effect upon equipping. Effect 2. The denser the ice elemental energy in the surrounding environment, the greater your magic penetration, mana recovery speed, and magic critical rate will become, increasing up to a maximum of 80%. Unique equipment skill: Calamity Silence. Freeze. Activates the power sealed within the staff. By consuming your own HP and MP through continuous slashing motions, you unleash waves of extreme cold ice, invoking endless frost principles to summon a rain of calamitous freezing over a designated area, causing infinite freezing effects. Cooldown: 12 hours. Note 1. While in the state of Calamity Silence, freeze, burning HP increases the freezing effect and area. Burning MP extends the duration of the freeze, with a maximum potential duration of permanent. Note 2. When this equipment is equipped, you are immune to all ice attribute magic damage, and one ice attribute skill you possess can be transformed into an area of effect domain skill. Advancement requirement: freeze 1,000 legendary bosses with levels no lower than your own to advance to the second growth stage. Description: brings infinite calamity and freezing, but at a certain cost. The moment he saw this item, two numbers immediately shocked Su Ran. Plus 1999 intelligence. Plus 99,999 maximum mana. These terrifying stat bonuses were just from one of the item's effects. Most absurd of all, this mythic tier artifact actually possessed growable attributes. Chapter 104. Cryogenic Domain Transformation Complete. Based on the divine grade equipment he previously obtained, one pattern was not hard to discern. Any equipment capable of growth would see its attribute bonuses increase alongside its developmental stage. This meant that the terrifying enhancements this piece of gear provided were far from their limit. As the equipment's growth stage advanced, its bonus attributes would rise accordingly. Not only that, even the skills granted by the equipment would change in effect and duration as well. In short, growth-capable equipment was something extremely rare and coveted by all. According to statistics from players in his previous life, between two otherwise identical pieces of equipment, same attributes, same level, the one with growth potential could be worth several times, even dozens of times more. That was the gap between them. Seeing this, Su Ran couldn't help but inwardly whistle. And this was just the first effect, already terrifying. Adding in the later effects and the equipment skill, the stats of a mythic tier item must absolutely far surpass those of divine tier gear. First, effect 2. The colder the environment Su Ran was in, the more various buffs he would gain. Attributes like magic penetration, mana regeneration speed, and magic critical rate would all improve accordingly. This seemed somewhat similar to the Blessing of the Frost Goddess buff, but the core was different. After all, the cap for this mythic staff's enhancement was a full 80%. What did that mean? Considering his already sky-high cooldown reduction, mana recovery speed, and critical chance, he wouldn't even need to fully stack the cold environment buff to directly reach 100% across the board. As for the equipment skill, catastrophic stillness, freeze, it was even more weighty. Undoubtedly, this must have been the very skill used by the deity who had once swung their staff to create that vast frozen empire spanning thousands of miles in ice and frost. Of course, with Su Ran's current strength, he could hardly compare to a true god, but under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, this skill was definitely far stronger than before. It might even rival a forbidden curse, because, when it came to maximum mana and maximum health, very few at his current stage could match Su Ran. In other words, though this equipment focused primarily on Ice Wuxing, both its attributes and its skill were perfectly suited to Su Ran. Moreover, if Su Ran wasn't mistaken, this equipment had yet another incredibly special effect. When held, it granted immunity to all Ice attribute magical damage, and allowed one Ice attribute skill he possessed to be transformed into a domain-type skill. This effect alone ensured that Ice-based damage would never affect Su Ran again in the future, and it also allowed one of his Ice-based skills to unconditionally transform into a domain-type skill. Hint: from the Ice attribute skills you currently possess, select one to transform into a domain-type skill. Hint: the quality of the transformed skill will follow that of the original skill. Staring at the prompt, Su Ran fell into deep thought. He didn't have many ice element skills, but without a doubt, he had always relied on them. Take Polar Ice Storm, that advanced AoE skill, capable of unleashing explosive multi-hit damage all at once. True, as his level rose, and through multiple class promotions, this skill had become slightly less effective. Yet for Su Ran, it still held great significance, because this skill was simply too convenient. Just tossing one out casually, whether against single targets or groups, it delivered horrifying multi-stage damage. Then there was the other ice skill, Frost Shield. For Su Ran, it was somewhat useless. Judging purely by type, Frost Shield would clearly be better suited for transformation into a domain skill. But for Su Ran, things were different. Though both were advanced skills, he already possessed far too many shield skills, while Frost Shield could provide a protective barrier and deliver one burst of damage. Overall, its cost-performance ratio wasn't particularly high. Thus, after only a moment's contemplation, Su Ran made his decision. No matter what, he would choose Polar Ice Storm. Hint: you have selected Polar Ice Storm as the skill for enhancement. This process is irreversible. Proceed. Facing the prompt, Su Ran hesitated not a second. Proceed. To everyone else, domain skills were invaluable treasures. Aside from Su Ran, countless people might spend their entire lives obtaining just a single domain skill, so the importance was unquestionable. The moment Su Ran spoke, the skill Polar Ice Storm began to quietly change. Once again, a system notification rang beside his ear. Hint: promotion successful. You have obtained the domain skill, Polar Ice Storm Domain. Hint: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of the skill reward you received has been upgraded from advanced to master rare tier. Hint: you have obtained the domain skill, Polar Ice Domain. At the moment the keystre sounded, the effect of 10,000-fold reward instantly activated as well, elevating this advanced skill all the way to master rare quality. For Polar Ice Storm, this was nothing short of an absurd, game-breaking enhancement. Without hesitation, Su Ran immediately shifted his gaze to his skill bar. He wanted to see just how terrifying this domain skill had become after being elevated to master rare quality. Polar Ice Domain. Type: domain skill. Quality: master rare. Effect: by channeling and aligning with the frost laws he commands, the user resonates with ice attribute magical elements to create a Polar Ice Domain. All enemies within the domain suffer massive ice element magic damage, along with multiple debuffs including freeze, slowness, and stiffness. Note: the countless ice blades formed within the Polar Ice Domain can be enchanted with other elemental magics, triggering various elemental reactions. Additionally, they are capable of autonomous target locking without requiring manual guidance. Upon reading the detailed description of the skill, Su Ran couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. If he wasn't mistaken, this transformation had turned the original Polar Ice Storm into a mobile storm that followed him wherever he went. Although it consumed 3% of his mana per second, given Su Ran's current mana regeneration rate, this drain was negligible. His sustainability had long surpassed anyone's imagination. Just as he was thinking this, a faint rustling sound came from afar. At that moment, Su Ran realized he had already arrived at the fragment of memory belonging to the monastery of the Dawn Empire. Stretching before him was an endless, desolate field of grass. Weeds taller than a man obscured everything ahead, hiding all details completely, except for the vague silhouette of a distant complex. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be the monastery. It likely harbored numerous monsters, and one legendary tier boss. However, Su Ran didn't know their levels, or whether they would provide sufficient rewards. But overthinking wouldn't help. Su Ran simply tightened his grip on his staff and strode forward. At the same time, the temperature in the air plummeted sharply. Snowflakes began drifting down from the sky. In almost an instant, an aura of extreme cold enveloped Su Ran on all sides. Chapter 105, United Against. From beginning to end, Su Ran had only one goal: complete the main quest. At this stage, he had two objectives. First, he needed to locate and lock onto the position of the Lost Kingdom. For him, this wasn't particularly difficult, but the real test was just beginning. Judging from the clues provided by Carol, it seemed the root of this anomaly lay hidden within the Lost Kingdom. Thus, his second task required him to investigate the City of Bones. Long before now, having accumulated enough kills, Su Ran had already met the conditions to enter the City of Bones. Now all that remained was to find the true location of the Lost Kingdom. Only then could he step into the legendary City of Bones. The true location. Su Ran fully understood what those words meant. Unlike illusions, the genuine Lost Kingdom lay concealed at some point within the endless river of time. So he had to find it quickly, then open the gates to the City of Bones. With that thought, Su Ran prepared once more to spend a portion of his eternal marks for swift movement. After all, Time was precious. While this monastery incident offered substantial rewards, it likely held no relevance to his main quest. Thinking this, he paused, then selected rapid transit. Notice, travel to the shadow of time. Schism at the Dawn Empire Monastery? Notice, this teleportation will consume 15 eternal marks. What appeared before him again was the rebellion at the Dawn Empire's monastery, leaving Su Ran slightly exasperated. Without hesitation, he chose another region as his destination and initiated quick travel. Notice, rapidly moving to the shadow of time, the battle of dying sunlight. As the notification sounded, Su Ran's form slowly faded from that vast, weed-choked area. The next moment, battle roared in his ears. Woo woo woo. With the deep blare of horns, countless beings plunged into frenzied slaughter. The Order-aligned Light faction, and the Destruction-aligned Dark faction. Both were now working together, jointly attacking the legendary Eternal Kingdom. There was no hesitation. Clearly, they shared one single objective. The colossal city not far ahead, grand beyond imagination, leaving countless souls awestruck and shaken. Su Ran believed that while Eternal City wasn't classified as a capital city, it could still rival even the towering, frosted city. Yet compared to this titanic metropolis, Eternal City seemed like nothing more than a child's toy. As expected, this must be the predecessor of the rumored City of Bones. Ancient records mentioned that during its construction of this massive city, the Eternal Kingdom expended boundless resources and effort. And curiously enough, the name felt fateful. The former name of the City of Bones was also Eternal City. Ultimately, after 41 long years, drawing upon the world's peak technology and craftsmanship, consuming infinite resources, the Eternal Kingdom raised this colossal city before mankind. To anyone who saw it, one thought inevitably arose in their heart. If I could own such a city, I would have no regrets in life. Yet, Su Ran knew clearly one truth. Before absolute power, everything became fragile. Even this magnificent city couldn't escape being buried beneath the flow of time. Of course, Su Ran suspected that perhaps, until the very end, this unparalleled marvel of the world had never truly been breached. The reason behind the Eternal Kingdom's sudden disappearance overnight remained a mystery to this day. Witnessing this scene, Su Ran felt slightly conflicted. As an ephemeral illusion, this fragment of history would last only briefly. He couldn't be certain whether the true entrance to the Lost Kingdom lay hidden here. Just as he pondered, a fierce wind howled toward him. Purify filth. Destroy the eternal. Perhaps due to the dense aura of eternity radiating from Su Ran, he had drawn the attention of countless enemies. In that instant, whether light or dark NPCs surrounding him, armies alike turned their gaze toward his position. Notice, your presence has attracted enemy attention. Prepare for combat. Notice, you've entered combat state. Rapid movement is temporarily unavailable. Notice, you've entered combat state, temporarily. The moment the notifications rang out, Su Ran gripped his staff and began casting skills. Since he couldn't leave, then he might as well participate fully. Ice. A light shout. Immediately, endless ice attribute magical elements surged around Su Ran, swirling intensely and forming a frigid domain encircling him within a 200-meter radius. Domain skill activated. In an instant, countless ice blades converged from the air. Laceration, freezing, slowing, and overwhelming pressure descended in a flash. The master rarity level domain skill, Polar Frost Domain, revealed its terrifying power at this moment. Slash. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the domain fully expanded. Su Ran shot forward rapidly, and moving with him were countless icy blades cold enough to sever any flesh. SSSS. SSSSSSSS. On the battlefield filled with slaughter and blood-curdling screams, a faint yet eerie sound suddenly arose. Right after, came the thuds of countless bodies being torn apart and collapsing to the ground. As Su Ran advanced, every enemy caught within the Polar Frost Domain was shredded like mown wheat, disintegrating into pieces. At the same time, harrowing damage numbers floated above their heads. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by numerous abrupt screams cut short, NPC soldiers from both factions fell in massive waves. This scene filled the rank-and-file soldiers of both factions with utter humiliation. As ordinary troops of the light and dark factions, they might not have held high status or overwhelming combat strength. But what was absurd was that a single enemy who seemed to have merely mastered a domain could now threaten their very lives. It was simply beyond comprehension. In mere moments, these NPCs launched their counterattacks. Spell skills radiating death, darkness, and other ominous energies gathered together, forming a storm of black luminescent rain, plummeting towards Su Ran, who shone like a beacon in the dark. Meanwhile, countless radiant holy spells and judgment-laced arrows followed close behind, streaking toward him. Notice, Judicator Guard has challenged you to a duel. Accept. Notice, Death Mage has used skill Death Flame and attacked you first. Notice, Nature Hunter has released a hound and is attempting to control your movement. Notice, you have been locked onto by Assassin's killer intent. Chapter 106, Dark Knight Enforcer Commander. For a moment, Su Ran's figure was completely swallowed by a sea of skills. Yet, what happened next filled the other NPCs with a sense of humiliation. The two factions, once bitter enemies, had joined forces, uniting their strength to assault the so-called Eternal Kingdom. They never expected that while appearing to cower defensively within the colossal city, they had instead quietly emerged behind the invading army. This was beyond mere death. Even a third transcendence expert who had mastered a domain would likely not survive such an ambush. But this was only what they wished to believe. Su Ran, with his absurd movement speed and displacement skills, evaded the vast majority of lethal damage. As for locking-type abilities, shields of all kinds were more than sufficient to counter them. Coupled with Su Ran's utterly terrifying, despair-inducing magical and physical defenses, the damage output of these NPCs was currently insufficient to significantly deplete his health. There was just one annoying thing. Bathed in waves of dark death and radiant divine judgment, the constant alert prompts rang incessantly in his ears, like a flood of notifications that never ceased. After a moment of thought, Su-Ran decided not to act for now. All of this must be part of past events, flowing through the river of time. If he recklessly intervened and caused unforeseen alterations to subsequent history, the consequences would be grave. Therefore, he chose to observe calmly and wait for developments. After all, these nameless underlings weren't worth his direct involvement, yet. Thus, using skillful footwork, precise positioning, and displacement techniques, along with shields thick to the point of absurdity, Su-Ran freely weaved through the enemy ranks. Looking around, there wasn't a single presence capable of threatening him. Time passed, second by second. About half a minute later, a sudden commotion rippled through the heart of the Dark Faction's army. Then, a barely perceptible shadowy gleam shot straight towards Su-Ran. An ambush, almost instantly. Su-Ran, the battle experience of whom was unfathomable to anyone, detected the sudden crisis. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, Eternal Leap. His figure vanished abruptly from the spot. Whoosh! Only then did the sound arrive. A single arrow, radiating infinite ominous darkness, had already plunged deeply into the ground where Su-Ran had just stood. In an instant, soil, debris, and severed limbs alike dissolved into utter nothingness. Its devastating power was evident beyond words. Even Su-Ran was taken aback by this sudden attack. The speed was too fast, so fast that he had nearly failed to react in time. And as he traced the arrow's trajectory back, he found no sign of any boss. Only an endless tide of ordinary Dark Faction NPC soldiers. It's coming again. Just as the thought arose, Su-Ran's heart pounded violently. A wave of deadly danger instantly enveloped his entire body. Another arrow was on its way. Without thinking, Su-Ran immediately triggered the second segment of Eternal Leap. As his form slowly faded away, another arrow pierced through the earth exactly where he had been standing. True sight. After activating the second segment of Eternal Leap, Su-Ran's expression turned extremely serious. Whether it was the arrow's destructive power, its eerie flight speed, or the complete lack of visible traces or shadows, everything proved one thing. This boss was undoubtedly a massive threat. Therefore, the most urgent priority now was to locate the attacker's position as soon as possible. And crucially, before the uses of Eternal Leap were exhausted. Otherwise, with his other mobility skills, he might not be able to evade the next strike. Of course, given Su-Ran's maximum HP in the hundreds of thousands, instant death wasn't a concern. He simply didn't want to fall into a passive position. Just as he finished this thought, Su-Ran reappeared far in the distance. He began scanning from various angles, attempting to track down the boss. 2 seconds. The boss fires rapidly. Each time, I only have 2 seconds to observe. Su-Ran remained incredibly calm. His mind began analyzing at lightning speed. The boss needed only a brief 2-second window to fire. Once the skill was released, the time left for Su-Ran to react shrank to nearly zero. This implied one thing. The hidden boss must be darting around within an extremely limited area. The realization took but an instant. And as another arrow hurtled fiercely toward him, Su-Ran had already devised a countermeasure. Use Eternal Leap repeatedly to adjust angles and pinpoint the boss's approximate location. Then, unleash a barrage of AoE skills without mercy. Whoosh! As the arrow slammed viciously into the ground, Su-Ran materialized again, this time at a distant point in a different direction. He glanced at his skill panel. Eternal Leap had 1 displacement remaining, but that was enough. Through this period of observation, he had already locked onto the boss's approximate location, and the skills in his hand. They had long been primed and ready. Boom! With a brief chant, amplified by Su-Ran's absurdly fast casting speed, just as the next arrow was about to strike, a massive meteor blazing with roaring flames emerged from the sky. Amid a piercing shriek of rushing wind, the first meteor of Meteor Feast slammed violently into the spot where the boss was located. Instantly, a dense wave of damage numbers erupted into the air. But that wasn't the most important part. As Su-Ran attacked, the system notification signaling combat activation arrived right on schedule. Alert! Your actions have drawn the attention of the legendary boss, Dark Knight Enforcer Commander Lanier. Prepare for battle immediately. Alert! Your actions have drawn the attention of the legendary boss, Dark Knight. Dark Knight Enforcer. Su-Ran repeated those 4 words softly, a deeply meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. Both the destructive Dark Faction and the orderly Light Faction possessed terrifying armies guarding their royal capitals, and the Dark Knight Enforcers were precisely the elite legion belonging to the Dark Faction. This legendary boss named Lanier was one of its commanders. His strength was undoubtedly far beyond ordinary imagination. Buzz! Just as Su-Ran began channeling the second meteor, another arrow vanished into thin air. The next moment, an arrow radiating overwhelming might and dark essence actually pierced straight through the meteor still soaring midair. With a resonant hum, under the effect of its dark annihilating aura, the second meteor was completely erased into nothingness. Not only that, Su-Ran realized the boss, who had just remained within his sight a moment ago, had once again vanished into the crowd. That eerie teleportation and concealment skill stirred a sudden yearning in Su-Ran's heart. If he could obtain that ability for himself, the boost to his power would be no small matter. With that thought, Su-Ran applied the death mark upon the boss. Though the boss's strange skill occasionally caused him to lose sight, once the kill was made, there was a chance he could acquire one of the enemy's abilities. And now, it was finally time for the 2 great factions in the Eternal Kingdom to engage in their true, decisive battle. Chapter 107. The Hidden Trait of Dragons. The sound of slaughter, the blare of war horns, wails of agony and the tearing of flesh, all mingling above the battlefield. Clearly, this place had become a true realm of carnage. Countless severed limbs and corpses littered the ground, while rivers of blood dyed the entire land crimson. As for Su-Ran, Amidst a relentless storm of arrows whistling past, he was steadily closing in on the boss's position. This battle? It was already over. It had nothing to do with him anymore. But the boss was different. Once its loot was amplified by 10,000-fold reward, it would at minimum yield an epic tier piece of equipment. There was even a chance. He might complete one set of the morning epics. In an instant. With Su Ran's terrifying spellcasting speed and the ancient phantom dragon's extreme flight velocity, the offensive and defensive momentum gradually reversed. Su Ran became the hunter, watching the boss's figure flicker in and out of existence. Su Ran impassively hurled skill after skill without pause. He didn't care whether they hit accurately. For a mage, unleashing an area of effect skill indiscriminately was always more effective than anything else. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of skills rose and fell without end. And Su Ran had approached the city wall, staring up at the towering fortress that pierced the clouds, along with its utterly daunting fortifications. Perhaps completely wiping out both factions was impossible, but defending? That would be easy. He couldn't understand it. What exactly had caused the once mighty city of bones to fall so completely? His guess? There must have been internal issues. Otherwise, no mere battle could have accomplished such a collapse in such a short time. Just as he was pondering this, Su Ran suddenly felt a rush of wind and movement from above. He looked up and saw thousands of dragons perched atop the city walls, each with shadowy human figures barely visible on their backs. Well now, Su Ran exhaled quietly. That must have been the moment. Nowadays, seeing such a vast number of dragons was nearly impossible. Sure enough, these dragons must have vanished along with the Eternal Empire, erased by the passage of time. Wait. No. Staring at the swarm of thousands of dragons, a bold suspicion surged in Su Ran's mind. The fall of this magnificent city might be deeply intertwined with these dragons. In his previous life, Su Ran had heard a rumor. Dragons not only possessed a magic damage resistance rate far surpassing other creatures, but they also had a hidden trait. When gathered in sufficient numbers, their magic resistance could stack. Now, with thousands upon thousands of them present, even a mage's forbidden level curse spells might struggle to deal any damage. Su Ran had already surveyed the surroundings. He noticed that about 80% of the defense towers within this colossal city were magical bombardment towers. In other words, while their firepower coverage was unparalleled, against a horde of dragons wielding collective damage reduction, they were truly doomed. As if to confirm Su Ran's thoughts, at this very moment, every single dragon belonging to the Eternal Empire army abruptly turned and swept toward the city walls in perfect unison. The names floating above their heads instantly shifted to match the exact color of the two attacking factions. This meant one thing. They had switched sides, from defenders to invaders. Enemy assault. Quick, stop them. Even standing below the walls, Su Ran could hear the desperate shouts of the NPC defenders. But it was too late. The sheer shockwave and destructive power brought by thousands of dragons was beyond anyone's imagination. And perhaps, this mistake wasn't really the Eternal Empire's fault. Rather, it was the cunning scheme of the two factions. No one would ever pay for it. Soon, as the surrounding battles grew still, the top of the city wall became a new, grotesque main battlefield. At this moment, Su Ran finally reduced the legendary tier boss to near death. But just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, the magnificent city began to slowly descend. It seemed it would soon sink beneath the ground, into that endless abyss where no light would ever reach. I found it. Su Ran's heart leapt violently. He had likely discovered the true entrance to the Lost Empire. Realizing this, Su Ran glanced at his quest log. Sure enough, in stage 4 of the main quest, Objective 1 had already been completed. Only one objective remained. Enter the City of Bones. Without hesitation, Su Ran issued the command. He made the ancient phantom dragon shift into ghost form and dash forward at maximum speed. The descent of the City of Bones was happening too fast. He had to make it inside before it fully sank. Seizing the moment when its defenses were temporarily shattered by countless dragons, he stepped into the fabled City of Bones. But, before that, Su Ran flicked his staff once. As a surge of magical energy rippled outward, a figure in the battlefield could no longer support its own weight and slowly collapsed into the dirt. Notification: you have successfully slain legendary boss, Nightward Commander Lanier. The instant the notification appeared, the ancient phantom dragon swooped over the boss's corpse. With a sudden rush of wind, Su Ran completed the loot collection. Notification: you have obtained reward, skill book, Shadow Lunge. Notification: you have obtained reward, Death Moan Wasteguard. Notification: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from advanced to master tier skill. Notification: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from legendary to epic tier item. Notification: you have obtained skill book, Whisper from the Dark. Notification: you have obtained Death Rhapsody Moan Wasteguard. As the notifications rolled in, a double epic drop filled Su Ran with immense delight. And if he wasn't mistaken, this Wasteguard was also part of the morning set. But time was critical. Opportunity knocked but once. Su Ran decided to enter the City of Bones first before inspecting these incredibly satisfying drops. Boom. Just as he thought this, thanks to its extraordinary flight speed, the ancient phantom dragon actually managed to enter the colossal city in the final moment before it fully sank. The next instant, endless darkness swallowed all light. A sensation of falling surged through his entire body. Su Ran understood. His mission objective was about to be completed. Sure enough, notifications followed one after another. Notification: you have successfully located the Lost Empire and entered the City of Bones, fulfilling the requirements of Stage 4. Notification: main quest, the Lost Empire Reborn, has been updated. Please check for details. Su Ran had anticipated this all along. After all, this entrance, once undiscoverable by anyone, would naturally be extremely difficult to access. But now, As the ancient phantom dragon spread its wings, he already stood within this abyss filled with decay and death. Chapter 108. The True Form of the Deity. Tip. You have successfully entered the hidden area, Lost Kingdom. Tip. You have successfully entered the hidden area, City of Bones. As the teacher tones rang out, Su-Ran still found it hard to believe. He never expected that the two great factions had brought down this magnificent metropolis in such an unforeseen manner. This proved one thing. Sometimes, to achieve a goal, you might as well take approaches that ordinary people would never imagine. It could yield entirely different results. Just like now. The descent continued, as if passing through a cinematic cut scene. The entire, eternal kingdom was plunging into the abyss. And during this process, everything began to rot and decay. Countless living beings transformed into grotesque monsters composed entirely of bones. The once majestic city was now decaying into the City of Bones. At the same time, the content of the main quest had also changed. Though still in its fourth stage, the objective had taken an unexpected turn. The Lost Kingdom rises again. Type. Main quest. Difficulty. Unknown. Current stage. Seeking the truth. Description. Having successfully entered the Lost Kingdom, pinpointed its location, and stepped into the City of Bones, you've completed the preparations for the fourth phase of the main quest. Now, complete the following objectives. Objective 1. Investigate the City of Bones to uncover the true intentions of the mastermind behind it all. Objective 2. Using the mythic tier staff in your possession, locate the deity buried long ago, and choose whether to release them from their shackles or let them remain eternally sealed within this endless abyss. Note, this stage features multiple possible objectives. The more you complete, the greater the rewards, and the deeper the impact on future storylines. Introduction. The list sensed the aura of the Lost Kingdom within the skull of the bone dragon Basel. Perhaps they were never erased from history, and are now rising once more. A choice. Su-Ran had anticipated something like this. Based on his deduction, the two choices might lead to completely different endings. In the game Eternal, there was an unspoken rule. Even if players managed to activate a main quest, due to reasons such as identity, wealth, or power, most could rarely become central figures. They usually only served as minor catalysts pushing the plot forward. On the surface, the rewards for main quests seemed unimaginably rich. But only Su-Ran knew that if he participated at the very core, and perfectly, or even exceptionally, fulfilled the quest objectives, the rewards he'd receive would be several times greater than normal. Possibly hundreds of times. It wasn't out of the question. Thus, Su-Ran had to make his choice carefully, maximizing his gains. For example, Objective 1. Investigate the City of Bones to uncover the true intentions of the hidden manipulator. First, he needed to determine the mastermind's identity and their patterns of action. Without that, the quest couldn't progress at all. Yet judging from previous clues, the mastermind was likely connected to the two great factions. Their exact identity, however, remained unknown. Su-Ran wasn't worried. He had another plan. No matter what the hidden orchestrator intended, he didn't need to concern himself with it directly. All he needed to do next was locate the most valuable item concealed within the City of Bones. Once that was found, the mastermind would inevitably reveal themselves. As for the second main quest objective, however, things were trickier. Because the mythic level weapon, the Staff of Endless Calamity and Frozen Silence, was already in Su-Ran's possession. This special objective had emerged. Defeat Carol, break her seals, and set her free. These two choices were not easy for him to make. Most importantly, he didn't know which option would benefit him more. Perhaps, only when the moment came would he truly be able to decide. Just as he was thinking this, Su-Ran suddenly felt the sensation of falling begin to slow dramatically. He immediately understood. This cinematic sequence was about to end. Yet at that very moment, a figure appeared. Exquisite. Flawless. Beautiful enough to make one forget everything else. During the gradual descent, a majestic form, towering half the height of the City of Bones, quietly emerged to one side. One hand waved a staff, while her lips slowly recited incomprehensible incantations. The other hand held the City of Bones, suspended in midair. This scene was enough to gem players for countless years. And indeed, that was exactly what happened. Back then, all players who had participated in the siege defense battle of Eternal City were waiting for the results when they suddenly gained shared vision into the endless abyss. From the moment Su-Ran pinpointed the location of the Lost Kingdom and the City of Bones, players fell into absolute shock. This epic chapter was now unfolding right before their eyes. In an instant, many players began to acknowledge Su-Ran's status. But then, when that majestic and breathtaking figure appeared, every single player in the Chinese server witnessed the scene. This was a true main storyline expansion in every sense. In that split second, whether it was experienced veterans accustomed to grand spectacles or players from other main cities seeing this for the first time, everyone at once plunged into utter uproar. Wait, why is that figure so huge? Is it a boss or an NPC? I checked some data earlier. Apparently, the true form of a deity is exactly like this, so massive that we're like mere ants compared to them. We're all on the same team, don't kill morale like that. Is this the boss the chosen one has to fight later? Man, this B*******H really isn't playing fair, not even letting us farm the boss together. For a time, the global chat channel erupted. Countless players heatedly debated this towering figure that looked uncannily like Carol. Glancing at it briefly, Su-Ran could barely keep his composure. Facing a deity, he certainly didn't have confidence in defeating it. After all, such beings were considered invincible even in the late-game stages of the world. Unless Su-Ran himself received recognition from the laws, obtained a divine spark, and ascended to become a deity. Only then would he stand a chance against such divine entities. Therefore, before clarifying the true intentions of this colossal figure, he would not act rashly. Just as he was thinking this, a thunderous roar echoed across the entire, endless abyss. It was the rumbling of the earth, the sound of space and time being altered. The enormous silhouette, seemingly a deity, suddenly swung her staff. Boundless frost law solidified into countless crystals, surging violently upward in an instant. Their target? Precisely the region where the Frost Empire stood. Chapter 109. The Divine Spark's Unique Power. In an instant, every player's gaze followed the staff radiating endless icy chill, shifting outward beyond the abyss. As far as the eye could see, life flourished everywhere. This scene of blooming flowers and chirping birds froze the minds of countless players on the spot. What in the world is going on? Where the hell did my Frost Empire go? Seriously, where did all the ice and frost disappear to? In the players' minds, the Frost Empire had nothing to do with vibrant life. It was perpetually covered in snow and ice, its air pierced by biting winds howling from the forgotten peak of absolute frost. Even when plants existed, they were only hardy types like coniferous forests that defied the cold. Now, faced with this sudden vision before them, players simply couldn't adjust. Yet, one sharp-minded player within the Frost Empire quickly looked around. The permafrost was still there, so this must have just been a storyline expansion after all. Still, many players protested in the World Chat channel. This isn't fair. Restart. Why doesn't the Frost Empire match reality? Just accept it already. It's good enough. To be honest, I can't stand it. I just noticed even the forgotten peak of absolute frost is gone. While all players voiced dissatisfaction over the inconsistency between story and reality, under Carol's guidance, endless frost and snow descended upon this land teeming with life. In an instant, winter arrived, all life withered. With a gentle wave of the staff in her hand, Carol's flawless, jade-like skin instantly turned deathly pale and decayed, though it held a unique, haunting beauty that captivated the heart. Su-Ran knew well. The staff she wielded allowed burning of both vitality and mana to achieve unlimited power amplification. At this moment, Carol swung the staff, consuming every drop of her life force and magic energy, unleashing the most powerful attack of her existence as a deity. Boom! As boundless frost cascaded down, trees, flowers, mountains and rivers, nearly everything froze solid in an instant under the law of ice. In the blink of an eye, the entire territory of the Frost Empire transformed into eternal, unforgiving permafrost. And at the epicenter of this assault, the towering forgotten peak of absolute frost, piercing the heavens. Holy **T. Witnessing this scene, countless players stood frozen in place. What overwhelming might! She had altered the very terrain of an entire empire. But more than that, this frozen wasteland brought to mind a terrifying thought. Could it be the forgotten peak and the Frost Empire itself? Were they both created by this single skill? This is divine power. I can't believe it. Many players struggled to accept this truth. Undeniably, the Jinhan brought by this expansion pack surpassed anything imaginable. Instantly, the world chat, regional channels, and guild message boards erupted in spam. The spectacle was simply too magnificent. But unlike them, Su-Ran quietly gazed at the majestic, overwhelming form of the deity, eyes sharp with scrutiny. To complete the main quest, perhaps, he couldn't afford to miss a single detail. Otherwise, even the slightest oversight would prevent a perfect score. Thus from the beginning, he had watched intently, without pause. Finally, at this moment, he saw it. As Carol swung her staff, turning the entire Frost Empire into frozen wasteland, she seized the opportunity to draw all the raging blizzards into a vortex, hurling them backward into the pitch-black, endless abyss. To others, this action seemed insignificant, but Su-Ran never stopped observing. He saw through the trick in one glance. True sight. With a soft shout, Su-Ran's vision instantly shifted into shades of gray. Between two clearly divided colors, he detected something suspicious. Carol appeared to have concealed something. First, at the very moment her life force burned out, she removed a dazzling crystal embedded in her forehead. Instantly, divine aura flooded the entire region, including the City of Bones. The entire Lost Kingdom ceased falling. It hung suspended above the river of time. A single divine spark held up the entire Lost Kingdom. Though unable to escape the creeping decay and death, at least it no longer plummeted into the river of time to become mere foam. That move, to everyone, it was dazzlingly brilliant. This was precisely why the skeletal creatures of the Lost Kingdom could once again crawl out from the endless abyss. Thinking of this, Su-Ran's heart surged with excitement. Divine spark. If this storyline were true, it meant there was still a divine spark hidden beneath the Lost Kingdom. But that wasn't what interested Su-Ran the most. A feint in plain sight, a hidden maneuver behind. At the very moment Carol removed the divine spark from her forehead, she secretly embedded a tiny luminous point into the forgotten peak of absolute frost. Perhaps it was coincidence. Perhaps it was destiny. As a mage who mastered the concept of eternity, in that single instant, Su-Ran sensed the essence contained within that speck of light. It was none other than an intensely concentrated crystallization of the law of eternity. And he even had a bold hypothesis. Perhaps, this speck of light was actually a fragment of the eternal divine spark itself. Looks like, my next objectives just increased. Having perceived everything, Su-Ran continued watching the cinematic sequence with renewed interest. It seemed the main quest expansion pack wasn't over yet. There should still be more story to come. To manage his time wisely, Su-Ran decided to take this opportunity to check the rewards he had just obtained. First, the Master Tier skill book. If he remembered correctly, this should have been the core skill of that legendary tier boss. Though he hadn't forcibly seized its title, the skill itself had dropped. A most satisfying outcome. Notification, you have learned a new skill, Whisper from the Dark. With a quick rub of his hands, the skill book shattered into countless motes of light, scattering into the air. Meanwhile, a new skill appeared in Su-Ran's skill bar. Whisper from the Dark. Type, Master Tier skill. Effect, instant cast skill. Draws upon dark elements in the air, concealing the user within darkness and shadows. Grants the ability to instantly teleport a short distance while perfectly hiding all traces. As long as the user does not initiate an attack, They cannot be detected by any living being. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Description, the whisper of darkness, like the delicate intimacy between lovers. Excellent skill. At first glance, Su Ran immediately recognized its value. Instant cast. Vanish into darkness and shadow. Teleport a short distance. Perfectly conceal all traces during duration. It seems similar to the ability used earlier by that boss. Yet under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, one particular trait caught Su Ran's attention. As long as he didn't initiate an attack, he couldn't be detected by any living being. Chapter 110, Buying It Out. This was a skill for concealing one's presence. It was somewhat similar to the special effect granted by Su Ran's Divine Cloak. When activated, especially in darkness, it completely masked all information about the user, rendering them undetectable. However, although this skill had a cooldown period, its ability to conceal everything even during daylight was what made it truly invaluable. In addition to this skill, Su Ran had also obtained a piece of equipment from defeating the boss. Death Rhapsody Morning Wasteguard. The stats provided by this gear were just as impressive as those on other parts of his set. Plus 15,000 HP. Over 1,000 bonus to both physical and magical defense. Carrying capacity increased to 99.99. Plus, an equipment skill that temporarily raised maximum HP. This epic-grade armor left Su Ran extremely satisfied. Moreover, as soon as he equipped it, the expected prompt for completing the full set appeared. Tip. Equipment successfully worn. Tip. Triggered epic 8-piece set effect. Activate the morning resonance caused by Death Rhapsody. An 8-piece set. Su Ran hadn't expected it. He had actually managed to collect all 8 pieces of the morning set so quickly. When all 8 pieces were worn, the morning resonance effect would activate. The sorrowful rhapsody of death would play, awakening endless grief within the heart. Not only could it weaken enemies into a state of frailty, but it could also place allied units, including himself, into a special state called Morning Fury, drastically enhancing their attributes and combat power. Though exact numbers still required testing, just the 5-minute duration alone was enough to make Su Ran's heart race with excitement. From here on, he only needed to acquire 2 more unique pieces of the morning set to unlock the 10-piece set bonus. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he lifted his head toward the sky. With the story unfolding continuously, the unknown deity suspected to be Carol had finally exhausted all her life force. Her divine core erupted with brilliant light, lifting the entire Lost Kingdom above the river of time. Meanwhile, beyond this realm, frost spread across tens of thousands of miles. The Drushing, the early form of the Frost Empire, had begun to emerge. This scene shook every player to their core. Only now did they realize that damn main quest expansion could create such a grand spectacle. How insane would the rewards be? While players whispered among themselves, the Lost Kingdom was completely buried beneath the infinite abyss, though sustained by the power of the divine core, preventing total collapse and decay. Under relentless erosion by rot and death, countless living beings turned into bones. Seeing this, clarity dawned in Su Ran's mind. If he wasn't mistaken, the true intention behind the mastermind mentioned in the mission objective must have been aimed at this very divine core. Therefore, what Su Ran needed to do next was seize it all. Only then would the real big fish finally lose patience and surface. Still, he had to remain cautious. Mission Objective 2 was stated quite clearly. Using the mythic grade staff currently in his possession, he could locate the deity who had been buried long ago. Then he'd have to choose to break the seal binding the deity, or condemn them to eternal slumber within this endless abyss. So he had to confirm one thing first. Would making that choice pose any threat to himself? And if not, what benefits could it bring? As the story-driven expansion temporarily concluded, time in this region seemed to have synchronized with the outside world. But assuming his memory served him right, the location of the divine core wouldn't have changed. That meant there was no issue. Thinking this through, Su Ran swiftly moved through the darkness, heading toward where he remembered the divine core to be. Since the entire, infinite abyss was shrouded in blackness, so pitch dark that nothing could be seen even inches away. The unique effect of his divine artifact, Cloak of Shadow, Master of Light and Darkness, activated perfectly at this moment. All traces of his existence became undetectable to anyone. Thus, Su Ran moved silently through the dark, treading over piles of bones as he advanced toward his target. During this journey, something happened that left Su Ran both amused and exasperated. Back during the earlier siege battle, he had earned a special title, Fear of the Endless Bones. Type, title, quality, epic. Special effect, this title can stack with other titles. Effect 1, damage taken from bone-type creatures is reduced by 50%. Effect 2, when attacking bone-type creatures or being in their vicinity, there is a chance to trigger the special effect, Fear of the Endless Bones. During this time, bone-type creatures cannot move, attack, or speak, and may enter a defenseless state. Duration depends on the difference in power between both sides. Effect 3, within the Bone City of the Lost Kingdom, you will automatically gain camouflage. Additionally, you receive a 40% discount when purchasing items or trading. This effect stacks with title-based bonuses. Description, who will dare step into the Bone City again? The moment the main quest storyline concluded, Su Ran truly arrived at the Bone City. Thus, the third special effect of this title immediately activated. Tip, epic title effect triggered. While within the Bone City, you gain camouflage and enjoy a 40% discount when purchasing items or trading. Just as he suspected. In an instant, Su Ran, who had previously radiated an aura of eternity, instantly transformed into a mere skeleton frame. The very presence he emitted now perfectly matched that of the surrounding bone-type creatures. He had blended in flawlessly. This sight left countless players stunned, some even completely baffled. Where'd he go? He was just here? How did he vanish all of a sudden? They realized, the moment the cutscene ended, Su Ran disappeared from their view. Only a blur of a skeleton, moving at insane speed, could be seen dashing toward the heart of the Bone City. As he ran, Su Ran continuously surveyed his surroundings. This city didn't seem as lifeless as he'd imagined. The streets and alleys were orderly laid out. Even the shops displayed numerous goods available for trade. Earlier, Su Ran had always harbored one lingering question. In this Bone City, filled entirely with the deceased, how could transactions take place? And who exactly would one trade with? Now this scene finally gave him his answer. Glancing around briefly, he noticed most stores sold items corroded by death and decay, along with unique specialties only found in areas steeped in deadly energy. Even Su Ran felt a sudden chill seeing these wares. For everyone else, the Bone City was a completely unexplored zone. The items offered here had accumulated over countless ages, amassing to an almost terrifying volume. If Su Ran could acquire them all, even reselling them in Eternal City would make him unfathomably rich. Taking advantage of the journey, and right before the eyes of every player, a skeleton moving at absurd speed dashed through shop after shop. Every single item on sale was bought out in full. Chapter 111. The area corrupted by divine essence. Too damn sneaky. Shameless. Countless players witnessed this scene, their fists clenching in outrage. The Chosen One, wearing a skull mask, had just swept up all the accumulated treasures from City of Bones. Goods amassed over who knows how many years. From the cheapest low-grade moonstone to rare and precious items like Silent Deathbloom, nothing that caught Su Ran's eye escaped his grasp. At any cost. Right now, gold wasn't something Su Ran lacked. Even the coins brought in by players teleporting to Eternal City amounted to tens of millions. And resurrection fees, just one silver coin per person. With 10,000-fold reward in effect, he nearly struck it absurdly rich. All totaled, the amount of gold he currently held reached an astronomical figure. 480 million. This fortune was more than enough to clear out every last stocked item. Though he didn't know whether this City of Bones would open to him again in the future. Anything he could conveniently purchase along the way, he was more than willing to buy. Not long after, all shop inventories along his route were completely emptied. Staring at his overstuffed backpack, Su Ran felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Purchasing these items had cost a massive sum of gold, but they would undoubtedly bring returns dozens, or even hundreds, of times greater later on. If not for the legendary belts plus 9,999 weight capacity bonus, he would have been immobilized long ago. Lost in thought, Su Ran raced swiftly toward the very center of the City of Bones. Every bone creature he passed failed to see through his disguise, instead giving friendly expressions. But to Su Ran's surprise, it was as if they'd all received the same command simultaneously. All bone creatures within City of Bones began gradually converging toward this location, as if preparing to defend against something. This sent a clear signal to Su Ran. Perhaps the mastermind behind everything had finally detected his intentions. And once again, it all came back to that divine fragment, which meant the enemy was panicking. Everything was going exactly as calculated. Su Ran didn't slow down, summoning the ancient phantom dragon. Under his command, the dragon transformed into a wisp of gray mist, blending perfectly with the surroundings. Its attributes also harmonized well with this endless abyss. So even while riding it, Su Ran felt completely natural. However, to countless watching players, the sight was nothing short of absurd and ridiculous. What the hell? Who's ever seen a skeleton riding a dragon? Are all the other NPCs blind? Man, that dragon is seriously cool. I'm so jealous of the Chosen One. Wait, no, look closely. The Chosen One's flight path seems kinda weird. As soon as these words were spoken, countless players stared in shock. A skeleton riding a dragon? That alone was ridiculous enough. But what was even more absurd was that as the ancient phantom dragon moved at high speed, Su Ran was diving downward, toward the underside of the lost realm. Judging by his speed, he might reach the bottom of this realm in just a few minutes. Amidst howling winds, Su Ran now saw the fractured layers of land belonging to the lost realm before him. Continuing downward should make it easy to find that divine fragment. Let's go. Su Ran gently patted the ancient phantom dragon's scales and issued the dive command. Boom. Like crashing violently into a still lake surface, Su Ran and the ancient phantom dragon broke through resistance and arrived beneath the lost realm. In the instant Su Ran entered this underrealm, a powerful twisting force slammed into him. Then, the entire world seemed to flip upside down. Before him stretched an endless wasteland, covered only in rotten soil and deep cracks, utterly barren. And hovering in midair at the wasteland's very center, a radiant light source, bright as the sun, emitted a never-fading glow. Intertwined within it was an oppressive aura of divinity and cosmic law, expanding outward rhythmically, like breathing. Su Ran looked up. A shimmering river flowed slowly across the sky. The immense power of time and space ensured it would flow and circulate forever, until all things crumbled into nothingness. The river of time. Su Ran gazed upward, a cautious look in his eyes. Time. So mysterious. There must be many untapped benefits hidden within. If he could claim this endless abyss as his own territory, he could explore it at his leisure from now on. But right now, the most important thing was that source of light. The moment Su Ran saw the dazzling radiance, as brilliant as the sun, he already had an answer in mind. This must be the divine fragment. Without a word, the ancient phantom dragon flapped its wings, carrying Su Ran toward the luminous core. But soon, he sensed something amiss. The dragon's speed was steadily decreasing. Not only that, he noticed everything around him seemed to be freezing over. The frost law emanating from the divine fragment was enough to make any living being tremble in fear. The only exception? Su Ran. Thanks to his mythic tier staff and the permanent buff favored by ice, he was completely immune to cold. In fact, the colder it got, the stronger his stats and combat power became. To him, this region ravaged recklessly by the divine essence was nothing short of paradise. He recalled the ancient phantom dragon into his mount space, and dashed forward on foot. Boosted by his epic set, his movement speed had escalated to absurd levels. To others, he appeared as nothing more than a flickering shadow. Yet, as he continued racing toward the divine fragment's location, within the depths of the endless abyss, a pale, flawless figure stood afar, watching it all unfold. For the first time, her eyes were no longer weary. Instead, they sparkled with interest. Just like Carol before, though there was one difference. That decaying heart was now embedded in her chest. Position, angle, exactly as Su Ran had placed it. Thump, thump. It seemed that, as time passed, this shriveled, rotting heart was slowly awakening at a gradual pace. At the same time, she was hurtling towards Su Ran at a terrifying speed. This scene, of course, did not escape Su Ran's sight. Witnessing this, an absurd thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the mastermind behind everything was truly this former deity herself? Su Ran observed closely. Soon, his brow furrowed. Behind Carol were dozens of chains tightly bound around her. The glowing arcane patterns and magical seals upon them stood out starkly. Divine-level restrictions. And not just any, Frost attribute divine-level seals. Knowing the lore from his past life, Su Ran quickly grasped the truth. Then, the answer was already clear. It was this fallen deity who had sealed herself away. Sealing herself inside? Su Ran felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. No matter how hard he tried, he had never expected that Carol was actually a patient suffering from severe impairments in perception, consciousness, emotion, thought, behavior, and overall mental coherence. In other words, over the long course of endless years, she had split into multiple personalities, and even separate physical forms. To avoid rotting away forever in this lightless abyss, she had orchestrated everything, aiming to reclaim her divine essence. If she could regain even a fraction of her former godly power, she would be able to escape this prison, and to prevent herself from becoming a mere lifeless husk. To stop her own fractured self from taking control, she used a divine-level seal to imprison her original self within this lost kingdom. That applied to both the Guardian Carol and the Awakener Carol. The principle was the same, but their powers were vastly different. One thing was certain. The Carol now sealed here, the original deity, possessed strength far beyond Su Ran's imagination. With time, terrain, and circumstance all on her side, she could unleash terrifying power within this lost kingdom. Yet Su Ran remained utterly calm. Shrouded in boundless darkness, his every movement was invisible to others. But the deity was different. Though Carol couldn't pinpoint Su Ran's exact location, she could sense him rapidly approaching the divine core. After all, that divine essence was originally hers. Even lost, it still resonated with her in a unique way. So in this instant, she suddenly surged forward, as if trying to reach the divine core first. Yet Su Ran acted completely contrary to expectations. Seeing this, his pace didn't quicken. In fact, it slowed down. Step by step, calm and unhurried, he strolled toward the divine core through soul-numbing cold, as if taking a leisurely walk in the park. Unbeknownst to him, Main Quest Stage 4's first objective had already been completed. Clearly, this former deity in the distance had been manipulating everything behind the scenes. But the Dark Faction likely also played a role from the outside, scheming to seize the divine core themselves. Precisely because of this, Su Ran wasn't in any hurry anymore. If he guessed correctly, no one, neither the other players nor Carol herself, could currently approach the divine core. Except, perhaps, for him. And if that was true, then he had absolutely no reason to rush. Because deep down, Su Ran had a growing intuition. Perhaps everything Carol had planned wasn't really about escaping this cage at all. Rather, it seemed more like she wanted him to obtain the divine core. This could not be coincidence. So Su Ran had already formed a theory in his mind. First possibility, the real Carol refused to be used. Rather than let the divine core fall into someone else's, or some faction's, hands, she would rather have Su Ran take control of it. Second possibility, this former goddess had already been corrupted and eroded. She had forgotten everything she once was. Now, she only wished to crawl out of this sunless abyss. Her plan might be to wait until Su Ran seized the core, then take it back by force. Whichever possibility was true, it made little difference to Su Ran. All he needed to do was buy time. Above all, he wanted to see just how mysterious the story hidden behind this main quest truly was. Step by step. Thus, Su Ran casually strolled toward the divine core as if out for a peaceful evening walk. Sure enough, Carol's reaction confirmed his suspicions. Rumble, rumble. As her figure swiftly approached, countless chains abruptly tightened, their ancient seals and inscriptions glowing with blinding brilliance. Zzzzzt. Under the surge of that energy, Carol recoiled violently, freezing in place as she stared silently at Su Ran. She made no further move. No one knew how much time passed. Even the players watching the main quest cutscene were losing patience. Damn, how much longer is he gonna keep walking? She's got serious self-control. If it were me, I'd slash him down right there. Wait, what happens if the player actually gets the divine core? Tormented by boredom and drowsiness alike, the players began voicing complaints. But the moment someone mentioned the divine core, their interest suddenly reignited. Damn, they all shouted damn in unison. Then, a thought arose collectively in their minds. If the chosen one obtained the divine core, knowing that ruthless guy's style, wouldn't he probably just smash it straight into his forehead on the spot? At that thought, many players started seriously analyzing the situation. This might be an event that would change the entire landscape of not only the Chinese server, but the whole world. After all, the influence of a deity was simply too great. Countless players would undoubtedly become utterly devoted followers of Su Ran once this happened. Because in the game, all players from the Chinese server shared one common trait. When a powerful player wasn't too far above themselves in strength, pride and courage would make them constantly want to challenge that top-tier player's position. Even if they chose to follow, their loyalty wouldn't necessarily be absolute. But when the gap between them and the powerhouse was as vast as the sky and the earth, at that moment, many players would swarm toward that figure like moths to flame. In comparison, their loyalty could be considered relatively stable. Of course, Some players were analyzing the situation rationally. They pointed out one after another that given the current stage of the game's progression, even if a player obtained a divine core, it would only bring calamity upon them. They wouldn't be able to fuse with it at all. So they decided it was best to keep their distance from Suran. Who knew? They might end up being crushed by two major forces working together, just like this Lost Kingdom. In an instant, the entire world channel erupted into chaos, with everyone discussing nothing else. And at this moment, unnoticed by many, Suran had already approached the area where the divine core lay. There was dazzling, radiant light here, yet not a trace of warmth could be felt. Coldness, an indescribable, bone-piercing chill, so intense it seemed capable of freezing everything, even time itself. Yet Suran continued forward at his usual pace, step by step, advancing steadily toward the divine core. At this moment, every player held their breath, removing the divine core. This was a scene few might witness even once in a lifetime. If they missed it because they'd been arguing with other players, they'd regret it for the rest of their days. At the same time, many questions lingered in their minds. By all logic, this divine core should bear the weight of the entire Lost Kingdom, preventing it from collapsing into the river of time. The moment it was taken away, perhaps the entire Lost Kingdom, along with the City of Bones and countless deceased souls within, would vanish completely from existence. Once that happened, there would be no return. Just as these thoughts surfaced, many players suddenly realized, damn, no wonder the Chosen One bought out every single item in the City of Bones. This guy planned to destroy this place all along. No, my beloved deity is going to disappear forever? As countless players began debating furiously, Suran had already raised his hand and reached toward the brilliantly glowing divine core. Chapter 113, I don't get it, but I'm deeply shocked. If he really destroys this place, we're screwed. Come on, when has Aranjong ever done something unprofitable? Why are you worrying? True enough. You people from the Chosen Mercenaries are all beasts, sweeping through like locusts leaving nothing behind. Whoa, he's actually doing it. The players saw this scene unfold, and they were completely stunned. Although they had anticipated that Suran might try to take the divine core, they never expected that when it actually happened right before their eyes, the sheer impact would make their hearts stop for a split second. But Suran didn't give them any time to react. As he reached out his hand, a divine core radiating extreme coldness fell directly into his palm. The dazzling light it emitted vanished from its original spot. The entire reverse side of the Lost Realm instantly plunged into darkness. Of course, this made little real difference to the Lost Realm. The true change was the violently trembling ground and the sensation of falling once again. Notice, you have picked up Frost God Core. Notice, since you've removed the item maintaining the balance of the Lost Realm, if equilibrium isn't restored within 1 minute, the Lost Realm will be erased from the flow of time. As the notification sounded, the divine core settled into Suran's grasp. At the same time, every living being within the Lost Realm felt a premonition of imminent annihilation. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, these bone creatures, down to the deity Carol herself, not only refrained from launching an enraged assault against Suran, but also showed no trace of hatred. Instead, there was a visible sense of liberation on their faces. Many found this bewildering, but even this wasn't the most absurd part. The moment the divine core was obtained, his unique eternal talent, 10,000-fold reward, successfully activated. Notice, 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from divine grade to mythic grade. Notice, you have obtained Frost Sovereign God Core. When that divine core landed in Suran's hand, brilliant, dazzling light exploded outward at terrifying speed. In an instant, it illuminated nearly the entire region of the Endless Abyss. This meant that, for this brief period, the whole area would return to daylight conditions. And at that very moment, Suran's disguise dissipated. Thick waves of eternal aura surged around him like divine halos, appearing to resonate mysteriously and profoundly with the accumulated eternal laws within the Lost Realm. Not just that, even the river of time seemed to freeze mid-flow. In the blink of an eye, eternal energies from countless eras contained within it surged towards Suran. The sight left every player dumbfounded. Whoa, this is so damn cool. What kind of element is this? I've never seen anything like it. Same here. Wait, look at that deity, quick. While discussing, a sharp-eyed player suddenly cried out. Following their gaze, Carol, who had until now merely stood still watching Suran, abruptly raised her arm. Apparently, the surge of eternal law energy had stimulated the former deity. A trace of decay on her pale, cracked face receded slightly as astonishment flickered across her expression. Then, with a single wave of her hand, she flipped the Lost Realm, upside down. At that moment, countless bone creatures reversed their previous demeanor. Their eyes turned blood red. Frenzied beyond reason, they surged towards Suran in a wild rush. Without hesitation, Suran raised the staff in his hand, Endless Calamity Frost Staff. 3 feet 2 inches long, completely transparent and deep blue, inscribed with mysterious and arcane magical patterns. Patterns that represented forbidden power, and symbolized a mythic realm forever unreachable to ordinary beings. The moment it appeared, every player, every bone creature, and even the ancient deity herself held their breath. A divine artifact? I don't understand what's going on, but I'm utterly shocked. Wait, did anyone notice? Isn't this staff the same one that deity held during the previous expansion? Huh, not just similar. Check her hands now. Does she even still have the staff? It was then that the players realized. When the main storyline expansion ended and the flow of time returned to sync with the outside world, the staff in Carol's hand vanished. And not just any staff. This was the very one that had created the entire Frost Empire and the forgotten peak of Eternal Frost. Merely from the narrative of a single expansion, countless players were driven into utter frenzy. But then again, it wasn't just them. Even Carol herself could no longer remain calm. She never expected that once the staff fell into Su Ran's hands, it would undergo such a dramatic transformation. Its overwhelming aura was so intense that even she felt a deep sense of dread. Perhaps this adventurer, who had only just completed his second-gen advancement, couldn't fully unleash the staff's true power. But given its mythic-grade quality, it was more than enough to shift the tide of battle. And the most absurd part? As a former frost deity, all of Carol's skills dealt Isushing damage. Yet anyone wielding the endless Calamity Frost staff would trigger a special effect, complete immunity to all Isushing damage. That was precisely why she mobilized every single bone creature under her command, launching a final, desperate siege against Su Ran. And they absolutely had to eliminate him, before he could unleash the staff's terrifying might. Rumble, rumble. Millions, even tens of millions of bone creatures, were now crawling towards Su Ran. Darkness, death, and the stench of decay. They were far more horrifying than before. Most critically, numbers. Earlier, even with a massive fortress city and countless players forming defensive lines, they had faced at most 1,000,000 siege monsters. Now, the number of bone creatures was beyond counting. Perhaps best described as infinite. At this moment, Su Ran clearly understood their intent, yet he showed no panic. Instead, he raised the mythic grade staff in his hand. As a chant of incantations rang out, his HP and MP began slowly burning away. Meanwhile, surrounding ice elements and frost laws surged toward him, all thanks to the unique effect of the mythic grade staff. The denser the Isushing elements in the environment, the greater the boost to his magic penetration, mana regeneration speed, and spell critical rate, with a maximum cap of 80%. Clearly, there was no place colder than here in the entire game right now. This effect would be unleashed to its absolute fullest. Chapter 114. Is he going to freeze the entire nation? In fact, that was exactly what was happening. At this moment, the divine core of Frost Dominion held in his left hand was emitting an endless chill, and in his right hand was that mythic tier staff. Almost instantly, as the incantation rang out, Su Ran activated the equipment skill of the mythic tier staff, Cataclysmic Silence, Freeze. By activating the power contained within the staff, it would burn through the user's life and mana, continuously unleashing icy frost, calling upon infinite frost laws to bring down a rain of cataclysmic freezing silence across a designated area, resulting in a freezing effect capable of turning everything into nothingness. This equipment skill was not only the very ability that gave rise to the later Frost Empire, but also, under the effect of 10,000-fold reward, had become an enhanced version. While under the Cataclysmic Silence, Freeze state, burning life increases the freezing effect and its range of release. Burning mana extends the duration of the freeze, with a maximum limit of permanent. Just this single aspect was enough to draw Su Ran's full attention. According to memories from his past life, by the endgame phase, even the Frost Empire's surface, perpetually covered in ice and snow, eventually melted away completely. This proved one thing. The original Cataclysmic Silence, Freeze, definitely did not offer a permanent duration at maximum strength. Precisely because of this, Su Ran decided to use this skill to accomplish something no deity had ever achieved before. Oh freezing cold that stills all please. As Su Ran continued his chant, frost magic elements and the essence of frost laws in the air surged toward him like a storm. The scene unfolding was certainly no less imposing than the divine manifestation scene during earlier main storyline events. Holy shit, is this another forbidden spell? Wait, why does this skill look kind of familiar? Duh, of course it looks familiar. It's the same legendary scene where that deity brought down a staff strike and created the Frost Empire. Then why can the Chosen One use this skill too? Not fair. Restart. In an instant, every player was stunned by the spectacle before them. Endless chilling cold. Countless frost particles drifting downward like falling decay. It seemed similar to the skill previously unleashed by Carol. Yet in reality, this cold was far more intense. However, due to the difference in their respective powers, some of the disparity in skill magnitude was leveled out. This made both scenes appear almost identical when viewed from afar. What remained the same was also Su Ran's rapidly plummeting health and mana. Tip. You used a high-grade recovery potion, restoring 25% HP. Tip. You used a master-grade recovery potion, restoring 50% HP. Tip. You used a mana recovery potion, restoring 15% MP. Tip. You used. Without any hesitation, he chugged potions straight away. Combined with various buffs and passive effects, Su Ran's recovery speed for both health and mana surpassed that of everyone else by far. But even then, it couldn't keep up with how fast the skill drained him, so he had no choice but to keep drinking. Most of the potions obtained in Su Ran's inventory were of high or master grade. Even many of them were rare and precious elixirs. For other players, they'd likely hesitate to use even a single bottle under normal circumstances, maybe pulling one out only during critical raids. But for Su Ran, things were entirely different. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Like they were free. Su Ran gulped down healing and mana potions one after another. Witnessing this, many players froze in place. Did I just see that right? Was that a master grade recovery potion? What? Last time I remember, the big spender Yu Yiming spent thousands of gold just for a single high grade potion. Wouldn't a master grade one cost over 10,000? You're thinking too small. Your vision is too narrow. I heard from alchemist players that master grade and higher tier potions have no cooldown on use, meaning you can drink them non-stop. Of course, provided you have enough money to burn. Many players suddenly understood. Clearly, they had glimpsed the true essence of the game. If Su Ran could hear this, he'd undoubtedly raise both hands in agreement. With sufficient resources and gold, advancement speed simply outpaced everyone else. And other aspects too, such as now, his continuous potion consumption was only possible because master grade and above potions required no cooldown. As long as he had them, he could keep drinking indefinitely. Potions were the one thing Su Ran never lacked. Even basic recovery potions dropped by ordinary monsters would be instantly upgraded to high-grade potions under the effect of 10,000-fold reward. And if it was already a high-grade recovery potion, then without fail, 10,000-fold reward would elevate it to master-grade quality. This resulted in master-grade potions piling up in his inventory like a small mountain. And now, all the items he had lavishly purchased back in Bone City were finally proving their worth. One bottle after another poured down his throat without pause. Su-Ran's health hovered constantly at the most dangerous levels. Yet somehow he never died. Instead, the swirling snow and frost around him grew more violent and overwhelming. As an immense amount of life force poured into the skill, the range and intensity of the blizzard continued to rise, approaching its ultimate limit. And the expenditure of mana had extended the freeze duration of this skill to 117 hours, and that number was still climbing. Gradually, a storm destined to sweep across the entire Lost Kingdom was about to descend from the heavens. Look, what is the Chosen One trying to do? Why do I feel like his target isn't those countless bone monsters? Don't tell me he's planning to freeze the entire Lost Kingdom? Are you serious? This place is falling apart already, under the gaze of countless players. Su-Ran kept his eyes fixed firmly on Carol, the former deity, using her as cover to conceal his true intentions. At the same time, countless skeletal creatures were now less than a kilometer away from him. Perhaps within a minute, an uncountable horde of bone beasts would tear him apart into shreds. Hurry! Boundless battle intent blazed in Su-Ran's eyes. He had deceived them all. Every single player, every past deity, and every mindless skeletal creature. Boom, boom, boom. With each step shaking the earth like a collapsing mountain. Innumerable skeletal beings swarmed over like ants, pouring from the other side of the Lost Kingdom and converging upon Su-Ran. At that moment, a notification sounded beside Su-Ran's ear. Tip: channeling successful. With current investment of mana and health, this skill will result in permanent freezing effect. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-Ran, who had been standing on the reverse side of the Lost Kingdom, with only 3% HP remaining, unleashed the terrifying skill at last. Chapter 115, Rewards differ too. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Su-Ran's target was no longer that former deity, nor the surging horde of bone creatures before him. It was the entire Lost Kingdom itself. Boom. As the skill left his hand, an endless cascade of frost and snow poured down. An all-encompassing chill filled the air, capable of withering and freezing everything in its path. In an instant, it slammed down violently. Every living being and object touched by the aura of ice laws froze solid where they stood. Rumble, rumble. As the frostborn aura continued to spread, the entire Lost Kingdom was gradually encased in thick ice. Not only that, the frozen edges kept expanding outward. It seemed as though there was a clear intent to freeze the entire Lost Kingdom completely, then wedge it permanently into the wall of the endless abyss. Visually speaking, though the scale of Su-Ran's freeze didn't match the boundless reach brought by a god burning their life force, this spectacle still left an indelible mark upon countless players' minds. My perspective was too narrow. I admit I spoke too rashly just now. I think I guessed right. The Chosen One's goal really was to freeze the Lost Kingdom. Amidst the players' chatter, many turned their gazes into the distance. Only then did they realize this breathtaking blizzard, a true feast for the eyes, hadn't merely pinned the Lost Kingdom onto the surface of the endless abyss wall. It had also frozen every bone creature clinging to the kingdom's underside, including the deity herself, immobilized on the spot. Silence. At this moment, silence became the sole color of the area. Meanwhile, the quest notifications arrived as expected. Tip: because you successfully identified the mastermind behind the scenes and thwarted all her plans. Mission Objective 1 completion status. Flawless exception. Tip: because you have permanently frozen the former deity. Mission Objective 2 completion status. Flawless exception. Tip: because you completed Stage 4 of the main quest with flawless exception status. You received bonus reward. Heart of Scorching Flame. Tip: due to your outstanding contribution, you've been granted 1,500 military merit points from the Frost Empire. Tip: since you've completed Stage 4 of the main quest, content for the next stage has been updated. Please check accordingly. A series of notifications delivered a tremendous surprise to Su-Ran, and at this very moment, the 10,000-fold reward effect activated as intended. Tip: reward extraction successful. You have obtained item, Heart of Scorching Flame. Tip: you have gained 1,500 military merit points. Tip: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quality of your reward has been upgraded from legendary to epic. Tip: 10,000-fold amplification successful. The quantity of military merit points gained has been increased 10,000-fold. Tip: you have obtained item, Heart that Burns All. Tip: you have gained Frost Empire military merit points, 15 million. Seeing the notifications, Su-Ran immediately exclaimed that he'd struck gold. Just from the additional rewards alone, he had obtained an epic tier item and 15 million merit points. Then what kind of staggering return would completing this entire main quest bring? He had a faint premonition. As the storyline advanced and developed, this main quest was approaching its end. Before long, he might be able to claim the final reward. But for now, he decided to first examine the newly acquired item. His intuition told him that this epic quality item was far from ordinary. Heart that Burns All. Type: item. Quality: epic. Effect: by activating the power within the heart, you may unleash flames capable of incinerating anything. Simply choose your target. Description: a heart capable of burning all things. Seemingly, only extreme cold and stillness can withstand it. The moment he saw the item, Su-Ran understood its true purpose. It wasn't meant to thaw the current army of bone creatures, or Carlo, no. It was meant for that forgotten summit of eternal ice, the peak of oblivion. Su-Ran clearly remembered how, at the very moment Carlo, the fallen goddess, was about to be swallowed by the endless abyss, She had secretly placed a crystal radiating an aura of eternity deep within the forgotten icy peak. According to his memories from a past life, melting that crystal, or opening a fissure within it, required a fire-based incineration tool of at least legendary grade. Clearly, this heart that burns all was the perfect match. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Yet Su Ran didn't let his guard down. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The next stage of the main quest had to be completed as soon as possible. He always had this lingering premonition. Other forces, such as the Dark Faction, also wanted to take advantage and get involved. They simply couldn't enter right now, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Su Ran turned his gaze toward the quest log. After all, both the former deity and those bone creatures were now permanently frozen. Even if the freeze were to be lifted, it would require Su Ran himself to personally release the Jetsu magic. There would be no immediate threats for now. Therefore, he could fully take this opportunity to check the content of the next stage. Lost Kingdom's Return. Type: Main Quest. Difficulty: Unknown. Current stage: The End of All Things. Description: Through your investigation of the Bone City, you uncovered the true intentions of Carlo, the former deity operating from the shadows, and successfully thwarted her plans. Having fulfilled the second objective, ensuring Carlo's eternal slumber within the endless abyss, you have preliminarily eliminated a major threat. However, the most pressing issue now lies in the fate of the Lost Kingdom and the endless abyss. Thus, you are presented with two choices. Choice 1. Prevent the Lost Kingdom from falling into the river of time. Stop it from becoming nothing but a fleeting, dreamlike illusion, and imprint it with your essence. Completing this path will conclude the main quest series. Choice 2. Allow the Lost Kingdom to fall into the river of time, letting it vanish completely from existence, preserved only as an ephemeral shadow. Choosing this path will also complete the main quest series. Note: this stage presents different choices. Your decision will lead to divergent story developments and result in distinct final rewards. Introduction: Veriset sensed the aura of the Lost Kingdom within the skull of the bone dragon, Basar. Perhaps it never truly perished in the flow of history. It is about to rise once more. Unconsciously, this main quest was nearing its end. Stage 5. Su Ran now faced two choices. Either let the Lost Kingdom fall into the river of time, or prevent that very outcome. It seemed that the endings brought by these two choices were somewhat different. And so were the rewards. Chapter 116, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Su Ran had always harbored a bold speculation in his mind. This main storyline DLC might be tied to the power struggle among the major factions, and the true way to maximize one's gains was to possess enough strength to counterbalance the two colossal powers, darkness and light. Clearly, the Lost Kingdom satisfied this condition. It was also Su Ran's best choice. Yet, this had only been a theory in his mind, until now, when it turned into reality. Choice 1. Prevent the Lost Kingdom from falling into the river of time. Avoid its eventual fate as a fleeting, illusory bubble, and imprint your essence upon it, thus completing this series of main quests. In other words, as long as Su Ran could stop the Lost Kingdom from being destroyed and imprint his own essence upon it, he would complete the main quest. At present, he seemed to have almost fulfilled the requirements for this choice. Only one step remained: imprint his essence upon it. As for choice 2, honestly, from the very beginning, Su Ran had never intended to take that path. After all, the disappearance of the Lost Kingdom would bring him no benefit whatsoever. Moreover, it might very well cause the endless abyss to vanish as well. If that happened, he'd suffer a massive loss. On the contrary, if he could imprint his essence and turn the entire Lost Kingdom into his possession, he might even gain exclusive exploration rights over the endless abyss. In that case, he'd be striking gold. There was really no need to hesitate. Walking through the endless cold silence, Su Ran pondered a single question. How do I imprint my essence? First, he looked toward the divine core he had obtained earlier. Perhaps it held the answer. Frost Sovereign's divine core. Type: Item. Quality: Mythic. Owner: The Chosen One. Effect: grants eligibility to activate the Frost Sovereign's divine core. As the divine core of the Frost Sovereign, holding it allows temporary fusion with the Frost Law, greatly enhancing all ice-based skills, while granting immunity to all ice attribute damage and control effects. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 24 hours. Effect: upon merging, the user becomes the Frost Sovereign. Achieving sovereign-level existence enables control over the majority of Frost laws, along with divine-level buffs and enhancements. Conditions for merging: reach level 120 and complete legendary rank certification, or master the majority of Frost laws. Description: once a divine core of Frost, it ascended to sovereign level under the influence of a mysterious force. Seeing the detailed attributes of this divine core, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Damn, these stats. Even without exact numbers, they were enough to drive anyone mad, himself included. Yet, reason reminded him that he couldn't merge this divine core just yet. First, he didn't meet the merging conditions. He needed to reach level 120 and complete legendary certification, or master most of the Frost laws. The first condition was currently unattainable, and mastering the Frost laws? To him, that was utterly unnecessary. Leaving aside everything else, the priority of the Eternal Law was unquestionably far greater than any other law. He wouldn't abandon something so rare and powerful just for mastery over Frost. Besides, even if he did pursue the Divine Core's requirement, it only demanded mastery of most of the Frost laws. In both his past life and this one, Su Ran understood one truth clearly. To stand atop the world, one must completely master a certain law. Anything less meant vulnerabilities remained. Therefore, unless a better solution presented itself, he shouldn't rashly merge this Divine Core or inherit the identity of the Frost Sovereign. Fortunately, this Divine Core offered another method of use: hold. By activating it, Su Ran could temporarily fuse with the Frost Law. Essentially, he'd obtain a 5-minute trial pass of the Frost Sovereign. No drawbacks, with a 24-hour cooldown. He could experience it once per day. The only downsides were that its aura might be significantly weakened, and it could attract the attention of terrifyingly powerful beings. But Su Ran felt no fear. He sensed, deep down, that one day, he might use the eternal law to fully control other laws. And more importantly, this could be the key to imprinting his essence onto the Lost Kingdom. Perhaps all it took was to temporarily fuse with the Frost Law by simply holding it. Hint: activate the Frost Sovereign's Divine Core. By holding the Divine Core, temporarily fuse with the Frost Law. Hint: the Frost Law from this temporary fusion will scale according to your current level and class progression. Now, without hesitation, Su Ran made his decision. Confirm. The moment the word left his lips, the Divine Core in his left hand erupted with dazzling, radiant light. Instantly, the entire Lost Kingdom, and even this abyss, was illuminated as brightly as day. In response, the aura of the Frost Law rapidly spread outward. Hint: you are temporarily fusing with the Frost Law through the method of holding. Hint: as you temporarily possess the identity of the Frost Sovereign, you have successfully resonated with the Lost Kingdom. Would you like to imprint your essence upon it? Hint: once the imprinting is complete, the Lost Kingdom and this abyss shall open exclusively to you, becoming your personal territory. As Su Ran acted, a series of prompts immediately followed. Exactly as expected, he had guessed right. Simply by holding the Divine Core, he could already imprint his essence. And furthermore, it would allow the entire Lost Kingdom and even the endless abyss to become his exclusive domain. There was no reason to refuse. Su Ran acted decisively. He chose to imprint his essence. Immediately, boundless waves of Frost Law, infused with Su Ran's own presence, surged into every single corner of this forgotten kingdom, intertwining, fusing, finally, etching itself permanently into the land. As this process unfolded, the entire Lost Kingdom began emitting an extraordinarily unique glow. Unexpectedly, it carried the aura of the Eternal Law. Yet unlike the eternity this realm once worshipped, this was Su Ran's own, the Eternal Law fully mastered and claimed by him alone. This change precisely triggered a faint yet profoundly special resonance with the river of time flowing beneath the endless abyss. Everything, as if happening simultaneously, an unexpected turn of events, one even Su Ran could never have foreseen, seemed to be rushing toward him at lightning speed. Chapter 117, World and Nation. Notice: imprinting your personal aura onto the Lost Nation. Current progress 5%. Notice: imprinting your personal aura onto the Lost Nation. As the notifications rang out, the imprinting progress steadily climbed upward. 5%, 10%, 20%, 30%. And during this process, Su Ran suddenly became aware that he had developed a faint resonance with the river of time. Though so subtle it was barely perceptible, it was undeniably there. This left him somewhat astonished. It also reminded him of something: the Eternal Law. An extraordinarily unique law, one that fused together order and chaos, beginning and end, life and death, light and darkness, among countless others. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the very origin of the entire world stemmed from the Eternal Law, including time itself. Therefore, while unexpected, this development made sense in hindsight. All of this remained mere speculation on his part. Perhaps only when the process completed would the final truth be revealed. Meanwhile, every player watching through visual sharing was completely stunned. From the moment Su Ran unleashed a mythic tier staff skill, freezing the entire Lost Nation within this eternal, lightless abyss, to activating the Divine Core of the Frost Sovereign, temporarily ascending as the Frost Sovereign himself, and then permanently etching his presence across this vast land scattered with countless bones. The entire sequence had taken only a few brief breaths. The visual impact was thus beyond words, utterly indescribable. Good lord, what just happened? I was just sending my girlfriend a kiss emoji, and now I have no idea what's going on. I suspect I've been playing a fake game. Tell me, what kind of reward did the Chosen One receive to pull off such a spectacle? No clue. Probably a divine artifact. I bet it's a god-tier pet. Yeah, I think it's that sealed god. Wow, my wife. Every single player held their breath. No one could believe what they were seeing. No one could have imagined that someone at this stage could create such a breathtaking scene. Just witnessing it from afar was enough to send chills down their spines. If these players knew that Su Ran was about to possess the Lost Nation as his exclusive private domain, countless would completely break down. After all, at this point in the game, he was the only player who possessed a personal territory, while the players were still reeling in shock. Su Ran's imprinting progress had already neared completion. 98%, 99%, 100%. As the bar filled to maximum, this vast territory, lost for hundreds of years, was finally branded with Su Ran's personal essence. The notification chimed immediately. Notice: you have successfully imprinted your aura upon the Lost Nation. Henceforth, this area will be accessible only to you, becoming your exclusive territory. Notice: you have obtained a special exclusive territory, Lost Nation. At the exact same moment, his unique Eternal Tier talent, 10,000-fold reward, erupted with dazzling brilliance. Buzz! In an instant, the entire dark expanse of the Lost Nation was illuminated once more.